Chunjing sat on the curb outside the city hospital, cradling the back of his head, wincing in pain. His expression was a complex tapestry of anger, helplessness, and bitterness. Is it possible to have such aftereffects from a concussion? He pondered as he beheld shimmering golden lights dancing before his eyes, a sight both enchanting and disorienting. Shaking his head vigorously, the peculiar vision eventually faded. Damn you, Zhang Rui, I shall remember this grudge. Chunjing spat in fury. Once a third-year student at the prestigious Chongqing University, renowned across the nation, Chunjing hailed from a rural background and faced financial hardships. Yet, his academic performance was exceptional, his capabilities commendable, and he had a promising future ahead. However, misfortune struck him unexpectedly not long ago. Chunjing was relatively attractive and, for reasons unbeknownst to him, a girl of considerable repute at the university had taken a liking to him, even pursuing him ardently. Yet, Chunjing consistently rebuffed her advances, fully aware of the disparity in their social standings, with her affluent background and his own lack of financial means. He knew a relationship was impractical, and her family would never approve. Such was the harsh reality. This situation would have remained unproblematic had it not been for Zhang Rui, a wealthy heir who recently began pursuing the same girl. Upon being rejected and discovering her affection for Chunjing, he sought him out, hurling insults and deriding him with phrases like a toad wishing to eat swan meat and other demeaning remarks. Initially, Chunjing endured the barbs, but Zhang Rui's taunts escalated to intolerable levels, branding him as an inferior, a country bumpkin, and ultimately, even insulting Chunjing's family. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Chunjing retaliated, delivering a sound beating to Zhang Rui. However, that single act of defiance led to Chunjing's current predicament. Although he anticipated receiving a mere disciplinary warning, Zhang Rui's influential family leveraged their connections to ensure Chunjing's expulsion from the university. For Chunjing, this outcome was nothing short of a thunderclap. Enraged and yearning for retribution, he found himself powerless to resist. With his rural upbringing, what resources or capital did he possess to contend with the affluent Zhang Rui? Following his expulsion, Chunjing dared not return home. He could not face his parents, who had pinned all their hopes on him. Instead, he chose to endure the hardships in Chongqing, armed with merely a little over 800 yuan, determined to seek employment. Yet, Zhang Rui was relentless, hiring someone to ambush Chunjing, resulting in a mild concussion. Chunjing cursed inwardly. This truly was an undeserved calamity. To say it in an ostentatious manner, why should it matter to him that the campus beauty had an affection for him? After a brief period of indignation, he resolved to confront reality. Thoughts of vengeance, in light of his circumstances, seemed fanciful. A student of humble origins, lacking any semblance of influence or wealth, what could he possibly do against the powerful Zhang Rui? Glancing at his phone, he noted the hospital bills had cost him over 300 yuan, leaving him with just above 500. The priority now is to secure employment. Survival must come first before contemplating anything else. The foremost duty of a person is to live. Chunjing opened a job recruitment website, filled with hope as he began to browse, yet soon his expression turned to one of resignation. Almost all jobs with slightly better prospects require a bachelor's degree, and even those with less stringent educational requirements necessitate a mastery of relevant skills. If all else fails, I could start with some labor-intensive work or in the service industry, Chunjing murmured to himself. He initially sought a position that promised growth, one that would allow him to acquire some technical skills. After all, he is a university graduate with a broad perspective. At that moment, a recruitment advertisement captured his attention. Changzhou Antique Street is seeking several apprentices, both male and female, aged 18 to 30, with at least a high school diploma, offering a monthly salary of 2,500 to 3,000. This opportunity sparked a glimmer of hope in Chunjing's eyes. The educational requirement was within his reach, and although the salary was modest, it could sustain a living. Most importantly, the antiques industry holds significant potential for development. While Chunjing had no prior experience in antiques, he had not been entirely oblivious. He had seen enough to understand their immense value. With the recent rise in popularity of treasure appraisal shows, who is unaware that antiques are highly valuable? If I can learn to appraise antiques, I might earn a fortune in the future. Having experienced the humiliation of financial struggles, Chunjing yearned deeply for wealth and influence. With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer and swiftly took the subway to Changzhou Antique Street. Changzhou, located in the eastern part of the country, is considered one of the most prosperous metropolises domestically. Additionally, due to historical reasons, it boasts a rich cultural heritage, with many ancient streets and buildings well preserved. Among them, Changzhou Antique Street exemplifies an ancient thoroughfare, imbued with charm and character, and is a modestly famous tourist attraction. Simultaneously, the Antique Street serves as a gathering place for collectors, antique dealers, and enthusiasts from across the nation. Although it was a weekday, the Antique Street buzzed with activity. Stalls lined the sides of the street, filled with the sounds of bargaining, discussions, and shouts that blended together, creating a semblance of being transported back to ancient times. Chen Jing hurriedly made his way to the Antique Street, with little time to admire his surroundings, and followed the address from the recruitment advertisement to Gao Gulu. Gao Gulu was a shop of moderate size, styled in an ancient manner, filled with several display racks showcasing an array of antiques, including porcelain, jade, wooden ornaments, and more. The walls were adorned with time-worn calligraphy and paintings. Upon noticing Chen Jing's entrance, a young man in the shop immediately inquired, "What would you like to buy? Feel free to browse." Hastily, Chen Jing replied, "Hello? I saw your recruitment notice. Are you looking for apprentices?" The young man glanced up, surveying Chen Jing with a hint of a smile. "Yes, we are indeed seeking apprentices." Relieved, Chen Jing thought it fortunate that the positions had not yet been filled. He then asked, "Are you the owner?" The young man, appearing youthful and not resembling a typical owner, chuckled, "No, I'm just a staff member. The owner is out for a moment." After a brief pause, he added, "However, I can make decisions regarding the apprentices, so please wait a moment." With that, the young man walked into the storage room at the back of the shop. Chen Jing found it somewhat peculiar that a mere staff member could decide on hiring apprentices. Before long, the young man emerged, carrying a large box, which he placed at Chen Jing's feet. Inside the box lay a collection of antiquities, porcelain, jade artifacts, and ancient coins, all appearing quite aged. "Brother, the world of antiques relies heavily on innate talent. This batch of items has just arrived. Choose one to purchase. If it proves genuine, it indicates you possess a knack for this craft. We at Gao Gulu would gladly welcome you as an apprentice." Chen Jing was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of curiosity stir within him. The man's words seemed to carry some weight indeed. Discerning antiques must require a certain gift. Without further contemplation, Chen Jing began to examine the items within the box, eager to uncover whether he possessed any innate talent. However, he was utterly inexperienced with antiques, and even if he had a gift, he wouldn't be able to discern it. Ultimately, he reluctantly selected a beautiful blue and white porcelain bowl and said, "I'll choose this one." The young man glanced at it, his expression brightening. "This is blue and white porcelain, valued at 30,000. Chen Jing felt his heart race. He certainly did not have that kind of money. The young man, sensing his reaction, inwardly sighed, "What a pity. He's not a lucrative target." Yet, he continued, "Brother, the antique trade holds great promise. Consider this 30,000 as tuition." Chen Jing shook his head. "Two would like to choose again. Do you have anything less expensive?" The young man instantly grew impatient, casually pointing to a dark brown, cup-shaped porcelain bowl within the box. "This is the cheapest, 300. Chen Jing's lips twitched as he picked up the small porcelain cup and examined it. It felt rather coarse in his hands, dull in color, and far less appealing than the blue and white porcelain. "This thing, 300? Goodness. Not even worth picking up off the street." Chen Jing couldn't help but scoff internally. Realizing that Gao Gulu was not genuinely seeking apprentices, they were merely setting a trap to swindle money. Just as he was about to set down the small porcelain cup and take his leave, a sudden flash caught his eyes. The golden strands of light he had previously seen reappeared, swirling around the small cup before returning to his gaze. To his astonishment, the golden light transformed into lines of text. "This item is Song Dynasty Jianyao Rabbit Hair Cup. This cup features a flared rim, slanted walls, a shallow foot ring, and a gray exposed body. The interior is fully glazed, while the exterior glaze does not reach the base. The lower abdomen has a thicker glaze that drips down, creating fine strands resembling rabbit hair. Thus, the Song people referred to it as the Rabbit Hair Cup, a hallmark of Jianyao craftsmanship. This item's historical value. The Song dynasty revered tea competitions, grinding semi-fermented tea cakes into fine powder and placing it in the cup before adding boiling water. A layer of white foam would rise, and the concentration, brightness, and duration of the foam would determine the winner of the tea contest, as Udonpa recorded in Sending Off Master Qian of Namping. The Taoist circles around Namping Mountain, coming to test the essence of tea, suddenly startled by the rabbit hare. Speckled cup. Spring wine is poured from the goose. This illustrates the preciousness of Jianyao cups, with rabbit hare being especially esteemed. The text composed of golden light unfolded before Chen Jing's eyes, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 2. Song Dynasty. Jianyao rabbit hare cup. Chen Jing gazed intently at the text before him, and upon confirming it was not an illusion, he glanced at the young man nearby, who appeared oblivious to the peculiarity. This indicated that only Chen Jing could perceive the words before him. These inscriptions seemed to be appraising this porcelain cup. His heartbeat quickened as he contemplated the implications of the authenticity of these inscriptions. Could it be that other antiques could also be evaluated in such a manner? What if, just what if that were the case? Chen Jing felt a profound sense of anticipation, sensing that his life might be on the verge of a significant transformation. I say, you don't mean to tell me you lack even 300, do you? The young man, noticing Chen Jing's momentary stupor, couldn't resist a mocking inquiry. At this, Chen Jing forcibly quelled the tumult of his emotions and replied coolly, I will purchase this. Regardless of its authenticity, he resolved to acquire the porcelain cup first. He decided to take a gamble. The young man then chuckled. Ah, that's more like it. I shall assist you in its appraisal shortly. If what you've chosen is indeed a genuine article, you shall become an apprentice at our Gao Gulu, and your future will be bright. As he spoke, the derision was almost palpable on his face. The apprentice recruitment of Gao Gulu, as Chen Jing had surmised, was merely a ruse to extract money. The antique trade is fraught with treachery, and myriad scams abound. The tactics employed by Gao Gulu are rather elementary, primarily deceiving those young souls who harbor dreams of the antique realm. Yet, despite the simplicity of the scheme, there are certain nuances to observe. The items offered for sale are typically procured cheaply from various sources. The rationale is straightforward. While the authenticity of antiques may be ambiguous, should Gao Gulu present forgeries, they risk the suspicion of producing fakes themselves. An untenable situation, however, using items acquired from elsewhere mitigates such complications. Of course, these inexpensive acquisitions are unlikely to harbor any genuine pieces. They are merely inferior items sold by the pound, and the proprietor of Gao Gulu remains unconcerned. Without further ado, Chen Jing completed the transaction for the small porcelain cup. The young man then remarked with a smirk, regrettably, you have selected a counterfeit. You lack the talent required for apprenticeship at Gao Gulu. He didn't even deign to examine the cup. Chen Jing had anticipated this outcome. Concealing his thoughts, he expressed, that is indeed quite unfortunate, and promptly exited Gao Gulu. The young man watched his unwavering figure with a momentary bewilderment, muttering surely, this man cannot be so naive as to remain unaware of the ruse he has fallen for. The scheme employed by Gao Gulu had been executed numerous times, yet he had never before witnessed someone depart without demanding a refund, although such protests ultimately bore no fruit. Such a rare fool, but alas, he is but a pauper, the young man scoffed, a mix of pity and derision coloring his tone. Meanwhile, Chen Jing carefully cradled the small porcelain cup, contemplating, I must find a place to authenticate this cup. If it were genuine, Chen Jing believed he might be on the brink of a great fortune. As Chen Jing pondered where to seek appraisal, a middle-aged man donned in a traditional robe emerged from a shop named Nagujia across from Gao Gulu, affixing something to the door. Intrigued, Chen approached and discovered it was a recruitment advertisement. Apprentice wanted, salary negotiable. The simplicity of the announcement rendered it all the more authentic. The middle-aged man noticed Chen and smiled. Young man, are you interested in purchasing an item? Chen surveyed him. He appeared to be around 50, bespectacled, and of slender build, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Greetings, I noticed your recruitment notice. May I apply? You wish to apply? Chen nodded emphatically. Shortly thereafter, Chen found himself seated in Nagyubeju, where Zhao Zheng, the middle-aged man and proprietor of the establishment, poured him a cup of tea, expressing disdain. It is the presence of individuals like Gao Fu that tarnishes the reputation of our antiquities business. Zhao Zheng's reference to Gao Fu was indeed the owner of Gao Gulu. Upon learning of Chen's intent to apply, he had briefly inquired into Chen's background and was incensed by what had transpired earlier. Hearing Zhao's words, Chun felt a flicker of delight. Zhao appeared to be a man of integrity. To learn under someone principled is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. With this thought, Chun eagerly inquired, "Boss Zhao, may I become an apprentice here?" Zhao Zheng nodded with a smile, "Certainly. To be frank, Xiao Chen, I find you quite congenial. You speak with composure and courtesy. If you do not mind the modest salary, you may apprentice here." Zhao had previously mentioned a monthly salary of 3,000, inclusive of meals but excluding accommodation. While this may seem insufficient for formal employment, it was quite favorable for an apprenticeship, as it promised the acquisition of knowledge. Chen's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, thank you, Boss Zhao." Zhao chuckled, "Call me Uncle Zhao." Boss Zhao feels too distant that an apprentice is not yet a disciple. Thus, Chun could not address him as master. The antiquities trade places great emphasis on the distinctions between master and apprentice, adhering to numerous conventions, unlike other professions that may be more casual. After all, those who engage with antiquities are often steeped in reverence for the past, as evidenced by Zhao Zheng's traditional attire. "All right, Uncle Zhao," Chun responded, eager to align himself with this amiable figure. After a brief pause, Chun hesitated and placed a delicate porcelain cup he had been carefully holding onto the tea table, saying, "Uncle Zhao, this is the item I just acquired from Gao Gulo. I believe it to be rather extraordinary. Could you take a look?" Zhao Zheng shook his head upon hearing this. "Xiao Chen, Gao Gulo is known for its deceptive practices. The item they sold you could scarcely be a genuine artifact. Do not harbor any illusions." Chun smiled and replied, "Then, would you enlighten me on the differences between this porcelain cup and a genuine piece? I wish to learn." Zhao Zheng responded, "Very well. Let this serve as your first lesson in antiquities." As he spoke, Zhao Zheng casually picked up a small brown porcelain cup from the tea table, glanced at it, and remarked, "Firstly, there exists a significant disparity between the forms of ancient porcelain and modern crafts. Just look at the shape of this little cup. As Zhao Zheng continued his observations, his expression suddenly shifted. "That something's amiss," he said, his demeanor growing serious and astonished. Noticing this change, Chun Jing immediately sensed something was amiss, his own expression reflecting excitement. "Uncle Zhao, what's wrong?" However, Zhao Zheng did not respond. Instead, he retrieved a magnifying glass from his belongings and began to scrutinize the small porcelain cup meticulously. After a lengthy pause, during which Chun Jing felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety, Zhao Jing exclaimed in amazement, "Little Chun, this is an authentic piece. I never expected that among the deceptive items brought by Gao Gulu, there would actually be a genuine article. You've struck gold? Authentic." Chun Jing sprang to his feet, incredulity written all over his face. "Uncle Zhao, this is a genuine antique?" Zhao Zheng nodded, indicating the brown porcelain cup in his hand. "The form is both regular and simple. The texture feels somewhat coarse, and the glaze resembles dark carbon, speckled with rabbit hair patterns. This is a typical Song Dynasty Jianyao tea bowl, which we in the industry refer to as a rabbit hair bowl. A Song Dynasty Jianyao rabbit hair bowl." At that moment, Chun Jing's mind was consumed by a singular thought. It is real. Those words are true. My eyes can indeed authenticate antiques. He understood the implications of this revelation, and his heart swelled with euphoria. Zhao Zheng chuckled. "Haha. Gao Fu indeed. You've turned the tide here. Little Chun, you mentioned you bought this rabbit hair bowl for 300, right? You've made quite a profit." Upon hearing this, Chun Jing immediately inquired, "Uncle Zhao, how much is this Song Dynasty rabbit hair bowl worth?" Zhao Zheng pondered briefly before responding, "Rabbit hair bowls are inherently precious. Jianyao is renowned for producing black glazed porcelain during the Song Dynasty. This particular bowl is well preserved according to current market value. Selling it for around 50,000 shouldn't be an issue." After a brief pause, he added, "Regrettably, it's just the tea bowl without its saucer. If you had the complete set, it could fetch an additional 20 to 30,000. 50,000? Chun Jing was utterly astonished. He had purchased this rabbit hair bowl for merely 300, and yet it was valued at around 50,000. The worth had multiplied over 160 times. Is this what it means to seize an opportunity in the antique trade? How many ventures could rival such returns? Haha. Look at your astonished face. 50,000 is hardly a significant find. Back in my day, I stumbled upon treasures worth over 1 million. There are even those who have unearthed finds worth tens of millions," Zhao Zheng said, delighting in Chen Jing's exhilaration with a hint of pride and nostalgia. Upon hearing about finds worth millions, Chun Jing instinctively blinked, as if he had glimpsed the hope of avenging Zhang Rui, and that his destiny was on the verge of a monumental shift, earning money, making a fortune in the antique trade. This notion took root in Chun Jing's mind, and he felt compelled to test whether his newly acquired vision could indeed authenticate antiques. However, before that, Chun Jing needed to sell the Song Dynasty Jianyao rabbit hair tea bowl he had stumbled upon. He was left with only a couple of hundred yuan and was in desperate need of funds. "Uncle Zhao, do you know where I could sell this rabbit hair bowl?" Chun Jing inquired, glancing at Zhao Zheng as he had just begun to delve into the world of antiques. He found himself entirely at a loss and could only seek Zhao Zheng's guidance. Zhao Zheng seemed to have anticipated Chun Jing's request. He had inquired about Chen's circumstances earlier, and was aware of his current predicament. "Young Chun, why not sell it to me? After all, I run an antique shop as well. This Song Dynasty Jianyao rabbit hair tea bowl is quite rare," Zhao Zheng suggested. Upon hearing this, gratitude washed over Chun Jing's handsome face. He understood that Zhao Zheng was lending him a helping hand, even if there was a business aspect involved. Nonetheless, Chun Jing felt compelled to acknowledge this kindness. "Thank you, Uncle Zhao." Chun Jing expressed his sincere appreciation. Before long, Chun Jing departed from the Naguju, needing to settle his affairs before returning to work the following day. Zhao Zheng stood at the entrance, carefully handling the rabbit hair bowl, chuckling, "This lad truly has remarkable luck." At that moment, a slightly portly man happened to stroll by and, upon noticing Zhao Zheng, remarked, "Oh, Boss Zhao, have you made a fortunate find? You seem quite cheerful." Seeing the stout man, Zhao Zheng's smile widened. "Gao Fu, I haven't stumbled upon a treasure, but my newly recruited apprentice has certainly made a fortunate acquisition from your shop." With that, he gestured for Gao Fu to take a look at the rabbit hair bowl, stating, "Those who engage in unscrupulous deeds will ultimately meet their demise. This authentic Song Dynasty Jianyao rabbit hair bowl has fallen into your hands, yet you will find it difficult to retain." The portly man was none other than Gao Fu, the proprietor of Gao Gulu. Upon hearing Zhao Zheng's words, his expression darkened, and he furrowed his brow, asking, "Zhao Zheng, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Zheng chose to ignore him and turned back toward the shop. Gao Fu returned to Gao Gulu, his face as dark as a stormy sky. Soon, a terrified shout from a young employee within Gao Gulu echoed, "What? That porcelain cup is authentic. This is impossible, boss." "Impossible? Zhao Zheng has already purchased it. How can you claim it's impossible?" Gao Fu sneered. "No wonder that fellow left in such a hurry. He must have realized it was genuine. That fool played the pig to eat the tiger. He has deceived me." "Played the pig to eat the tiger, huh? Hey, are you the tiger? Get lost, you need not come to work tomorrow." Chapter 3. The neighbor is a mature beauty. Unbeknownst to Chun Jing, all that transpired within Gao Gulu remained a mystery to him at present. He was seated in a taxi, heading toward a residential area near the antique street. Initially, he had planned to take the bus, but considering the short distance and the minimal fare, coupled with his recent windfall of 50,000 yuan, Chun Jing chose to indulge himself a little. As he gazed out the window at the passing streets and pedestrians, a joyful expression adorned Chun Jing's handsome face. After departing from Naguju, he had tested his newfound ability to discern antiques at various street stalls. The results were exhilarating. He discovered that his eyes could indeed authenticate antiques whenever he focused intently on an object. A golden light would appear to signify its authenticity, forming words before his very eyes. However, this extraordinary gift came with its own limitations. After identifying 2 counterfeit items at the market, he was ready to appraise a third when the words "not available for use today" appeared before him. Clearly, Chun Jing's extraordinary vision could only be utilized 3 times each day. Nevertheless, he felt quite content, for this ability to discern authenticity was nothing short of miraculous. As Chun Jing pondered this, the taxi had already arrived at its destination, the Tianshua Mountain community, conveniently located near the antique street. The journey from here to the antique street would only take about 10 minutes. Chun Jing had come here with the intention of renting a place to stay, as his friend Zhao Zheng was not providing accommodation. Although Tianshua Mountain was an older community, the environment was pleasant, and the rent was relatively affordable. Being situated away from the city center made it feasible for Chun Jing to afford a place here. Otherwise, he would have struggled to secure such an apartment. Prior to his arrival, Chun Jing had already contacted a real estate agent online, and upon his arrival, the agent was waiting for him. The apartment was a modest studio, comprising 1 room, 1 living area, and one bathroom. The decor was simple, yet well-equipped, featuring a television and air conditioning, ready for immediate occupancy. After inspecting the apartment for a while and feeling quite satisfied, Chun-Jing promptly paid the deposit and signed the contract. The monthly rent was $2,200, with a 1-month deposit and 3 months rent paid in advance, quite a bargain in a bustling metropolis like Chongqing. Although the location was less than ideal and the building lacked an elevator due to its age, dating back to the early 2000s, Chun-Jing was thoroughly pleased. He had initially considered settling for a basement room. With the contract signed, the agent left with a smile. Chun-Jing then tidied up a bit before heading downstairs to the supermarket to purchase some vegetables, meat, rice, and flour. Being from the Sichuan-Chongqing region, it was customary for him to prepare a home-cooked meal as the first meal after moving. After a busy day, he returned home just past 6 in the evening. Carrying his bags at a leisurely pace, he was suddenly enveloped by a delightful fragrance, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of high heels clicking on the pavement. A tall woman gracefully walked past him and ahead. Instinctively, Chun-Jing's gaze fell upon her silhouette. The woman had her hair elegantly styled, donned a pristine white blouse, and wore a fitted pencil skirt, complemented by nude tights that accentuated her slender legs, exuding an air of maturity and sophistication. Inwardly, Chun-Jing marveled, just by her silhouette. It is evident that she is a stunning and sophisticated beauty. The back of a young girl would never possess such a mature allure. Unable to resist, he stole a few more glances at her figure as she walked, her posture upright and exuding elegance, revealing a pleasing silhouette that was truly a feast for the eyes. Indeed, admiring a beautiful woman could uplift one's spirits. As Chun-Jing contemplated this, he suddenly noticed that the enchanting woman seemed to reside in the same building as he did. Click, click, click. The beauty ascended the staircase in her striking black and red heels, the sound of her footsteps growing more hurried. Chun-Jing ascended the stairs at his own pace, as his apartment was on the 4th floor. Ah! As Chun-Jing rounded a corner, he noticed the beautiful woman who had ascended the stairs ahead of him moving too swiftly. She misstepped and began to tumble backward. Such a fall on the staircase could lead to serious injury, and with a stroke of bad luck, a hospital visit might be in her future. Instinctively, Chun-Jing released the item he was carrying and reached out to catch her. In an instant, the force of her fall sent him staggering back a few steps. Fortunately, having grown up in the mountains, he possessed a robust physique that allowed him to withstand the impact. Letting out a sigh of relief, he then became acutely aware of the softness in his arms. Her dark tresses brushed against his face, carrying a subtle fragrance that was somewhat ticklish. Most notably, the woman was nearly pressed against him, certain prominent features resting against his abdomen. Chun-Jing suddenly felt a rush of warmth, and a fruit name surfaced in his mind: Peach. At that moment, the woman finally regained her composure from the shock and hurriedly extracted herself from his embrace. She exclaimed in pain, squatting down to clutch her right ankle, evidently having twisted it in her fall. Chun-Jing steadied himself, suppressing any unusual thoughts, and inquired, "Are you all right?" The woman lifted her gaze to him, and Chun-Jing finally beheld her features, silently acknowledging, indeed. Her long hair, which had previously come undone, now cascaded gracefully down her back, some strands brushing against her porcelain cheek, resembling dark silk. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with exquisite features and lightly tinted lips, their outline gentle yet currently furrowed in concern. Nevertheless, there remained an undeniable elegance characteristic of a mature, sophisticated woman. Truly, she was a stunning beauty of remarkable grace. "I am fine. Thank you," she replied, her voice melodious, imbued with the poise and depth typical of women in her age group. Chun-Jing glanced at her ankle, noticing the evident swelling even through the sheer fabric of her stockings. "You've twisted your ankle. Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" he offered kindly. The woman hesitated before shaking her head. "No, it's all right. I have some medicinal oil at home. Applying a bit should suffice." As she attempted to rise, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her to part her lips slightly in a gasp of discomfort. She tried to move but found it impossible. With no other option, she turned to Chun-Jing. Could you assist me upstairs, brother?" Chun-Jing nodded, willing to lend a hand for such a small favor, especially for a lovely, mature lady. He grasped the item he had purchased in one hand while extending the other to support her arm. Throughout the process, his touch remained respectful and considerate, which relieved her and sparked a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. Thank you, I live on the 4th floor, she expressed gratefully. Chun Jing was taken aback. Well, it seems we are neighbors. I just moved in today. My name is Chun Jing. The elegant young woman appeared momentarily taken aback, though it was hardly surprising the Tianchua Mountain community boasted commendable amenities, attracting a plethora of transient tenants. She simply nodded, introducing herself. I am Kong Shui. They say that distant relatives are no match for close neighbors, so if you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. Her words were perfectly measured, exuding both warmth and politeness, underscored by a genuine gratitude for Chun Jing's help. Chun Jing responded with a smile, internally marveling at her charm indeed. She spoke beautifully, resonating with an allure that captivated both the ears and the heart. As he assisted Kong Shui, their ascent up the stairs was leisurely. However, upon reaching the 3rd floor, he noticed something was amiss with her. Kong Shui slightly bit her crimson lip, one hand unconsciously resting on her flat abdomen, her warm eyes revealing a hint of urgency. Chun Jing could even sense her slight tremors, as if she were suppressing something, not pain, but rather a struggle of another kind. Intrigued, he recalled how she had hastened her pace while climbing the stairs moments earlier, and in an instant, he comprehended the situation. A peculiar sensation washed over him, accompanied by a rising warmth, after a laborious ascent to the 4th floor. He discovered that Kong Shui lived directly across from him, making them neighbors in the truest sense. Kong Shui fumbled through her shoulder bag for her keys, her urgency palpable as she attempted to unlock the door. She was clearly on the verge of losing composure. Chun Jing, sensing the moment, released his hold on her. Thank you, Chan. She expressed her gratitude once more, preparing to step inside. However, after just a couple of paces, she winced in pain and halted. The aftermath of a sprained ankle made movement exceedingly difficult, especially with the high heels she wore exacerbating the situation. You need me to assist you inside? Chun Jing inquired hesitantly. Kong Shui's cheeks flushed slightly, and after a moment's pause, she replied, "Tu would appreciate your help." With that, Chun Jing supported her once more. Having made his decision, Kong Shui shed her earlier shyness, requesting, "Chun, could you help me to the bathroom?" Chun Jing said nothing, simply complying at such a moment. Excessive conversation would only heighten the awkwardness. He carefully guided her into the bathroom, refraining from lingering, and quietly closed the door behind him. Yet, in that fleeting moment, his gaze instinctively flitted toward the interior. What did he glimpse? White as the door clicked shut, the sound of rushing water reached his ears. Taking a deep breath, Chun Jing stepped back, redirecting his attention to explore the interior of Kong Shui's abode. The layout was quite similar to his own, yet hers radiated a cozier ambience, impeccably clean and well-maintained. This was the distinction between a mature woman and a youthful girl. He mused at that moment. His phone rang, and upon checking the caller ID, his brow furrowed instantly. The caller was none other than the campus belle who harbored a fondness for him. Chapter 4. White and black. Gazing at the name displayed on his phone, Chun Jing hesitated for a moment before ultimately answering the call. Chun Jing, I'm so sorry. I've been dealing with family matters and haven't been at school these past few days. I had no idea that Zhang Rui would trouble you. You. As soon as the call connected, a melodious yet anxious voice filled with remorse spoke rapidly. Chun Jing interrupted her. Shinshino, there is no need for you to apologize. This misfortune is entirely my own. Hearing his words, Shinshino felt even more guilty. I truly apologize. I never anticipated that Zhang Rui would come after you. I will find a way to prevent the school from expelling you. Upon hearing this, a bittersweet smile crept across Chun Jing's face. Is it still possible at this point? He was aware that Shinshino had some influence due to her family background. Perhaps if they acted before the final verdict was announced, they could alter the outcome. However, it was now too late. The news of his expulsion had already been disseminated throughout the school and reported to higher authorities. In such circumstances, unless one possessed extraordinary connections, no amount of intervention would suffice. Shinshino was cognizant of this reality. Otherwise, she would have come to his aid directly rather than merely calling to apologize. A silence enveloped the line as Shinshino pondered. Chun Jing shook his head. You needn't feel guilty. Perhaps some events are simply destined to occur. Without this incident, I would not have acquired my current extraordinary abilities. Whether this turn of events is ultimately good or bad, I cannot definitively say. With that, Chun Jing abruptly ended the call. While it would be unfair to place the blame solely on Shinshino, it was undeniable that the root of this unwarranted calamity stemmed from her actions. Although he did not harbor hatred towards her, to claim he felt no resentment at all would be disingenuous. Chun Jing was no saint. After years of diligent study, everything had been lost in an instant. Few could maintain a tranquil heart amidst such turmoil. Thus, he resolved to limit his interactions with Shinshino. One day, I shall reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. Chun Jing vowed silently. Although he may lack the means to do so at present, he at least felt entitled to articulate his ambitions. At that moment, the sound of a toilet flushing resonated from the bathroom, followed by Kong Shuero's commanding voice. Xiao Chun, I must trouble you once more. Chun Jing composed himself and turned toward the bathroom, opting to knock on the door rather than barging in unannounced. Come in, Kong Shuero replied, her tone imbued with appreciation. Upon entering, Chun Jing observed Kong Shuero leaning against the sink, balancing on one foot. Her ankle appeared severely sprained, making it exceedingly difficult for her to walk unaided. I am fortunate to have encountered you today, Xiao Chen. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss, she expressed gratefully as Chun Jing carefully assisted her to the sofa in the living room. It was a minor issue. You need not dwell on it, Sister Shuero, he replied courteously. Kong Shuero smiled, just call me Shuejia. Addressing me as Sister Kong feels rather cumbersome. A single word change fostered intimacy, diminishing any sense of distance between them. This mature and composed older sister was indeed adept at navigating interpersonal dynamics, maintaining an appropriate balance in her tone. Chun Jing couldn't help but marvel at the fact that so many men are enamored with older women. The ease of interaction is indeed refreshing. Sister Shui, we'll be neighbors from now on. Please take care of me, he responded with a measured tone. In Kong Shui's beautiful and mature eyes, admiration deepened as she nodded. All right, judging by your age, you must have just graduated from university and started working. I've been in Chongqing for nearly a decade and have established some connections. Don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything. Chun Jing nodded in agreement and then added, Sister Shui, you should apply that safflower oil quickly, or it may worsen. He then asked, could you please help me retrieve it? It's in the first drawer of my bedside table. A gentle smile graced Kong Shui's lovely face, making it difficult to refuse her request. It was a simple task, so Chun Jing had no reason to decline and promptly walked into her bedroom. Her room was modestly sized and decorated in a rather ordinary manner, with deep blue bedding and a tightly shut wardrobe. A vase of freshly cut flowers adorned the windowsill, lending an air of warmth and comfort to the space. Chun Jing did not linger, opening the first drawer of the bedside table only to find himself slightly embarrassed. Alongside a bottle of unopened safflower oil lay two neatly arranged black undergarments. In this context, it undeniably stirred something within the young man. Taking a deep breath, Chun Jing refrained from lingering further, hastily retrieving the safflower oil. Here you go, he said, not bothering to sit down again as he uncapped the bottle and handed it to Kong Shui while standing. She expressed her gratitude but showed no immediate intention to apply it. Sensing her hesitation, Chun Jing quickly said, well then, Sister Shui, I shall take my leave. Kong Shui nodded, thanking him once more. Thank you so much today. I'll treat you to a meal another time. No need for that, Chun Jing politely replied, turning swiftly to exit and gently closing the door behind him. Upon hearing the door click shut, Kong Shui blinked, glancing at the now uncapped safflower oil in her hand, a subtle smile gracing her lips. He truly is a thoughtful young man. Meanwhile, Chun Jing returned to his own home, placing the groceries he had been carrying into the kitchen before immediately washing his face with cold water. At just over 20, his youthful vigor was palpable. He had felt a surge of heat earlier, and even now, images of that striking white and the black garments from Kong Shui's bedside table lingered in his mind. Coupled with her poised demeanor, he couldn't help but think, a woman like her would be perfect as either a girlfriend or a wife. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Chun Jing chided himself. What am I thinking? In my current situation, how can I entertain thoughts of romance or marriage? He had no time for such frivolities. His sole focus was on making money. With work starting tomorrow, he planned to ask Uncle Zhao for some books on antique appraisal to gradually build his knowledge. As he prepared dinner for himself, he continued to formulate his plans, even though he had now acquired a discerning eye for identifying antiques. However, aside from the limitation of only being able to authenticate 3 items each day, Chen Jing was uncertain whether this miraculous vision might suddenly vanish one day. Thus, he could not overly rely on this divine sight. He must also enhance his own skills in antique appraisal. One must forge their own strength, for ultimately, one must depend on oneself. That evening, Chen Jing prepared several of his favorite dishes and enjoyed a few drinks, indulging in self-reflection to the point of mild inebriation. This was a moment of sorrow, mourning the years of diligent study that had been rendered futile, yet it was also a celebration of his newfound ability to discern antiques, igniting a flicker of hope for revenge and the reclamation of all that he had lost. With hope, the sun would rise again on the morrow as it always does. Chapter 5. Business at the door. Time has a way of slipping by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Chen Jing has already completed a week of work at Nabeoju. This week has afforded him a fundamental understanding of the antique trade, a realm characterized by the adage, 3 years of inactivity, yet a bonanza for 3 years once it opens. Although Nabeoju opens its doors daily, it sees many visitors but no sales. Initially, Chen Jing felt a twinge of concern for Zhao Zheng's business. However, Zhao reassured him that just over a month ago, Nabeoju had completed a transaction worth 1.2 million, which would sustain them for quite some time. Despite this, Chen Jing had yet to uncover even a single genuine piece during his week there. It wasn't due to any deficiency in his keen eye, but rather that he simply had not encountered any authentic artifacts. This experience clarified for him that finding hidden treasures was no simple task. The antique trade is indeed a deep and murky water. If authentic antiques were as common as weeds in the street, that would be quite a phenomenon. Nevertheless, Chen Jing maintained a positive mindset, for he possessed a discerning eye, and he believed that as long as he encountered genuine items, opportunities for discovery would surely arise. That morning, Zhao Zheng was absent from the shop. Since Chen Jing had proven himself a diligent and responsible apprentice, Zhao had taken to frequently stepping out, placing his trust in Chen. With few customers that morning, Chen Jing sat at the counter, engrossed in a book titled Identification of Ming and Qing Porcelain, which Zhao had recommended. Porcelain was a highly sought-after category in the antique market and one of the most frequently encountered. At that moment, a man, approximately in his 50s with dark skin, entered the shop. He glanced around before inquiring, "Do you buy items here?" Chen Jing, upon hearing this, promptly rose to greet him, assessing the man as he approached. The man wore an old, somewhat yellowed white shirt and green rubber shoes caked with mud, and his arms cradled something bulky. Chen Jing's interest was piqued. He surmised this man was likely a farmer, either looking to sell a family heirloom or unwittingly in possession of something valuable he wished to part with. Such scenarios were common in the antique business. Zhao Zheng had shared similar experiences with him, and Nabeoju had conducted many transactions of this nature, often yielding fruitful finds. "Yes, of course. Please, have a seat," Chen Jing said, his mind racing with possibilities as he invited the man to sit down and poured him a cup of water. Rather than diving directly into the matter at hand, he inquired, "May I ask your name, sir?" The man, suspicious and clutching the item in his arms even tighter, replied, "You can call me Old Lu. Do you really buy things here?" Noticing the man's guarded demeanor, Chen Jing felt a surge of excitement. It appeared he indeed had something of value. The thought of potentially facilitating a significant deal for Uncle Zhao filled him with anticipation, a way to repay Zhao's kindness. "Yes, we are an antique shop and we certainly buy items. Brother Lu, what is it that you wish to sell? Perhaps you could show me what you have?" Chen Jing replied with a smile, ensuring to strike a balance between professionalism and warmth. Excessive enthusiasm is not advisable. If Old Lu's item happens to be a genuine antique, negotiating the price later could become quite challenging. Old Lu nodded, his vigilance heightened as he glanced around once more. He then carefully retrieved a parcel wrapped in red cloth from his bosom and gently unveiled its contents. What emerged was a palm-sized porcelain bowl, more precisely, a blue and white porcelain bowl intricately adorned with azure designs. Such porcelain is indeed quite common in the antique trade. Chen Jing mused internally, feeling a surge of excitement. Who hasn't heard of the esteemed reputation of blue and white porcelain? If it is genuine, its value would certainly be significant. Brother Lu, please place the bowl on the table so that I may examine it. Chen Jing maintained his composure and caution. Old Lu complied, setting the blue and white porcelain bowl upon the table. Just as Chen Jing prepared to inspect it, another individual entered the room. With a plump physique and a round, smiling face, he beamed upon observing the situation in the shop, exclaiming, "Ah, Xiao Chun, are you engaged in business?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Chen Jing's brows furrowed immediately. "Boss Gao, is there something you need?" The newcomer was none other than Gao Fu, the proprietor of Gao Gu Lu, who had harbored resentment since Chen Jing had previously uncovered a valuable item in his shop. Zhao Zheng had repeatedly warned Chen Jing to exercise caution around him. Gao Fu cheerfully replied, "Oh, nothing in particular, just came to see how your business is faring." His words, laced with a smile, projected a facade of friendliness. However, those familiar with Gao Fu understood him to be a cunning fox, having deceived many with his benign demeanor. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing's expression grew tense. He and Gao Fu had a history of animosity. If the blue and white porcelain bowl presented by Old Lu were indeed authentic, it was certain that Gao Fu would attempt to seize it. With Zhao Zheng absent, the funds at Chen Jing's disposal would likely be insufficient to compete with Gao Fu's resources. After a week of interaction, Zhao Zheng had placed considerable trust in Chen Jing, even allowing him access to 80,000 in store funds during his absence. "Boss Gao, as you can see, we have a customer here engaged in business. Could you kindly excuse us?" Chen Jing's tone was firm and unyielding. Gao Fu's smile faltered slightly, a flicker of annoyance flashing in his eyes before he quickly regained his composure. Responding, "Xiao Chun, how long have you been in this trade? How discerning can you be? Would you like me to assist you in appraising this gentleman's item?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jing's heart sank. It appeared that Gao Fu genuinely intended to interfere with the transaction. "Is this gentleman also in the antique business? Do you accept items?" Old Lu inquired, glancing at Gao Fu. Gao Fu burst into laughter. "Of course, I am the owner of Gao Gu Lu across the street. Would you like me to take a look at your item, my friend?" After a brief pause, he added, "My friend, this young man is merely an apprentice. He lacks the understanding and the means to make a substantial offer. If your item holds value, selling it to him would be a grave misstep." However, Old Lu disregarded Gao Fu's remarks and turned to Chen Jing, saying, "Young brother, please assess the worth of this item." At this moment, Chen Jing developed a certain fondness for the elder Lu, perceiving him as a genuinely honest individual. "Very well, allow me to examine it for you. Rest assured, if it is indeed a remarkable piece, the price shall not disappoint you, brother Lu." With that said, Chen Jing cautiously lifted the delicate blue and white porcelain bowl from the table. Gao Fu, standing nearby, scoffed, "Ah, as if you could discern anything of value. Quite amusing." He seemed irked that Lu Lao had not shown him the bowl, as the smile on his plump face vanished. Chen Jing chose to disregard him, feigning a serious demeanor while subtly employing his extraordinary vision. After a week of familiarization, he had become adept at utilizing this remarkable ability. In the next instant, a golden light shimmered before him, swirling around the porcelain bowl in his grasp before returning to form a series of inscriptions before Chen Jing's eyes. Upon glancing at the appraisal results, his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 6. Everyone is a person of integrity. This item is a replica of the Qing Dynasty Qianlong official kiln blue and white porcelain bowl. Its historical value is virtually non-existent. It is merely a modern craft imitation, and the level of craftsmanship is rather subpar. Aside from its shape, the quality of the clay, glaze, blue and white painting, and inscriptions all fall short, leaving a considerable gap when compared to genuine articles. This was the evaluative text that materialized before Chen Jing's eyes, illuminated by a golden glow. The moment Chen Jing laid eyes on it, he realized he had once again fallen into a trap, a common occurrence in the antique trade, where stories are fabricated for the fakes in hand, or buyers disguise their true identities. Take the individual before him, Old Lu, for instance. Dressed in simple peasant attire and bearing a cautious demeanor, he easily evokes the image of someone selling a treasured family heirloom or having fortuitously stumbled upon something of great value. Just this identity alone is enough to instill a degree of trust in the uninformed or the less discerning, leading them to believe even before examining the item that they have encountered something remarkable. Should their judgment falter further, they may easily be duped into accepting a counterfeit as authentic. Observing old Lu's expectant face, Chun Jing could not help but smirk inwardly. Such acting skills dedicated to deception seem wasted. Surely he would earn more as an actor. Xiao Jiang, have you gleaned anything from this? With your limited insight, it would be better not to embarrass yourself here, he heard Gao Fu mockingly interject. At this, Chun Jing felt a stir in his heart, yet refrained from outright declaring the blue and white bowl a counterfeit. Instead, he feigned ignorance, saying, Boss Gao, I truly cannot discern anything. My eyesight is rather lacking. Perhaps you could assist me? Upon hearing this, Gao Fu's expression momentarily faltered before he quickly masked it, responding, I already mentioned that your discernment is inadequate. Why pretend otherwise? Come, let me help you. With a smile, Chun Jing said nothing more and placed the blue and white bowl back on the table. Gao Fu retrieved a magnifying glass from his belongings and carefully examined the porcelain bowl, appearing far more professional than Chun Jing. As Chun Jing observed, he thought to himself that in future deceptions, he too should acquire a magnifying glass. It would certainly lend an air of credibility. After a moment, Gao Fu seemed to have completed his assessment. With a somewhat agitated expression, he gingerly placed the blue and white bowl back on the table and exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Chun, you truly have remarkable luck. Do you know what this blue and white bowl is? Seeing his fervor, Chun Jing fully comprehended the ruse at play today and privately chuckled, though he feigned confusion and asked, Oh, Boss Gao, are you suggesting this blue and white bowl is genuine? Gao Fu nodded vigorously, still brimming with excitement. Yes, not only is it authentic, but it is also an exceedingly rare official kiln piece. Did you see the inscription on the bottom of the bowl? It reads made during the Qianlong reign of the Great Qing. This is porcelain from the official kiln of the Qianlong era. With myriad forms of porcelain available, any piece bearing the distinction of official kiln is undeniably precious, regardless of its type or dynasty. Qianlong official kiln. Chun Jing pretended to shout with enthusiasm. Indeed, Gao Fu affirmed, this Qianlong official kiln blue and white porcelain is a significant find for you. Xiao Chun. You fortunate lad, thriving in the antiques business. Luck plays a significant role in our trade, and I foresee a promising future for you. Over here, the elderly Lu, his face flushed with excitement, inquired, Is this antique of mine genuine? How much could it possibly be worth? Gao Fu, upon hearing this, cast a glance at him, then at Chun Jing, subtly signaling him before responding, Brother, we are honest individuals and would not deceive you. This porcelain bowl, based on current market prices, should be worth around 70 to 80,000. 70 to 80,000. Upon hearing this amount, Lu did not immediately react, but Chun Jing quietly scoffed to himself, recognizing the delicacy of the price, neither too high nor too low, precisely within the confines of the funds he could access in the shop. So much. If that is the case, I would be more than willing to sell this porcelain bowl to you for 80,000. Lu exclaimed, his voice quivering with excitement. Chun Jing's lips curled into a slight smile, just about to speak when Gao Fu interjected. Xiao Chun, I find this price rather favorable. Don't miss this excellent opportunity. You've only just entered the field, and already you can secure such a deal. Zhao Zheng will undoubtedly regard you with greater esteem. Esteem? Should this transaction materialize? Even if Uncle Zhao remains silent, Chun Jing would feel too ashamed to remain in the business. If this blue and white porcelain bowl were indeed from the Qianlong era's imperial kiln, acquiring it for 80,000 would equate to a monumental profit of at least several hundred thousand, perhaps even exceeding 1,000,000. In such circumstances, it would not be surprising for an ordinary newcomer to be deceived. However, Chun Jing was no ordinary individual. He glanced at Gao Fu and Lu, remaining silent. Lu, appearing somewhat anxious, reiterated, Brother, as farmers we value honesty in our dealings. I approached you first, intending to sell it to you, regardless of the profit you might make. To be candid, this bowl has been passed down through my family. It is not something I would part with lightly. If it weren't for my wife's grave illness requiring urgent funds, I would never consider selling it. Upon hearing this, Chun Jing feigned sympathy, placing a hand on Lu's shoulder and said, I see. If it is indeed for your wife's medical expenses, I cannot accept this porcelain bowl. Initially, Lu's dark complexion revealed a glimmer of pride upon hearing the first half of Chun Jing's statement, and Gao Fu's smile broadened. Yet, they were astounded when Chun Jing made an unexpected 180 turn in his response, leaving both Lu and Gao Fu bewildered. What? Why not? Lu stammered, momentarily lost for words. Chun Jing sighed and replied, Brother Lu, I too hail from the countryside, and I believe in fair dealings. Since your wife is relying on the proceeds from this bowl for her treatment, selling it to me for 80,000 would be too low. My conscience would not allow it. You ought to seek a higher price elsewhere. That way, your wife's medical needs would be more securely met, would it not? Upon hearing Chun Jing's words, Lu was utterly flabbergasted. Conversely, Gao Fu quickly regained his composure, his expression darkening. Little brother, you needn't feel guilty. 80,000 is sufficient for my wife's medical expenses, and I will sell it to you. Lu Lao evidently remained oblivious to the predicament, anxiously articulating his thoughts. Fool! Silence yourself, Gao Fu retorted. His countenance darkened as he unleashed a tirade of invective. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards Chun Jing. Incredulity etched across his features as he inquired, Young man, impressive indeed. How did you discern the issue? Chun Jing cast a sidelong glance at old Lu before fixing his gaze on Gao Fu, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Ah, Boss Gao, your scheme is indeed intricately woven. However, the authenticity of the items is regrettably suspect, and your timing is rather fortuitous. Moreover, you chose not to compete with me? Can someone of your ilk truly engage in such noble conduct? Furthermore, the pricing is utterly unreasonable. No matter how magnanimous an individual may be, one who is aware of possessing genuine articles would naturally aspire to secure the highest possible price, yet you merely demand 80,000. Boss Gao and this so-called farmer, do you presume that everyone else is devoid of discernment simply because your own judgment is flawed? Chapter 7. Acquaintances. After exposing Gao Fu's schemes, Chun Jingyan was utterly unreserved in his words. Undoubtedly, this incident deepened the animosity between him and Gao Fu, rendering any semblance of civility unnecessary. What are you, a mere apprentice? How dare you insult me? Today, it seems fortune is not on your side. However, you are not always so fortunate. Our matters are far from over. Chun Jing discerned that Gao Fu's ire stemmed from his previous success in acquiring the valuable rabbit hair bowl, causing Gao Fu, who had basked in fame for years, to suffer a humiliating defeat at his expense. It was evident that Gao Fu was determined to reclaim his lost pride. Upon hearing Gao Fu's words, Chun Jing was equally resolute. If it were any other matter, he might have let it slide, but in the realm of antiques, he possessed an innate gift that rendered him undaunted by Gao Fu's threats. Not finished? How impressive, Boss Gao, to stoop so low as to bicker with a novice in the field. Just as Chun Jing prepared to retort, Zhao Zheng returned. Zhao, typically calm, now bore an expression of barely contained fury. Approaching Chun Jing, he glanced at the blue and white porcelain bowl on the table and exclaimed, Gao Fu, it seems you wish to settle this with me. Gao Fu, caught off guard, displayed a hint of apprehension before responding with a feigned smile. Boss Zhao, your words are too harsh. I meant no offense. I was merely assessing the capabilities of your apprentice. Zhao Zheng was unyielding in his response. My apprentice does not require your evaluation. Furthermore, Xiao Chun is now part of my Na Bao Ju. To target him is to target me. Is it truly worth it to defend a mere apprentice? Gao Fu's expression darkened as he posed the question. Zhao Zheng, furrowing his brow, uttered a single word. Leave. Witnessing Zhao Zheng's steadfast stance, Gao Fu's countenance soured to the utmost degree. Yet, a glimmer of wariness lingered in his eyes. Ultimately, he refrained from uttering any further threats, merely stating, Boss Zhao, and you too, young man, our paths may cross again. Farewell. With that, Gao Fu exited Na Bao Ju, followed by the conspicuously hired actor, Old Lu, who trailed behind, looking rather dejected. Observing this, Chun Jing quipped, Do not refer to yourself as a farmer again. You are insulting farmers. Once the two had departed, Zhao Zheng, visibly incensed, muttered, That Gao Fu is nothing but a despicable scoundrel, tarnishing the honor of the antique trade. Then, turning to Chen Jing, he advised Xiao Chen, Gao Fu is unpredictable and ruthless. You must exercise caution in the future. Chen Jing nodded. I understand, Uncle Zhao. Nevertheless, it seems he did not anticipate that his ploy would be so easily discerned today. Clearly, you possess a remarkable talent for antiques. Quite impressive indeed. Zhao Zheng praised with a broad smile. This compliment made Chen Jing feel somewhat bashful. Whether he truly had a talent for antiques remained uncertain. After all, his ability to see through Gao Fu's ruse was not the result of talent, but rather his keen insight. Having concluded the discussion about Gao Fu, Zhao Zheng engaged Chen Jing in casual conversation about antique knowledge before preparing tea and leisurely sipping it. Chen Jing, in turn, picked up the book he had been reading earlier. In summary, regardless of whether he possesses a natural talent for antiques, diligent study is always commendable. Even in the absence of innate ability, hard work can indeed compensate for shortcomings. Soon it was time to leave work. Uncle Zhao, I shall take my leave now, Chen Jing said. All right, make sure to rest well, Zhao replied casually, still sipping his tea. Chen Jing did not linger on the matter and exited Nabeoju. Yet he did not return home immediately. Instead, he wandered through the antique street as a matter of routine. For several days now, Chen Jing had taken to strolling through the antique street after work, utilizing his 3 daily opportunities for appraisal. Although he had yet to uncover any genuine antiques, fortune is unpredictable. One might just stumble upon something remarkable. Even if he did not find anything authentic, familiarizing himself with fakes would enhance his discernment in the future. Chen Jing refrained from entering the antique shops, choosing instead to browse the stalls lining the street. The shops likely housed genuine artifacts, but it was well understood that the chances of finding a bargain were slim, and the prices within the shops were generally exorbitant, beyond his means. After over half an hour of wandering, Chen Jing had not yet utilized his remaining 2 appraisal opportunities, primarily due to the overwhelming prevalence of blatant fakes that were so obvious even to a novice like him. Just as Chen Jing began to feel that time was slipping away and contemplated hastily appraising a couple of items for luck, he suddenly spotted a familiar vendor at the street corner. Upon closer inspection, he quickly recognized the young shop assistant from the previously visited Gao Gulu. If he were to be honest, it was from this very individual that he had previously stumbled upon a fortunate find. Perhaps he should pay a visit to him again. Chen Jing mused, after all, luck is luck no matter where one seeks it, and he approached the stall with purpose. Hey brother, are you looking to buy antiques? Take a look at these. They are all fine items, genuine pieces from the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. If you buy one, you're bound to profit. The young man called out, not giving Chen Jing a thorough look. With a smirk, Chen Jing retorted, Oh, isn't this the assistant from Gao Gulu? How surprising to see you reduced to selling on the streets after just a few days. The young man paused, taken aback, then looked closely at Chen Jing and exclaimed, It's you? He stood up, visibly agitated, and continued, You're the reason I was fired. How dare you come looking for me? Chen Jing scoffed. You brought this upon yourself with your underhanded tactics. My fortunate find was merely a consequence of your own actions, and now you have the audacity to play the victim? You got lucky. You were just in the right place at the right time. You think you're something special just because you stumbled upon a bargain? The young man sneered derisively. Amused, Chen Jing chose not to engage further in verbal sparring. Instead, he turned his attention to the assortment of items displayed on the stall. What, are you hoping to find another lucky break with me? Such naive aspirations. The young man mocked. Chen Jing scrutinized an object closely, picking up a round jade pendant that caught his eye. The jade appeared lustrous, with a patina that suggested it held some merit. Immediately, Chen Jing activated his divine eye to assess the jade pendant in his hand. In the next moment, a golden radiance emerged, swirling around the pendant several times before coalescing into words before his eyes. This object is identified as a man-made imitation jade pendant. Its historical value, none whatsoever. This is a counterfeit crafted from glass, molded under high pressure to resemble jade. Compared to genuine jade, it exhibits evident bubbles on its surface, and when touched, it emanates a warm sensation, starkly contrasting the cool touch of authentic jade. Furthermore, it is significantly lighter in weight than true jade. Chapter 8. Qing Dynasty Yongjing blue and white porcelain bowl. Upon examining the appraisal results of the jade pendant in his hand, Chun Jing could not help but feel a mixture of amusement and frustration. It seemed that his discerning eye had all but vanished, mistaking a piece of synthetic glass for something of value. So, you fancy this jade pendant? Well, I would sell it to you for 100,000. The young man scoffed. Chun Jing weighed the faux jade pendant in his palm and replied, even $10 would be too expensive for me. With that, he prepared to leave, realizing that his hopes of striking a fortunate deal here were misplaced. The young man, noticing Chun Jing's departure, further taunted him, if you can't afford it, don't pretend. Just because you stumbled upon a lucky find, you think you're something special? How laughable. Chun Jing, disinclined to engage with such a person, was about to walk away when his gaze fell upon a porcelain bowl strikingly similar to the one Gao Fu had previously tried to deceive him with. This bowl, too, was adorned with blue and white designs that covered much of its surface. Instinctively, Chun Jing picked it up for a closer inspection. Its shape was indeed reminiscent, though it bore no markings on the bottom. Yet, he felt an inexplicable difference between this bowl and the counterfeit offered by Gao Fu, though he could not articulate what that difference was. Merely a sense. Deciding not to venture elsewhere, he resolved to employ his discerning vision on the bowl in his hands, as he had only one opportunity left for the day. In the next moment, a golden radiance enveloped the bowl, swirling around it before coalescing into words before Chun Jing's eyes. This item is a Qing Dynasty Yongjing blue and white porcelain bowl. Historical value of this item. Although the Yongjing era was brief, it was marked by economic prosperity and remarkable advancements in porcelain craftsmanship. Building upon the techniques of the Kangxi period, numerous innovations and enhancements emerged. While blue and white porcelain was not the mainstream product of the official kills during this time, its exquisite quality, diverse floral patterns, and exceptional artistic standards surpassed those of other dynasties in the Qing era, making it the pinnacle of Qing porcelain. This blue and white bowl exhibits a hue of purplish blue, distinct from the pure blue of the official kills, yet not as coarse as the grayish blue of folk kills. It is indeed a fine product of the latter. Its form is outstanding, the body is pure and crystalline, with thin yet sturdy walls that produce a clear, metallic sound when gently tapped. The craftsmanship is meticulous, with no visible lathe marks. A flurry of appraisal descriptions rapidly appeared before Chun Jing's eyes, overwhelming him. To be candid, much of the elaborate description regarding the bowl's characteristics left him somewhat bewildered, given his current knowledge of antiques. Yet, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that this blue and white porcelain bowl was, astonishingly, a genuine antique. In that instant, Chun Jing's heart surged with excitement. He had not anticipated discovering a true treasure at this vendor's stall. It echoed the old adage, one who plants flowers with intent may find them unyielding, while one who casually inserts willows may find them flourishing. Taking a deep breath, Chun Jing repeatedly reminded himself to remain composed, ensuring that his elation did not manifest on his face. In the realm of antiques, one must be cautious. The ability to read others is paramount. If Chun Jing could not contain his excitement, the young man would likely notice something amiss, which would diminish his hopes of acquiring the exquisite blue and white porcelain bowl. In fact, it might inadvertently benefit the young man instead. However, at this moment, Chun Jing faced a challenge in securing the bowl, given that the young man bore a grudge against him. While Chun Jing contemplated his options, the young man, noticing Chun Jing's prolonged gaze on the porcelain bowl, sneered, "What's the matter? Are you enamored with this blue and white porcelain again?" In response, Chun Jing casually placed the bowl back and retorted, "Isn't everything you have here a counterfeit?" The young man scoffed, "What's it to you? As if you could discern the difference, you lucky fool. By the way, we still have an account to settle." A playful smile appeared on Chun Jing's face. The young man was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Chun Jing continued, "Last time you tried to con me. Had it not been for my good fortune, I would have fallen for your trick. Shouldn't we settle that score?" With narrowed eyes and an icy demeanor, Chun Jing pressed on. "So you sought me out for this? Ha! Who do you think you are to settle accounts with me?" The young man, furious, erupted in a tirade. Chun Jing, however, maintained a smile. "Are you acquainted with Zhao Zheng?" The young man paused, brow furrowing. "You know him?" Chun Jing feigned pride. "I am currently an apprentice at Nabeoju. I trust you are aware of that. Uncle Zhao holds me in high regard. The young man's expression shifted. What do you mean by that? Are you threatening me? Observing the young man's reaction, Chun Jing mused to himself that indeed, even Gao Fu of the Gao ancient tower dared not act arrogantly before Uncle Zhao. And this fellow was naturally even more intimidated. With newfound confidence, Chun Jing continued, you may interpret my words as you wish. Now, shall we settle our accounts properly? The young man's expression fluctuated between anger and anxiety, and he finally grit his teeth. How do you propose we settle this? Chun Jing then turned his attention to the young man's stall, feigning hesitation. Last time, you attempted to swindle me out of 300 yuan. I want to take advantage of you. Let us say 600 and we'll call it even. After a brief pause, he added, however, I shall forgo your cash to avoid your accusations of extortion. Instead, I'll choose a few appealing items from your stall as decor for my home. The young man scowled, taking items isn't extortion? At this point, Chun Jing had already gathered the porcelain bowl along with several other aesthetically pleasing objects and remarked, you make a fair point. He then produced 50 yuan in change, stating, I'll offer you 50 for these items. You might even come out ahead. His words dripped with sarcasm. The young man interpreted Chun Jing's comments as deliberate humiliation. Yet, given Chun Jing's reference to Zhao Zheng, he lacked the courage to retaliate, only able to grit his teeth and concede. All right, you win this time. I accept my defeat. Chun Jing burst into hearty laughter, uttering no further words as he turned to leave, his demeanor unmistakably reminiscent of someone intent on humiliating the young man. Damn it, the young man muttered under his breath, glaring at Chun Jing's retreating figure. He felt a deep sense of humiliation, convinced that Chun Jing had come solely to belittle him. After all, he had never entertained the notion that the items on his stall could be authentic treasures. Indeed, all of them had been procured for a mere 200 yuan from an elderly vendor, who had no ambitions of mingling within the antique trade. Reflecting on the young man's acquisition price, it was evident that Chun Jing had made a modest profit by purchasing those few items for 50 yuan. Chapter 9. Is this the allure of an older sister? Chun Jing hurriedly exited the antique street, carefully cradling the blue and white porcelain bowl, anxious not to accidentally chip it. Although he was uncertain of the bowl's exact value, he presumed it must hold worth beyond measure. Should it be damaged, he would indeed find himself in a state of despair. Fortunately, Uncle Zhao's formidable reputation had intimidated the man who had tried to hinder him. Otherwise, acquiring this porcelain piece would have proven quite challenging. Amidst his joy, Chun Jing felt a twinge of luck as well. At the same time, Chun Jing harbored aspirations and expectations within his heart. He yearned for the day when he could become a figure like Uncle Zhao, someone whose mere name could instill fear and respect in others. As time was slipping away, he realized that Zhao Zheng must have closed up shop and returned home, prompting him to hail a cab to swiftly make his way back to his residence, contemplating showing the porcelain bowl to Uncle Zhao the following day. Upon arriving at his rented apartment, Chun Jing exercised utmost caution as he placed the blue and white porcelain bowl on the coffee table in the living room. To ensure its safety, he even retrieved a cushion from the sofa to place beside it as a protective measure. Finally, unable to contain his excitement any longer, his face radiated joy and exhilaration. Indeed, diligence begets reward, he exclaimed, gazing at the bowl that now rested quietly on the table, his emotions bubbling over with indescribable elation. At first glance, the bowl seemed unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, its exquisite beauty was undeniable, leaving Chun Jing in a state of profound admiration. The distinction between genuine and counterfeit was staggering, in contrast to the imitation blue and white porcelain presented earlier by Gao Fu. The genuine bowl before him exhibited vibrant blue designs that appeared as if they might come to life at any moment. As he marveled at the bowl's intricacy, Chun Jing began to understand why so many people cherished antiques and even became enamored with them. Each authentic antique, beyond its monetary value, offers a pure aesthetic pleasure that is truly delightful. Not to mention the unique historical significance and the weight of history that genuine antiques carry. Just the thought of it is enough to captivate anyone. In this moment, Chun Jing fully grasped the allure of antiques and even entertained a notion. If, in the future, he were to amass sufficient wealth, might he also come to appreciate antiques not merely as tools for profit? As Chun Jing was lost in thought, a sudden knock at the door jolted him back to reality. He quickly placed the blue and white porcelain bowl in his bedroom for safekeeping. Then, he hastened to the door, instinctively asking, "Who is it?" Before the visitor could respond, Chun Jing caught sight of the person outside. Clad in a modest, light red two-piece sleepwear that reached her ankles, her silky black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Her exquisite countenance, free of makeup, was nonetheless striking, exuding a mature charm. The visitor was none other than his neighbor, the alluring and sophisticated Kong Shui. "Ah, Sister Shui," Chun Jing greeted her, a hint of curiosity lacing his voice. "Is there something you need from me?" Kong Shui smiled gently. "It's nothing major, really. I simply wanted to invite you to dinner. You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Chun Jing had yet to eat. In fact, he had forgotten to buy groceries in his excitement earlier, and he had initially planned to hastily prepare a bowl of noodles for dinner. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately replied honestly. Kong Shui nodded, a few playful strands of hair cascading onto her cheek. With an elegant gesture, she tucked her long hair behind her ear and said, "Then come over, shall we? Let us have dinner at home, you won't mind, will you?" Her lovely face was adorned with a charming smile. Chun Jing quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Of course not, I wouldn't dare to mind." Internally, he couldn't help but admire Kong Shui, truly a mature older sister. This meal was evidently a gesture of gratitude for Chun Jing's previous assistance, as she personally cooked, which not only made it feel special but also suited the neighborly relationship, preventing any unnecessary assumptions. Dining out as single individuals often carries an air of ambiguity. Shortly thereafter, Chun Jing found himself once again in Kong Shui's impeccably tidy home, which exuded a comfortable ambience. "Let us have a drink first. My dishes aren't ready yet," Kong Shui invited, guiding him to the sofa. "What would you like to drink?" "I only have coffee and tea." Chun Jing, feeling slightly bashful, replied, "Just water will do." To be alone with such a beautiful and mature woman like Kong Shui made him somewhat uneasy, as he sensed a certain distance between them. This feeling was quite natural. Men often experience this when faced with attractive women, especially those slightly older than themselves. Noticing his demeanor, Kong Shui said nothing further. She simply poured him a glass of water, tied on an apron, and entered the kitchen. Chun Jing finally exhaled in relief after she disappeared into the kitchen. Soon, her gentle voice floated back to him. "Xiao Chun, do you have any dietary restrictions? Can you eat spicy food?" He responded, "Sister Shui, I have no restrictions. As for spicy food, I'm from Sichuan Chongqing." "Ah!" Kong Shui exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before she laughed. "What a coincidence. I'm from Hunan, so I'll add extra chili." "Sounds good." Chun Jing nodded, and Kong Shui continued to chat casually with him. "Which part of Sichuan Chongqing are you from?" "I've visited there before." "I'm from Tangqing." "Tangqing? I haven't been there, but I've heard it's famous for its preserved eggs." While preparing the meal, Kong Shui engaged Chun Jing in conversation about their respective hometowns. Before long, Chun Jing realized the distance he had felt earlier had vanished, and he had become more at ease. "Wow, is this the charm of an older sister?" he thought, feeling his heart race. Her warmth and attentiveness, so subtle yet profound, were utterly captivating, especially for someone like Chun Jing. Before long, Kong Shui placed the final dish on the dining table and called out to him, "Xiao Chun, dinner is ready." Chun Jing hurriedly rose to wash his hands in the kitchen before taking a seat opposite Kong Shui. The meal she had prepared was quite lavish, featuring 4 dishes and a soup. It included both common home-cooked fare and renowned Hunan specialties such as spicy fish head and blood duck from Yongzhou. Each dish a feast for the senses, enticing with its vibrant appearance. Do give it a try. While both Hunan and Sichuan cuisines relish spice, your region leans more towards the numbing and spicy side. I made sure to add extra Sichuan peppercorns, Kong Shui said with a warm smile. Chun Jing, feeling at ease, picked up his chopsticks to sample the food, and was immediately taken aback. Kong Shui's culinary skills were unexpectedly exceptional, surpassing those of most restaurant chefs. Beautiful, with an enviable figure and charming demeanor, she was not only a caring older sister, but also an accomplished cook. Chun Jing couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate the man who wins her heart would be. surely having accrued immense virtue in a past life. Chapter 10. Embarrassment during a meal at Kong Shue's residence. Chun Jing indulged himself to the point of needing to stand and walk around to aid digestion afterward. It was unavoidable. Kong Shue's culinary skills were truly commendable, and if he were to partake in such feasts daily, he would undoubtedly gain weight. Meanwhile, Kong Shui busied herself with the dishes, and Chun Jing initially considered offering assistance. However, given the simplicity of their shared utensils, his intervention might have seemed somewhat out of place. Despite the warmth of Kong Shue's demeanor, Chun Jing sensed the subtle boundaries she maintained, typical of a woman of her maturity. In truth, their relationship was merely that of neighbors. This dinner had only slightly deepened their acquaintance, transforming them into somewhat familiar friends, nothing more. Xiao Chun, if you wish to smoke, I don't have an ashtray, but you can go to the balcony, Kong Shui called out as she retreated to the kitchen. Chun Jing replied, I don't smoke, Shuejia. Kong Shui smiled, nodded, and refrained from further conversation. Chun Jing took a few steps around the living room, feeling a bit stifled, and decided to step onto the small balcony adjacent to the living room for some fresh air. The balcony was modest in size, adorned with cleaning tools and a few pieces of clothing hanging to dry. Chun Jing instinctively glanced around and noted the overall dark hues of the garments. While they were aesthetically pleasing, they lacked a certain vibrancy. However, considering Kong Shue's age, such a style was quite reasonable. Moreover, the clothing was notably conservative. Even the skirts were long, and reflecting on the nightgown she wore, it was evident she was a rather modest woman. Perhaps she only wore knee-length skirts at work, which were still quite demure. In addition to the regular attire, there were a few fitted garments that Chun Jing felt awkward to scrutinize. After inhaling the fresh air and feeling less confined, he prepared to return to the living room. At that moment, a gust of wind unexpectedly swept through, knocking a black fitted piece of clothing and its hanger to the ground. Chun Jing paused, hesitated for a moment, and then bent down to retrieve the hanger and clothing. Just as he was about to hang it back up, Kong Shue's gentle voice resonated from the living room. Xiao Chun, would you like some tea to aid digestion? Chun Jing was taken aback. He had merely intended to return the clothing and had not anticipated Kong Shue's timely arrival. Oh no, would she think he was a pervert? Noticing the hanger and clothing in Chun Jing's hands, Kong Shui was momentarily startled. Shuejia, I wasn't. The wind blew it down, and I just wanted to help hang it back up. Chun Jing stammered, mortified. Kong Shue's gaze lingered on his hand holding the hanger for a brief moment before she chuckled softly. Thank you, Xiao Chun. Relieved that she did not react negatively, Chun Jing hastily hung the clothing back up, feeling his face grow warm with embarrassment. This was truly excruciatingly awkward. Fortunately, upon returning to the living room, Kong Shui maintained her composure, displaying no signs of discomfort. Instead, she took out the tea set, brewed some tea, and poured a cup for Chun Jing. I wasn't sure if you preferred green tea or black tea, so I made pu'er, Kong Shui said with a gentle smile. Pu'er tea is classified as black tea, straddling the line between the two categories. At this moment, Chun Jing felt a twinge of awkwardness and replied, I am fine with anything. In his early 20s, he possessed no particular affinity for tea and lacked the ability to appreciate its nuances. Kong Shui, meanwhile, delicately lifted her pristine white teacup, savoring small sips. The rosy hue of her lips, kissed by the tea, glimmered subtly, exuding an alluring charm. Chun Jing cast his gaze downward, hesitant to linger too long, swiftly finishing the tea in his mouth. It was slightly astringent at first, gradually yielding a sweet aftertaste. The atmosphere between them grew momentarily silent, clearly a result of the earlier unexpected incident. After a considerable pause, Kong Shui finally broke the silence, her lips parting gently. Xiao Chun, there's no need to dwell on what just happened. I know you are a genuinely good young man, free from any sordid thoughts. Her words were meant to comfort Chun Jing, while also bestowing him with a compliment. Although Chun Jing felt a sense of relief that Kong Shui had not misunderstood him, a faint pang of disappointment crept into his heart. The phrase, a genuinely good young man, was rather telling. It suggested that Kong Shui regarded him merely as a younger brother, and thus, she would not misconstrue anything. Chun Jing nodded, saying, Yes, thank you for your kind words, They sat together for a while longer, and as Chun Jing noticed the evening light fading, he took the initiative to bid farewell. After Chun Jing departed, Kong Shui walked to the balcony to gather the clothes she had hung out to dry, returning to her room to tidy up. As she sorted through her belongings and came across a piece of black intimate apparel, she seemingly recalled the earlier incident. A sudden smile graced her face, and despite her bare complexion, her beauty remained striking in that moment. She couldn't help but think of the flustered and stammering expression Chun Jing wore on the balcony, softly muttering, "He truly is an adorable little brother." On the other side, after returning to his room, Chun Jing entered the bathroom to wash up, attempting to clear his mind of any distracting thoughts. Men, after all, often entertain instinctual fantasies when confronted with remarkable members of the opposite sex. When such fantasies fall short, feeling a sense of loss is only natural. Nevertheless, Chun Jing possessed a strong ability to adjust his mindset. After splashing water on his face and gazing into the mirror, he firmly pointed at his reflection, declaring, "Your current goal is to make money." The following day, Chun Jing took the time to find a cardboard box, filling it with cotton cloth before carefully placing the blue and white porcelain bowl inside. Given the fragility of porcelain, he could not afford to be careless. When he arrived at Nabeoju, Zhao Zhang had just opened the door and was, as usual, comfortably seated at the tea table, leisurely enjoying his morning tea. Chun Jing greeted him and took a seat, presenting the box. Zhao Zhang, initially engrossed in his tea, looked up with curiosity and asked, "Ah, Xiao Chen," with that demeanor, "it seems you've acquired something special?" Chun Jing smiled and replied, "Uncle Zhao, your keen eyes are truly remarkable. You discerned it immediately." Zhao Zhang chuckled, "It's not my eyesight, it's simply your face, brimming with excitement, as if it were written on your forehead that you found something valuable." "Haha, I can't help that, Uncle Zhao. I feel like I might have stumbled upon a treasure," Chun Jing said, intentionally leaving his words ambiguous. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhang shook his head and said, "Xiao Chun, I understand your eagerness to find a bargain as you have just entered the world of antiques. We have all gone through this phase. However, uncovering hidden treasures is not as simple as it seems. Your previous success was merely a stroke of luck. Such fortune cannot be relied upon every time. Finding a gem is not solely dependent on chance." The implied message behind his words was clear. Chun Jing should not harbor unrealistic expectations this time, as he was unlikely to find a hidden treasure. Chapter 11 Intuition. Zhao Zhang's response was entirely reasonable. Chun Jing could not refute it and merely smiled, saying, "Uncle Zhao, please lend me your discerning eye and explain the differences between replicas and authentic pieces. You did not elaborate on this last time." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhang acknowledged the validity of the request with a nod. "All right, since we didn't cover it last time, let us discuss it thoroughly this time." He then opened the paper box, but upon glimpsing the blue and white porcelain bowl within, he shook his head decisively. "Blue and white porcelain? Little Chen, do not get your hopes up. If it were another type of artifact, there might be a slim chance of finding a hidden gem, but with blue and white porcelain, it is utterly impossible to unearth anything genuine." Chun Jing, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Why is that?" Zhao Zhang elaborated, "In today's antique market, porcelain and jade are among the most sought-after categories, and they are easily replicated. Consequently, it is quite common for forgeries to flood the market, making the chances of discovering a genuine piece virtually non-existent." After a brief pause, he added, "Little Chun, even if you are inclined to seek hidden treasures, it is best not to set your sights on porcelain or jade. Consider this experience a lesson learned." Realizing the truth of his words, Chun Jing nodded in understanding and then said, "Uncle Zhao, please examine this blue and white porcelain bowl and enlighten me about the characteristics of its forgeries." Zhao Zhang chuckled with a hint of resignation, retrieving his magnifying glass. "You remain unconvinced, don't you? The antique trade is profoundly intricate, and you are not yet adept at navigating it. Let me elucidate the issues surrounding forgeries." Seeing Uncle Zhao's demeanor, Chun Jing found it somewhat amusing, for he was aware that the blue and white porcelain bowl was indeed authentic. He anticipated that once Zhao Zhang realized its authenticity, an awkward moment would ensue. However, he could not outright declare to Zhao Zhang that the bowl he had discovered was genuine, as it would be impossible to explain. Zhao Zhang then casually examined the blue and white porcelain bowl. As he scrutinized it, his initially indifferent expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. He had intended to merely identify the flaws in the bowl but found none. In fact, the more he looked, the more it resembled an authentic piece. After a considerable time, Zhao Zheng cautiously placed the blue and white porcelain bowl back into the paper box and, with a remarkably expressive countenance, proclaimed, "Little Chun, it appears you have indeed stumbled upon a genuine treasure." Chun Jing immediately feigned an overwhelming sense of excitement. "Uncle Zhao, are you saying this blue and white porcelain bowl is authentic?" "Indeed, this blue and white porcelain bowl is genuinely authentic. Based on its style, it should date back to the Qing dynasty during the Yongzheng period. Although it is not from an imperial kiln, its quality suggests it is a fine example from a folk kiln," Zhao Zheng confirmed, nodding while displaying a mixture of astonishment and slight embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had suggested that Chen Jing was merely spending money on a lesson, only to be proven wrong in the next instant. An embarrassing turn of events for anyone. Chen Jing marveled inwardly and remarked, "Uncle Zhao, your discerning eye for appraisal is truly remarkable." He recognized that Zhao Zheng's expertise had enabled him to ascertain the precise period of the blue and white porcelain bowl, a feat he had accomplished through his own observation. Zhao Zheng replied, "I specialize in the appraisal of porcelain. If I could not discern this, it would imply that I have wasted my years in the antique trade." After a brief pause, Zhao Zheng inquired, "Xiao Chun, how much did you pay for this blue and white porcelain bowl?" "Less than 100. Chen Jing replied with an approximate figure. Zhao Zheng exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Less than 100? You've truly struck quite a fortune this time. How did you discern that this porcelain bowl might be an authentic piece?" Chen Jing found himself somewhat stumped by the question. He had relied solely on his keen eyesight to make the assessment, and when it came to professional antique appraisal knowledge, he was essentially a novice. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jing decided to share the information that his keen perception had provided him. "Uncle Zhao, I've been studying the book on Ming and Qing dynasty porcelain appraisal that you recommended, and I happened to read that some blue and white porcelain produces a clear metallic sound when lightly struck. When I first saw this bowl, I felt something was different. So I discreetly tried it, and indeed it produced a metallic sound, prompting me to purchase it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zheng's expression transformed into one of surprise. Not because he was astonished that Chen Jing knew to strike the porcelain, but rather for another reason. "Xiao Chen, are you certain that when you first saw this bowl, you felt something was amiss?" Chen Jing nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's true. This was indeed the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't have employed his keen perception for appraisal." Zhao Zheng's astonishment deepened as he remarked, "Xiao Chan, you are undoubtedly destined for a career in the antique trade." Chen Jing, a bit perplexed, asked, "Why do you say that, Uncle Zhao?" When one encounters genuine antiques, there's often a distinct feeling that arises, indicating a sharp intuition for such matters, an ability that many envy. After a brief pause, Zhao Zheng continued, "Intuition is a mysterious phenomenon. Its accuracy is uncertain, yet it undeniably exists. For those of us in the antique business, even a single correct instinct can yield profit. Just like your intuition this time led you to an excellent find." Chen Jing found this notion rather intriguing, recognizing that no one could truly explain it deeply. He simply chuckled, "If only my intuition were accurate every time." Zhao Zheng shook his head with a smile. "You're quite greedy, aren't you? Then?" Chen Jing posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. "Uncle Zhao, how much is my blue and white porcelain bowl worth?" Zhao Zheng pondered for a moment before responding. "Based on the current market, it should fetch around 200,000, though it's a pity it's not from an imperial kiln. Otherwise, it would be worth over 1 million. 200,000. Chen Jing's heart raced with excitement. Even without reaching 1 million, 200,000 was no small sum for him at this stage. Given his usual life trajectory, graduating from university and finding a job, it would take considerable time to earn that much. "Uncle Zhao, do you know where I could sell it?" Chen Jing asked again. Zhao Zheng hesitated before replying, "I would be interested in acquiring it, but I'm not purchasing it for collection purposes, so the price I can offer will certainly fall short of 200,000. Chen Jing was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the possibility of offering a lower price to Uncle Zhao, given the kindness he had shown him. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Zhao Zheng continued, "Let me introduce you to a buyer. He has a penchant for collecting blue and white porcelain, and the price will not be set too low. After a brief pause, Zhao Jing added, Little Chun, do not overthink matters. To be frank, I am not in need of this business worth a mere 100 or 200,000. You are still young, and it is essential to seize every opportunity to earn more. Chapter 12. This blue and white porcelain bowl is a fake. Upon hearing Zhao Zheng's words, Chen Jing felt a surge of emotion within him. Uncle Zhao is truly an exceptional person. Encountering such a boss or mentor is indeed a stroke of fortune for Chen Jing. Meanwhile, Zhao Zheng had already taken out his phone to make a call. Alright, Master Li has shown some interest in your blue and white porcelain bowl. He happens to be free and will be here shortly, Zhao Zheng said with a smile as he ended the call. Chen Jing was momentarily taken aback. Master Li? Zhao Zheng nodded affirmatively. Yes, Master Li, he is one of the prominent figures in our Chongqing antique shop, a renowned collector and appraiser. As he spoke, Zhao Zheng poured a cup of tea for both himself and Chen Jing, continuing, Young Chun, as you have just entered the field, you may not be acquainted with Master Li's reputation. Allow me to enlighten you. After a while, as they sipped half a pot of tea, Zhao Zheng elaborated in detail about Li Sun, one of the esteemed appraisers at Chongqing Antique Shop. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing couldn't help but exclaim inwardly about Master Li's remarkable prowess. Having navigated the antiquities realm for decades, he had not only uncovered treasures worth millions but had also never misjudged a piece, which certainly justifies his title as a master appraiser. Master Li is indeed impressive, Chen Jing remarked in admiration. Zhao Zheng chuckled and looked at Chen Jing, saying, Master Li is indeed formidable, but I believe you possess great talent as well. You have only just begun your journey but have already stumbled upon 2 treasures. With diligent study, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to also become a master appraiser in the future. In response, Chen Jing humbly smiled and said, Uncle Zhao, I have merely been fortunate. Deep down, however, Chen Jing harbored a quiet confidence about his future as a master appraiser. With his discerning eye for identification, he felt certain it would not pose a significant challenge. Li Sun arrived promptly, approximately half an hour later, accompanied by a young man. Old Zhao, what have you acquired that you couldn't resist bringing me in? Li Sun laughed heartily upon entering the shop. This Master Li had an elegant appearance, resembling a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, exuding an air of sophistication that indicated he was no ordinary individual. Zhao Zheng pointed to the box on the table and replied with a smile, This is not my acquisition. It belongs to my apprentice. As he spoke, he gestured toward Chen Jing, introducing him, Chen Jing, my newly recruited apprentice. He is quite an impressive young man. Chen Jing promptly greeted Master Li respectfully and stood quietly beside Zhao Zheng, understanding that, as a junior, it was wise to speak less in such a moment. Li Sun smiled kindly at Chen Jing and then introduced the young man accompanying him to Zhao Zheng, saying, Old Zhao, this is my prospective apprentice, Huang Jie. Young Jie, this is your uncle Zhao. Huang Jie, wearing glasses and dressed in a sharp suit, appeared cultured and refined. Upon hearing this, he greeted Zhao Zheng but did so with an air of arrogance, lacking the humility typical of a junior. A disciple? Haha, old Li, you are actually considering taking on an apprentice, Zhao Zheng said, somewhat surprised while chuckling. Li Sun responded, Indeed, we are not young anymore. It is essential to find a worthy successor to pass on this expertise in identification. My younger generation shows little interest in the world of antiques, so I shall take on an apprentice myself. After a brief pause, he continued, As luck would have it, you called to inform me of some fine items to examine, so I brought him along to gain experience and sharpen his discernment. Zhao Zheng nodded in agreement, refraining from further comments, and gestured towards the box on the table, saying, Old Li, please take a look first. As the buyer, it was only natural for Li Sun to assess the item for himself. Despite his amicable relationship with Zhao Zheng, proper authentication was paramount. Although 200,000 was not a significant sum for him, it was certainly not a trivial matter to purchase a counterfeit. Consequently, Li Sun retrieved a magnifying glass and carefully extracted a blue and white porcelain bowl from the box, his expression focused as he diligently examined the treasure. One could only commend a master for his prowess. He assessed the item far more swiftly than Zhao Zheng, soon placing the blue and white bowl back into its box, a look of understanding gracing his scholarly face. What do you think? Quite good, I senti it? Zhao Zhang inquired upon witnessing the conclusion of the appraisal. However, Li Sun did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to Huang Jie, saying, Xiao Jie, you have studied various identification techniques? Haven't you? Take a look at this blue and white bowl. If you identify it correctly, I shall gladly accept you as my apprentice. If not, you must practice further. He refrained from directly labeling it as genuine or counterfeit. At this, Huang Jie's face lit up with a mix of excitement and nervousness. He had expended considerable effort to become Li Sun's disciple, and success appeared imminent. Old Li, what are you doing? Zhao Zhang asked, slightly puzzled. Li Sun chuckled. I am merely assessing this young man's discernment. After a moment, he turned to Chen Jing, smiling as he asked, Xiao Chun, may I borrow your blue and white bowl? I hope you don't mind. Being a senior, Chen Jing had no reason to refuse and nodded in agreement, unconcerned about any potential mishaps, knowing that Master Li would take responsibility. Old Li, your standards for accepting apprentices are quite high, Zhao Zhang remarked with a grin as he grasped the situation. Li Sun shook his head, stating, not particularly high. Xiao Jie has been studying antique appraisal for several years now. This blue and white bowl has distinct characteristics and is not overly difficult to identify. He then handed the magnifying glass to Huang Jie, saying, Come, Xiao Jie, take a look. Huang Jie nodded, his excitement tinged with anxiety, as he meticulously examined the blue and white bowl. Compared to Li Sun and Zhao Zhang, his pace was somewhat slower. He scrutinized the bowl thoroughly, as if intent on uncovering every detail. The three of them, including Chen Jing, waited for nearly 10 minutes, having consumed several cups of tea, before Huang Jie finally concluded his appraisal. Have you finished? What do you have to say? Li Sun asked, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Huang Jie bore an unmistakable pride on his face, seemingly confident in his assessment. He stated with resolute certainty, This blue and white bowl is a counterfeit. Upon hearing these words, Chen Jing immediately shook his head slightly. It was astonishing that Huang Jie, after such a prolonged period of meticulous examination, had still managed to make an erroneous identification. Li Sun, however, displayed no visible change in expression. He merely nodded and inquired, Since you believe it to be a counterfeit, could you elucidate the specific flaws in this blue and white porcelain bowl? Seeing Li Sun nod in agreement, Huang Jie mistakenly assumed his assessment was accurate, and his countenance immediately exuded greater confidence. Rather than directly addressing Li Sun's question, he turned to Chen Jing and asked, Earlier, Uncle Zhao mentioned that this blue and white porcelain bowl came into your possession. Am I correct? Chen Jing was taken aback, somewhat perplexed by Huang Jie's line of questioning, but nonetheless affirmed. Upon hearing this, a trace of derision appeared on Huang Jie's face. Chapter 13. Undeniable authenticity. The disdain on Huang Jie's face was unmistakable, exhibiting no semblance of concealment. Chen Jing, upon witnessing this, furrowed his brow in bewilderment. Master, my conviction that this blue and white porcelain bowl is a counterfeit hinges on two principal observations. Firstly, regarding the hue of the blue painting. If it were from an imperial kiln, the blue would appear pure, whereas a folk kiln would produce a grayish blue. This bowl bears no markings, which unequivocally indicates it could not be from an imperial kiln but rather a folk one. However, the blue hue is a violet blue, which aligns neither with the imperial nor the folk kilns. Thus it must undeniably be a counterfeit. Huang Jie exuded an air of unshakable confidence, even referring to Li Sun as master. After a brief pause, he continued, Secondly, this blue and white bowl was purchased by Mr. Chen Jing here, who fancifully claims to be an apprentice. In reality, he is merely an ordinary shop clerk. What does he know of antique appraisal? He has undoubtedly been deceived, and thus this bowl can only be a counterfeit. Chen Jing's expression darkened. He found the situation utterly perplexing. He had not offended Huang Jie in any way, yet the latter insisted on belittling him. Even the most patient individual would feel a spark of anger in such a scenario. After making his point, Huang Jie smiled and added, Of course, I harbor no intention of disparaging Mr. Chen. I am merely stating the facts. This statement only served to further inflame Chen Jing's ire, prompting him to respond coldly. Facts? How does Mr. Huang ascertain that my blue and white bowl is a counterfeit? Huang Jie scoffed. Otherwise, Do you truly believe you could stumble upon an authentic piece? I must say, Mr. Chun, it's time to awaken from your dreams. A mere apprentice like yourself lacks the knowledge to discern antique appraisal. Yet you aspire to find a hidden gem? His words ignited not just Chun Jing's fury, but also cast a shadow over Zhao Zheng's countenance, while Li Sun too furrowed his brow in discontent. Chun Jing was inherently a proponent of harmony, yet this did not imply he was devoid of temperament. He respected those who respected him, but he could not tolerate someone like Huang Jie, who flaunted an unwarranted sense of superiority to belittle him. Do you truly believe you are deserving of my respect? Chun Jing retorted. Mr. Huang, do you consider yourself an expert in antique appraisal? Let me clarify. This blue and white bowl is indeed authentic. Huang Jie burst into laughter. Ha, Mr. Chen, your confidence is truly remarkable. However, no matter how confident you are, one must confront reality. I have appraised this bowl, and it is absolutely not authentic. Chun Jing chuckled in response. Mr. Huang, you exhibit considerable confidence as well. Since you are so adamant in your assertion that my bowl is a counterfeit, why don't we wager on it? Wager on what? Huang Jie asked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, let us wager on the authenticity of my blue and white bowl. Do you dare? Chun Jing proposed. To his surprise, Huang Jie dismissed the challenge with disdain. You, a mere apprentice, possess no standing to wager with me. Furthermore, a bet with a guaranteed outcome holds little intrigue. Perhaps it was due to Chun Jing's impolite remarks that Huang Jie, in front of Li Sun, unabashedly expressed his disdain for the novice apprentice, Chun Jing. With such a mindset, it is no wonder that after years of studying antique appraisal, he could still mistakenly declare that the blue and white porcelain bowl was a counterfeit. Huang Jie, do you not understand the essence of respect? After years of antique appraisal, have you truly elevated yourself to a position of significance? This sentiment ignited a flicker of anger within Zhao Zheng, who could no longer contain his wrath and exclaimed sternly. It is worth noting that Zhao Zheng was well aware that the blue and white porcelain bowl was genuine. Even if he were not, Chun Jing was an apprentice in his shop, and it was unacceptable for Huang Jie to so openly belittle him. Zhao Zheng believed that, as a senior in the antique business, he could assert authority over Huang Jie and compel him to apologize. Yet Huang Jie merely scoffed. Uncle Zhao, I harbor no disrespect towards Mr. Chun. I am simply stating the truth. After a brief pause, Huang Jie turned to Li Sun with a beaming smile, asking, Master, my appraisal is sound, is it not? Though he posed the question, the way he addressed Li Sun was quite natural. Li Sun cast a glance at him, his expression unchanged, and did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he remarked, Xiao Jie, since Xiao Chun wishes to wager with you, then you should proceed with the bet. Huang Jie was momentarily taken aback. Then a triumphant smile spread across his face, believing Li Sun was on his side. Very well, I shall heed Master's advice. Mr. Chen, what shall we wager? Huang Jie said with a dismissive demeanor. His confidence soared, especially now that he perceived Li Sun's support as a guarantee of victory. Chun Jing inwardly scoffed. Did Huang Jie truly possess such poor perception that he could not discern Li Sun's true stance? How about this? If my blue and white porcelain bowl is genuine, you must apologize to me, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Conversely, if it is a counterfeit, I shall leave the consequences to you, Chun Jing declared, firmly grounded in his position. Huang Jie laughed derisively. If it is a counterfeit, then you must admit to living in a delusion, and you should thank me for helping you recognize reality, also with a 90-degree bow of gratitude. Do you dare? Chun Jing chuckled. Certainly. After a moment, he turned to Li Sun, saying, I would appreciate it if Master Li could clarify whether my blue and white porcelain bowl is genuine or not. Li Sun glanced at Huang Jie, shaking his head in disappointment. Xiao Jie, lacking discernment or even talent is not the gravest issue. These can be remedied through diligence. However, if one's character is flawed, that indeed poses a serious problem. Upon hearing this, Huang Jie's expression shifted dramatically, and he began to realize the gravity of the situation. In the next moment, Li Sun pointed to the blue and white porcelain bowl in the cardboard box, stating with utmost seriousness, This blue and white porcelain bowl is undoubtedly genuine. No, that's impossible, Huang Jie exclaimed incredulously, unwilling to accept the truth. He looked at Li Sun and shouted, Master, you must be joking. How could this blue and white porcelain bowl possibly be genuine? Absolutely impossible. Li Sun continued to shake his head, saying, "Why do you believe it to be a counterfeit? Based on your reasoning regarding the hue of the blue and white design, that is utterly laughable. Indeed, the blue hues of folk kiln blue and white porcelain predominantly exhibit a grayish-blue shade rather than a purplish blue. However, this pertains to the coarse wares of folk kilns. The exquisite blue and white porcelain from these kilns can indeed display a purplish-blue tint. The blue and white porcelain bowl possessed by Xiao Chun is an authentic masterpiece from the Qing dynasty, specifically the Yongzheng period. This knowledge is not particularly esoteric in the realm of blue and white porcelain appraisal. It is perplexing that you cannot grasp even this fundamental point after years of study in this field, yet you still have the audacity to look down upon Xiao Chun." Upon hearing this, Huang Jie remained reluctant to accept the truth. "No, it cannot be. Even if the coloration is not in question, how could this blue and white porcelain, appearing so pristine, possibly date back to the Yongzheng period?" Chapter 14. 230,000. Upon hearing Huang Jie assert that the exquisite blue and white porcelain bowl could not possibly be an antique from the Yongzheng era, Li Sun was both amused and infuriated. Such folly was beyond comprehension. It was akin to chiseling a rotten wood. What is this object? It is porcelain, and as long as it is well preserved, it can indeed appear as pristine as new. Furthermore, if one solely relies on the superficial condition to appraise antiques, one is destined to be deceived, for counterfeits are often crafted to appear even older than the genuine articles. Huang Jie fell silent, fully aware that if Li Sun, with his discerning expertise, affirmed Chun Jing's blue and white porcelain bowl as authentic, then it was undoubtedly genuine. His reluctance stemmed merely from an instinctual unwillingness to concede. "Master, Huang Jie stammered, panic rising within him. If he had misjudged, would he not be barred from becoming Li Sun's disciple? This was an opportunity he had painstakingly secured. Li Sun, thoroughly disheartened, waved his hand dismissively. "Do not call me master. I shall not accept you as a disciple. Initially, your misjudgment was inconsequential, but why must you elevate yourself while belittling young Qin? Your boastful nature, which seeks to undermine others for personal gain, renders you unsuitable as my apprentice." In truth, Li Sun's words were already quite courteous. Upon hearing this, Huang Jie crumbled, kneeling before Li Sun and pleading, "Master, please grant me another chance. I implore you. I will surely be able to discern correctly next time." He remained oblivious to the root of his error, despite Li Sun having articulated it so clearly. Li Sun sighed, exuding a sense of helplessness. "Xiao Jie, as I have stated, misjudgment is not the issue. However, appraising antiques demands a humble heart. One must never succumb to arrogance at any time." Upon hearing this, Huang Jie clung to Li Sun's leg, continuing to wail, "Master, I truly understand my mistake now. I will approach my studies with humility and will not intentionally demean Mr. Chun again." Li Sun maintained his silence, his resolve unwavering. In the antique trade, most individuals hold a deep reverence for antiquity and place great importance on the act of accepting disciples. While not akin to the ancient practice of treating apprentices as one's own children, the sentiment is not far removed. Under such circumstances, having discerned Huang Jie's true character, how could Li Sun possibly accept him as a disciple? Panic-stricken, Huang Jie pleaded once more, "Master, I will apologize to Mr. Chun and Uncle Zhao. I am willing to accept defeat, willing to accept defeat." With that, he rose and approached Qin Jing and Uncle Zhao, bowing deeply in apology. He then knelt once more before Li Sun, expressing his remorse in a flurry of contrition, nearly prostrating himself. Yet Li Sun still shook his head. "Xiao Jie, our fates as master and disciple do not align. Seek another esteemed teacher." This time, the firmness in Li Sun's words pierced through even Huang Jie's denial. He finally comprehended that his chance had slipped away. Dejected, he stood up, uttering not a word, and turned to leave. However, once he exited the Na Bao Ju, he broke down in tears, sobbing like a child unaccustomed to the harshness of life. His lamentations left Qin Jing and the others momentarily stunned. As passers-by on the antique street observed Huang Jie's demeanor, many kind-hearted individuals gathered around to inquire about his well-being. They soon heard Huang Jie deliberately recounting the earlier incident in a raised voice, repeatedly acknowledging his mistakes. It was then that Chun Jing and the others grasped Huang Jie's intentions. He still harbored a glimmer of hope that Li Sun might believe he genuinely recognized his errors and grant him another chance. However, Li Sun, a seasoned veteran in these matters, was not so easily deceived. He simply shook his head and turned to Qin Jing, saying, "Xiao Chun, that blue and white porcelain bowl of yours is quite remarkable. I shall take it." His original purpose for visiting was indeed to purchase a blue and white porcelain bowl. Upon hearing this, Chun Jing's expression brightened. It was undoubtedly excellent news that Li Su intended to buy the bowl. "Well, what would you?" Chun Jing hesitated, unsure how to inquire about the price without seeming overly direct. Beside him, Zhao Zheng chuckled and shook his head. Speaking on Chun Jing's behalf, "Xiao Chun has just entered the trade. His skin isn't thick enough yet. In our line of work, one can afford to be thin-skinned at all times, but when it comes to discussing prices, one must be bold. Old Li, how much are you willing to offer?" Feeling a bit awkward, Chun Jing scratched his head. Being young and fresh to the world of antiques, he found himself somewhat inexperienced and naive. Fortunately, he had encountered an old hand like Zhao Zheng. Li Sun also smiled, saying, "Indeed, Xiao Chun, do not hesitate too much when negotiating. It pertains to tangible benefits. Even between close brothers, accounts must be clear." After a brief pause, Li Sun picked up the blue and white porcelain bowl from the paper box, examined it for a few moments, and then stated, 230,000. "What do you think?" Upon hearing this price, Qin Jing felt a rush of excitement. Previously, Uncle Zhao had mentioned a price around 200,000, which implied it could potentially be lower. Now, with Li Sun offering 230,000, it was indeed a generous offer. However, Qin Jing did not immediately agree. Instead, he glanced at Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng gave a slight nod, indicating that this price was acceptable. "Very well, then I shall sell this blue and white porcelain bowl to you, Uncle Li," Qin Jing responded promptly. Li Sun laughed heartily. "Ah, splendid. My visit today has not been in vain. I acquired a fine piece of porcelain and gained insight into Huang Jie's character. Truly a profitable day for me." Without delay, Li Sun took out his phone to transfer the funds to Qin Jing, engaged in a few casual exchanges with Zhao Zheng, and uttered polite remarks about getting together for tea and dinner before taking his leave. After Li Sun departed, Zhao Zheng poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and remarked 230,000. At least 20,000 of that was a gesture from old Li due to the earlier incident. This old Li is quite meticulous. After all, Huang Jie was brought here by him, and his high offer serves as an expression of goodwill. Chun Jing smiled without saying much. He could indeed comprehend this aspect. His youthful inexperience and thin skin were one matter, but he was perceptive enough to grasp the subtleties of human relationships. After all, having grown up in poverty, he had witnessed the vicissitudes of human emotions and was quite astute regarding such matters. "Uncle Zhao, let me treat you to dinner tonight," Chun Jing said as he sat down, feeling buoyant as he fished out his phone from his pocket. He earned 230,000, which filled him with immense joy. Uncle Zhao had also lent considerable assistance in this matter. Although Chun Jing currently lacked the means to express his gratitude adequately, treating him to a meal was certainly in order. Zhao Zheng did not decline, responding affirmatively, "Of course. You've stumbled upon a fortunate find. How could you not treat me to a meal?" As the two shared laughter and conversation, the antique street buzzed with activity. Due to Huang Jie's earlier lamentations, the tale of a young apprentice named Chun Jing unearthing a piece of blue and white porcelain gradually spread. Such fortunate discoveries were always celebrated in the antique trade, and for the first time, the name Chun Jing resonated within the circles of Chongqing's antiquities community. Chapter 15: The Sound of Heartbeats. In a corner of Chongqing Antique Street, Qian Hang, a former employee of a prestigious antique shop, now a vendor at a street stall, sat listlessly at the edge of his booth, puffing on a cigarette. The business of selling antiques at street stalls proved to be quite challenging, and he was plagued by despair. Ironically, his only income over the past few days had been the 50 yuan borrowed from Chun Jing. "Hey, could I borrow a light?" a neighboring vendor inquired, approaching him. Qian Hang merely scoffed, muttering that he had no fire, yet reluctantly handed over his lighter. The vendor, grateful, ignited his cigarette and began to exhale clouds of smoke. "Friend, We street vendors really have it tough. Who knows when this will end? If only we could strike gold, the vendor continued, engaging in idle chatter. The notion of striking gold instinctively reminded Qian Hung of Chen Jing, prompting him to snort dismissively. Is it really that easy to strike gold? Believe it or not, I heard that boss Zhao from Nabeoju just took on an apprentice who found a piece of blue and white porcelain. Rumor has it he sold it for over 200,000. That's the allure of our antique business. If you can strike gold, it's a huge profit. The vendor replied. Qian Hung was momentarily taken aback. An apprentice at Nabeoju? Indeed, I heard his name is Chen Jing, only in his 20s. Truly remarkable. I senti it? Upon hearing this, Qian Hung sprang to his feet. What did you say he found? Blue and white porcelain. What's the matter? The vendor was startled by Qian Heng's abrupt movement. Upon receiving confirmation, Qian Hung's expression transformed dramatically, a mixture of anger and disbelief washing over him. He immediately wanted to rush to Nabeoju to reclaim the blue and white porcelain bowl he had sold to Chen Jing. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he halted. Reclaim it? How could he? Chen Jing had paid for it, and at the time he had not objected. More importantly, who could prove that the blue and white porcelain Chen Jing found was the very piece he had sold? Although Qian Hung thought back to Chen Jing's words at that time, he had already concluded that the young man's intention had indeed been to acquire that bowl. Any humiliation he felt was merely an illusion. After a lengthy moment, Qian Hung despondently sat back down, quietly lighting another cigarette, his expression one of despair and anguish. Hey, what's wrong? Are you feeling envious? If someone can strike gold, it's their skill. Envy won't change that, the vendor said, attempting to offer consolation. Get lost, Qian Hung snapped, looking up to curse. The vendor was taken aback by the outburst, then retorted angrily, what's your problem? Did I offend you? After exchanging several curses, Qian Hung remained unresponsive, merely spitting in disdain before returning to his stall. Qian Hung continued to smoke one cigarette after another, as if longing to extinguish himself in the process. At that moment, he truly felt a desire to vanish. Twice. Chen Jing had struck gold from him on 2 occasions, and he had lost treasures on 2 occasions. The pain from that blue and white porcelain bowl was particularly acute, as it felt like his heart was bleeding, yet he could only watch helplessly, utterly powerless to do anything about it. That kid had only just entered the field. Qian Hung thought bitterly, convinced that Chen Jing was merely lucky. However, he failed to recognize that the blue and white porcelain bowl was a genuine artifact, while Chen Jing discerned its authenticity, which instilled within him a sense of profound frustration. Perhaps it was time to consider a career change. After all, being outshone by a novice who had stumbled upon 2 treasures would render his pursuit of antiquities utterly futile. Little did Chen Jing know that his fortunate discoveries had instigated thoughts of withdrawal from the antique trade for Qian Hung. Even if he were aware, he would likely applaud the situation, for both Qian Hung and Gao Fu were cut from the same cloth, and the fewer individuals like them in the antique business, the better. Later that evening, around 8 o'clock, Chen Jing, his handsome face flushed and somewhat unsteady, returned to the Tianxue mountain community. He resolved never to drink with Uncle Zhao in such a manner again. With a swirling head, he managed to locate the building where his rented room was situated, muttering to himself as he ascended the stairs. Earlier that afternoon, Zhao Zhang had closed the door early to celebrate Chen Jing's fortunate finds over a meal and drinks. To Chen Jing's astonishment, Uncle Zhao turned out to be quite the connoisseur of spirits, urging him to drink before the dishes had even arrived, and with strong liquor to boot. Although Chen Jing was accustomed to drinking and still youthful, he could not withstand Zhao Jing's prowess in the art of drinking. 1 cup after another of potent liquor had him on the brink of losing consciousness. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he lost track of time, but eventually, he stood before the door of his rented room. Fumbling for his keys, he found the lock to be particularly obstinate, as he struggled to insert the key correctly. Unsteady and swaying, the effects of the liquor intensified, and ultimately, Chen Jing succumbed to his intoxication, collapsing onto the floor. In a haze, parched and disoriented, he instinctively called out for water. Moments later, he felt someone lift him up, followed by a gentle voice instructing him to open his mouth. Without thinking, he complied, and the cool water soothed his dry lips as he gulped it down eagerly. Drink slowly, Don't choke, the soft voice cautioned. After a considerable time, he finally paused, feeling significantly better, his throat and mouth more at ease, and his mind gradually clearing. It was then that he realized he had somehow been moved to the bedroom. A light blanket draped over him, and the one attending to him was none other than Kong Shui. Awake now? How did you manage to drink so much? Kong Shui remarked with a smile, noticing Chun Jing's return to lucidity. He quickly sat up, a mixture of embarrassment and curiosity washing over him as he inquired, Sister Shui, did you bring me in here? With an amused expression, Kong Shui replied, Indeed. I was watching television in the living room when I heard a loud thud. Initially, I thought something was amiss, but upon opening the door, I found you sprawled on the floor. I had no choice but to help you in. Upon hearing this, Chun Jing's face lit up with gratitude as he said, Thank you, Sister Shui. Kong Shui smiled graciously, No need for thanks. Since you call me sister, I couldn't possibly leave my younger brother to sleep on the floor. She then stood up and added, It's getting late, so I shall take my leave. Oh, and there's hot tea in the living room. Have some to help sober you up. Chun Jing hastily rose to his feet, saying, Sister Shui, allow me to see you off. Kong Shui chuckled softly, replying, It's just across the street. There's no need for that. Once Kong Shui had returned home, Chun Jing glanced at the clock, realizing it was already past 2 in the morning. He had come back around 8, which meant Kong Shui had stayed to care for him for 4 or 5 hours after helping him into the house. Perhaps she was concerned he might vomit on himself or in a manner that could pose some danger. A wave of complex emotions surged within him, prompting him to wander into the living room. There, he discovered the television was on, albeit at a very low volume. On the coffee table lay a tea set and a pot of hot tea, which he recognized as Kong Shui's. Chun Jing approached and sat down, inhaling not only the fragrant aroma of the tea but also a subtle, elusive scent that was quite pleasant. The teapot contained a soothing red tea, likely chosen with the consideration that Chun Jing might feel unwell after drinking. His heart began to race again, especially under the influence of that delightful fragrance, making him acutely aware of his own heartbeat. At that moment, a knock echoed through the quiet, accompanied by Kong Shui's voice, Xiao Chun, I think my phone may have fallen on the sofa. Could you check for me? Chun Jing quickly looked around and indeed spotted a phone resting on the sofa. He hurriedly picked it up and opened the door. It's here, he said. As Kong Shui accepted her phone, she smiled gently. Well, get some rest. Remember to drink in moderation next time. Gazing at Kong Shui's exquisite and beautiful face, listening to her warm and caring words, Chun Jing suddenly felt a surge of emotions and could not help but utter, Sister Shui, Chapter 16. Always sudden and swift Sister Shui, I admire you. These were the words that Chun Jing yearned to express, as he found himself irresistibly captivated by the allure of Kong Shui, the charming older sister. However, at the critical moment, he restrained himself, merely uttering a word of gratitude before falling silent. Kong Shui looked at him, her brow furrowed in curiosity. What's wrong, Xiao Qin? Chun Jing replied, It's nothing, Sister Shui. I just wanted to thank you once more. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing the last 2 words, as he could already predict the outcome. After all, she had said there was no need for thanks. It was natural for an elder sister to care for her younger brother, wasn't it? Kong Shui smiled graciously, waving her hand as she returned to her rented apartment. Once the door closed behind her, Chun Jing remained standing in place for a while, sighing before shutting his own door. Some sentiments indeed need not be spoken aloud, for Kong Shui was unlike him. The infatuation of youth often arrives suddenly and swiftly, and it was perfectly normal for Chun Jing to feel such a rush of emotions for Kong Shui. Yet, her age and experience dictated that she would not easily succumb to such feelings for the opposite sex. She had long surpassed the stage of being swept away by fleeting affections. This mature older sister approached emotions with rationality and composure. Thus, Chun Jing understood that even if he had confessed earlier, the chances of success would have been exceedingly slim. As she herself had articulated, her care for him was akin to that of a sister for her brother. Never mind, let it unfold naturally. Chun Jing shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. To take a step back, even if he wished to pursue Kong Shui, his current circumstances were lacking. The most pressing matter was to cultivate his own excellence and success. In simpler terms, he needed to focus on making money. In the golden autumn of September, the climate in Chongqing was neither too cold nor too hot, making it an ideal time for outings. The antique street gradually saw an influx of visitors, both locals and tourists, with a continuous stream of people from morning till evening. In these days, the customers at Nabeoju had increased, though purchases remained few. Nevertheless, Chun Jing attended to each one. Through this process, his social experience was rapidly expanding, as every customer presented a unique way of speaking and distinct personality. One afternoon, with no customers in Nabeoju, Chun Jing and Zhao Zhang were sipping tea and discussing knowledge related to antique appraisal. Chun Jing primarily asked questions, while Zhao Zhang patiently answered, as he was eager to learn. Apart from his own reading, he seized every opportunity to inquire of Zhao Zhang. Their conversation was lively when Zhao Zhang's phone suddenly rang. After a few minutes of conversation, he hung up with a smile and said, "Xiao Chun, I'll take you to a fun place shortly." A fun place? Chun Jing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "Uncle Zhao, what kind of fun place?" Zhao Zhang, beaming with enthusiasm, replied, "It's a place that most men would enjoy. It's quite exhilarating and thrilling." Chun Jing was momentarily stunned by the remark, then awkwardly responded, "Uncle Zhao, wouldn't it be inappropriate to go to such a place? Ah, this is a place that most men would relish visiting. It evokes excitement and stimulates the senses." Naturally, Chun Jing's thoughts wandered to certain venues where one might be required to wear a wristband. Zhao Zhang suddenly burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Little Chun, your thoughts are rather impure. The place I refer to is quite respectable. Do not let your imagination stray." Upon hearing this, Chun Jing found it both amusing and exasperating, realizing that Uncle Zhao was teasing him intentionally. "So what delightful place are we actually going to?" Chun Jing inquired with curiosity. Zhao Zhang, however, smiled mysteriously, deliberately withholding details. "You will know when we arrive." This only heightened Chun Jing's intrigue. Before long, Zhao Zhang instructed Chun Jing to tidy up the shop slightly before locking the door and setting off with him. Although there had been quite a few customers during that time, none had made any purchases, making the temporary closure inconsequential. To Chun Jing's surprise, the intriguing location Zhao Zhang mentioned was situated within the antique street area, not far from Nabeoju. After walking for about 10 minutes and traversing a concealed alley, they arrived at their destination. It was a large, warehouse-like structure, from within which the sounds of lively chatter could be faintly heard, suggesting that it was quite populated. 2 burly men stood guard at the entrance, presumably security personnel. This spectacle left Chun Jing even more puzzled, prompting him to ask, "Uncle Zhao, what exactly is this place?" Now that they had arrived, Zhao Zhang no longer held back the secret, responding with a smile, "This is a place for cricket fighting." Cricket fighting? Chun Jing was aware of this pastime, as it was said that many in the capital enjoyed it, making it a long-standing form of entertainment. However, the clandestine nature of this location was rather unusual, especially with the presence of security outside. Zhao Zhang seemed to sense Chun Jing's bewilderment and continued, "Those who come here for cricket fighting often like to place small bets, which is why it is so discreet." Upon hearing this, Chun Jing quickly grasped the implications. While cricket fighting itself was innocuous, placing bets was indeed illegal. Reflecting on this, Chun Jing hesitated, expressing, "Uncle Zhao, isn't it inappropriate to partake in such activities?" Zhao Zhang reassured him with a smile, "Rest assured, it's not as serious as you think. This is a venture initiated by a group of wealthy second-generation elites from Chongqing, operating on a membership basis. Ordinary folks cannot enter. It is exclusively for their circle. Moreover, the small bets are settled through the trading of antiques, and since cricket fighting only occurs in the autumn, it generally goes unnoticed. Cricket fighting, also known as Qiuxing or Do Siyuji, is tied to the fact that crickets have a lifespan of only about 100 days. Hence, they can only be fought in the autumn, and intriguingly, the character for autumn in ancient Chinese script resembles a cricket. Chun Jing understood that they were skirting the edges of legality. Given the small circle, the fleeting nature of the activity, and the affluent participants involved, as long as they did not go too far, it was unlikely anyone would intervene. "So, Uncle Zhao, how do we participate?" Chun Jing asked as Zhao Zhang led him inside. The two security guards merely glanced at Zhao Zheng and did not impede their entry. Zhao Zheng added, "There are many ways to engage here. You can place bets on others' crickets or buy your own to compete." After a brief pause, Zhao Zheng added, "Let us refrain from placing any bets. After all, we are treading a fine line here. Instead, we should procure our own crickets to engage in battle." Chen Jing inquired, "Is there any distinction in that?" He explained, "By using our own crickets, we are not competing for others' accolades. Should we triumph in one or two matches, those affluent young heirs would recognize the prowess of our crickets and come to purchase them, and the prices would be quite substantial." Chen Jing blinked and remarked, "Isn't that akin to finding a hidden gem?" Zhao Zheng chuckled heartily. "Indeed, if we manage to acquire formidable crickets, it would indeed resemble stumbling upon a treasure." Chapter 17. The sport of cricket fighting proved to be quite captivating, and Chen Jing found this place rather intriguing. The two swiftly entered the warehouse, only to discover a bustling crowd, voices rising in fervor as several individuals gathered, passionately shouting encouragements like "Give it your all," and similar exclamations. "Ah, Uncle Zhao, it has been quite a while since your last visit. I had to call you." At that moment, a young man approached Chen Jing and Zhao Zheng, greeting them with a smile. Zhao Zheng returned the smile, replying, "I've been rather occupied lately. Today is the first chance I've had." The young man nodded and turned to Chen Jing, inquiring, "And who might this brother be?" "This is my newly recruited apprentice, Chen Jing. He possesses considerable potential and has already managed to find 2 hidden treasures shortly after entering the field." Zhao Zheng introduced Chen Jing, gesturing towards the young man and adding, "Su Lin here was the one who brought me to this place." Though Zhao Zheng did not elaborate on Su Lin, Chen Jing gleaned from his brief remarks that Su Lin was indeed one of the wealthy heirs from Chongqing he had mentioned earlier. Chen Jing and Su Lin exchanged friendly nods, acknowledging one another. "Brother Chen, it seems you are quite the expert in antique appraisal. While I may not be well-versed in the antiques trade, I am aware that finding hidden gems is no easy feat," Su Lin praised with a beaming smile. Chen Jing, ever modest, replied, "I am no expert, merely fortunate." After a few courteous exchanges, Zhao Zheng asked, "Su Lin, are you competing with Xue Xiaolong again today?" Upon hearing this, Su Lin displayed a defiant expression, declaring, "Of course. I refuse to believe I cannot win against him. Xue Xiaolong's red whiskers have been unbeatable. Apart from you, who dares to challenge him? You've lost 6 consecutive matches. Don't you realize you're just funding his victories?" Zhao Zheng shook his head, attempting to reason with him. Su Lin glanced at the group encircling the center of the warehouse, still brimming with determination. "Darn it! It's precisely because I've lost 6 times that I must win at least once. Otherwise, I cannot swallow this humiliation. Do you have any confidence today?" Zhao Zheng inquired further. At this, Su Lin appeared somewhat awkward, responding, "Not yet, but I plan to select a formidable cricket. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat his red whiskers. Uncle Zhao, Brother Chen, enjoy yourselves. I'm off to choose my cricket," Su Lin exclaimed before hurriedly making his way to the section of the warehouse where crickets were sold. "These rich heirs truly do not regard money as valuable," Zhao Zheng remarked with a sigh. He continued, "Su Lin is one of the key figures here, as they settle their stakes with antiques. They are looking for a long-term partnership with an antique dealer, and since my reputation in Chongqing's antique market is quite favorable, he approached me. I initially had no intention of getting involved, but the prices they offered were high, and they only required somewhat decent replicas. Furthermore, I only needed to sell them in bulk with no other obligations on my part, so I eventually agreed." Chen Jing nodded, finding no fault in this arrangement. After all, it would be foolish not to profit from the money of these idle heirs who treat wealth so lightly. After a brief pause, Zhao Zheng shook his head and added, "Su Lin has always had a rivalry with someone named Xue Xiaolong. They compete every year. Yet, despite the losses, one finds oneself losing more than winning, amounting to an estimated 6 to 7 million over the past few years." 6 to 7 million? Chen Jing was taken aback, his heart silently marveling at the sheer audacity of it all. He felt ecstatic and elated at having scored a mere 230,000, while others nonchalantly squandered millions as if it were child's play. The disparity between individuals is indeed staggering. However, each person's origins are predetermined, and there is no need for envy. Chun Jing firmly believed that through his own efforts and his discerning eye, he too could one day reach a level where 6 to 7 million would be of no consequence. Is Xue Xiaolong's red whiskers really that formidable? Chun Jing inquired with curiosity. Zhao Zheng nodded in affirmation, stating, "The crickets he selects are quite impressive, and this year's red whiskers are exceptional. Thus far, it has yet to be defeated. It is likely of the king of insects caliber. Allow me to show you." As Zhao Zheng spoke, he led Chun Jing towards the center of the warehouse. At that moment, Xue Xiaolong stood boastfully amidst the crowd, proclaiming loudly, "This year, my red whiskers are undoubtedly the strongest. Is there anyone brave enough to challenge my cricket?" These wealthy second-generation heirs, with their abundant material lives, seek spiritual fulfillment, often desiring their crickets to emerge victorious in the autumn battles each year. Chun Jing approached for a closer look. Xue Xiaolong's red whiskers resided in a ceramic jar on a nearby table, topped with a glass cover. The cricket, known as red whiskers, lounged within the jar, occasionally emitting its distinctive call. Its head was notably large, and its overall physique appeared robust and fierce, exuding an air of combativeness. However, Chun Jing could not discern the finer details. It was said that one could evaluate a cricket's quality based on the color of its head and even the patterns on its forehead, revealing a considerable depth of knowledge. As Chun Jing observed intently, a sudden golden light appeared before his eyes. In the next moment, the golden radiance surged forth, encircling the cricket within the jar before returning to his vision, forming lines of text. This creature is the cricket, an invertebrate, belonging to the class of insects, order Orthoptera, also known as Ciuji, colloquially referred to as cricket or night-singing insect. Historical significance. The cricket is an ancient insect with a history spanning at least 140 million years and has served as an object of entertainment and gambling since antiquity. This cricket possesses superior endurance, fighting spirit, wrestling ability, and formidable mandibles, earning it the title of Cricket King. Evaluation. The double whiskers are pure red and spirited. The head and neck are green, and the body is entirely green. The whiskers are long and exceed the tail, while the ivory mandibles gleam white like silver. Chun Jing stared at the appraisal information before him, momentarily dazed. His discerning eye could even evaluate crickets? This was unexpected. He had previously experimented with his ability on objects beyond antiques, but had received no response. Yet, to his surprise, he could appraise a cricket. Could it be that these crickets held intrinsic value and bore the characteristics of a hidden treasure? A conjecture emerged in Chun Jing's mind, though he dared not confirm it. After all, he had little understanding of the inexplicable nature of his discerning eye and had no means to delve deeper into its mysteries. In the end, Chun Jing could only shake his head and refrain from pondering further on the matter. Instead, he contemplated the possibility that since this method could identify crickets, it might also reveal the prowess of these creatures. Could he perhaps seize the opportunity to acquire a few crickets? After all, the venture of collecting crickets could prove to be quite lucrative. Xiao Chun, what is the matter with you?" Zhao Zheng inquired as he noticed Chun Jing lost in thought, gently patting him on the shoulder. Regaining his composure, Chun Jing promptly responded, "Oh, it's nothing. I just find this cricket to be exceptionally formidable. A perennial victor, after all. How could it not be formidable?" Zhao Zheng chuckled in agreement and added, "Come, let me take you to the area where crickets are sold. There are far more to behold there." Chapter 18. The insect may not always prevail. Zhao Zheng led Chun Jing to a secluded corner of the warehouse where crickets were sold. There, several shelves were densely populated with small jars, each topped with a glass cover, containing an array of crickets. In order to engage in cricket fighting here, one must purchase the crickets on site, as they cannot be taken away but must be kept in this very place. As Zhao Zheng observed the crickets, he began to speak. Curious, Chun Jing inquired, "Why is that, Uncle Zhao?" Zhao Zheng replied, "This measure is to prevent anyone from feeding the crickets with hormone-laden food, which acts similarly to stimulants. The affluent youths are quite particular about fairness. After all, they engage in cricket fighting to determine victory and defeat, while the stakes merely add a touch of amusement." Nodding in understanding, Chun Jing began to examine the crickets on the shelves. Lacking any expertise in this area, he found it difficult to discern their qualities. Pondering to himself, With only 2 opportunities for assessment remaining, it would be no easy feat to find a hidden gem. Luck would be a crucial factor. Indeed, Chun Jing's initial thoughts were somewhat short-sighted, as he had only 2 chances left today to unearth a formidable cricket, and the odds were not in his favor. "Uncle Zhao, how many more days will they be fighting crickets?" he asked, grappling with the possibility of discovering a rare find. Zhao Jing answered, "About 10 more days. Crickets do not have a long lifespan." 10 days, he thought, which, excluding today, left him with 30 opportunities for assessment. Glancing at the small jars on the shelves, he estimated there to be at least 500 or 600 crickets. Perhaps he could assess 1 out of every 20. With a stroke of luck, there might be a chance to uncover a remarkable specimen. Chun Jing then inquired, "Uncle Zhao, if I could purchase a cricket as impressive as the red whiskers, how much could it possibly sell for?" "Generally around 100,000 yuan, but it depends on who you sell it to. If you truly manage to select one that rivals Xue Xiaolong's red whiskers, it could potentially be even more valuable. I'm certain Su Lin would be willing to pay a handsome price for it." Zhao Zhang replied with a cheerful demeanor. Chun Jing took this information to heart, reflecting, not to mention finding a hidden gem worth 100,000 yuan, even a lesser specimen valued at 50 or 60,000 would be quite commendable. However, the selling dynamics of these crickets remained uncertain. "Uncle Zhao, how are the crickets priced here?" Chun Jing promptly asked. Zhao Zhang, seemingly interested in a particular cricket, reached for a small jar from the shelf and replied, "The standard price is 6,600 yuan. "Such an exorbitant price?" Chun Jing exclaimed, taken aback. If one were to purchase a formidable cricket, the cost could be justified, but acquiring a mediocre one at that price would result in significant loss. Zhao Jing chuckled. "What do you expect? Today's affluent youths receive excellent education from a young age. They are hardly inept. Even for leisure, they do not engage in frivolous pursuits." Chun Jing nodded in agreement, recognizing this as a source of despair for ordinary individuals. The privileged elite, born into wealth and power, not only possess superior innate advantages but also receive the finest education. For an ordinary person to surpass them is indeed a formidable challenge. "I have made my selection. Would you like to choose one as well?" Zhao Zhang gestured to the small jar in his hand, posing the question to Chun Jing. Zhao Zhang was aware of Chun Jing's situation and had no intention of pressuring him into a purchase. Chun Jing glanced at the large cricket that Zhao Zhang had selected, which appeared quite robust. He inquired, "Uncle Zhao, do you know how to choose one? I'm not very knowledgeable either." Selecting a cricket is indeed a nuanced skill, one that some in the capital even rely upon for their livelihood. Zhao Zhang replied with a shake of his head and a smile. "You should choose based on your intuition or simply look for a larger size. Generally speaking, the bigger ones are usually better." Nodding in agreement, Chun Jing began to scrutinize his options earnestly. Before long, he spotted a cricket of considerable size, its chirping quite impressive. He promptly picked up a small jar and activated his discerning vision. Soon, golden light materialized before Chun Jing's eyes, transforming into a series of characters. The identification read, "Cricket." He bypassed the repeated information and focused on the crucial aspects. The cricket was rated low in endurance, fighting spirit, and grappling ability with mediocre pincers, aptly dubbed a mere cricket pawn. The commentary read, "A short-tailed one is most vulnerable. A large body does not guarantee strength. Long legs and sharp claws are inverted. The fame only speaks of two-headed swords." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chun Jing returned the jar, realizing that what had seemed promising was merely a fade. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, "Whoever buys this one will surely regret it." At that moment, Su Lin approached, noticing the jar Chun Jing had set down. Curiously, he took a look and exclaimed, "Brother Chun, this cricket appears quite decent. Are you going to buy it? If not, I certainly will." Su Lin's eagerness was apparent. Chun Jing hesitated, shaking his head. "I don't want it, but are you truly intent on purchasing this one?" He had just thought that anyone who bought such a lackluster specimen would be in for misfortune. "Of course, this one looks ferocious. It will undoubtedly defeat Xue Xiaolong's red-bearded cricket," Su Lin asserted, confidently picking up the jar and heading to the payment counter. "Let us see if this cricket can indeed triumph over the red beard," Zhao Zhang remarked with interest. Chun Jing, though aware of the likely outcome, was nonetheless curious about the cricket fight and decided to follow. Excitedly, Su Lin approached Xue Xiaolong, declaring, "Come, come, I've chosen another one. This time, I shall surely defeat your red beard. Su Lin, you truly are reckless. You dare challenge my red beard? This autumn fight, my red beard will undoubtedly take first place." "You are simply courting defeat," Xue Xiaolong retorted, a smug expression on his face as he glanced at the cricket in Su Lin's hand. Su Lin remained undeterred, brimming with confidence. "What are you so boastful about? Until we actually fight, the outcome remains uncertain." "Ha! How much do you wish to lose this time?" Xue Xiaolong scoffed, inquiring further. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lin replied, "How about 500,000? And what do you mean by losing to you? I am certain I will win this time." "Ha ha ha! That is the funniest joke I have heard all day." Once the stakes were established, the two participants began their preparations, while onlookers eagerly placed their bets. Su Lin's odds were notably high, yet few chose to wager on him, save for a handful enticed by the allure of the potential payout. Moments later, two crickets were placed inside a ceramic cricket jar, where the competitors gently stroked their antennae with enticing grass. The crickets soon began to vibrate and chirp, their long antennae swirling as they spun in excitement. "Go for it!" Su Lin shouted, visibly exhilarated. The crowd joined in, their cheers rising like a tidal wave, creating an electrifying atmosphere that stirred emotions and heightened the thrill of the moment. Suddenly, Xue Xiaolong's crimson-antenned cricket bared its fangs and let out a fierce chirp, lunging forward with ferocity. While Su Lin continued to rally for support, he was taken aback as his chosen cricket started to flee, displaying no courage to face its opponent. "Ha ha ha! Su Lin, you've lost again." Xue Xiaolong laughed triumphantly. According to the rules of cricket fighting, such a display of cowardice confirmed that Xue Xiaolong's crimson-antenned cricket was indeed the victor. Chapter 19. A rare encounter with the cricket monarch indeed. The cricket selected by Su Lin fell, as expected, beneath the prowess of Xue Xiaolong's crimson beard. "Damn it!" Su Lin muttered in frustration, though his face remained defiantly resolute. Xue Xiaolong, brimming with delight, mocked, "Su Lin, if you're intent on challenging my crimson beard, at least choose one that possesses some semblance of strength. Yours only knows how to flee. You're not genuinely aiming to lose to me, are you? Just so happens I've been contemplating a new sports car lately. It appears you're ready to sponsor me." "Ha ha ha!" Su Lin, his face flushed from Xue Xiaolong's taunts, retorted angrily, "Don't get too cocky. I am determined to win against you today." Xue Xiaolong reveled in Su Lin's response, eagerly awaiting such a declaration. "Very well. I had other plans for today, but now I shall stay and accompany you, ensuring you lose thoroughly and convincingly." His confidence in his crimson beard was unwavering, and he continued to deride Su Lin, clearly eager for that new sports car. Su Lin snorted disdainfully and hurried off to select another cricket. Observing this, Zhao Zheng couldn't help but shake his head, remarking, "Su Lin has lost his composure. Yet, the crimson beard is genuinely formidable. It's likely the champion of this autumn's cricket fights." Su Lin won to recover his standing this year. Chen Jing, his expression flickering, glanced at Xue Xiaolong's crimson beard, then at Su Lin, who was obstinately selecting crickets, seemingly lost in thought. "Uncle Zhao, I'm going to select another cricket," Chen Jing announced. Zhao Zheng nodded in agreement. "Go ahead. I'll find someone to fight with. Perhaps I'll choose one that's equally impressive." "Ha ha!" Chen Jing then made his way to the cricket vendor, not far from where Su Lin, visibly irate, was meticulously examining each cricket. "If I can find one that can defeat the crimson beard, Su Lin would surely offer a handsome price," Chen Jing mused, feeling a stir of ambition. However, with only one opportunity for selection remaining, the odds of finding a cricket capable of besting the so-called king of insects among hundreds were exceedingly slim. Yet, Chen Jing was unwilling to forfeit such a clear opportunity for profit. Ultimately, he devised a rather unorthodox strategy, to gamble on luck or perhaps intuition. When he had stumbled upon that exquisite blue and white porcelain bowl, his instinct had proven fortuitous. Intuition was inherently unpredictable. "I'll take a chance," he resolved, convinced that a successful gamble would yield great rewards, while a loss would bear little consequence. Taking several deep breaths, Chen Jing cleared his mind, allowing instinct to guide him as he strolled past the small jars filled with crickets. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Upon reaching his 14th step, the sensation reminiscent of discovering the porcelain bowl surged within him. Seizing this feeling, he halted and turned his gaze toward the cricket nearest to him. The cricket before me is of a size that cannot be deemed small, yet it is not particularly large either. Its head bears an unusual hue, neither blue, black, nor yellow, but seemingly a blend of all these colors, occasionally emitting a chirp that lacks any fierce resonance. This cricket appears rather unremarkable. Chun Jing, upon observing the cricket within the small jar, hesitated slightly, pondering whether to employ the appraising eye for identification. Ultimately, he resolved to trust his instincts, activating the divine appraisal. A golden radiance enveloped the cricket, swirling around it several times before returning to manifest as lines of text before Chun Jing's eyes. This creature is classified as a cricket. This cricket possesses exceptional endurance, formidable fighting spirit, superior strength, and remarkable mandibles, earning the title of Cricket Monarch. Evaluation. Neither blue, nor black, nor yellow, it flickers erratically like celestial light. In the morning and evening, its color shifts unpredictably, a rare find of this insect monarch throughout the ages. Chun Jing's breath momentarily halted upon absorbing this identification information. A cricket of monarch caliber? Furthermore, this appraisal, apart from its strength, which parallels that of Xue Xiaolong's crimson beard, excels in all other aspects. This cricket is likely to triumph over the crimson beard with relative ease. Without further contemplation, Chun Jing hurriedly grasped the small jar in his hand. Once again, his intuition had proven correct. A mixture of exhilaration and curiosity surged within him. If one instance could be dismissed as mere coincidence, then this deliberate selection based solely on instinct, which turned out to be accurate, would stretch the bounds of chance. Moreover, since the fortuitous discovery of that blue and white porcelain bowl, he had been wandering through the flea market daily, yet such instincts had never resurfaced. Most intriguingly, he had never before experienced such a remarkable intuition. This instinct appears to stem from the mysterious abilities granted by the divine appraisal. Chun Jing surmised, considering this hypothesis the most plausible. Perhaps it is one of the powers of the divine eye, akin to its identifying capability, though he remained uncertain whether it could be utilized daily or required intervals between uses. He resolved to seek opportunities for further experimentation. After pondering for a while, he decided not to dwell on it further. He needed to sell the cricket in his possession for a handsome price. Subsequently, Chun Jing hastened to the payment area to purchase the cricket he held. He noticed Su Lin, still selecting crickets, had not approached him yet, but instead had gone to Zhao Zheng. At that moment, Uncle Zhao was engaged in a cricket fight, with two crickets battling fiercely within a ceramic jar. However, after a few rounds, Uncle Zhao's cricket began to flee in defeat. Alas, what a pity! Zhao Zheng lamented, shaking his head. The opponent in the duel was a young man who was also acquainted with Zhao Zheng. He chuckled, "Uncle Zhao, your eye for selecting crickets has always been lacking." "Haha." Zhao Zheng replied, "Ah, age has dulled my perception, unlike you young folks." Just then, noticing the small jar in Chun Jing's hand, he inquired, "Little Chun, have you made your choice?" Chun Jing nodded, showing the small jar to Zhao Zheng, who remarked, "It looks rather ordinary. Why didn't you select a larger one? I have a feeling this one should be quite good." Chun Jing responded cheerfully and casually. Zhao Zhengdao said, "Very well. Why don't you challenge Xiao Lu's cricket and see if you can avenge me?" "Sounds good." Chun Jing readily agreed, for he had come to seek out Uncle Zhao precisely to engage in a contest with others' crickets, hoping to win a few rounds to attract Su Lin's attention. The young man surnamed Lu, equally intrigued, nodded in agreement. Chun Jing then placed his cricket into a ceramic jar, while Zhao Zheng handed him the grass tether he had been holding. Having observed the previous match, Chun Jing mimicked the technique, gently brushing the grass against the whiskers of his cricket. The young man Lu followed suit, and soon the two crickets were engaged in a spirited duel. Chapter 20. The Art of Earning in the Ceramic Cricket Jar. The young man with the surname Lu's cricket was the first to launch an attack, pouncing fiercely. "Beautiful! Charge!" the young man exclaimed excitedly. In contrast, Chun Jing remained composed, exuding confidence in his cricket, which had been rated as the insect monarch in the appraisal information. Indeed, though Lu's cricket appeared fierce, It was swiftly overturned upon encountering the insect monarch, landing helplessly on its back within the jar. Excellent. Zhao Zhang couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Little Chun, your cricket seems formidable." It dispatched Lu's cricket in an instant. Lu's cricket had indeed been vanquished in mere moments, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Wow, brother, your cricket is quite impressive," he remarked. Chun Jing, with a broad smile, retrieved his cricket and said, "Thank you, Brother Lu." Lu waved his hand dismissively, enthusiasm evident in his voice as he said, "Brother, are you selling this cricket? I'll offer 80,000. He recognized the prowess of the insect monarch. Before Chun Jing could decline, Zhao Zhang cheerfully interjected, "Hold on, little Lu. Little Chen's cricket has only fought once. Wait until it competes a few more times before making an offer." Clearly, Zhao Zhang also acknowledged the cricket's strength and sought to maximize Chun Jing's potential profit. Lu nodded eagerly, saying, "Let us go watch this cricket battle against others. Come on, little Chun, let us have it fight against some of the others. I suspect your cricket is at least a general level." "You've struck gold again," Zhao Zhang remarked, a smile illuminating his face. He believed Chun Jing's luck was truly remarkable, especially when it came to unearthing hidden treasures. Not only could he find antique bargains, but now he was discovering exceptional crickets as well. Chun Jing nodded, stealing a glance at Su Lin, who was still selecting crickets, estimating that a few more victories would surely draw him in. At this rate, only Su Lin would offer the highest price for his insect monarch cricket. "Little Chun, let us give your cricket a name," Zhao Zhang suddenly suggested. After pondering for a moment, Chun Jing replied, "How about calling it Chaos? Uncle Zhao, look at the peculiar color of its head. Neither black, nor blue, nor yellow, yet seemingly a blend of all. It embodies a sense of chaos." Zhao Zhang examined the cricket in the small jar and praised, "Indeed, Chaos is a fitting name." Subsequently, Zhao Zhang led Chun Jing and his chaos around the warehouse to seek out challengers for cricket battles. The results were overwhelmingly victorious. Chaos was astonishingly fierce. After 8 consecutive battles, all won effortlessly. Some crickets even managed to put up a token resistance, while others fled in sheer terror from Chaos. After this remarkable winning streak, Zhao Zheng's demeanor shifted. He quietly confided in Chun Jing, "Little Chun, Chaos may indeed rival Xue Xiaolong's red whiskers. If you plan to sell it, it would be best to offer it to Su Lin. That lad is bound to pay a premium once he loses his head over it." Since earlier until now, numerous individuals have expressed a desire to acquire the creature known as Chaos, with the highest bid reaching an astonishing 160,000. Had Su Lin not been present, Chun Jing would undoubtedly have made his move, as he harbored little interest in the sport of cricket fighting. Coupled with the brief lifespan of crickets, selling now would be the wisest choice. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment," Chun Jing murmured softly in agreement. As fate would have it, while the two were conversing discreetly, Su Lin approached briskly, his face alight with excitement, inquiring, "Brother Chun, I have heard that your cricket has triumphed in 8 consecutive battles?" Chun Jing maintained his composure, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, Brother Su, are you interested?" Zhao Zhang, standing nearby, merely smiled and remained silent. "I would like to take a look," Su Lin replied, having recently suffered defeats against Xue Xiaolong, and was now eager to acquire a formidable cricket. Chun Jing presented the small jar containing Chaos for Su Lin's inspection. After glancing at it, Su Lin appeared somewhat perplexed, stating, "This cricket seems rather ordinary. How could it possibly achieve 8 victories? One should not judge by appearances, especially when it comes to crickets," Zhao Zhang remarked with a chuckle. Su Lin nodded in agreement, pondering, "That is certainly true. Yet I wonder if it can contend with Xue Xiaolong's red whiskers." "Well, we shall see," Su Lin concluded, having found no better alternative. Chun Jing's Chaos at least offered a glimmer of hope. "Brother Chun, I offer you 200,000. Sell it to me." 200,000 was indeed the highest bid, and it would be most advantageous for Su Lin to secure it. Just as Chun Jing was about to acquiesce, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to hesitate and suggest, "Brother Su, I have a proposal." Su Lin, momentarily taken aback, inquired curiously, "What do you mean?" "You wish to purchase this Chaos to defeat Xue Xiaolong's red whiskers. However, should you fail, spending 200,000 would be a loss. Instead, why not take it to battle first? If you lose, you could simply pay me 6,006 for the cost. If you win, then. Before Chen Jing could finish, Su Lin grasped his intent and burst into hearty laughter. So if I win, you want me to pay even more for chaos? Is that it? Precisely, Chen Jing confirmed without hesitation. This was a social strategy he had recently learned. In the pursuit of profit, one must possess a certain boldness to truly maximize benefits. Although there was an element of risk involved, Chen Jing had faith in chaos, and the appraisal data indicated that the risk was indeed minimal. Even in the worst-case scenario, should chaos not prevail, Su Lin would owe him a favor for using the cricket at its cost price. Such a low-risk opportunity with substantial potential rewards was too tempting for Chen Jing to ignore. Very well, Brother Chen, you certainly pique my interest. Let us proceed as discussed. Should chaos emerge victorious, I shall add another 100,000. 300,000 was no trivial sum, yet for Su Lin it was hardly a concern. With the agreement established, Su Lin reluctantly took chaos to meet the waiting Xue Xiaolong, with Chen Jing and Zhao Zheng following closely behind. Xiaochen, you seem quite confident in chaos, Zhao Zheng remarked as they walked together. Chen Jingying remarked, come on, let's take a gamble. Meanwhile, Su Lin had already found Xue Xiaolong. Oh, back so soon to deliver more money to me? How much are you prepared to lose this time? Why not wager 2 million? I could pick up a new sports car by tomorrow? Xue Xiaolong taunted upon seeing Su Lin approach with a small jar. Su Lin smirked and replied, this time, watch how I triumph over you. Xue Xiaolong glanced at the creature within the jar and scoffed. You think this little cricket stands a chance? Ha! You must be dreaming. Laughter erupted among the onlookers and those eager to place bets, clearly doubtful of the cricket's ability to win. Enough of the chatter, we won't know until we battle. As you mentioned, let's stake 2 million on this. Su Lin declared, determination etched on his face. Taken aback, Xue Xiaolong quickly brightened and said, very well, if you insist on raising the stakes, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, both participants placed their crickets into the ceramic jars, ready for the contest to commence. Chapter 21. The old man's loss may be a blessing in disguise as the two crickets, Chaos and Redbeard, were placed into the ceramic cricket jar. The onlookers were astonished to witness that these two crickets required no guidance whatsoever. They instinctively bristled with tension, baring their fangs and emitting deafening calls as they began to circle the jar. Chen Jing felt a stir of excitement in his heart and quickly grasped the situation. Redbeard possessed a superior fighting spirit, while Chaos was exceptional in its own right. When faced with a rival of such disparity, they might initially remain relaxed, but in the presence of a king and a monarch, they both unleashed an almost instinctual drive to compete. In the next moment, the two crickets launched their attacks almost simultaneously, colliding fiercely before grappling for several seconds, only to separate and resume their circling around the jar, each seeking the opportune moment to strike again. In the first round, Redbeard and Chaos were evenly matched. Bravo, Chaos! Su Lin exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat, his excitement palpable. Xue Xiaolong, however, felt a pang of anxiety. Ever since he had selected Redbeard this year, he had never witnessed any cricket that could contend with Redbeard on equal footing. Chaos is quite formidable. Go, Redbeard! The surrounding spectators, equally enraptured, began to cheer loudly. Even Chen Jing could not restrain his enthusiasm, urging Chaos on, and even the seasoned Zhao Zheng joined in, illustrating why the sport of cricket fighting has endured through the ages. In mere seconds, Chaos and Redbeard engaged in several more rounds of grappling. According to the assessment, both crickets exhibited exceptional prowess, making it difficult to determine a victor. However, in several other respects, Chaos proved to be superior to Redbeard. True to form, after a few more rounds, Redbeard visibly began to falter, struggling to keep pace with Chaos's relentless assault. Ha ha! Chaos, my darling, go for the kill! Su Lin echoed, his excitement reaching a fever pitch, dancing with joy. Xue Xiaolong, now thoroughly panicked, shouted, Redbeard, what are you doing? Yet, no matter how loudly he yelled, the outcome could not be altered. Seizing the opportunity of Redbeard's waning stamina, Chaos unleashed a rapid and fierce barrage of attacks. After several strikes, Redbeard could no longer muster the courage to continue and began to flee in a frenzy. Thus, the victor was determined. The monarch had triumphed over all. Splendid. Chun Jing sighed with relief. 300,000 is in the bag. Zhao Zheng, equally astonished, remarked, Little Chun, your luck is truly remarkable. You managed to select one even stronger than Redbeard. As for Su Lin, his elation left him at a loss for words. Placing his hands on his hips, he proclaimed, Xue Xiaolong, I told you I would win. Ha ha ha, what of Redbeard? It pales in comparison to my chaos. Xue Xiaolong's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he retorted, You've only won once. What is there to gloat about? Hey, if you're not convinced, you can choose another cricket to challenge me, but can you find one stronger than chaos? Ha ha ha. Now it was Su Lin's turn to revel in his triumph. Laughing heartily, Redbeard was indeed formidable, yet he still could not surpass chaos. Su Xiaolong was acutely aware that this year's autumn competition would likely not present him with a cricket stronger than chaos. Nevertheless, he feigned bravado, stating, What are you so proud of? The one who laughs last is the true victor. Just you wait. Despite his bluster, Su Xiaolong was a man of his word and understood the importance of integrity in front of so many witnesses, promptly paying the 2 million in stakes. Su Lin cheerfully accepted the money and addressed Chen Jing, saying, Brother Chen, come, let me transfer you 300,000. Your ability to select crickets is truly extraordinary. Chen Jing felt a surge of joy, having earned an additional 300,000. He humbly replied, I was merely fortunate. Oh, Brother Chen, there is no need for modesty. Next year, during the autumn competition, if you could help me select a cricket as fierce as chaos, I assure you the reward will be substantial, Su Lin jovially remarked. The surrounding crowd seemed to grasp the implication, and one by one, they turned to Chen Jing, requesting his expertise. Brother Chen, please help me choose a cricket next year. And I want one too, Brother Chen. Meanwhile, Su Xiaolong, now realizing that chaos had been selected by Chen Jing, shot him a glance and scoffed, You lucky fool. Next year, the cricket I choose will undoubtedly defeat yours. Chen Jing chuckled in response, It's far too early to discuss next year. In all honesty, as long as he could decipher the source of his remarkably accurate intuition, it was nearly impossible for Su Xiaolong to outshine him in selecting crickets. Before long, the crowd began to disperse, and Su Lin, emboldened by chaos, initiated challenges throughout the venue, exuding confidence. Chen Jing and Zhao Zheng casually observed, preparing to depart, having exhausted their opportunities for assessments. Given that chaos was the clear frontrunner in this year's autumn competition, it was evident that no one would be willing to spend money on crickets any longer, rendering their continued presence unnecessary. As they walked towards the exit, Zhao Zheng mused, Thus, the old adage, a blessing in disguise, rings true. Young Chen, your previous misfortunes, it seems, cannot be deemed entirely negative. Just look, in less than a month, you've amassed nearly 600,000. Chen Jing nodded, his typically composed demeanor unable to conceal his elation. To be precise, it was 580,000, sufficient to cover a down payment for a house in the more remote areas of Chong City. One of Chen Jing's aspirations during his academic years had been to purchase a home in Chong City and bring his parents to enjoy a life of comfort. He had initially believed it might take him quite some time to achieve this goal, aiming for it by the age of 30. Yet, unexpectedly, it now appeared within reach. Uncle Zhao, I'll treat you to a meal later, Chen Jing declared, eager to celebrate his newfound fortune. After a brief pause, he added, But Uncle Zhao, let us not indulge too much. He genuinely feared Zhao Zheng's propensity for drink. Ha ha ha, very well. Zhao Zheng chuckled, genuinely pleased for Chen Jing's good fortune. At that moment, Su Lin hurriedly emerged from the warehouse and exclaimed, Brother Chen, allow me to treat you to this meal. Were it not for your assistance, I would have found it nearly impossible to recover my standing. For Su Lin, the stakes of winning or losing were secondary. Preserving face and reputation held far greater significance. Chen Jing and Zhao Zheng exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was merely a meal, and it mattered little who footed the bill. Upon leaving the warehouse, Su Lin initially intended to escort the two to a high-end dining establishment, but Zhao Zheng deemed that unnecessary. The trio opted instead for a commendable Chinese restaurant nestled within the antique street. This gathering exemplified the culture and social dynamics surrounding dining and drinking. By the end of the meal, the camaraderie between Chen Jing and Su Lin had deepened considerably, thereby enhancing Chen Jing's network within Chongqing. Chapter 22. Does plain water not quench thirst? After the dinner gathering, Chun Jing returned directly to his rented apartment, not quite intoxicated but rather in a pleasantly tipsy state. After indulging in a warm shower, he settled onto the sofa and glanced at his phone, revealing a smile as he beheld his current balance. Keep pushing forward. Strive to earn my first million as soon as possible, he encouraged himself, his heart brimming with hopes and dreams for the future. The goal of attaining his first million was neither too distant nor too imminent, yet Chun Jing felt a surge of confidence that he would succeed, deeming it merely a matter of time. Having established a modest goal for the present, he rose to pour himself a glass of water, feeling parched after drinking. Yet, after a few sips, he found that plain water did not quite satisfy his thirst, evoking memories of the red tea that Kong Shui had brewed for him the last time he had been inebriated. A flutter of longing stirred within him as he glanced at the clock, noting it was still not yet 8 o'clock. Perhaps he could visit Sister Shui for a cup of tea. The thought lingered in his mind, though he hesitated, realizing that it might seem peculiar to suddenly drop by for tea. What's wrong with having tea? Aren't we like siblings? He reasoned with himself. However, he quickly countered, but what excuse do I have to visit her? She would undoubtedly sense my intentions. Thus, Chun Jing found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. He did not deny his fondness for Kong Shui, yet he believed she merely saw him as a younger brother. Their interactions were typically cordial, with her maintaining a perfect sense of boundaries. He felt a twinge of hopelessness, wishing to conceal his true feelings from her. After wrestling with his thoughts for a while, Chun Jing finally resolved, it's just tea. Why should I be so conflicted? Even if she sees through me, having feelings for her is not a grave sin. With this clarity, he promptly dried his hair and hurriedly crossed to the opposite door, knocking lightly. Who is it? Kong Shui's voice quickly inquired from within. Sister Shui. It's me, he replied. After a brief pause, Kong Shui opened the door, seemingly confirming his identity with her gaze. What brings you here, Xiaochen? Is something the matter? She asked, having already finished her evening routine and donned a modest pale blue pajama set, her long hair cascading loosely around her shoulders, still radiantly beautiful. Chun Jing found it challenging to meet her eyes, fearing his gaze would betray his unusual emotions. He lowered his head slightly and stammered, I had a few drinks tonight and felt a bit thirsty. I thought perhaps I could enjoy a couple of cups of the tea you brew. It's quite refreshing. In truth, could plain water not quench thirst? Certainly, it could. Chun Jing's thirst was not physical but rather an emotional yearning. What he truly desired was not the tea, but simply the opportunity to see Kong Shui. Kong Shui blinked, then smiled gently. Sure, I happen to be a bit bored myself. Let us have some tea and chat. Upon hearing her response, Chun Jing felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by an undeniable sense of elation. As the two entered the room, Kong Shui proceeded to retrieve the tea set and began brewing tea. Chun Jing glanced at her, noting that she had indeed chosen a stomach-friendly black tea. Have you been drinking again today? Does your work require such socializing? Kong Shui skillfully prepared the tea, her delicate, fair hands gracefully arranging the items on the tray, a sight to behold. Unable to resist the allure of her elegance, Chun Jing replied, My work doesn't necessitate much social interaction. I made some money today, so I thought I'd celebrate. He refrained from mentioning that he had earned 300,000, as he felt that sharing such a fact with a girl in her early 20s might yield a favorable impression. However, before him was Kong Shui. Boasting about his earnings would likely cause her to perceive him as overly flamboyant and lacking in composure. Furthermore, although Chun Jing was unaware of the specifics of Kong Shui's profession, he could infer from her attire and accessories that her financial situation was quite comfortable. In light of this, he found it inappropriate to flaunt his success in front of her. That's wonderful. At your age, being able to earn is certainly a good thing. Kong Shui nodded, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear before pouring a cup of tea and placing it before Chun Jing. He took a sip, discovering the taste to be somewhat bitter, yet it evoked a peculiar blend of sweetness and nostalgia within him. Sister Shui, the tea you brewed is delightful, Chun Jing complimented earnestly. Kong Shui smiled brightly. You flatter me. It's merely the standard I brew for myself. It's nothing exceptional. No, I speak sincerely, Chun Jing replied, his handsome features displaying a seriousness that contrasted with his earlier demeanor. Kong Shui regarded him with a playful blink of her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, then seamlessly shifted the conversation. By the way, Xiao Chun, what do you do for a living? I am an apprentice at an antique shop, so I suppose I'm involved in the antique industry. Chun Jing answered candidly. Kong Shui appeared momentarily taken aback. Antique industry? You must be knowledgeable about antique appraisal, then. Oh, I see. The money you mentioned earlier must have come from finding a bargain, right? In that case, Xiao Chun, your appraisal skills must be quite impressive. Chun Jing offered a modest smile. I'm doing all right. Though he felt he was not particularly skilled, he humbly acknowledged his ability to discern valuable antiques, which indeed warranted such modesty. Speaking of which, my mother is quite fond of collecting antiques, but she lacks knowledge and often gets deceived. When she visits next, could you help me educate her on some basics of antiques? It would save her from being swindled repeatedly. Kong Shui inquired after taking a sip of tea, her lips slightly moist. Of course, I'd be happy to help. Chun Jing readily agreed. Shortly thereafter, Chun Jing returned to his own rented room, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, both joyous and melancholic. The joy stemmed from sharing tea and conversation with Kong Shui, while the melancholy arose from her adept handling of the boundaries in their relationship. It seemed she had seen through him just moments ago, prompting a wry smile as he shook his head in resignation. In comparison to Kong Shui, Chun Jing appears somewhat immature in matters of the heart, and Kong Shui has indeed discerned his feelings. Opposite him, after finishing the last sip of tea from her cup, the exquisite and beautiful Kong Shui, with a hint of amusement gracing her features, began tidying up the tea set and remarked with a touch of self-deprecation. Is it that a nearly 30-year-old woman can still attract the affection of a younger man? Are today's youth truly enamored with relationships that blur the lines of age? Kong Shui harbors no intentions of pursuing such a relationship, at least not at present. While an elder sister may possess a nurturing nature, it does not necessarily imply a willingness to assume the role of caretaker. After all, who does not wish to be the one receiving care? Unless one could evoke such profound love in an elder sister that she would willingly choose to nurture you with joy. Chapter 23. The Inkstone. The following day, Chun Jing arrived early at the antique street. At this hour, the street was still quite deserted, with only a few early vendors setting up their stalls. Chun Jing had experienced some insomnia the previous night, uncertain whether it was due to the copious amounts of tea he had consumed at Kong Shui's or perhaps her very presence. In any case, his slumber had been restless, prompting him to rise early. As Zhao Zhang had yet to arrive to open the shop, Chun Jing decided against heading to Nabeoju and instead meandered through the antique street, intending to test his enigmatic intuitive ability. He attempted to clear his mind as he had the day before, wandering aimlessly in hopes that his profound intuition would manifest once more. However, after over half an hour of strolling, no unusual signs appeared. It seemed that there must be a temporal limitation to this phenomenon. Chun Jing purchased some steamed buns and soy milk from a breakfast shop along the street, pondering thoughtfully as he ate. The interval between his discovery of the blue and white porcelain bowl and the present moment was approximately 7 days. If this interval indeed dictated the timeline of his intuitive ability, he would wait a few more days before attempting again. Should 7 days pass with no resurgence of his intuitive faculty, he would need to explore other avenues for investigation. Ultimately, Chun Jing surmised that this sudden emergence of intuition likely stemmed from his discerning eye for appraisal. As time progressed, the antique street gradually filled with more people. Seeing that the hour was drawing near, Chun Jing quickly finished his buns and soy milk, preparing to head to work. As he turned a corner, he was suddenly drawn by the sound of a commotion emanating from a nearby shop. 2,000 yuan. Do you take me for a fool? This is a treasure passed down through generations, at least 200 years old, and you offer me a mere 2,000? Ha, and how much do you expect? At the very least, it should be 100,000. 100,000? Do you want me to pay you in spirit money? You must be out of your mind. Were it not for the age of your item, I wouldn't even consider 2,000. Listening to this exchange, Chun Jing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Such dialogues were commonplace in the antique trade, a quintessential trope of the heirloom treasure. In a different era, perhaps 30 or 40 years ago, there might have been some credibility to such claims. However, in this day and age, one could assume that 9.5 out of 10 were charlatans. Having overheard enough, Chun-Jing felt no inclination to linger and observe the spectacle, proceeding directly towards Nabeoju. However, the quarrel within the shop escalated, and a middle-aged man was thrust out, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground, landing squarely in Chun-Jing's path. That was your own misstep. It has nothing to do with me, he thought, as a man of modest stature, presumably an apprentice or staff member of the shop, stood at the entrance. Chun-Jing frowned slightly, instinctively helping the middle-aged man to his feet, inquiring, "Are you all right, sir?" The middle-aged man did not respond to him. Instead, he glanced nervously at the item cradled in his arms, ensuring there was no issue before he shouted back at the one who pushed him, "You, young lad, lack discernment. This is indeed a fine piece. If you doubt it, call your boss and have him come to take a look." "Fine piece, my foot. This is merely an ordinary inkstone with a few years behind it. I can appraise it myself. Do we really need your boss for that? It's only worth 2,000. Sell it if you wish," scoffed the apprentice. However, Chun-Jing felt a stir of interest within him. An inkstone? During this period, aside from studying antique appraisal knowledge, he had been diligently acquiring general knowledge about antiques and had developed a certain understanding of inkstones. Inkstones represent a relatively minor category within the antiques realm. Their availability and popularity cannot rival that of porcelain or jade. Though somewhat niche, this does not imply that inkstones lack value. Some crafted from special stones or possessing historical significance can be exceedingly precious. Exceptional inkstones have been known to fetch millions at auction. Of course, only truly remarkable inkstones command such prices. Most ordinary ones, even with age, are valued around several thousand. If I were to sell a family heirloom for 2,000, my ancestors would rise from their graves to chastise me. The middle-aged man retorted angrily. "Fine. Don't sell then," the apprentice said dismissively, turning to return to the shop. Seeing this, the middle-aged man sighed and then turned to Chun-Jing, saying, "Young brother, thank you for your assistance earlier." Chun-Jing shook his head, signaling that it was unnecessary, his gaze now curiously fixed on the tightly wrapped package in the man's arms. "Brother, is this inkstone truly a family heirloom?" Chun-Jing inquired. The middle-aged man nodded, his emotions still somewhat agitated. "Of course, it has been passed down through 4 or 5 generations in my family. Do you not believe me?" His fervent demeanor genuinely suggested authenticity, prompting Chun-Jing to calculate in his mind. If the inkstone had indeed been passed down for 5 generations, assuming each generation spans 60 years, that would amount to around 300 years. If the middle-aged man was not deceitful, then his inkstone should date back to the Qing dynasty, specifically the Yongzheng or Kangxi periods. This era holds considerable value, yet one fears it may merely be an ordinary inkstone, as the worth would certainly not be high. At the very least, it would be impossible for him to sell it for 100,000. However, assuming the inkstone from the Kangxi or Yongzheng periods is well preserved, it could potentially sell for several tens of thousands. After contemplating this, Chun-Jing spoke. "Brother, may I take a look at your inkstone?" He wished to confirm whether the middle-aged man was truthful. If he was, Chun-Jing might attempt to acquire the inkstone for around 10,000, allowing for a potential profit of 2,000 to 3,000 upon resale. Such a yield would be considered a modest gain. Chun-Jing had always been a pragmatic individual. He would not let a previous fortunate find of 200,000 to 300,000 inflate his ambitions, merely seeking substantial gains. 2,000 to 3,000 is not money? The middle-aged man paused, taken aback by Chun-Jing's request. "You wish to see it?" Chun-Jing nodded earnestly and said, "Indeed, to be frank, I too am engaged in the antique trade. If your inkstone is truly a remarkable piece, I would be interested in purchasing it." The middle-aged man cast a skeptical glance at him, questioning, "You are so young. Can you truly discern the value of antiques?" Chun-Jing replied with a smile, "Just allow me a look, and even if I decide not to buy, you would incur no loss, would you?" Perhaps due to Chun-Jing's earlier assistance, the middle-aged man held a favorable impression of him. Though he found Chun-Jing's youth somewhat unconvincing for an antique connoisseur, he nonetheless nodded in agreement. He then unwrapped the bundle he had been holding, revealing an oval-shaped inkstone with a subtle green hue. The inkstone possessed an aesthetically pleasing form, featuring a large circular indentation that occupied roughly 1/3 of its surface, designed for grinding ink. Alongside, several exquisite plum blossoms were intricately carved, and beneath the blossoms, 2 remarkably detailed frogs were depicted in a diving posture. Chapter 24. The Qiang inkstone with plum blossom design from the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty. Upon seeing the inkstone cradled in the arms of the middle-aged man, Chen Jing's demeanor instantly grew more serious. The inkstone was of exceptional quality, well preserved, and the craftsmanship of the plum blossoms and the 2 leaping frogs carved upon it was commendable. If it were indeed an antique, even if the stone material were somewhat ordinary, it could potentially fetch tens of thousands of yuan. Indeed, it is a fine piece, I senti it? The middle-aged man, noticing Chen Jing's earnest gaze, spoke with a hint of pride. Chen Jing merely smiled, choosing not to respond immediately, but instead focused intently on the inkstone, activating his discerning eye for appraisal. A golden light enveloped the inkstone, swirling around it several times before returning to manifest as a series of appraisal characters before Chen Jing's eyes. This object is identified as Qiang inkstone with plum blossom design from the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty. Historical significance. The Qing dynasty marked a splendid period for inkstone craftsmanship. Mirroring the flourishing of calligraphy and painting, the personalized inkstones of literati reached unprecedented heights. Diverse styles flourished, and the intricate carving techniques were unparalleled in history. Early Qing inkstones retained the refined essence of the late Ming literati, exuding an air of elegance. The production of inkstones during the Ming and Qing dynasties can be regarded as the zenith of their craft. This square inkstone is made from Qiang stone, quarried and meticulously carved within the Qiang region, often referred to as Qiang stone inkstone or simply Qiang inkstone. Inkstones crafted from Qiang stone produce ink as smooth as oil, facilitate easy grinding without drying out, and allow for precise brush control without damaging the bristles. They retain water in winter without freezing and do not decay in summer, and their color and texture are remarkably similar to that of the renowned Duan inkstone, one of the 4 great inkstones, which attests to its exceptional quality. Upon receiving the appraisal information, Chen Jing was immediately engulfed in delight. He had anticipated that the inkstone might be an antique. Yet he was completely unprepared for the revelation that it was not only an antique but also crafted from the remarkable Qiang stone. The Qiang stone inkstone is indeed one of the celebrated varieties and is exceedingly close in quality to the Duan inkstone, underscoring its significant value. The inkstone, also known as the grinding stone, is one of the traditional handicrafts, forming an integral part of the 4 treasures of the study alongside the brush, ink, and paper essentials for scholars of antiquity. The value of the inkstone is primarily assessed by the quality of the stone used, followed by the artistry of the carving and its condition. Among these, inkstones crafted from the 4 great stones are held in the highest esteem, namely the Duan inkstone from Zhaoqing in Guangdong province, the Shi inkstone from Xixian in Anhui province, the Taohe inkstone from Zhuani in Gansu province, and the Qingni inkstone from Jiangxian in Shaanxi province. The fact that the Qiang stone inkstone is regarded as exceedingly close to the Duan inkstone suggests that while its value may not rival the 4 great inkstones, certainly does not fall far behind. If the 4 great inkstones represent the pinnacle, then the Qiang stone inkstone can be regarded as first-rate. Thus, upon perceiving the appraisal information, Chen Jing was swept into a state of elation. Nevertheless, he maintained a commendable composure, revealing no signs of his excitement. "May I inquire your esteemed surname?" Chen Jing asked. The middle-aged man replied, "You may call me Zhou Jian." Chen Jing nodded, a smile gracing his face. "Brother Zhou, this inkstone is indeed a remarkable treasure." He did not dispute this fact. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jian's expression brightened with a mix of joy and pride as he remarked, "Indeed, my family has cherished this treasure for generations. How could it not be a good brother? That lad just now truly failed to recognize its worth. 2,000 yuan is simply too little." Chen Jing nodded in agreement. However, in the next moment, Chen Jing shifted the conversation, stating, "While 2,000 yuan is indeed insufficient, it certainly does not reach the figure of 100,000. Naturally, he aimed to negotiate the price. Although purchasing this Qiang stone inkstone for 100,000 would yield a significant profit for Chen Jing, as it presented a considerable opportunity. Despite inkstones being a niche collectible, their transaction rates in the auction market have surged in recent years, particularly those crafted from fine materials. The reasoning is straightforward. Certain renowned stones have been overexploited and are now nearing depletion, leading relevant authorities to close off these quarries. Consequently, inkstones made from superior materials have seen their values rise year after year. For instance, at a spring auction last year in Chongqing, a Duan inkstone fetched over $1 million, despite its historical value being relatively low. The Qiang stone inkstone is remarkably close to the Duan inkstone in quality, and being from the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty, it possesses a certain historical significance along with commendable craftsmanship. Even if its value does not reach $1 million, estimates of 600,000 to 700,000 remain plausible. Thus, even with a purchase price of 100,000, a profit of around 500,000 could be realized. This represents the most substantial opportunity Qinjing has encountered since entering the antique trade. Nonetheless, negotiation was essential. Chen Jing surmised that Zhou Jian's psychological price could be lowered from the 100,000 baseline. Naturally, sellers tend to start with their highest price. Indeed, upon hearing Chen Jing's words, Zhou Jian furrowed his brow but did not immediately dismiss the sale. He merely inquired, "You say it's not worth 10,000, so how much do you think it is worth?" Chen Jing regarded him for a moment, contemplating before responding, "Approximately 50,000. He had halved the initial offer. "What?" Zhou Jian exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. "That's far too low. I would never sell for 5,000. Observing Zhou Jian's vehement reaction, Chen Jing recognized that the 5,000 yuan figure was indeed too low and adopted a more conciliatory approach. "Well, Brother Zhou, why don't you propose a fair price? We are both reasonable individuals. If the price is right, I can pay immediately." Hesitating, Zhou Jian asked, "You truly can pay right away?" There was a hint of skepticism in his gaze, possibly stemming from his perception of Chen Jing's youth. "You doubt my word, Brother Zhou? Surely you can trust the money." Chen Jing replied with a smile gracing his handsome face. That made sense to Zhou Jian, who then continued, "At the very least, it must be 88,000. That number is auspicious." Chen Jing narrowed his eyes and responded, "Brother Zhou, let me speak frankly. You have only encountered me. Should one venture into other antique shops, I surmise that the majority of proprietors would scarcely offer even 50,000. While this assertion may not be absolute, it certainly reflects a high probability. Do you truly believe that individuals like Zhao Zheng are abundant in the realm of antiques? Far more prevalent are those akin to Gao Fu. As an uninformed outsider, you are bound to be subjected to relentless persuasion and price manipulation. Instances where so-called experts acquire antiques worth millions for mere hundreds are not unheard of." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jian hesitated momentarily. The price proposed by that apprentice had indeed instilled a similar sentiment within him. Therefore, he inquired, "Well then, my young friend, what is the highest amount you can offer?" 75,000, came the reply. "Perhaps 78,000, as it is a fortuitous number. If that is not feasible, then so be it." Zhou Jian gritted his teeth and ultimately declared. Chen Jing, recognizing that they were nearing an agreement, nodded in affirmation. "Very well, it is settled." Upon uttering those words, a wave of joy surged within him. If he could successfully part with this Kangxi plum blossom pattern Qiang inkstone from the Qing dynasty, he might swiftly achieve the objective he had recently set, earning his first million in life. Chapter 25. Zhao Zheng's suggestion. After negotiating a satisfactory price, Chen Jing, fearing that prolonged deliberation might lead to complications, promptly transferred 78,000 yuan to Zhou Jian's account. Upon seeing the notification of the transfer on his phone, Zhou Jian broke into a broad smile, and in return, he handed the Qiang stone inkstone to Chen Jing. Their collaboration was amicable, and Chen Jing's handsome visage reflected his contentment as he expressed his joy. Zhou Jian echoed his sentiments, exclaiming, "Ha ha! A delightful partnership indeed." Subsequently, Chen Jing engaged in light conversation with him, exchanged contact information, and remarked, "Brother Zhou, should you wish to sell anything else in the future, please feel free to reach out to me." Zhou Jian shook his head, responding, "There is nothing else. This is the only antique I have inherited. If it weren't for my son's upcoming wedding and the need for a few more thousand yuan for the dowry, I would never part with it." Chen Jing nodded, refraining from further inquiries, simply saying, "You never know, Brother Zhou. Perhaps if you search at home, you might discover other old treasures." This was merely a casual remark from Chen Jing, one he did not take to heart. "Well then, Brother Zhou, I shall take my leave," he said, noticing the time and quickly heading towards Nebaoju. Zhou Jian remained in place, gazing at the transfer notification, murmuring to himself, "I still need 40,000 for the dowry, and I've made an extra 30,000. Heh, we are all decent folks here." Shortly thereafter, Chun Jing arrived at Nebaoju, where Zhao Zhang had just opened the door and was busy preparing tea. "Little Chun has arrived," Zhao Zhang greeted him, continuing his tea preparation. He soon noticed Chun Jing seated across the table, a broad smile illuminating his face. Zhao Zhang paused, asking, "Why are you so cheerful? Have you not yet recovered from yesterday's profits?" Chun Jing chuckled. "Uncle Zhao, please take a seat." "Take a seat?" Zhao Zhang questioned, perplexed. "What's going on with you?" "Uncle Zhao, I purchased something on my way here. Please take a look," Chun Jing replied, placing the Qiang stone inkstone on the tea table. Zhao Zhang raised an eyebrow, instinctively saying, "You haven't stumbled upon another hidden gem, have you?" His face bore a look of astonishment. "I'm not certain, but I believe this inkstone possesses some significance. At the very least, it should be an antique," Chun Jing replied, carefully withholding the details of his own appraisal skills. Zhao Zhang picked up the Qiang stone inkstone, examining it with a magnifying glass as he remarked, "Little Chun, if you have indeed found another hidden treasure, I might begin to suspect you are the illegitimate child of the heavens." This was clearly a jest. Zhao Zhang secretly thought that the inkstone Chun Jing presented could not be of great value. After all, how could someone so new to the trade consistently stumble upon treasures? However, as Zhao Zhang continued to inspect the inkstone, his expression shifted dramatically. After a considerable pause, he cautiously placed the Qiang stone inkstone back on the table and looked at Chun Jing, asking, "Little Chun, tell me honestly, you are not truly the illegitimate child of the heavens, are you?" Suppressing a laugh, Chun Jing feigned utmost surprise, responding, "Uncle Zhao, is this inkstone of considerable value?" "Remarkably high," Zhao Zhang remarked, his astonishment palpable. "Your luck is simply extraordinary." Chun Jing chuckled with delight, perhaps after a streak of misfortune. "My fortunes have finally turned?" Unsure of how to articulate it further, he settled for this explanation. "Indeed, it is quite plausible. One's fortunes fluctuate, with peaks inevitably followed by valleys, and vice versa. It appears that you, Xiao Chun, may currently be riding a wave of good luck," Zhao Zhang conceded, acknowledging Chun Jing's perspective. Not wishing to dwell on this topic, Chun Jing promptly inquired about his primary concern. "Uncle Zhao, how much is this inkstone worth?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Zhang replied, "Inkstones are a niche collectible. However, in recent years, the value of fine inkstones has appreciated significantly. Yours is a Qiang stone inkstone, crafted from excellent material, likely dating back to the late Ming or early Qing dynasty. The craftsmanship is commendable, and I estimate its value to be between 500,000 and 600,000. Upon hearing this, Chun Jing silently marveled at Zhao Zhang's expertise. His assessment of the Qiang stone inkstone was nearly as astute as his own, albeit lacking a specific dating. Nevertheless, this was understandable, as it is indeed challenging to ascertain the precise era of an antique without distinct inscriptions or unique markers. Furthermore, the valuation of the Qiang stone inkstone aligned closely with Chun Jing's expectations. Zhao Zhang continued, "It is a pity that this is not one of the 4 great inkstones. Otherwise, you would have stumbled upon a treasure worth over 1 million. Chun Jing, however, was content, as the estimated value of 500,000 to 600,000 was already a delightful surprise, especially considering he had initially hoped for a profit of merely 20,000 to 30,000. Quite impressive indeed. You have only recently entered this field, and the profit from this find is enough for a substantial down payment on a desirable property," Zhao Zhang remarked with a nod of approval. Chun Jing merely smiled in response. After a brief pause, he asked, "So, Uncle Zhao, how should I go about selling this inkstone?" Being new to the industry, he had yet to establish connections or channels for selling antiques, thus seeking Zhao Zhang's assistance. Zhao Zhang pondered briefly before responding. "Finding private collectors for such niche items can be quite challenging. I do not know anyone among my acquaintances who collects inkstones." Chun Jing furrowed his brow at this, realizing that no matter how valuable the inkstone might be, it would be futile if he could not sell it. Fortunately, Zhao Zhang continued, "Let us consider this. I suggest you take it to an auction house. Although there will be some commissions deducted, inkstones tend to have a good success rate at auctions. With a bit of luck, you might even achieve a premium price, which is certainly preferable to holding on to it. If Chen Jing were financially secure, he might choose to keep the Qiang Stone inkstone, potentially reaping greater rewards in a few years. However, he was not at that stage yet. His immediate priority was to realize the profit from his find. That sounds reasonable, but Uncle Zhao, I am not familiar with the auction houses in Chongqing. Would you be able to assist me in making contact? Chen Jing nodded, once more seeking Zhao Zheng's help. Yet, he was not inconsiderate. He quickly added, I will give you 10% of the proceeds. Zhao Zheng graciously offered his assistance once, showcasing his benevolent nature. However, should he extend his help a second time or even more, it would be imperative for Chen Jing to express his gratitude, regardless of Zhao Zheng's silence. Aha, you rascal, Zhao Zheng chuckled, shaking his head with a smile. Yet he made no attempt to decline, merely stating, 10% is excessive. Let us settle on 5. With Zhao Zheng having voiced his opinion, Chen Jing naturally acquiesced. When the time comes, I shall accompany you. This will also provide you the opportunity to meet individuals from the auction house. In our dealings within the antique realm, it is essential to be acquainted with 2 types of people: personal collectors and auction house representatives. Zhao Zheng elaborated. Chapter 26. Guanju. Upon hearing that Zhao Zheng intended to take him along, Chen Jing immediately expressed his gratitude with a sincere and formal, "Thank you, Uncle Zhao." This gratitude was indeed warranted, as Zhao Zheng was effectively introducing him to his network. In society, personal connections often hold greater value than mere currency. Zhao Zheng chuckled casually and replied, "What's there to thank? Eventually, you'll have to interact with the auction house representatives." While his words rang true, having an experienced figure like Zhao Zheng from the antique business by his side would undoubtedly make Chen Jing's future endeavors in networking and management far less daunting. Although Chen Jing refrained from voicing any further comments, he silently registered this kindness in his heart, vowing to repay Uncle Zhao when the opportunity arose. "Uncle Zhao, may I leave this inkstone with you? It would facilitate your communication with the auction house," Chen Jing suggested. However, Zhao Zheng shook his head, stating, "No, you should keep it yourself." After a brief pause, his demeanor turned serious as he continued, "Young Chen, antiques of considerable value should only be entrusted to close relatives. You must not allow anyone else to safeguard them. Wealth can stir desires, and human hearts are the most complex when confronted with money." Chen Jing was momentarily taken aback by these words, reflecting deeply before nodding in understanding. "I comprehend, Uncle Zhao. Good. You have just emerged from school. Remember these lessons well, lest you learn them the hard way later," Zhao Zheng admonished with a grave expression. Truth be told, Chen Jing was indeed fortunate to encounter a mentor like Zhao Zheng. In many ways, finding such a wise and supportive figure could prove more challenging than stumbling upon a hidden treasure. Zhao Zheng then proceeded to discuss the auction house matters. "Several auction houses are preparing for their autumn auctions. I will reach out to them tomorrow. I anticipate they will be interested. You can choose the one with the most favorable conditions," he said while preparing tea, offering a cup to Chen Jing. "All right, I will heed your advice, Uncle Zhao," Chen Jing replied after taking a sip of tea. He recognized that he was in a learning phase, and Zhao Zheng would not lead him astray. Observing Zhao Zheng's actions and diligently absorbing knowledge was undoubtedly the right path. That day, Chen Jing was enveloped in a state of exhilaration. The prospect of successfully auctioning the Qiang Stone inkstone at a commendable price meant he could earn his first million. Such a sense of achievement was exhilarating. Although $1 million might not be a substantial sum in this era, merely sufficient for a down payment on a decent property in Chongqing, it represented a significant milestone for someone of Chen Jing's modest background. Moreover, for him, this marked a crucial beginning. A strong start could provide immense motivation. After work, Chen Jing deliberately purchased an array of his favorite dishes to celebrate and treat himself. Upon returning to his rental unit and opening the door, he faintly heard the sounds of conversation and laughter emanating from the apartment of Kong Shui next door. It seemed they had guests. At that moment, an instinctive thought flickered through Chen Jing's mind, uncertain whether it was a male or female. However, he quickly shook his head, self-deprecatingly reflecting that it hardly concerned him. Given his current relationship with Kong Shui, he truly had no right to be concerned about the gender of her guests. Nonetheless, his previously joyful mood was inevitably affected, to the extent that he failed to notice the water overflowing from the basin while washing vegetables. "Sigh, what is wrong with me?" Chun Jing chuckled wryly and shook his head. In truth, one could hardly blame him. Having never experienced romance, he was naturally oblivious to the bittersweet complexities of love. A graceful lady, sought day and night. Unfulfilled desires, thoughts linger through sleepless nights, aptly encapsulates Chun Jing's current state, reminiscent of the verses from the Book of Songs. However, Chun Jing possessed remarkable resilience. After splashing cold water on his face, he compelled himself to cease dwelling on extraneous matters. Once he had washed and chopped the vegetables, just as he was preparing to stir-fry them, a knock echoed at the door. The sound stirred his heart, for the only person likely to knock at this hour was Kong Shui. Upon opening the door, he was indeed greeted by her presence. "Shui Jie, what brings you here?" Chun Jing inquired, discreetly assessing her appearance. She was clad in casual home attire, maintaining a conservative style, with an apron tied at her waist. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up, save for a playful strand that brushed against her cheek, exuding a blend of maturity and charm. Kong Shui was undeniably beautiful. "I need your assistance," she replied, a hint of exasperation gracing her smile. "My friend accidentally broke the kitchen faucet. Do you know how to fix it?" Chun Jing hesitated momentarily before responding. "I'll need to take a look." He wasn't a professional, but as a man, he generally possessed a greater aptitude for such tasks. As long as it wasn't a significant issue, he was usually capable of resolving it. "I appreciate it," Kong Shui said with a smile, nodding in gratitude. Chun Jing downplayed it as a minor task, placed the spatula he had been holding aside, and followed Kong Shui to her rented apartment. Upon entering, a female voice rang out, "Shui, didn't you go to fetch help? Why are you back so soon? Did you forget something?" "Shui?" Chun Jing paused,
instinctively glancing at Kong Shui.
The usually poised and dignified Kong Shui felt a slight flush creep to her cheeks as she retorted, "What a ridiculous way to address me. Just say you're waiting for dinner. There's no need to come and help, especially when you broke my faucet." "Who called out like that?" The voice approached, revealing a girl who, upon spotting Chun Jing, momentarily froze, her expression shifting to one of awkwardness. She hadn't expected Kong Shui to return so quickly with someone, especially a young man. In such circumstances, her use of a nickname was indeed a bit inappropriate. "Ahem, Kong Shui, is this your repairman?" the girl teased, to which Kong Shui shot her a disapproving glance before introducing, "This is my neighbor Chun Jing, an exceptionally remarkable young man. Xiaochen, this is my dear friend Xin Jing." Upon seeing Xin Jing, Chun Jing inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over him, and a smile graced his handsome face as he greeted her. "Sister Xin, how do you do?" Xin Jing appeared to be of a similar age to Kong Shui, with a tall and slender figure, her shoulder-length hair lending her an air of sophistication. She was undoubtedly a striking older sister. "Oh, Xiaochen, greetings," Xin Jing replied with a warm smile and a nod. After they exchanged pleasantries, Chun Jing took the initiative to say, "Sister Shui, I will head to the kitchen to take a look." "Thank you so much, Xiaochen." Kong Shui expressed her sincere gratitude once more, even though there was no certainty that Chun Jing could fix the faucet. Chapter 27. Xin Jing's support. As Chun Jing entered the kitchen, he discovered that the faucet of the dishwasher was malfunctioning. However, the issue was minor. It simply required tightening to stop the leak. He detached the faucet, reattached it securely, and then turned on the valve to adjust the water flow. Meanwhile, in the living room, Xin Jing was whispering with Kong Shui. Hey, is this the tall boy you mentioned?" Xin Jing inquired, her face alight with gossip and mirth. Kong Shui, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Yes, what do you want to say now?" "Oh my, it really is him. I think he is quite decent, tall, handsome, and he appears quite reliable. Have you truly considered it?" Xin Jing winked, her expression dramatically animated. Earlier, during their conversation, Kong Shui had casually mentioned Xin Jing, though without much detail. "Consider what?" Kong Shui poked Xin Jing playfully on the forehead and continued, "Do you realize how much older I am than him? That's something to consider." Xin Jing squinted her eyes in laughter. "Haha, being young is not a bad thing. It signifies vitality. You would surely find happiness with him. You little rascal, what are you saying?
Kong Xue exclaimed.
Her irritation at Xinjing prompting a playful urge to hit her. Ha ha ha. I am being serious. Xinjing chuckled, then added, however, a relationship with a younger man does have its pros and cons. Youth often lacks the understanding of care. Kong Xue found truth in this, nodding slightly. Indeed, at our age, if we were to date, it would be with marriage in mind. The youth still have their fun ahead of them. We don't have time to waste on them. Xinjing agreed, that's true. You wouldn't believe that I now dread answering my mother's calls. Every conversation turns to her urging me to marry. It's utterly exhausting. Kong Xue shared a knowing look, shaking her head. Huisnt in the same boat. My mother constantly tries to arrange blind dates for me. I have to feign busyness with work just to avoid it. Ah, it's truly unfair. Kong Xue, what do you think is wrong with us? Why can't we find a good man to marry? Xinjing lamented, her face a comical mask of despair, half joking, half serious. At that moment, Chunjing emerged from the kitchen, announcing, Sister Xue, it's fixed. Xinjing suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared her throat awkwardly. Kong Xue, however, displayed no signs of discomfort and smiled, saying, Thank you, Xiao Chun. No problem, Chunjing replied, then added, Well, Sister Xue, I shall take my leave now. As he spoke, he began to walk toward the door. Kong Xue called out to him, Xiao Chun, you haven't eaten yet. Have you? Why not join us? No need. I've already prepared my dishes. Chunjing hesitated, feeling slightly awkward about intruding on Kong Xue's gathering with her close friends. Sensing his reluctance, Kong Xue gently encouraged, Just bring your dishes over, we can cook together. Besides, we bought a bit too little food, right, Xinjing? Xinjing, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded. Exactly, let us eat together, Xiaoqin. The more, the merrier. Both elder sisters expressed their opinions, and Chunjing found it difficult to decline, feeling somewhat shy yet secretly eager to dine with Kong Xue. Subsequently, he brought the chopped vegetables to the kitchen. Just as Kong Xue was about to suggest that he relax in the living room and watch TV, Xinjing suddenly inquired, Hey, Xiao Chun, can you cook? Yes. Chunjing nodded. Coming from a humble background, he learned to cook at a young age, as it is uncommon for men from Sichuan and Chongqing not to possess culinary skills. Seeing his affirmation, Xinjing smiled and said, Then why not cook together with Kong Xue? That way you can offer a variety of flavors, and it will be quicker too. Chunjing was momentarily taken aback, but without much thought he replied, Sure, I can do that. Kong Xue rolled her eyes at Xinjing in exasperation, who responded with playful expressions. However, Kong Xue ultimately said nothing, tacitly consenting to the arrangement. Once Xinjing retreated to the living room to await the meal, Chunjing and Kong Xue found themselves alone in the kitchen, where he suddenly realized that Xinjing had intentionally created an opportunity for him. Reflecting on this, Chunjing's thoughts began to shift, and he felt a surge of gratitude toward Xinjing. Kong Xue, since you're preparing several dishes, I'll make authentic Hunan cuisine this time, she suddenly remarked. All right, then I'll prepare Sichuan and Chongqing dishes, Chunjing responded. Being alone with Kong Xue made him slightly anxious, and he felt an urge to say or do something. However, Kong Xue was rather quiet, focusing intently on her cooking. Chunjing inwardly lamented his clumsiness, wishing he had sought advice from his past romantic peers to avoid feeling so lost now. Kong Xue, could you pass me the soy sauce? She asked, pointing to the bottle beside Chunjing. He promptly complied, reaching for it and handing it to her. During this exchange, their hands brushed slightly, causing Chunjing's heart to race as he felt a delicate, cool touch on the back of his hand. Yet, Kong Xue appeared unfazed, accepting the soy sauce with her usual demeanor. Chunjing shook his head quietly, feeling a tinge of disappointment, and decided to stop overthinking. He turned to the other side of the stove to prepare his dish. What he did not notice was that, after he turned away, Kong Xue pressed her lovely lips together and let out a soft sigh. Before long, a table laden with dishes was ready. Whether Hunan or Sichuan cuisine, chili was indispensable, and the vibrant red dishes laid out on the dining table were visually appetizing. Xinjing, already famished, picked up her chopsticks and first tasted Kong Xue's dish, then exclaimed with satisfaction, Xiao, cough cough, Kong Xue, Your cooking skills remain exceptional. Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate. She then sampled Chun Jing's dish, chewing thoughtfully before her eyes sparkled as she remarked, Xiao Chen, your culinary skills are impressive too. Besides professional chefs, it's rare to find a man who can cook so well. Chun Jing smiled humbly and replied, Sister Shen, you flatter me. My cooking is nowhere near as good as Sister Shui's. His culinary skills can only be described as passable, falling somewhat short of Kong Shui's prowess. Little did she know. Xin Jing shook her head and remarked, You are being excessively modest. A man who can cook as deliciously as you do is truly fortunate for whoever marries him. Her compliments towards Kong Shui and Chun Jing were delivered with such unmistakable intent, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Upon hearing her words, Chun Jing could not help but glance at Kong Shui. In response, Kong Shui shot Xin Jing a sidelong glance and retorted, Even with food to eat, you still cannot curb your tongue. Can you? After a brief pause, she turned to Chun Jing with an apologetic smile, adding, Xin Jing simply enjoys joking around. Please do not take it to heart, Xiao Chen. Chapter 28. Evading the question, Kong Shui's words left Chun Jing in a state of mixed emotions. Yet, he recognized it as a natural reaction. Forcing a smile, he replied, It's nothing, and I must thank Sister Xin for the generous compliment. Upon hearing this, Xin Jing was about to say something further, but a glare from Kong Shui silenced her, compelling her to focus on her meal. The dinner proceeded with a relatively pleasant atmosphere, as the three engaged in light-hearted banter about trivial matters. However, it was evident that Kong Shui was steering the conversation, clearly intent on preventing Xin Jing from uttering anything that might bolster Chun Jing's spirits. Chun Jing observed this dynamic, feeling a twinge of disappointment in his heart. Consequently, after finishing the meal, he chose not to linger and politely declined Kong Shui's invitation to stay for tea, heading directly back to his rented room. Once Chun Jing departed, Xin Jing assisted Kong Shui in clearing the table, unable to resist commenting, TSK, Xiao Shui, you truly are heartless. Seeing Xiao Chen's dejected expression is quite heartbreaking. Kong Shui, upon hearing this, playfully smacked her twice, retorting, How can you say that? Just moments ago, you were in agreement with me. Why have you suddenly flipped your stance? The notion of aiding Chun Jing while betraying her close friend left Kong Shui both amused and exasperated. With a grin, Xin Jing replied, Oh, come now. I didn't switch sides immediately. You were worried he wouldn't be capable of taking care of himself. Yet he can cook quite well, and at his age, how many young men can compare? I thought perhaps you two might be a good match. Kong Shui shot her a disapproving look. Just because he can cook, does that mean he's capable of taking care of someone? Besides, the age difference between us is considerable. If it were only 2 or 3 years, I might have given it some thought. Upon hearing this, Xin Jing's face broke into a sly smile. So, you're saying it's not that you lack feelings for Xiao Chun, but rather that the age gap is what holds you back. Get out of here. Either help me wash the dishes or go brew some tea, Kong Shui retorted, avoiding the question and focusing diligently on the dishes. Seeing her response, Xin Jing understood the answer and, with a twinkle in her eye, remarked, Although I haven't interacted much with Xiao Chen, from your demeanor, he seems to be quite an admirable man. You should consider giving it a try. It would also help you handle the matchmaking your mother has in store for you. Kong Shui felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation at Xin Jing's words, a rare blush gracing her porcelain-like cheeks, akin to fine china tinged with a delicate hue, rendering her exquisitely beautiful. You keep praising me so highly. Why don't you give it a shot yourself? Xin Jing burst into laughter. Haha, I would love to, but I'm certain Xiao Chun wouldn't be interested. Didn't you notice how his eyes were only on you during dinner? This remark caused Kong Shui's face to redden even further, prompting her to dismiss the topic of Chun Jing entirely. Shoving Xin Jing out of the kitchen, Go brew some tea. You're becoming quite the matchmaker. Days passed swiftly. During this time, nothing particularly noteworthy occurred. Chun Jing continued his routine of work, diligently utilizing his 3 opportunities for assessments each day, albeit with no significant results. Moreover, following the recent dinner at Kong Shui's residence, Chun Jing felt that Kong Shui's attitude was rather apparent, leaving him with a sense of disappointment and discouragement as he tried to adjust his mindset over the past few days. Yet, whenever he encountered Kong Shui in the corridor, His emotions would inevitably surge. After all, feelings are not easily suppressed. On that particular morning, with few patrons at Nabeoju, Chun Jing was engrossed in a book on antique appraisal when Zhao Zheng, after answering several phone calls, turned to him and said, "Xiao Chun, tidy up. We are heading out." Chun Jing immediately inquired, "Uncle Zhao, have you made arrangements with the auction house?" Zhao Zheng had been preoccupied with the auction of his Chiang Stone inkstone for the past few days, but they were still in the phase of telephone communication and had yet to formally visit for discussions. Zhao Zheng smiled and nodded. "Indeed, we will visit 3 auction houses today." Chun Jing felt a surge of joy and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Zhao. What is there to thank for? I am entitled to a share as well, haha." Zhao Zheng waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Subsequently, Chun Jing took the Chiang Stone inkstone he had carried with him for the past few days, closed the door behind him, and they set off for the nearest of the 3 auction houses. They traveled in Zhao Zheng's BMW 7 Series. Seated in the passenger seat, Chun Jing meticulously examined the interior, his handsome face betraying a hint of envy. After all, what man does not have an affinity for cars? "Uncle Zhao, how much did this car cost?" Chun Jing inquired. As Zhao Zheng started the engine, he replied, "Over $1 million, I suppose. But don't be envious. With your talent, you'll be able to afford one soon, especially if your Chiang Stone inkstone sells well." Chun Jing shook his head in response. "That still seems a bit far off." Zhao Zheng continued, "Not too far, but I suggest you prioritize buying a house first. Cars depreciate in value. While real estate cannot be entirely considered an appreciating asset, it certainly does not depreciate." This was Zhao Zheng's life experience, and Chun Jing was willing to listen. "Indeed, I have thought the same." However, Zhao Zheng added, "If you do decide to buy a car in the future, I recommend starting with a sports car for some fun." He nodded, a broad smile on his face. Chun Jing was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Why is that? You are still young. You should experience the roar of a sports car's engine. Plus, nowadays, young women are quite fond of them. If you drive a sports car out, you might find that beautiful young ladies become very proactive, haha." Zhao Zheng laughed heartily as he spoke. Chun Jing, however, shook his head in resignation. The person he liked probably would not be particularly impressed by sports cars. As they chatted and joked, they arrived at the first auction house in about 20 minutes. The Dingsheng Auction House, a national auction company with several decades of history, may not rival the renowned international auction houses, but it held significant power in Chongqing. As a seasoned veteran in the antique business, Zhao Zheng maintained a respectable standing in the field, and thus, he was greeted by Lin Kailiang, the head of the autumn auction at Dingsheng Auction House. In the subsequent negotiations, Chun Jing was solely responsible for presenting the Chiang Stone inkstone for appraisal by the experts at the Dingsheng Auction House. Following this, Zhao Zheng and Lin Kailiang would discuss the specific details. Had Chun Jing approached them himself, various fees such as storage costs would have been inevitable. However, with Zhao Zheng initiating the conversation, the circumstances were markedly different. The focal points of the negotiations were essentially twofold: the commission percentage and the promotional efforts prior to the auction. The former was manageable, yet the latter held significant importance. Regardless of the era, the impact of promotion is immensely powerful. A fine antique, when effectively marketed, can easily achieve a remarkable final price. Chapter 29. The discussion between Minister Shen and the Dingsheng auction house lasted approximately half an hour. Throughout the process, both Zhao Zheng and Lin Kailiang exhibited a rather resolute demeanor, leading to a notably intense negotiation. Even Chun Jing, observing from the sidelines, found himself questioning whether an altercation might ensue at any moment. This was the first time Chun Jing had witnessed the usually jovial Zhao Zheng displaying such a serious demeanor. However, it aligned with Zhao Zheng's previous counsel to Chun Jing. During negotiations regarding pricing or interests, one must cultivate a thick skin and not be overly concerned with sentiment. Once the discussions concluded, Zhao Zheng and Lin Kailiang amicably exchanged pleasantries, even making plans to dine together at a later date, as if the earlier fervent negotiation had never transpired. Is this the essence of seasoned social maneuvering? Chun Jing was taken aback while simultaneously absorbing the nuances of this interaction. Subsequently, Zhao Zheng took the opportunity to introduce Chun Jing to Lin Kailiang with great earnestness. "Old Lin, this is Chun Jing, the rising star of our Chongqing antique shop. In a few years, the establishment will undoubtedly belong to him. Zhao Zheng's introduction was notably effusive, omitting any mention of Chen Jing's apprenticeship at Nabeoju. Chen Jing recognized Zhao Zheng's intent. It was a deliberate move to garner Lin Cailiang's greater respect. Upon hearing this, Lin Cailiang indeed regarded Chen Jing with newfound appreciation, warmly shaking his hand and remarking, "Mr. Chen, you are quite accomplished at such a young age. I hope that Dingxing can collaborate with you in the future." The conditions discussed earlier remained tentative as they had yet to confirm with two other auction houses. "I, too, hope to establish a partnership with your esteemed company," Chen Jing replied with a smile, keeping his words measured. After exchanging a few courteous remarks, Chen Jing and Lin Cailiang exchanged contact information, and Zhao Zheng led him away. The second auction house they visited bore similarities to Dingxing, and the outcome of their discussions mirrored that of the first. Once they exited the second auction house and settled into the car, Zhao Zheng finally spoke. "The commission rates for Dingxing and Jiayun are quite comparable, and both have agreed to provide similar promotional efforts. If the conditions presented by New Century are lacking, we can simply choose between Dingxing and Jiayun." The promotional efforts for auction items were categorized into tiers, with the top tier being the most advantageous. Chen Jing's Qiangstone Inkstone would undoubtedly not qualify for the top tier, instead falling between the first and second tiers. However, thanks to Zhao Zheng's influence, both Dingxing and Jiayun had agreed to a first-tier promotion. Chen Jing nodded, his anticipation evident as he inquired, "Uncle Zhao, if New Century's conditions are similarly favorable, would that not be the best option?" "Certainly, especially since New Century is the only international auction house in Chongqing," Zhao Zheng replied while starting the vehicle. The designation of an international auction house implies that New Century's operations extend beyond domestic borders, attracting bidders from far and wide, not just local collectors and affluent individuals. A larger pool of bidders enhances the potential for successful transactions and increased auction premiums, not to mention the inherent strength of New Century Auction House itself. If given the choice, Chen Jing would undoubtedly prefer to select the New Century Auction House, but it ultimately depended on the conditions they would offer. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at New Century International Auction Company, Limited. After Zhao Zheng informed the front desk of their purpose, they were escorted to the reception room where water was served. The attendant then said, "Please wait a moment. Minister Shen is currently in a meeting and will be here shortly." "Very well," Zhao Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. Once the attendant departed, he sighed and remarked, "Xiao Chun, New Century is indeed different. At the other two auction houses, I can arrange meetings with the heads of their autumn auctions, yet here, I could only secure an appointment with the head of their porcelain and crafts department." Chen Jing found it difficult to respond, merely managing a smile. Fortunately, Zhao Zheng was merely speaking offhandedly, and he continued, "However, Minister Shen wields considerable influence. She has the authority to decide on a promotional opportunity. It all depends on how much she values your Qiangstone Inkstone." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing expressed his hopes, saying, "I hope to secure a promotional slot." The two waited for less than 10 minutes when the sound of high heels echoed from outside, and soon, two figures entered the reception room. The woman in front was tall, approximately 28 or 29 years old, dressed in a tailored suit with shoulder-length hair. "I apologize, Zhao boss. I had an unexpected meeting that made you wait," the woman said, her face full of apologies as she entered. Zhao Zheng waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It's quite all right." At that moment, Chen Jing found himself momentarily stunned, for the woman was none other than Shen Jing. "Xiao Chen?" Shen Jing also recognized him, her expression reflecting surprise. Chen Jing certainly did not expect to encounter Shen Jing at New Century, especially in her capacity as the head of the porcelain and crafts department. He quickly greeted her, "Sister Shen." Shen Jing, smiling at him, replied, "What a coincidence. Are you working at an antique shop?" "Yes. I am an apprentice at Uncle Zhao's store," Chen Jing responded honestly, feeling no need to boast in front of Shen Jing, especially since Kong Shui was aware of his true situation at the antique shop. "Is that so? Why didn't Kong Shui mention it to me? There are numerous opportunities for collaboration in our field," Shen Jing chided lightly. In truth, it was understandable that Kong Shui did not bring this up. She may not have considered it, or she might have felt that Chen Jing, still just an apprentice, would not have any immediate dealings with the auction house. Who could have anticipated that Chen Jing would stumble upon such opportunities right at the onset of his career? Seeing the two conversing, Zhao Zheng interjected, Xiao Chun, do you know Minister Xin? Yes, we've dined together before, Chun Jing replied, unsure how to define his relationship with Xin Jing. Friends seemed too strong a term, so he settled for mentioning their shared meal. However, Xin Jing smiled and added, Xiao Chun, you are a friend of my close friend, which makes you my friend as well. Hearing this, Zhao Zheng's face brightened with a smile as he remarked, well, how fortuitous it is today. Had I known Xiao Chun knew Minister Xin, I wouldn't have needed to come today, haha. Upon hearing this, Xin Jing paused, her expression turning curious as she asked, what do you mean by that, Zhao boss? Is it possible that the auction item belongs to Xiao Chun? Indeed, this young man has an eye for opportunity. He possesses remarkable talent and a stroke of good fortune, having stumbled upon several advantageous finds shortly after entering the field. Zhao Zheng never hesitates to extol Chen Jing's virtues. Xin Jing, somewhat taken aback, turned to Chen Jing and remarked, Little Chun, I never realized you were so impressive. You truly have an air of mystery about you. Chun Jing, standing before Xin Jing, who was a close friend of Kong Shui, remained quite modest, responding, oh, I merely have good luck. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group transitioned to more serious matters. Chun Jing presented the Qiang Stone inkstone to the appraiser that Xin Jing had brought along, and upon confirming its authenticity, they began to formally negotiate the terms. Chapter 30. A promotional endeavor. Once Xin Jing entered her work mode, she appeared remarkably serious and earnest, exhibiting a formidable presence during negotiations with Zhao Zheng, which placed considerable pressure upon him. Chun Jing observed quietly from the side, yet could not help but reminisce about Kong Shui. He pondered whether Sister Shui also exhibited such strength and prowess in her professional endeavors. It was challenging for Chun Jing to envision the typically gentle and poised Kong Shui in a serious and assertive demeanor. Zhao Zheng continued to assert Minister Xin. Although the collection of inkstones is relatively niche, the transaction rates at auctions over the past 2 years have been quite high, with substantial premiums. This indicates the considerable value of inkstones, and I believe a first-tier promotion is entirely feasible. Xin Jing shook her head and replied, Boss Zhao, most of the inkstones that have sold are the 4 great inkstones, whereas Xiao Chen's inkstone does not belong to that category. Although it is indeed a commendable Qiang Stone inkstone, it does not quite compare to the 4 great inkstones. If I were to endorse a first-tier promotion, I would be assuming a significant risk. She possessed the authority to decide on a first-tier promotion, yet she also bore the corresponding risks. Should the promotion end in failure, it would constitute a considerable professional misstep. Zhao Zheng countered, Minister Xin, Xiao Chen's inkstone possesses historical value as well, being an artifact from the late Ming to early Qing dynasties, with excellent craftsmanship. I believe it is not inferior to the 4 great inkstones. Boss Zhao, our second-tier promotions at New Century are indeed comparable to first-tier promotions at other auction houses in Chongqing. Even for a second-tier promotion, Xiao Chen's Qiang Stone inkstone stands a great chance of success. Xin Jing chose not to engage with Zhao Zheng's argument further, instead highlighting the advantages of New Century. However, a first-tier promotion ultimately holds greater merit. If it were to sell at a premium, wouldn't Minister Xin's performance in this autumn auction at New Century be significantly enhanced? Risks and rewards are inherently proportional. Zhao Zheng persisted in his insistence for a first-tier promotion. Hearing this, Xin Jing felt a twinge of helplessness. Seasoned industry veterans like Zhao Zheng, who understood the rules of the trade, were indeed challenging to contend with. In truth, Chun Jing's Qiang Stone inkstone could certainly warrant a first-tier promotion, yet it carried certain risks. Xin Jing's approach favored stability, and she seldom took chances in her work. Let me consider it, Xin Jing finally spoke. Zhao Zheng nodded, refraining from further comments. Chun Jing took a sip of water, choosing to remain silent. The notion of invoking Kong Shui's name to persuade Xin Jing for a first-tier promotion had never crossed his mind. Firstly, his relationship with Kong Shui had not reached that level of intimacy, and secondly, if he were to pursue such a strategy, Xin Jing's impression of him would likely diminish significantly. If Kong Shui were indeed Chun Jing's girlfriend at this moment, then Xin Jing's connections would be of great utility, as the relationship would be appropriately established. However, given the current circumstances, bringing it up would only lead to an awkward situation. As Xin Jing contemplated earnestly, her thoughts were somewhat scattered. She casually glanced at Chun Jing, who sat quietly beside her. Indeed, he is quite handsome, she mused to herself. With a prominent nose and striking features, he possessed an appealing countenance that would undoubtedly endear him to elders, and he appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly in his early 20s, exuding a sense of youthful vigor. Despite his youth, he emanated a certain steadiness. As Shen Jing pondered over her thoughts, she recalled how Kong Shui had previously evaded her question about her feelings for Chun Jing. A decision formed in her mind. Perhaps it was worth taking a risk. After all, young Chun might one day become my friend's husband. In light of this, Shen Jing smiled and said, "Boss Zhao, you make a valid point. Let us secure a promotional slot for the Qiang Stone Inkstone." Upon hearing this, both Chun Jing and Zhao Zhang immediately brightened with smiles. "Aha, Minister Shen will not regret this decision," Zhao Zhang remarked as he stood up. Chun Jing also chimed in, "Thank you, Sister Shen. No need for thanks. I have faith in you, and in your Qiang Stone Inkstone," Shen Jing replied, her eyes sparkling with an underlying meaning. With the terms agreed upon and a promotional slot secured, Chun Jing felt no hesitation in signing the contract with New Century. With Zhao Zhang, an experienced veteran, reviewing the contract, Chun Jing felt at ease, and after confirming everything was in order, he signed. Shen Jing then called for someone to take away the Qiang Stone Inkstone, as it was needed for subsequent exhibitions and promotions. With the contract in place, there was no concern that New Century would encounter any issues with the Inkstone. Moreover, if any problems did arise, it could actually be advantageous for Chun Jing, as New Century had appraised the Qiang Stone Inkstone at 550 to 600,000. Should any issues occur, they would be liable to compensate several times the appraised value. Young Chun, may our collaboration be fruitful. After the contract was signed, Shen Jing rose with a smile and shook hands with Chun Jing, who expressed his gratitude, saying, "Sister Shen, I am truly thankful for the promotional opportunity." After a brief pause, he added, "It's just about lunchtime. I would like to treat you to a meal if you have the time." "Well, I have no other commitments today," Shen Jing replied with a nod, silently acknowledging his admirable social skills. Zhao Zhang, standing nearby, cast a look of approval towards Chun Jing. Their lunch venue was conveniently located at a 4-star hotel near New Century. During the meal, the trio engaged in casual conversation about the auction and the promotional ideas for the Qiang Stone Inkstone, creating a pleasant atmosphere without any awkward silences. After finishing their meal, Chun Jing settled the bill, and just as Zhao Zhang was about to escort him back, Shen Jing suddenly said, "Young Chun, could you give me a ride back to the office?" Chun Jing was taken aback and somewhat puzzled. Zhao Zhang smiled and said, "I'll head back first. Young Chun, you can take a taxi later." All right," Chun Jing responded, realizing that Shen Jing likely had something to discuss with him. Once Zhao Zhang drove away, Chun Jing and Shen Jing strolled back to the nearby New Century auction house. After walking a few steps, Shen Jing spoke up, "Young Chun, I have a question for you. Please answer me candidly." "Yes, Sister Shen, please ask," Chun Jing replied earnestly. "Do you have feelings for Kong Shui?" Upon hearing this, Chun Jing hesitated for a moment but ultimately answered honestly, "Yes, I do, very much." Shen Jing chuckled. "You must add that you are quite fond of her." "Ah, Kong Shui's allure is indeed remarkable." After teasing her close friend, she inquired, "Let me ask you this. If you were to embark on a romantic relationship with Kong Shui, would you be inclined towards marriage?" Marriage? Chun Jing had not truly contemplated this matter. It was not that he harbored alternative thoughts. Rather, he could not envision any prospect of dating Kong Shui. So how could he entertain notions of marriage? "Don't tell me you merely wish to date Kong Shui without the intention of marrying her." Noticing his momentary silence, Shen Jing immediately furrowed her brow. Chapter 31. Life not exceeding a century. Little Chun. Time is no longer on Kong Shui's side. She is at an age where any romantic endeavor is inevitably directed towards marriage. If your intentions are merely for amusement, then Shen Jing frowned as she spoke. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chun Jing interjected, "Sister Shen, it's not that I don't wish to pursue marriage. In fact, I have never been in a relationship before. I truly desire my first love to culminate in matrimony. I simply hadn't considered the future so thoroughly, especially since Sister Shui does not harbor feelings for me." With a hint of disappointment, Chun Jing sighed at the end of his statement. Hearing his confession, Xinjing was both surprised and amused. You've never been in a relationship? Surely that cannot be true. Little Chun, you possess commendable qualities. You are quite handsome, and I believe young women today would be particularly drawn to your type. Chun Jing shook his head with a bitter smile, responding, I was very poor in the past. How could I afford to pursue a romance? Fair enough. Xinjing nodded, then continued, I have been close friends with Kong Shui for many years, and I know her well. As long as your intentions are serious and directed towards marriage, you stand a chance with her. But Chun Jing hesitated and then added, Sister Shui doesn't tea like me. She sees me merely as a younger brother. With a twinkle of amusement in her eyes, Xinjing glanced at Chun Jing and thought to herself, if she truly regarded you as a brother, she would not have evaded my earlier question. However, she kept this observation to herself and instead said, if she does not fancy you, there is still room for pursuit. With sincerity, even the hardest of stones can be carved. Trust me, you have a glimmer of hope. If there were no hope at all, I wouldn't have shared so much with you. Xinjing subtly conveyed that Chun Jing indeed had a chance to win Kong Shui's heart, and perhaps a significant one at that. Kong Shui harbored feelings for Chun Jing as well. Her hesitation stemmed from the age difference. Chun Jing had already entertained some thoughts in his mind, albeit with a degree of hesitation. Now, with Xinjing, the good friend of Shui, clearly supporting him, he felt a surge of motivation. Sister Xin, how should I go about courting Sister Shui? He asked directly. Upon hearing this, Xinjing's smile widened. As for Kong Shui, do not be misled by her composed and elegant demeanor. Deep down, she cherishes romance, though it is not the ostentatious kind, no flowers or grand surprises. Rather, she appreciates romance in the simplicity of everyday life. Chun Jing, a novice in matters of the heart, found himself somewhat perplexed. So, you mean to say that when courting Kong Shui, I need not overly dramatize my affections? Just pay attention to the details, show genuine concern for her, and take the opportunity to care for her. Then, on that foundation, sprinkle in a touch of romance, and you should be well on your way. Xinjing patiently elucidated. Chun Jing nodded in understanding, his mind beginning to contemplate the possibilities. As they walked back to the New Century auction house, Xinjing shared more about Kong Shui's preferences, allowing him to tailor his approach accordingly. Of course, Xinjing did not divulge every detail about her close friend, although, from her observations, she deemed Xinjing to be a commendable man. She recognized that her assessment had been brief and that time would reveal more. Thus, Xinjing refrained from directly informing Chun Jing that Kong Shui harbored feelings for him, deliberately adding a layer of challenge to his pursuit, allowing Kong Shui to learn more about him. Nonetheless, Chun Jing was immensely grateful to Xinjing. After all, without her intervention, he remained uncertain when he would muster the resolve to pursue Kong Shui. Initially, he had planned to wait until he achieved greater success in his career before courting her. However, upon reflection, he realized that waiting for that moment might lead to missed opportunities. Life is fleeting. One should not hesitate or procrastinate, for when the moment passes, it may be irrevocably lost. Oh, by the way, tomorrow is Saturday. I remember that Kong Shui adores watching the sunrise at Jinfeng Mountain, often ascending early every Saturday. Xinjing remarked with a bright smile, casting a glance at Xinjing. I need not elaborate further, do I? Xinjing nodded, understanding implicitly, despite his lack of romantic experience, that Xinjing's words carried deeper meaning. With a serious expression adorning his handsome face, he said, Xinjing, thank you. If I succeed, I will certainly treat you to a grand feast. Anything you desire. Ha! I shall await that day with anticipation. Xinjing laughed heartily, her eyes sparkling with expectation. After a brief pause, she continued, regarding the promotional efforts for your Chiang Stone Inkstone, I will do my utmost to secure the best resources for you. Rest assured, there are varying degrees of promotional opportunities. Knowing that Chun Jing had resolved to pursue Kong Shui made him, in Xinjing's eyes, an ally. Thus she was more invested in his endeavors. Chun Jing could only express his sincere gratitude once more. Before long, Chun Jing took a taxi back to the antique street, while Xinjing returned to her office, chuckling softly, Shui, I have truly become a matchmaker. Haha. Upon Chen Jing's return to Nebaoju, Zhao Zheng teased him, Xiao Chun, Does this count as bartering your good looks for a promotional opportunity? Ha ha ha. Uncle Zhao, you misunderstand, Chunjing replied, both amused and exasperated. However, it was understandable that Zhao Zhang, lacking the full context, might misinterpret the situation. Subsequently, Chunjing sat across from Zhao Zhang, sipping tea while briefly explaining the circumstances. To his surprise, Zhao Zhang burst into laughter again, saying, "Who would have thought you were into age-gap relationships? I never saw that coming." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Chunjing chose to sip his tea in silence. Zhao Zhang continued, however, age-gap relationships can be quite advantageous. Older women tend to be more mature and understanding, able to provide care and empathy that younger girls might lack. Throughout the relationship, she will guide you in your growth and willingly support your development, making the dynamic much easier and allowing men to focus more on their careers. Chunjing could not help but gaze at Zhao Zhang in astonishment. It seemed as though Uncle Zhao possessed considerable insight on the matter. "Uncle Zhao, have you ever been in an age-gap relationship?" Chunjing couldn't resist asking. At this, Zhao Zheng's face softened with nostalgia as he took a sip of his tea, his expression reminiscent of indulging in a fine spirit. Finally, he sighed and replied, "Yes, but it ultimately did not work out. Xiao Chun, I tell you, the benefits of such relationships are manifold. However, it is not without its drawbacks, particularly regarding familial resistance. While it is often said that age is merely a number, this assertion typically applies to a gap of 2 or 3 years. When the difference exceeds 5 years, parental acceptance becomes considerably more challenging." These reflections are drawn from Zhao Zheng's rather candid experiences. Nonetheless, there are instances where couples have persevered despite such disparities. Ultimately, it hinges upon the sentiments of both you and your elder sister. Zhao Zhang shook his head, exhaling a sigh that seemed to echo a wistful reminiscence, and chose not to elaborate further, perhaps lost in the nostalgia of his youth. Chunjing took a few sips of tea, his gaze resolute, before stating, "Uncle Zhao, I would like to request a day off tomorrow. Given that Nabeoju does not observe a 2-day weekend, the business tends to flourish more on weekends." Chapter 32. Serendipity. On September 12th, the 12th day of the Dingyu month, a Saturday. It was an auspicious day for weddings, moving into a new home, obtaining certificates, embarking on journeys, and more. Chunjing rose at around 5 o'clock, eager to reach the summit of Jinfeng Mountain in advance, awaiting a chance encounter with Kong Shui. He considered that directly asking Kong Shui to join him on the ascent might lead to rejection, and the overt nature of the request could easily expose Xinjing as the clandestine matchmaker. A chance encounter eliminated such concerns. Once they crossed paths, he could naturally suggest watching the sunrise together, which she would hardly decline. Moreover, how romantic a serendipitous meeting could be, instilling in Kong Shui a sense of a fateful connection with Chunjing. Admittedly, Chunjing was inexperienced in matters of the heart. Yet, he possessed a remarkable talent and intuition in this realm. After a meticulous morning routine, he donned casual athletic attire and set off. Jinfeng Mountain is not particularly renowned as a tourist destination, attracting few visitors from afar. However, it enjoys considerable popularity among locals in Chongqing, as its eastern orientation offers breathtaking views of the sunrise. Chunjing first took a taxi to the mountain's midsection, from where he would continue his ascent on foot. The journey up was adorned with splendid scenery, lush greenery and autumn leaves, tinged with yellow, gracefully cascading along the path, evoking a unique charm that instilled a sense of tranquility. At this hour, the number of climbers was sparse, predominantly older individuals engaging in physical exercise, which was not uncommon, as younger generations often neglect such pursuits. As Chunjing approached the summit around 6 o'clock, he arrived at a well-constructed viewing platform designed for sunrise watchers, surrounded by several tents, likely occupied by those who had camped overnight in anticipation of the dawn. He wondered when Kong Shui would arrive. Taking a seat, he gazed down the path from which he had come, filled with anticipation and trepidation. This chance encounter marked the inaugural step in his pursuit of Kong Shui, a blend of eagerness and anxiety reflecting the uncertainties of a novice in love. Minutes later, as the horizon began to blush with the first hints of dawn, Chunjing finally spotted Kong Shui's silhouette emerging along the trail. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail, and she wore a simple white athletic outfit. Her exquisite face, devoid of makeup, radiated a serene elegance and dignified beauty. She seemed to surpass even the autumnal landscape in her allure, drawing the gaze of passers-by. Noticing that Kong Shui was clad in a pristine white ensemble, Chun Jing felt a surge of delight. He was dressed in pure black, and their similar styles evoked the appearance of a couple's attire. As Kong Shui drew closer, he quickly averted his gaze, mindful that it was a chance encounter and that he must not appear too obvious. Upon reaching the viewing platform, Kong Shui did not immediately spot Chun Jing. Facing east, a gentle smile graced her lips, and she appeared relaxed and joyful, as if climbing the mountain and watching the sunrise were her means of unwinding. At that moment, a beam of golden-red light slowly emanated from the east, illuminating the entire observation deck and mountaintop with a resplendent golden glow, as if a splash of vibrant color had been unexpectedly cast upon a traditional landscape painting, radiating an ethereal beauty. The smile on Kong Shui's face grew wider as she gazed intently at the sunrise in the east, captivated by the breathtaking view. While she admired the scenery, Chun Jing's attention was fixed on her. How beautiful! Chun Jing couldn't help but feel awestruck. Overwhelmed by this admiration, he finally mustered the courage to approach Kong Shui and said, "Sister Shui, what a coincidence." Kong Shui was momentarily taken aback by his words, turning to see Chun Jing, her face revealing a hint of surprise. "Little Chun, what are you doing here? I heard from a friend that the sunrise at Jinfeng Mountain is magnificent. I happen to have some free time today, so I thought I would come and see. I didn't expect to run into you, Sister Shui." Chun Jing spoke without a hint of embarrassment, his face glowing with delight. "I see," Kong Shui replied with a gentle smile, nodding her head. "The sunrise at Jinfeng Mountain is indeed beautiful. I come here often, and each time I witness the sunrise, my mood becomes remarkably uplifted, and all my worries seem to vanish." Chun Jing felt a stirring in his heart and, inspired, replied, "Sister Shui, my mood is already exceptionally good right now." As he uttered these words, he bravely gazed into Kong Shui's eyes, his emotions bold and fervent. Having decided to pursue her, he felt no hesitation or timidity. Kong Shui was aware that Chun Jing harbored some affection for her, yet she did not anticipate him to express such sentiments so directly. Not one to be easily flustered, she understood the underlying implications of his words. This unexpected confession left the usually composed Kong Shui somewhat at a loss for how to respond. However, being the person she was, she quickly composed herself, lightly biting her lip and said in a calm tone, "Then focus on watching the sunrise here. It will surely enhance your mood even further." Her response was a deliberate feigned misunderstanding of his subtle overture. "Yes, I am watching very intently," Chun Jing nodded, his expression earnest. Yet, his gaze remained fixated upon Kong Shui rather than the sunrise. At this, Kong Shui found herself somewhat overwhelmed. The expression on her beautiful face began to betray her composure. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she pressed her lips together, redirecting her gaze to the eastern sunrise, choosing not to say anything further. Fortunately, Chun Jing did not linger too long in his gaze, understanding the need for propriety, and soon turned his attention to the sunrise in the east. As soon as Chun Jing shifted his gaze, Kong Shui quietly exhaled, her fair complexion flushed with warmth, likely a rosy hue of embarrassment. Thankfully, the radiant golden-red sunlight of the sunrise concealed the blush on her cheeks. Once the sun fully emerged from the horizon, the breathtaking spectacle of the Jinfeng Mountain sunrise came to an end. "Sister Shui, shall we explore Jinfeng Mountain together?" Chun Jing turned once more to invite her. Kong Shui, having regained her composure, hesitated for a moment before responding. "All right, the scenery here is indeed quite lovely." She felt it would be impolite to decline Chun Jing's invitation, especially since fate had brought them together. With a subtle smile gracing the corners of Chun Jing's lips, he unabashedly expressed his delight and remarked, "Sister Shui, you frequently visit Jinfeng Mountain. You must know which spots boast the most exquisite scenery. I shall follow your lead." Kong Shui nodded, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her delicate ear, and replied, "Have you had breakfast yet? I recall there's a quaint little market nearby. Shall we indulge in some food first?" Naturally, Chun Jing had no objections. Thus, the two of them strolled side by side down the mountain. Chun Jing maintained a respectful distance, refraining from getting too close to Kong Shui. aware that pursuing a mature older sister figure required a patient approach. Nevertheless, even with their physical proximity being rather modest, their attire, reminiscent of a couple's coordinated outfits, gave off an impression of a romantic pairing. Indeed, a brother-sister couple. Chapter 33. The imitation gemstones. As they descended from the mountain, Chun Jing actively engaged in various conversations with Kong Shui, discussing an array of topics from all corners of the world. Kong Shui, with her impressive education and rich life experiences, responded with ease, and Chun Jing found great joy and comfort in their casual exchanges. This is the allure of a mature woman. On Jinfeng Mountain there were still some residents, and thus a small market nestled midway up the slope catered to their daily needs. Familiar with the area from her frequent visits, Kong Shui led Chun Jing to the market, where they discovered a noodle shop. "The noodles here are quite delightful," she remarked. After placing their orders, they settled at an outdoor table, continuing their conversation while waiting for the noodles to cook. "By the way, Chin, how old are you exactly?" After a brief silence, Kong Shui, slightly perspiring, casually inquired while dabbing at her temples with a tissue. Chun Jing felt a stir within, sensing the underlying intent of her question. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "I'm 22 this year." Upon hearing this, Kong Shui nodded with a composed demeanor but fell into silence. Shui Jie, may I ask how old you are?" Chun Jing began, but hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to inquire about a woman's age. Fortunately, Kong Shui was unperturbed by such matters and, perceiving his curiosity, smiled gracefully. "I am 28 this year. Soon I will be a woman in her 30s. Meanwhile, you still have the title of a youth." "Not at all. I believe 30 is the most beautiful age for a woman. How can you call yourself a middle-aged lady?" Chun Jing quickly interjected, realizing she was alluding to their age difference. In truth, he was correct. 30 is indeed one of the most beautiful ages for a woman alongside 18, which represents youth and vibrancy, while 30 embodies maturity and grace. Kong Shui chuckled softly, neither affirming nor denying his words, and then asked, "At 22, you must be in your 3rd or 4th year of university. Why have you ventured into the workforce?" I encountered some unfortunate circumstances," Chun Jing replied candidly, sharing the story of his expulsion from school during their breakfast. Kong Shui listened intently, her elegant brows furrowing slightly as she remarked, "Your school has truly gone too far." Chun Jing shrugged, "There is nothing to be done. That individual's family is wealthy and influential, and as a poor student, I stand no chance." Chen. Kong Shui's expression turned serious, her beautiful eyes fixed on him as she spoke. "Life will inevitably present various setbacks, some of which you may never have anticipated. However, do not let these obstacles defeat you. I believe you are exceptional, and you will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future." Chun Jing felt a surge of happiness at her words. Although he had long moved past the setback of his expulsion, receiving encouragement from someone he admired felt entirely different. "Thank you, Shui Jie," he responded with genuine delight. After the two had breakfast, it was still quite early. Chun Jing suggested they stroll around the small market, to which Kong Shui readily agreed. Although referred to as a small market, its area rivaled that of some commercial streets, offering a variety of reasonably priced goods, including certain mountain products that were quite difficult to find in the city. "How much for this tea?" Kong Shui inquired, stopping in front of a tea stall. The elderly stall owner replied, 81 per pound. "This is Shuya tea, quite excellent." Kong Shui nodded, seemingly intending to purchase some, and squatted down to carefully select her choices. Chun Jing, unfamiliar with tea, could not offer any advice and stood by, casually observing his surroundings. At that moment, a familiar sensation suddenly washed over Chun Jing. He was momentarily startled, then quickly realized it was that instinctive intuition he had experienced when discovering the valuable blue and white porcelain bowl and cricket. The emergence of this feeling indicated that there was something of value nearby, and fearing its fleeting nature, Chun Jing cleared his mind and followed this mysterious intuition. Soon, he found himself halting in front of a stall near the tea booth. To his surprise, it was an antique stall, albeit small and tucked away at the street corner. Just moments ago, he had been engrossed in conversation with Kong Shui and had not noticed it. His gaze fell upon an item displayed on the stall. At that moment, a bald man in his 30s was also examining something there. Just as Chun Jing reached out to grab the item he had spotted, The bald man picked it up first. Chun Jing's heart raced, though his expression remained unchanged. "What is this?" the bald man asked the stall owner. The owner glanced over and replied casually, "It's a ruby. Can't you tell? It looks quite beautiful." "How much?" the bald man inquired. "This is a genuine ruby, worth at least 8,000, the stall owner chuckled. The bald man spat in disbelief. "Robbery. This thing can't possibly be a real gem. I'd stake my last name on it." With that, he placed the item back on the stall, and Chun Jing breathed a sigh of relief, quietly squatting beside the stall. "Everything here is quite exquisite," the stall owner remarked, noticing Chun Jing's presence. Just then, Kong Shui, having finished purchasing her tea, looked around for Chun Jing and approached him, smiling. "Xiao Chun, have you found anything interesting?" Aware of Chun Jing's work in the antique business, she was not at all surprised to see him by the antique stall. The bald man, upon seeing Kong Shui, was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on her. "I'm just browsing," Chun Jing replied with a smile, casually picking up the object that closely resembled a ruby. Kong Shui smiled gently, her elegant demeanor captivating the bald man to the point where he nearly lost his composure. Unable to contain himself, he ventured, "Miss, may I have the pleasure of knowing you?" "Not interested," Kong Shui replied coolly, her initially warm expression turning frigid as she regarded him. She was well versed in the art of handling such advances. The bald man stiffened momentarily, letting out a disgruntled grunt. Chun Jing turned to glance at the bald man, but upon noticing that Kong Shui was handling the situation with remarkable ease, he chose to remain silent and instead focused intently on the object in his hand. It was a rose-red bead, resembling crystal, approximately the size of half an egg. Despite its vivid hue, it lacked any luster, and its texture was evidently not that of jade. At first glance, it appeared to be a modern creation crafted from crystal or perhaps a form of inferior mineral, seemingly devoid of any intrinsic value, akin to the imitation gemstones one might acquire online for a mere handful of coins. Chapter 34. The Qing Dynasty Jiaqing Tourmaline Imperial Bead. Although it appeared to be a mere imitation gem, Chun Jing, having had 2 previous experiences of profound intuition, was resolute not to judge this gem by its superficial appearance. He decisively employed his discerning eye for appraisal. A golden radiance emerged, encircling the gem in several orbits before returning to Chun Jing's gaze, materializing into rows of identification text. This item is identified as the Qing Dynasty Jiaqing Tourmaline Imperial Bead. Its historical value is noteworthy. Tourmaline, also known as schorl, is a precious and rare crystalline mineral that first emerged during the Qing dynasty, referenced in related historical texts under various names such as bixiaxi and shilling stone. In modern society, this peculiar gem is commonly referred to as tourmaline. Legend has it that Empress Dowager Cixi held a particular fondness for tourmaline, with many pieces of tourmaline jewelry included among her burial offerings. Furthermore, tourmaline served as one of the materials for the insignia worn by first and second-rank officials during the Qing dynasty, often crafted into the imperial beads they adorned. This particular tourmaline bead exhibits a rose-red hue, also known as red tourmaline, and is colloquially referred to as child's face. It is an ornament designated for officials of second rank or higher, thereby possessing considerable value. After perusing the appraisal details, Chun Jing felt a surge of joy and astonishment. While he anticipated that this seemingly faux gem possessed some worth, he was taken aback to discover it was, in fact, a genuine antique. The historical significance of a piece worn by officials of second rank and above cannot be understated. These individuals were, in the feudal hierarchy of ancient times, among the most esteemed figures. Not to mention, the governors and generals of the provinces at that time held the rank of second grade, leaving indelible marks in the annals of history. The evaluation of an antique's worth is heavily reliant on its historical significance, which is of paramount importance. Although Chun Jing had never heard of the tourmaline imperial bead previously and was unaware of its specific value, he estimated that it would fetch at least several tens of thousands of yuan. Even purchasing it at the vendor's asking price would be considered a fortunate acquisition. However, it was essential to negotiate the price, for failing to do so might arouse the vendor's suspicion. As Chun Jing contemplated, he suddenly turned to his companion, Kong Shui, with a smile and inquired, "Sister Shui, do you find this bead appealing?" Kong Shui was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Chun Jing to seek her opinion. Nevertheless, she scrutinized the tourmaline imperial bead in his hand and nodded. It is quite beautiful. Very well, Chun Jing replied deliberately, then addressed the vendor, boss. I will take this bead, but could you possibly offer a discount? The vendor responded, young man, this is an authentic ruby. 8,000 yuan is already a very reasonable price. Let us dispense with the formalities. I am also in the antique business, and we both know this bead is not a ruby. If it weren't for my girlfriend's fondness for it, do you think I would consider purchasing it? Chun Jing countered. Kong Shui was momentarily stunned, casting a playful, reproachful glance at Chun Jing. Yet, she understood that he was merely negotiating and refrained from offering any clarifications. The vendor regarded the couple, whose coordinated outfits resembled those of a couple, and hesitated before asking, then how much could you offer? 80. Chun Jing declared promptly. What? The vendor nearly jumped up, exclaiming loudly, I say, young man, are you bargaining or threatening? Before Chun Jing could respond, the bald man beside him let out a derisive laugh and mockingly remarked, you haven't even fully grown your hair, yet you claim to be someone from the antique business, acting as if you possess great knowledge. I am indeed from the antique trade, yet I have never encountered you before. How laughable. After a brief pause, the bald man turned to Kong Shui and said, Beauty, your taste in choosing a boyfriend leaves much to be desired. Buying you a worthless trinket is one thing, but to haggle over it? You deserve better. Why not consider being with me instead? I have spent many years in the antique industry, and while I won't boast about my wealth, I possess around 10 million. If you were with me, you could buy whatever your heart desires. Upon hearing this, Kong Shui's expression turned cold, and she replied icily, please show some respect. And as for your 10 million, how dare you imply that I could buy whatever I want? You are the one who is truly ridiculous. The bald man, his face flushed with anger, retorted, Ha! That is still better than your pathetic little boyfriend, who can only afford to buy you a fake gem. Why does that concern you? How absurd. Kong Shui shot back, her exquisitely beautiful face etched with frost, clearly furious. At that moment, Chun Jing remained silent, merely addressing the vendor, boss, we are all reasonable people here. Please provide a fair price, and if it's agreeable, I shall purchase it immediately. The vendor looked at Chun Jing in surprise, puzzled by his lack of retort towards the bald man. However, it was not his concern as long as the item sold. Well, 80 is too low, how about 800? He suggested after some consideration. Chun Jing shook his head. At most 500. The vendor feigned hesitation before nodding. All right then. Subsequently, Chun Jing promptly took out his phone to make the payment, a smile breaking across his handsome face, and the vendor chuckled as well, both feeling they had made a good deal. Ha, you actually bought it for 500? I wouldn't even pay 50 for that. How can you dare to call yourself someone from the antique business? The bald man, unable to retort against Kong Shui, turned to mock Chun Jing instead. With the tourmaline prayer beads now in hand, Chun Jing would no longer indulge the bald man. He stood up, squinting slightly, and said, You just claim to have been in the antique business for many years? With your discernment, it seems you've only been around dogs. You should stop claiming to be part of the antique trade, it's embarrassing. The bald man was taken aback by Chun Jing's words and retorted, What's wrong with my discernment? It's leagues above yours. Spending 500 on a fake gem is nothing short of a joke. Fake gem? Chun Jing's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded. Indeed, it is a fake gem, for it is not a gem at all, but tourmaline. The bald man laughed mockingly. What tourmaline? Just a worthless rock. Chun Jing's handsome face broke into a broader smile, laced with a hint of sarcasm. He replied, Tourmaline, also known as watermelon stone. Having spent many years in the antique business, surely you've heard of tourmaline prayer beads? Ah, indeed, after spending years in the antique trade, how could you possibly be aware of such matters? Allow me to elucidate for you. Subsequently, Chun Jing meticulously detailed the information regarding the tourmaline imperial beads. Throughout this discourse, the bald man's expression grew increasingly grim, a tumultuous blend of regret, envy, and disbelief overtaking his features. Meanwhile, standing beside Chun Jing, Kong Shui, captivated by his sharp profile as he spoke of the tourmaline beads, found her strikingly beautiful eyes shimmering with an unexpected radiance. Chapter 35. The dog said so. The historical value of the tourmaline bead is undeniable. Whether it was purchased for 500 or even 5,000 or 8,000, it would still be a profitable acquisition. To refer to it as merely a worthless stone is, quite frankly, laughable. After revealing the information about the tourmaline bead, Chun Jing did not hesitate to retort against the balding man. This was typical of him. He reciprocates respect when it is given but is equally unyielding when provoked. Although he should not have disclosed the true worth of the tourmaline bead in front of the stall owner, the balding man's excessive behavior, which affected Kong Shui, compelled him to respond. The balding man's eyes reddened with a mix of regret and envy. He had been the first to examine the tourmaline bead and had inadvertently let this opportunity slip away. I simply didn't look closely enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended up in your hands. What are you so proud of? He retorted, struggling to maintain his composure. Chun Jing scoffed. Ah yes, indeed. You didn't look closely. Even a dog would say the same. You! The balding man cursed under his breath, contemplating a physical confrontation. However, upon glancing at Chun Jing, he ultimately refrained. He was in no condition to engage in a fight. Kid, if you have the gall, tell me your name, he said with a venomous expression, believing that his years of experience in the antique market would afford him some influence to make Chun Jing's life difficult. Chun Jing, perceiving his intentions, replied with a smile, My name is Chun Jing. Chun Jing? The balding man pondered for a moment, confirming he had never heard of such a name before. With disdain, he remarked, You have some nerve. Just wait. Though Chun Jing had gained a modicum of fame due to his earlier fortunate acquisition of a blue and white porcelain bowl, most remained oblivious to his identity. All right, I'll be waiting, Chun Jing casually responded, unperturbed by the balding man's threats. Given the man's lack of discernment, it was improbable that he was a significant figure in the antique market. With Zhao Zheng, a person of considerable standing in the industry, backing him, Chun Jing felt no fear. The balding man's irritation intensified at Chun Jing's nonchalant demeanor, secretly vowing that even if the youth begged for mercy later, he would not relent. With that, he turned and left. Chun Jing barely spared him a glance and was about to speak to Kong Shui when the stall owner, with a face full of regret, asked, Young man, could you possibly offer me a bit more for this? The stall owner was also filled with remorse. After all, the balding man had merely missed the chance to acquire the tourmaline bead, whereas he had personally sold it at a rather paltry price. Chun Jing chuckled, Boss, once something is sold, how can the price be raised? The stall owner sighed in response, Alas, I have only myself to blame. Even if I hadn't sold it to you today, it would have found a buyer eventually. After a pause, he glanced at Chun Jing with a newfound respect, saying, You're quite young yet possess such remarkable discernment. I am truly in awe. The attitude of the antique vendor was rather commendable. Even upon realizing that he had been outwitted by Chun Jing, he did not resort to any underhanded tactics or attempt to renege. This was partly because he had indeed sold the item to Chun Jing, and the value of the beryl prayer beads had not reached a level that would compel someone to act in bad faith. Shortly thereafter, Chun Jing and Kong Shui departed from the small market and continued their descent down the mountain. Xiao Chun, I never expected you to be so adept at identifying antiques, Kong Shui remarked, glancing at Chun Jing with genuine admiration. Chun Jing humbly replied, It's merely good fortune. I happen to have studied the relevant identification knowledge of beryl prayer beads. Otherwise, I would not have recognized it. Why be so modest? If you hadn't diligently studied antique appraisal, you wouldn't have happened to learn about the identification of beryl prayer beads, would you? Kong Shui said with a gentle smile. However, it must be noted that Chun Jing was indeed quite diligent in his pursuit of knowledge regarding antique appraisal, often dedicating his time during work to this endeavor. Feeling a bit bashful from Kong Shui's praise, Chun Jing recalled something and extended the beryl prayer beads towards her. Kong Shui paused, slightly perplexed, and inquired, Xiao Chun, what is this? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chun Jing's eyes as he spoke. Shui Jie, didn't I just say that I bought it to give to you? Upon hearing this, Kong Shui shot him a playful glare, both exasperated and amused. What you said was that you bought it for your girlfriend. I am not your girlfriend. I am your Shui Jie. Chun Jing chuckled, having initially envisioned a surprise moment that did not unfold as he had hoped. Nevertheless, He felt a surge of happiness within him. He sensed a subtle shift in Kong Shue's demeanor towards him, as if she had abandoned the previous restraint she had maintained. Previously, Kong Shue had always presented herself with a dignified air, embodying the demeanor of an elder sister, but now there was an unmistakable change. When a woman rolls her eyes at a man, it usually indicates one of two possibilities. Either she is genuinely exasperated and disinterested, or she has grown more affectionate. Naturally, Kong Shue was not disinterested in Chen Jing. In other words, Chen Jing had taken a significant step closer to success, and the pace was rather swift. Xuejie, regardless of the circumstances, I must thank you for your cooperation. Your assistance in acquiring these beryl prayer beads is also partly due to you, Chen Jing said cheerfully. Kong Shue regarded him for a moment and replied, Xiao Chun, I've just realized that if you had said you bought it for your sister, the effect would have been quite similar. By saying it was for your girlfriend, were you attempting to take advantage of me? Of course not, Chen Jing thought to himself, though he could not admit it aloud. I instinctively referred to my girlfriend. Perhaps that reflects my subconscious thoughts. Goodness. Chen Jing's transition into romantic sentiment seems to be advancing at an alarming rate. The implications behind his words were not lost on Kong Shue, who pressed her lips together and stated directly, It's getting late. We should make our way down the mountain. Having spoken, Kong Shue quickened her pace slightly, walking ahead of Chen Jing. Chen Jing was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing Kong Shue's reaction, he couldn't help but worry that he might have come on too strong. However, it seemed he had not been overly eager, as his words had remained rather tactful and he had not confessed outright. Unbeknownst to him, the reason Kong Shue hastened her steps was that she felt her cheeks heating up, fearful that Chen Jing might notice the crimson hue gracing her fair complexion. Sister Shue, shall we have lunch together? It's my treat, Chen Jing said, adjusting his mindset and hastily catching up with a smile. After a brief pause, fearing that Kong Shue might decline, he added, Consider it a token of gratitude for helping me find that exquisite bicolor bead. Kong Shue continued to walk ahead, offering him a graceful silhouette, yet she remained silent. Just as Chen Jing began to feel a pang of disappointment, a gentle and resonant voice floated back from the front. All right. Chapter 36. A force to be reckoned with as Chen Jing and Kong Shue descended the mountain in search of lunch. A bald man seethed with fury while engaged in a telephone conversation, his tone laced with malice. Hello, Xiao Jun. Please assist me in investigating an individual named Chen Jing. He appears to be in his early 20s and is likely affiliated with the Chongqing Antique Company. The voice on the other end responded, Brother Fong. Has that kid crossed you? Why the inquiries? Just get on with the investigation. The bald man replied coldly, his anger palpable to anyone within earshot. Upon hanging up, he muttered to himself, You have the audacity to reveal your name, but it is indeed foolish. I shall ensure that you can no longer thrive at the Chongqing Antique Company. The bald man believed that his connections within the company would make it effortless to deal with Chen Jing, never considering any other possibilities. In fact, he had begun to anticipate the moment when Chen Jing would come to him, seeking forgiveness. Yet, he harbored no intention of granting it, even if the young man were to plead with tears in his eyes. Heh! Let this brat learn what it means to provoke someone formidable. With that thought, he couldn't help but chuckle. Approximately half an hour later, the bald man's phone rang. Have you found anything? His tone had shifted to one of eager anticipation. However, there was a notable silence on the other end. Hello? Is there no signal? The bald man, puzzled, glanced at his phone, confirming that the signal was indeed fine. Xiao Jun, why the silence? Are you there? Finally, Xiao Jun responded, albeit with an air of awkwardness and trepidation. Brother Fong, I'm here. Then why aren't you speaking? Enough of this, you must have gathered information about that kid. Tell me. The bald man, oblivious to Xiao Jun's unease, pressed on. With a deep sigh, Xiao Jun replied, I did find some information, but what? Speak plainly. What's the hesitation? The bald man, now sensing something amiss, frowned. Brother Fong, that kid has some connections. I think it's best if you refrain from provoking him, Xiao Jun advised hesitantly. Upon hearing this, the bald man was momentarily taken aback, incredulous. What did you say? I can't contend with that kid? Xiao Jun, are you still half asleep? Brother Fong, We truly cannot afford to cross him. He is an apprentice at Nabeoju, and the owner, Zhao Zheng, is a significant figure, Xiao Jun articulated, his voice tinged with fear. Zhao Zheng. The bald man was startled by the name, yet he quickly regained his composure. That kid is merely an apprentice. To put it bluntly, he is no different from a shop assistant. Does Zhao Zheng really intend to protect him? Xiao Jun seemed to have anticipated the response from the bald man, letting out a sigh as he remarked, Brother Fong, I once thought the same, which is why I made a special trip to Nabeoju to subtly inquire about Zhao Zheng. Do you know what he said? What did he say? To provoke Chun Jing is tantamount to provoking him. The consequences are to be borne by oneself. After a brief pause, Xiao Jun added, Moreover, it appears that Master Li Sun is also acquainted with Chun Jing and holds him in considerable regard. Indeed, we cannot afford to offend someone like Chun Jing. Just as Xiao Jun finished his words, he realized that the bald man had already hung up the phone. He shrugged and muttered to himself, Brother Fong is truly something. It seems we have stirred up someone we cannot provoke. Lunch was enjoyed at a Chinese restaurant at the foot of Jinfeng Mountain. Initially, Chun Jing had contemplated taking Kong Shui to a couple's restaurant, as the ambience can greatly enhance the experience. However, whether she sensed his intentions or simply found the idea of traveling too far bothersome, Kong Shui opted for a nearby, rather decent Chinese eatery. During their meal, Kong Shui displayed no signs of emotional fluctuation, appearing to have returned to the state they once shared, engaging in casual conversation. Whenever Chun Jing's words ventured into slightly ambiguous territory, she would deftly redirect the topic. This left Chun Jing somewhat helpless, yet he found himself not entirely disheartened. Deep down, he sensed that Kong Shui harbored some feelings for him as well. However, Kong Shui had her reservations, which were undoubtedly linked to their age difference. This concern was an objective factor that Chun Jing could not alter. Could he possibly travel back in time to have his parents conceive him a few years earlier? Ultimately, this posed a significant challenge, arguably the greatest obstacle on his path to winning Kong Shui's heart. Chun Jing needed to devise a way for Kong Shui to overlook their age disparity. But to achieve that, he first had to grasp the specific points of her concern regarding their age difference. For instance, as Chun Jing had mentioned, she might perceive him as too young, perhaps believing he was only interested in dating rather than seeking marriage. Resolving that matter was his priority, Chun Jing contemplated. After lunch, the two returned to the Tianxue mountain community, riding in Kong Shui's car. This was the first time Chun Jing had seen her vehicle, a striking red Audi A5, which confirmed that her financial situation was indeed quite favorable. Being able to afford a car worth 600,000 to 700,000 placed her economic status above that of most, including Chun Jing himself. It was no wonder that when the bald man bragged about his wealth, claiming he could provide Kong Shui with anything she desired, she had retorted so sharply. Seated in the passenger seat, Chun Jing suddenly found himself amused by the thought. If he truly won over Sister Shui, he might just have secured a genuine, beautiful, and wealthy woman. This was, of course, a jest. Chun Jing was quite proud, and despite the humor he found in his thoughts, he felt the weight of pressure. He needed to strive harder and achieve greater success. Otherwise, even if Kong Shui were unconcerned about their economic disparities, he would inevitably be troubled by them. Kong Shui drove with remarkable steadiness, maintaining a leisurely pace. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the car window, casting a warm glow that carried a hint of drowsiness. While waiting at a traffic light, Chun Jing gathered his thoughts and spoke up. Sister Shui, do your family members urge you to marry? Upon hearing this, Kong Shui slightly turned her head to glance at him and nodded in acknowledgement. Of course they do. My mother calls me every time, insisting that I'm nearly 30 and that if I don't marry soon, I might never find a suitable partner. Chun Jing chuckled. If someone as wonderful as you can't find a husband, then this world is truly fantastical. After a brief pause, he suddenly shifted the conversation. Actually, my parents are pressuring me to marry as well. Ah, Kong Shui exclaimed, clearly taken aback, her strikingly beautiful eyes blinking several times in surprise. Chapter 37. A blooming array of flowers. Xiao Chun, stop joking. How old are you? How could your parents possibly urge you to marry? Kong Shui shook her head slightly, expressing disbelief in Chun Jing's words. Chun Jing immediately replied, It's true. Our area is rather backward, and the mindset is quite conservative. The elders believe that marrying early is preferable. Many of my classmates from middle and high school already have children. His statement was a blend of truth and falsehood. Indeed, in Chunjing's hometown, there was a strong belief in early marriage and childbearing, a sentiment prevalent in many small towns. However, the falsehood lay in the fact that his parents had never pressed him to marry, especially since he was still attending university. Regardless of how antiquated their views might be, they would not urge a university student to tie the knot. Yet, had he been like his high school peers who did not pursue higher education, he would undoubtedly face marriage pressure. Kong Shui found no fault in his explanation and nodded. Intrigued as she asked, "What about your own thoughts? Surely you wouldn't want to marry so early, considering you are only 22. Unbeknownst to her, Chun Jing was eagerly awaiting this very question. Not at all. In fact, I quite wish to marry early. I believe that building a family with someone I love would be an incredibly happy endeavor." Upon hearing this, Kong Shui pursed her lips and blinked, suddenly falling into silence. Chun Jing noticed her reaction and realized that his words had stirred something within her. Her concerns had already revolved around the notion that he wasn't serious about marriage, but now he had alleviated that doubt, which naturally caused her to waver. After a lengthy pause, Kong Shui remained silent, and Chun Jing chose not to speak further. There was little point in doing so at this moment. "I don't believe you," Kong Shui suddenly declared, yet her beautifully delicate face bore a smile. Chun Jing quickly asserted, "Really, Shuijie, I swear I am not deceiving you. Regardless, I still don't believe you. Even if you swear, I won't trust you." A man's words are often deceitful. Kong Shui's stunning eyes sparkled with amusement as she continued to express her skepticism. Chun Jing was about to say something further to prove his sincerity, but Kong Shui interjected, "All right, let's not talk anymore. I need to focus on driving." Chun Jing opened his mouth, but no words came out. He felt a twinge of confusion, having keenly sensed a shift in Kong Shui's attitude towards him. However, whether this change was positive or negative remained uncertain. He decided he would have to test the waters later. Not long after, as they returned to the Tianxue mountain community, Chun Jing called out to Kong Shui just as they were parting ways. "Shuijie, shall we go watch the sunrise together next Saturday?" Kong Shui paused briefly before shaking her head. "I am unavailable next Saturday." Upon hearing this, Chun Jing's heart sank, and a look of disappointment crossed his handsome face. At that moment, a glimmer of mischief flashed in Kong Shui's eyes as she spoke again. "However, I am free on Sunday. Would you like to join me?" Chun Jing immediately perked up, responding with delight. "Sure." While he felt elated, he also recognized that Kong Shui was playfully teasing him. Subsequently, Kong Shui returned to her rented apartment, and Chun Jing did not suggest visiting her place for tea or anything of that sort. The day had nearly come to a close, as one often finds that excess can be counterproductive. With a chuckle, Chun Jing opened the door, unable to suppress his laughter. He sensed that his chances were increasingly favorable, bringing him closer to transforming the nearly perfect, mature sister figure of Kong Shui into his girlfriend. On the other hand, after closing the door, Kong Shui did not immediately step inside. She changed her shoes and stood by the entrance, allowing her silky hair to cascade over her shoulders. A loud thud marked the sound of Chun Jing closing the door. Kong Shui blinked, recalling the delightful teasing she had just engaged in with him, envisioning his handsome face as it shifted from disappointment to surprise. Suddenly, a soft chuckle escaped her lips. Her exquisite visage seemed to bloom like 1,000 flowers, illuminating even the dimly lit room. Alas, in this moment, no one was there to witness the breathtaking smile that adorned her face. "How silly," Kong Shui murmured to herself with a smile, stretching her lithe form before finally stepping inside. Upon returning to his own rented space, Chun Jing carefully retrieved the treasured Bishi pearl he had been safeguarding. While it lacked the luster of a gemstone, upon closer inspection, its subdued brilliance revealed a unique beauty. Calculating the days, he realized it had been exactly 7 since he had fortuitously discovered the cricket. Chun Jing began to ponder this matter, which had lingered in his thoughts. He had initially intended to test it again with Kong Shui after watching the sunrise, either in the afternoon or evening, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. His instinctual ability was likely a gift from his discerning eye, and from the current circumstances, it appeared this mysterious intuition could be triggered in 2 ways. either by Chen Jing's own initiative or passively when valuable items were nearby. The uncertainty surrounding the passive trigger was due to the fact that his intuition had not activated during his last cricket discovery. Chen Jing could not yet discern the exact reasons for this, but he understood that further experimentation was required to clarify the nature of this intriguing ability. At least he now knew that the interval for this ability was 7 days, and he resolved to test it again after that period. Clutching the Bishi pearl tightly, he contemplated his next steps. The following day, Chen Jing went to work as usual, his handsome face adorned with a smile, his spirits buoyed not only by thoughts of Kong Shui but also by his recent stroke of luck. Upon arriving at Nabeoju, Zhao Zheng was, as always, brewing tea. The hour was still early, and no customers had yet arrived. Chen Jing glanced around the shop, noting there was nothing in need of tidying up, and thus took a seat directly across from Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng looked at him and remarked, "Xiao Chen, that smile on your face suggests yesterday's progress was quite favorable." Chen Jing had previously shared the reason for his leave with Zhao Zheng. "Indeed, it went well," Chen Jing replied cheerfully, placing the small box containing the Bishi pearl on the tea table. Zhao Zheng blinked in surprise, asking, "What is this?" "While I was on Jinfeng Mountain, I stumbled upon what I believe to be a genuine artifact. However, I am not entirely certain. Uncle Zhao, could you kindly take a look for me?" Chen Jing said with a smile, as was his custom, refraining from making overly assertive claims. Cough, cough. Zhao Zheng nearly spat out the tea he was sipping, coughing several times before responding with an expression of disbelief. "Young Chen, what on earth is happening? You went hiking to witness the sunrise and ended up making a remarkable find?" Chen Jing hurriedly poured Zhao Zheng another cup of tea, then replied, "Uncle Zhao, please remain calm. I merely suggested that it might be a fortunate discovery. It is not guaranteed to be so." Chapter 38. Can you still remain true to yourself? Zhao Zheng remained non-committal in response to Chen Jing's words, increasingly questioning whether Chen Jing was indeed a favored child of destiny. "What kind of object is this?" Zhao Zheng inquired as he produced a magnifying glass and lifted a small box from the tea table. Chen Jing replied it should be a tourmaline tassel. Zhao Zheng momentarily paused, opening the small box to reveal a tourmaline tassel the size of half an egg, exclaiming, "You actually know about tourmaline tassels? This is even rarer than an inkstone." With an impassive demeanor, Chen Jing responded, "I happened to come across it in a book not long ago." Zhao Zheng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and began to meticulously appraise the tourmaline tassel. Chen Jing poured himself a cup of tea, quietly waiting for Zhao Zheng's assessment while sipping. Interestingly, perhaps due to their daily tea-drinking ritual, Chen Jing had developed a fondness for tea. The initial bitterness followed by a lingering sweetness indeed offered a delightful experience, imbued with a hint of life's profundity. In this world, aren't most people destined to experience bitterness before sweetness? After a brief while, Zhao Zheng cautiously returned the tourmaline tassel to its box, his face awash with astonishment as he said, "Xiao Chen, you've truly struck gold. This tourmaline tassel is undoubtedly genuine. What extraordinary luck you possess." Chen Jing chuckled and replied, "I'm not sure how it happened. I just happened to notice it." He briefly recounted the events at Jinfeng Mountain. Little did he know, upon hearing this, Zhao Zheng's expression shifted to one of realization as he remarked, "No wonder Feng Wei's associates came to inquire about you out of the blue yesterday. I was just about to ask if you had any grievances with Feng Wei, but it turns out it's because you snatched treasure right from under his nose." Curious, Chen Jing asked, "Uncle Zhao, do you know that bald man?" "Indeed. He is quite the veteran in the antique business in Chongqing, akin to Gao Fu. However, his appraisal skills are even worse than Gao Fu's. He primarily profits through deception. It serves him right to lose treasure to you," Zhao Zheng commented with a hint of disdain. Chen Jing discerned the disdain in Zhao Zheng's words, realizing that the man held no regard for Feng Wei. Nevertheless, he cautiously inquired, "Uncle Zhao, could this lead to any trouble?" Zhao Zheng waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, even if he had 10 times the courage, Feng Wei wouldn't dare to act against you." With this assurance, Chen Jing felt completely at ease and shifted the conversation, asking, "Uncle Zhao, how much is this tourmaline tassel worth?" This was indeed the question he was most concerned about. Zhao Zheng contemplated briefly before responding, "The tourmaline tassel is quite obscure. However, its rarity also contributes to its value. Given that many people are unfamiliar with it, very few have survived to this day, especially since yours is evidently shaped through artificial polishing. Thus, it can be confidently concluded that it belonged to a high-ranking official from the Qing dynasty. Its worth is quite significant. Pausing for effect, Zhao Zheng provided his estimation. It should be valued at over 60,000, around 100,000. Between 60,000 and 100,000, Chunjing nodded in response, feeling quite pleased within. This value was already significant. He had acquired it for 500, making it a considerable find. As the saying goes, stumbling upon treasures is inherently difficult, and how often can one expect to uncover something worth hundreds of thousands? Uncle Zhao, with such a niche item, I fear it may be challenging to sell. Chunjing expressed his concerns, despite his elation. Even finding a collector for an inkstone is arduous, let alone this tourmaline pendant. Zhao Zheng chuckled at his words, casually picking up the tourmaline pendant to examine it, and said, "It will sell effortlessly." "Really?" Chunjing replied, momentarily taken aback. How could such an obscure object be easy to sell? "I'll take it," Zhao Zheng continued with a smile, adding, "Doesn't that make it easy to sell?" "Uncle Zhao, please don't." Chunjing was under the impression that Zhao Zheng was merely offering him assistance and was about to decline. He wasn't in dire need of money, so Zhao Zheng need not feel obligated to help him. Zhao Zheng raised a hand to halt Chunjing's protest, stating, "Young Chun, do not overthink it. I harbor no ulterior motives. I genuinely wish to add this tourmaline pendant to my collection. First, it is indeed exquisite, and second, I believe it has considerable potential for appreciation." Seeing Zhao Zheng's earnest expression, Chunjing felt somewhat convinced and said, "Then, Uncle Zhao, I shall sell it to you for 60,000. He proposed the lowest price possible. It wasn't he that Chunjing wanted to offer a lower price, but he had come to understand Zhao Zheng, and he knew that this valuation was what Zhao Zheng deemed acceptable. Any lower and he would not agree. 60,000 was reasonable. Had it been someone else, Chunjing would have certainly aimed for a higher price. However, Zhao Zheng was different. Chunjing owed him quite a bit of gratitude. "Very well," Zhao Zheng replied with a smile, not elaborating further. After a moment's contemplation, Chunjing added, "Uncle Zhao, let us consider this payment as part of my share from the Qiangstone inkstone." "That works," Zhao Zheng nodded in agreement but added, "If it ends up being more, you'll owe me. If less, I'll cover you." Chunjing opened his mouth to argue that there was no need to compensate if it was less, but upon seeing Zhao Zheng's serious demeanor, he ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Zhao Zheng was a man of clear distinctions between public and private matters and kept meticulous accounts. Attempting to repay his kindness with monetary means would likely be counterproductive. After concluding the discussion regarding the tourmaline pendant, Zhao Zheng inquired with interest about Chunjing and Kong Shui watching the sunrise together. Given that Zhao Zheng had experience with intergenerational relationships, Chunjing harbored a desire for counsel and thus detailed the situation before asking, "Uncle Zhao, what do you think Shui Jie feels about me now?" Zhao Zheng took a sip of tea with a jovial smile and countered, "What do you think?" Contemplating for a moment as he sipped his tea, Chunjing finally replied, "It should be better than before. I feel there is hope." "Indeed," Zhao Zheng nodded, setting down his teacup. "I can discern that your Shui Jie likely has some feelings for you. She is merely concerned about the age difference. While the age gap is an objective factor, it is not insurmountable. As the thoughts of individuals are ever-changing, the moment you completely dispel her concerns, she shall become your girlfriend." Zhao Zheng chuckled, finding the situation quite amusing himself. At his age, he found it somewhat unbecoming to lecture young Chun on matters of the heart. Chunjing pondered Zhao Zheng's words, contemplating how to entirely alleviate Kong Shui's apprehensions. At that moment, Zhao Zheng continued, "But, young Chun, have you truly given this careful consideration? If you can indeed overcome the myriad of concerns and unite with Kong Shui, I surmise that marriage may soon follow. Yet, you are only in your early 20s. Are you certain you will not regret marrying so young? Perhaps at present you feel no remorse, but as I mentioned earlier, one's thoughts can evolve. Young Chin, you are still quite youthful and possess a remarkable talent for antique appraisal, coupled with fortuitous circumstances. I dare not predict the heights you may reach in the future. At that juncture, you may find yourself surrounded by numerous exceptional and beautiful women. Will you then lament having married too soon, unable to indulge in the freedom of pursuing your desires? Can you remain true to your convictions? Chapter 39. The concept of consumption. Can you remain true to your heart? Zhao Zheng's question left Chun Jing momentarily stunned. It was a weighty inquiry, one he could not possibly answer immediately. Ponder this well, for I believe Kong Shui will likely pose the same question to you in the future. I surmise this is her greatest concern. You are indeed quite young, Xiao Chen, Zhao Zheng remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Chun Jing remained silent, sipping his tea while simultaneously questioning himself. In this world, no one can genuinely guarantee that their heart will remain unchanged. A person's thoughts will inevitably shift due to the passage of time, environmental influences, wealth, and status. Zhao Zheng said nothing further, merely toying with the exquisite bicolored jade pendant in his hand, awaiting Chun Jing's response. As someone who has traversed this path, he understood that such matters must be contemplated by Chun Jing himself. These are the myriad dilemmas every individual must confront on their journey of growth. The truth remains, Chun Jing is exceedingly young. At 22, one is at an age where hunger strikes mere moments after a meal. In terms of pursuit, everything is novel. If Chun Jing were indeed to enter a relationship with Kong Shui, the novelty might soon feel distant. Yet, he would undoubtedly gain other experiences, marking a significant decision for him. This is precisely why Zhao Zheng remarked that relationships with substantial age differences have both advantages and disadvantages. After a lengthy pause, Chun Jing spoke resolutely. Uncle Zhao, I cannot assure you of the future, but at this moment, I genuinely have deep feelings for Sister Shui, and I will do my utmost to ensure my initial intentions remain unchanged. Zhao Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. In fact, Chun Jing's assurance appeared even more credible, for one truly cannot guarantee the future, but can only focus on the present. Well then, young man, strive diligently. I look forward to celebrating your wedding. I shall present you with a fine gift, Zhao Zheng said with a cheerful demeanor. Chun Jing responded with a smile. Then I shall take your auspicious words to heart. Time flies swiftly, especially once tranquility settles in. Several days passed since the discovery of the exquisite bicolored jade pendant. During this time, Chun Jing maintained a remarkably regular routine, commuting to and from work each day. He would stroll through the antique street, exhausting his daily appraisal quota, though he found little of significance. Meanwhile, it seemed that Kong Shui encountered challenges at work. She returned home late each evening, appearing quite fatigued. After a few inquiries, Chun Jing noticed her weary demeanor and chose to refrain from further disturbing her rest. Simultaneously, the autumn auction at the New Century Auction House was underway, with Xin Jing indeed assisting Chun Jing in securing the best promotional resources for his Qiang Stone Inkstone. This brought Chun Jing both joy and gratitude. Zhao Zheng candidly remarked that with such excellent promotional resources, the sale of the Qiang Stone Inkstone was assured, leaving only the matter of whether it could achieve a premium price. Chun Jing was filled with anticipation, for if the final price were to exceed expectations, he would earn his first million in life. September 19th, Dingyu month, Jia-in Day, Saturday. In preparation for the autumn auction hosted by the New Century International Auction Company, Chun Jing arrived early at Nabeoju, eager to meet Zhao Zheng. Initially, he had intended to invite Kong Shui to join them. However, considering her recent exhaustion from work, he decided against it, recognizing that she would likely wish to rest on a Saturday. Furthermore, inviting Kong Shui might inadvertently expose Xin Jing as the concealed matchmaker. Within Nabeoju, Zhao Zheng awaited Xin Jing, dressed impeccably in a dark suit that emanated an air of seasoned professionalism. Why are you so casually dressed? Zhao Zheng inquired with a slight frown upon seeing Chun Jing's attire. Taken aback, Chun Jing, clad in his usual casual wear, responded, Uncle Zhao, should I have dressed more formally? Certainly, Zhao Zheng replied. The autumn auction will attract numerous luminaries from the antique and collectible circles, as well as the business elite. It is a gathering of high society, and everyone will be dressed appropriately. This is not only a matter of personal dignity but also a sign of respect towards others. Moreover, the banquet following the auction serves as an essential networking opportunity. While it may not guarantee immediate introductions to these influential figures, it will at least familiarize you with them. However, dressed as you are, most people might not even engage you in conversation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chun Jing's expression grew somber. He had not considered this aspect, but given his humble background and lack of experience in such settings, it was understandable. I understand now. Thank you, he said, expressing gratitude for Zhao Zheng's guidance. Zhao Zheng waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Just remember this lesson. In many situations, wearing formal attire is always advisable. As for casual attire, that can be reserved for when you become a true figure of influence. After a brief pause, he glanced at the time and added, we still have a bit of time. Let me take you to purchase a suit. All right, Chun Jing nodded earnestly, recognizing the opportunity to gain valuable social experience. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Zheng drove Chun Jing to a nearby commercial street, where they procured a suit. Having never worn one before, Chun Jing was unsure of his selection, ultimately relying on the sales assistant to help him choose a fitted light blue suit, complemented by a pair of dress shoes. With his tall physique and handsome features, Chun Jing looked remarkably dashing in the suit, the light blue hue accentuating his youthful vitality. However, when he saw the price at checkout 600 yuan, he felt a pang of regret. Back in the car, Zhao Zheng noticed the look of dismay on Chun Jing's face and chuckled. Xiao Chen, you're about to become a millionaire. It's just over 7,000 yuan. You needn't be so distressed. Chun Jing shook his head in resignation. Uncle Zhao, I have been quite poor, and it's not easy to shift my perspective on spending in such a short time. His observation was indeed valid. Altering one's consumer mindset is a gradual process, particularly for someone like Chun Jing, who had recently amassed a considerable fortune. Over 7,000 yuan. This amount had constituted Chun Jing's living expenses for an extended period. Now, a single outfit consumed that entire sum, and it was only natural for him to feel a pang of regret. Zhao Zheng nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, while it is true, you must understand that you are no longer the same as you once were. The more you earn, the more avenues for expenditure arise. A suit costing over 7,000 yuan is merely ordinary. For now, you are merely making do, but in the future, you will need to invest in something of greater quality. Chun Jing silently marveled at the stark contrast between wealth and poverty. Yet, Zhao's words held merit. He needed to swiftly reshape his perspective on spending. Chapter 40. The despicable and troublesome little man, the autumn auction of the new century, was held at the Ming City International Hotel, one of the renowned five-star establishments in Chongqing. When Chun Jing and Zhao Zheng arrived, there remained more than half an hour before the auction commenced. After ascending to the 33rd floor of the hotel and presenting their invitation, they were granted entry into the venue. The autumn auction of the new century boasted a high level of prestige, and it was indeed difficult for the average individual to gain access. Had it not been for Chun Jing's Qiyang Stone Inkstone being among the auction items, he would certainly not have had the qualifications to attend, given his insufficient assets and social standing. Upon their arrival, the venue was already bustling with attendees, most of whom were unfamiliar to Chun Jing. However, it was evident that these individuals were predominantly older, exuding an air of distinction. Some carried a sense of affluence, while others emanated the oppressive aura of those accustomed to holding positions of power for extended periods. Among the few familiar faces were genuine luminaries of Chongqing, business moguls who occasionally graced the television screen. After the auction concludes, I will introduce you to some individuals so you can become acquainted, Zhao Zheng suddenly remarked. Chun Jing nodded in acknowledgement, replying, Thank you, Uncle Zhao. At that moment, Xin Jing, who was busily attending to various dignitaries, spotted Chun Jing and Zhao Zheng from a distance. She quickly approached them with a warm smile, greeting Young Chun, Boss Zhao. Zhao Zheng responded with a grin, Minister Xin, you've worked hard. Hello, Sister Xin, Chun Jing added in his greeting. Chun Jing's gaze lingered on him for a moment as she studied him closely, saying, Young Chun, you look quite handsome in a suit. Chun Jing smiled shyly at the compliment. Xin Jing continued, By the way, Young Chun, I have good news for you. The promotional impact of your Qiyang Stone Inkstone has been quite remarkable. I inquired around, and it seems many people are genuinely interested. You need not worry about it failing to sell. Her excitement was palpable, as the promotion of the Qiyang Stone Inkstone was her initiative. Regardless of whether it fetched a premium price, the priority was to ensure it sold. I owe it all to you, Sister Xin, Chun Jing replied, equally pleased. Xin Jing winked playfully, teasing, You need not thank me. You may well become my best friend as husband in the future. We're all in this together. Indeed, we're all in this together, Zhao Zheng echoed with hearty laughter. With numerous responsibilities awaiting her, Xin Jing did not linger in conversation with Chun Jing and Zhao Zheng. After wishing them well, she returned to attend to other guests. Zhao Zheng, being a prominent figure in the antique trade of Chongqing, soon found familiar faces eager to engage in conversation. As they exchanged pleasantries, Qin Jing understood that Zhao Zheng was not in a position to introduce him to others, so he took the initiative to grab a catalog of the auction items and found a quiet corner to peruse while awaiting the commencement of the auction. The items up for bid at this autumn auction were quite diverse, ranging from antiques to contemporary art, with values spanning from tens of thousands to millions. Chun Jing's Qiyang stone inkstone found itself positioned modestly among the offerings, with its auction order resting in the middle. This was a relatively favorable position, as it was clear that his inkstone would not be the grand finale of the event. "Is it you?" As Chun Jing was watching, a cold voice suddenly pierced the air. He looked up to find a familiar face. It was Huang Jie, the individual who had previously sought to apprentice under Li Sun. Their relationship was somewhat strained. "Is it really you? How on earth did a mere novice like you manage to infiltrate this place?" Huang Jie remarked with a sneer upon confirming Chun Jing's identity. In response, Chun Jing scoffed, "Mr. Huang, your tongue remains as foul as ever." Huang Jie's derision did not deter Chun Jing. He was equally unyielding. "Do you truly consider yourself significant? Had it not been for Li Sun's presence last time, I would never have offered an apology to someone as worthless as you." Huang Jie's expression darkened as he spat out a curse. His character was indeed nauseating. After realizing he could not become Li Sun's disciple, he had the audacity to address him informally, revealing his petty nature. "Leave," Chun Jing retorted coldly, disinterested in further conversation. Fuming, Huang Jie shot back, "Very well, just you wait. Do you really believe that Zhao Zheng can protect you? How naive." Once Huang Jie departed, Chun Jing furrowed his brow slightly. Individuals like Huang Jie were akin to flies. Even when disregarded, they incessantly buzz around, irritating one's peace. Such petty characters are both vile and troublesome. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Jing seized the opportunity to approach Zhao Zheng when no one else was around. "Uncle Zhao, I just encountered Huang Jie," he began. Zhao Zheng appeared momentarily taken aback before recalling who Huang Jie was. "What did he say to you?" he inquired. Chun Jing recounted their earlier exchange, prompting Zhao Zheng to frown slightly. His audacity suggests he might have found a new ally. To address Li Sun so casually and imply a disregard for me indicates he must have some backing. Zhao Zheng scanned the room and soon spotted Huang Jie, but his focus was drawn to a middle-aged man beside him. "Ah, it's him. No wonder Huang Jie feels emboldened," Zhao Zheng remarked with sudden clarity. Chun Jing turned his gaze toward the middle-aged gentleman and inquired, "Uncle Zhao, is that man a prominent figure in our antiquities circle?" "Not quite," Zhao Zheng replied, shaking his head. "That is Chao Tianhua, a real estate mogul with a modest reputation in Chongqing. His wealth amounts to several hundred million. He was once involved in less savory activities but has since cleaned up his act. He also has a penchant for collecting antiques, though his reputation in the community is rather tarnished. While a real estate tycoon with such wealth may not be considered a true heavyweight in Chongqing, to Chun Jing at this moment, he remained an object of reverence. Rest assured, in this era even Chao Tianhua must adhere to certain rules. Besides, he may not be inclined to fully support Huang Jie against you. He lacks the moral fortitude to harass a junior," Zhao Zheng reassured Chun Jing, patting him on the shoulder. Chun Jing nodded, then asked, "So, Uncle Zhao, given Huang Jie's earlier remarks, he is likely to scheme against me. What do you think he might do?" Zhao Zheng pondered momentarily before responding. "Chao Tianhua is not a person from the antique industry. If Huang Jie wishes to create trouble for you through him, he will have to approach it from a different angle. Today's auction presents quite the opportunity." "Uncle Zhao, do you mean that Huang Jie will target my Qiang stone inkstone?" Chun Jing inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. Zhao Zheng replied, "It is highly likely, as the Qiang stone inkstone belongs to you, making it quite easy for them to uncover this information." Chapter 41. Shall we place another bet? Upon realizing that Huang Jie might target his Qiang stone inkstone, Chun Jing couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. After all, if the Qiang stone inkstone were to be sold, It would represent the most significant windfall since his entry into the industry, potentially enabling him to earn his first million. Naturally, he wished for no complications to arise. Uncle Zhao, the auction is about to commence. How could Huang Jie possibly undermine my Qiang stone inkstone? Chun Jing inquired, furrowing his brow. Being relatively new to the field and attending his first auction, he was not well versed in its intricacies. Zhao Zheng, squinting thoughtfully, replied, the worst-case scenario would be for your Qiang stone inkstone to go unsold. Should that occur, it would essentially be rendered worthless, as other auction houses are unlikely to offer it again, given its prior failure to sell. Inkstones are niche collectibles, and if they cannot be sold at auction, finding a private collector is exceedingly challenging. Even if one were found, knowledge of its unsold status would likely lead to significantly lower bids. Upon hearing this, Chun Jing's expression darkened. According to Zhao Zheng's assessment, if the Qiang stone inkstone were to go unsold, not only would its intrinsic value be adversely affected, but his reputation would also suffer. After all, he was still in the burgeoning phase of his career at the Chongqing antique shop, and having his first auction piece go unsold would undoubtedly tarnish his name. The Qiang stone inkstone must not go unsold. Chun Jing vowed to himself, then asked, Uncle Zhao, do you have any idea what methods Huang Jie plans to employ to ensure my Qiang stone inkstone remains unsold? Zhao Zheng responded, he may spread rumors that your inkstone holds little value and is not worth purchasing. However, the attendees today are unlikely to be easily deceived. More probably, he will attempt to manipulate things through Chao Tianhua. Chao Tianhua? Chun Jing pondered for a few moments before saying, Uncle Zhao, I need to inform Sister Shen about this. It was imperative that Shen Jing be made aware, as the impact of the inkstone going unsold would also affect her. Moreover, as a mid-level manager in the new century, she would be better equipped to guard against Huang Jie than Chen Jing himself. Alright, I will also help promote the inkstone. As long as there are bids, Huang Jie's schemes will be futile. Zhao Zheng nodded in agreement. Chen Jing hurried off to find Shen Jing. With less than 10 minutes remaining before the auction began, Shen Jing was engaged in her final preparations. Sister Shen, may I have a moment of your time? Chen Jing approached her. Shen Jing glanced at him and asked, What is it, Xiaochen? Chun Jing quickly relayed the situation regarding Huang Jie. Upon hearing this, Shen Jing's expression shifted slightly. What a despicable individual. Xiaochen, do not worry. I will handle this. She cursed under her breath and then offered Chun Jing some reassurance. Hearing her words, Chun Jing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you so much, Sister Shen. Shen Jing waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. That Qiang stone inkstone is part of my promotional lineup. I will not allow it to go unsold. We are in this together. Chun Jing nodded. Yet, in his heart, he still harbored gratitude towards Shen Jing, simultaneously vowing to himself that he must achieve success and become a significant figure. If only he were a prominent person now, would Huang Jie or even Chao Tianhua dare to provoke him? All troubles ultimately stemmed from his own lack of strength. Observing Chun Jing's serious expression, Shen Jing seemed to sense something and remarked, Xiao Chun, don't overthink it. You are still young and just beginning your career. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Yes. Thank you, Sister Shen. Chen Jing expressed his gratitude once more. Soon after, the autumn auction of New Century International Auction Company officially commenced. Zhao Zheng was assigned a seat at the front, while Chun Jing had to settle for a position further back. No sooner had he taken his seat than he noticed Huang Jie, with a smug grin, sitting beside him. Chun Jing, do you know why I chose to sit next to you? It is because I want to witness how you will weep. Huang Jie laughed heartily. Chun Jing glanced at him, scoffing. Oh really? Then let us see whether I will cry or laugh later. I fear you do not realize that no one will bid for your inkstone, so just wait for it to go unsold. Huang Jie continued. This fellow clearly wished for the Qiang stone inkstone to remain unsold. Is that so? Then shall we make another wager? A mocking smile graced Chun Jing's face as he spoke. Huang Jie paused, recalling their previous bet, and felt a sudden sense of foreboding. What? Are you afraid? Chun Jing pressed again. Huang Jie scrutinized him closely, secretly thinking that Chun Jing was merely a novice, even with Zhao Zheng backing him. With Chao's presence, he doubted Zhao Zheng could do anything to aid Chun Jing. He was convinced that Chun Jing would have no means to secure a sale for his inkstone. What is there to fear? What shall we bet on? Huang Jie asked with a tone of disdain, feeling confident. Chun Jing replied, let it be the same as last time. If my Chiang stone inkstone sells, you must apologize to me. But this time, it is not a mere bow of 90 degrees. I want you to kneel and apologize. Kneel? Huang Jie snorted angrily. Fine, but if you lose, you must kneel to me and vow to withdraw from the antique business forever. Huang Jie aimed to sever Chun Jing's future entirely. A cold glint flashed in Chun Jing's eyes as he asserted, agreed. A deal is a deal. Whoever reneges is the fool. He still placed his trust in Chun Jing, who was known for her prudent nature. Since she had taken charge of the matter, he believed it would unfold without issue. Haha, Chun Jing, I concede you possess some talent in antique appraisal. However, you are too foolish. With Boss Chow supporting me, your defeat is certain. Huang Jie laughed heartily, exuding confidence. Chun Jing shrugged. Then let us see who the real fool is. Meanwhile, the auctioneer had taken to the stage and began. First, I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone attending our autumn auction for this year at New Century. On behalf of New Century, I express my gratitude. After delivering the customary opening remarks, the auctioneer quickly proceeded to commence the bidding. The first item for auction is a Qing Dynasty Qianlong white jade lotus seed pendant. This jade pendant is crafted from exceptionally fine material, its texture smooth and pure white, resembling ice and snow crystallized. The pendant is flat and rectangular, adorned with intricately carved opposing double dragons, their bodies curling toward the ends. The starting price is 35,000 yuan. Chun Jing gazed up at the large screen displaying the first auction item, which was a remarkably exquisite piece of jade. Jade artifacts are indeed popular among collectors, and bids began to rise swiftly. Chapter 42. Professor Chun as the sole international auction house in Chongqing, New Century attracts individuals of considerable wealth to its auctions, resulting in a remarkably high transaction rate for the items on offer. From the commencement of the auction, only a scant few pieces remained unsold. Observing this, Huang Jie mischievously remarked, Chun Jing, your inkstone will be among the few that fail to sell. He chuckled. Once something is unsold at New Century's autumn auction, it is unlikely to find another auction house willing to present it again. Chun Jing responded with a smile. Is that so? I am indeed looking forward to it. Looking forward? Ha! I'm anticipating the moment you kneel before me. Huang Jie laughed heartily at the thought of Chun Jing's submission. Moments later, as another item was successfully auctioned, the screen displayed an image of Chun Jing's exquisite Qing Dynasty Kangxi Plum Blossom inkstone from Chiang. Alongside its description, the host announced, Item number 49. A Chiang stone inkstone featuring plum blossoms from the late Ming to early Qing period. This piece is crafted from Chiang stone, with outstanding carving and excellent preservation, representing the finest inkstone of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Its quality. Following an elaborate and somewhat boastful introduction, the host concluded, the starting bid for the plum blossom Chiang stone inkstone is 400,000. Here it comes. Even though Chun Jing felt confident, he couldn't help but sit up straighter in anticipation. Huang Jie wore a smug grin, taunting, Chun Jing, prepare to kneel. Just as the host announced the starting price, Chao Tianhua, seated in the front row, stood up and said, Ladies and gentlemen, this item lacks significance. For my sake, please refrain from bidding. His casual demeanor indicated he assumed no one would defy him over a mere inkstone worth hundreds of thousands. This was Huang Jie's cunning strategy. A simple yet effective ploy to have Chao Tianhua persuade other bidders to abstain, thereby forcing Chun Jing's Chiang stone inkstone to go unsold. Ordinarily, such behavior from Chao Tianhua would be considered a grave breach of etiquette, directly opposing New Century auction house. Yet, the Chiang stone inkstone's value was merely a few hundred thousand, while Chao Tianhua spent millions annually at New Century's auctions. Consequently, the auction house would hardly risk a fallout with him over an inkstone valued at such a modest sum. At most, they would feign indignation and issue a mild reprimand. Thus, it was Chun Jing and Chun Jing who had taken the risk for the inkstone who became the sacrificial lambs. This was a deeply frustrating reality, yet it was the nature of the world. When the stakes are high enough, rules become irrelevant. Ha ha ha, Chun Jing, are you on the verge of tears now? Huang Jie could hardly contain his laughter. With a calm expression, Chun Jing replied, What's the rush? Let us observe further. The stubborn duck refuses to admit defeat. If I were you, I'd already be contemplating what new job to pursue after leaving the antique trade. Huang Jie continued to mock him. At this point, after Chao Tianhua's words, the entire venue indeed fell into a brief silence. Although Chao Tianhua may not be considered a major player in Chongqing, yet there remained a modicum of decorum, for all present were respectable individuals. There was no need to confront Chao Tianhua over a mere item worth several hundred thousand. Did you see that? What gives you the right to compete with me? Huang Jie grew increasingly arrogant and self-satisfied. Enough. Kneel before me while there are still many witnesses here. Just as Huang Jie reveled in his amusement, a sudden voice from the front row of the venue shouted a bid of 450,000. Instantly, Huang Jie's laughter ceased. His face flushed crimson, resembling a jubilant duck suddenly throttled by an unseen hand. Upon hearing the bid, Chun Jing felt a wave of relief. As long as there was a bid, the item would not go unsold. On the other side, Chao Tianhua, enraged by the unexpected bid, could hardly believe that someone would dare to disregard him over an item worth several hundred thousand. Who is it? Chao Tianhua roared, rising in fury. It is I. What of it? A casual voice responded, emanating from an elder with graying hair, clad in a traditional Tang suit, seated in the front row of the hall. Upon seeing the elder, Chao Tianhua's expression froze. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately fell silent, retreating back to his seat in defeat. Chun Jing, astonished by this turn of events, pondered the elder's identity that could so easily quell Chao Tianhua's temper. You are related to Professor Chen, aren't you? Huang Jie stammered incredulously, a hint of fear in his voice. Professor Chen? Chun Jing felt a spark of intrigue and smiled enigmatically. What do you think? Though he was unaware of the elder's true identity, the reactions of Chao Tianhua and Huang Jie sparked an idea within him. Professor Chen, sharing the same surname, afforded him a strategic advantage. However, such matters were not ones Chun Jing could openly declare. It was far more effective to allow Huang Jie to draw his own conclusions. I guess? Huang Jie swallowed hard, muttering in trepidation. You also share the surname Chen. Surely, you must be a relative of Professor Chen. Upon uttering this, a look of realization dawned on Huang Jie. That explains it. No wonder you, merely a junior apprentice, received such favorable treatment from Zhao Zheng. It all makes sense now. But why are you just an apprentice under Zhao Zheng? Why hasn't he taken you on as a disciple? Yet, if you are indeed related to Professor Chen, Zhao Zheng would surely hesitate to accept you as a disciple. Hearing Huang Jie's words, Chun Jing nearly burst into laughter. The man's imagination was truly remarkable. Nevertheless, this was precisely the outcome Chun Jing desired. He knew all too well that even if he resolved the troubles Huang Jie had caused, their enmity had deepened considerably, especially with Chao Tianhua now involved, complicating matters further. Chun Jing was not afraid of them but needed time to grow stronger, to reach a point where he could dismiss both Huang Jie and Chao Tianhua with ease. Initially, Chun Jing had contemplated various means to buy time. However, the emergence of this Professor Chen, whom even Chao Tianhua feared, who fortuitously shared his surname, presented him with a unique opportunity. Lacking sufficient personal influence, he would leverage the authority of this esteemed Professor Chen. Of course, such an opportunistic reference to Chun Jing should not be made openly by him, for it might inadvertently offend Professor Chen. However, if he remains silent and others misconstrue the situation, it is no longer his concern. Are you, indeed, a relative of Professor Chen?
Huang Jie nodded.
His previous triumph now replaced by palpable trepidation. Chun Jing merely smiled enigmatically, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. If you believe it to be true, then it is. If you think otherwise, then it is not. This only reinforced Huang Jie's conviction, for from his perspective, Chun Jing's silence was tantamount to an affirmation. He failed to consider that while Chun Jing had not denied it, he had also not explicitly acknowledged it. Chapter 43, 1 million. As Huang Jie unilaterally confirmed the familial connection between Chun Jing and Professor Chen, the atmosphere shifted. With Professor Chen already raising his paddle to bid, other bidders cast aside their reservations. 500,000 called one individual, adding, if Professor Chen finds it worthy, it must be exceptional. Professor, I hope you don't mind my bidding against you. With a smile, Professor Chun replied, not at all. Auctions are meant for the highest bidder. In a light-hearted exchange, he raised his paddle again, declaring 550,000. Witnessing Professor Chun bid once more piqued the interest of many in the audience towards the Chiang Stone Inkstone. Anything that Professor Chun would bid on surely held merit, not to mention the inherent collectible value of the Chiang Stone Inkstone itself. 600,000. Soon after, another paddle was raised. Upon hearing this bid, Chun Jing and Shin Jing, who were nearby, exchanged enthusiastic gestures. The new century's valuation for the Chiang Stone Inkstone ranged from 550,000 to 600,000, with the current bid reaching 600,000. A further bid would ensure a successful premium sale. The next bid did not keep Chun Jing waiting long. 700,000, Zhao Zheng called out. Chun Jing was momentarily taken aback, then noticed Zhao Zheng glance back at him with a smile. Is Uncle Zhao helping me drive up the price? Chun Jing thought, suddenly realizing the rationale behind Zhao Zheng's bid. In the current scenario, it was highly likely that multiple individuals would compete for his Chiang Stone Inkstone. Being a seasoned player in the game, Zhao Zheng understood this well and was thus assisting in elevating the price. 750,000. Almost immediately after Zhao Zheng's bid, another paddle was raised. It became evident that the Chiang Stone Inkstone was destined for a premium sale. Moreover, this price marked the achievement of Chun Jing's first million. Despite his youth and typically composed demeanor, Chun Jing could not suppress the excitement that surfaced in his expression. The Chiang Stone Inkstone had indeed attracted multiple bidders, and the price of 750,000 was not the ceiling. Several more paddles were raised, and the bidding swiftly climbed to 950,000. Could it possibly exceed 1 million? Chun Jing felt his breath quickening. He had considered the possibility of his Chiang Stone Inkstone achieving a premium sale, but had never imagined it could surpass 1 million, nearly doubling the anticipated price. Beside him, Shin Jing was equally exhilarated, privately reflecting, I never expected Professor Chen's assistance to yield such an effect. However, young Chun truly has remarkable luck. Amidst Chun Jing's anxious anticipation, a portly man in his early 40s raised his paddle, declaring 1 million. At his bid, Chun Jing could not help but exclaim, beautiful. Yes. Shin Jing joyfully waved her hands. In the front row, Zhao Zheng also expressed his delight for Chun Jing, remarking, now young Chun must treat me to a fine drink. The ultimate value of the Chiang Stone Inkstone was indeed around 1 million, and following the portly man's bid, the auction hall fell into silence once more. The host, possessing considerable experience, quickly assessed the situation and inquired thrice if there were any further bids, before decisively bringing down the gavel. Item 49. A plum blossom painting on a Chiang Stone Inkstone from the late Ming to early Qing dynasty is sold. Upon witnessing the final call, Chun Jing exhaled a sigh of relief, then turned his gaze towards the pallid Huang Jie beside him. Huang Jie, are you prepared? Chun Jing asked with a broad smile. Huang Jie, wearing a woeful expression, looked back at him and stammered, Mr. Chun, I beg your pardon. Please let this go. I implore you to overlook my transgressions. With a chuckle, Chun Jing retorted, overlook you? If I were to lose, would you show me the same leniency? After all, Huang Jie had just attempted to sabotage his future. Did he truly believe Chun Jing was a pushover? It would be madness to grant Huang Jie a reprieve. Huang Jie was momentarily at a loss for words, his mouth agape, yet no utterance escaped him. Hurry up, Chun Jing urged impatiently. Huang Jie, under the impression that Chun Jing was related to Professor Chun, felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Thus, he reluctantly rose, glancing around the auction hall, realizing that everyone was engrossed in the bidding. He thought to himself that if he were to kneel, few would notice. Seated in the back row, he quickly knelt to apologize, believing that only a handful would witness his submission. With resolve, Huang Jie gritted his teeth and fell to his knees before Chun Jing. Mr. Chun, I am truly sorry. I was in the wrong, he murmured, lowering his head. At that moment, Chun Jing suddenly exclaimed, oh dear, Mr. Huang, why go to such lengths? His voice boomed, drawing the attention of the entire assembly. Huang Jie was taken aback, his brow furrowed in confusion. You. Chun Jing smirked slightly. He would not allow Huang Jie to escape unscathed. Many antique dealers were present, and witnessing Huang Jie kneeling would undoubtedly render him the subject of ridicule within the industry. "You brought this upon yourself," Chun Jing remarked with a cold smile. True to his character, Chun Jing adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked himself. Huang Jie sought to undermine him, and he would not grant him a shred of dignity in return. The spectators in the hall were astonished to see Huang Jie kneeling before Chun Jing. "What is happening here?" someone remarked, recognizing Huang Jie as an appraiser assisting Chao Tianhua in selecting antiques. At this juncture, Zhao Zheng aptly interjected, "I am familiar with the circumstances. That individual is Huang Jie. Earlier Zhao Zheng succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon understanding the situation, the crowd shook their heads in dismay. A despicable person indeed. To obstruct someone's livelihood is akin to murdering their kin. Were it me, he would not merely be kneeling." Chao Tianhua, one of the parties involved, now displayed a frown, casting a cold, accusatory glance at Huang Jie. In light of the unfolding events, Chun Jing recognized the importance of maintaining decorum. Having already stripped Huang Jie of his dignity, he deemed it unnecessary to further delay the auction proceedings and quietly returned to his seat. Huang Jie's face flushed crimson as he lowered his head and rose to his feet, hastily exiting the venue. How could he possibly bear to remain here any longer? Chun Jing observed his disheveled retreat with a light chuckle, realizing that Huang Jie's troubles were largely alleviated. Even if, in the future, Huang Jie were to discover that he and Professor Chun had little connection by that time, Chun Jing would undoubtedly have grown formidable enough to instill a sense of trepidation in Huang Jie. On this matter, Chun Jing held considerable confidence. Endowed with the discerning eye of appraisal, he believed that with sufficient effort, becoming a significant figure was all but assured. Chapter 44. The noble won the autumn auction at the New Century Auction House continued until nearly midnight, with the final lot being a magnificent agate cup from the Tang Dynasty's Tianbao era. In fact, many prominent figures in attendance were drawn specifically to this national treasure-level antique. The starting bid was set at 18 million, and not everyone present was eligible to bid. One had to provide proof of assets to qualify for the auction of this extraordinary agate cup. Ultimately, the gavel fell at a staggering 28 million. This price left Chun Jing utterly astounded, filled with both envy and aspiration, yearning for the day he might stumble upon an antique of such caliber. However, this 28 million final bid is merely considered decent within the broader auction market, as some antiques can fetch prices exceeding 100 million, even reaching into the billions. Yet, at this moment, Chun Jing harbored no such grand ambitions or perhaps felt a tinge of hesitation in contemplating such heights. Antiques valued in the hundreds of millions are, without a doubt, rare treasures, truly gems that are encountered only by fortune. Following the auction, a banquet hosted by New Century commenced in the most luxurious hall of the Mingqing Hotel. Chun Jing first encountered Zhao Zheng, who greeted him with a smile, saying, "Xiao Chun, you must treat me to some fine wine." "Of course, Uncle Zhao, whatever you wish to drink is fine by me," Chun Jing replied, beaming with joy. Zhao Zheng continued, "I truly did not anticipate your inkstone would hammer down at 1 million. Even with excellent promotional resources, reaching 1 million in sale price still involves an element of luck. Indeed, I must credit Huang Jie. Had he not stirred the pot, I doubt Sister Xin would have sought assistance from that Professor Chun." Chun Jing acknowledged, nodding in agreement. It was evident that Professor Chun would not have raised his paddle without cause. He ultimately did not acquire the Chiang Stone inkstone, indicating that Chun Jing had indeed sought his help. Without Professor Chen's intervention, Chun Jing's Chiang Stone inkstone would likely have gone unsold and failed to attract competitive bidding. One could say that every opportunity and setback has its destined course. Speaking of which, Minister Shen's connections are indeed extensive. She managed to enlist Professor Chen's assistance, Zhao Zheng remarked, understanding the situation's intricacies. Hearing this, Chun Jing curiously inquired, "Uncle Zhao, who exactly is this Professor Chun that made Chao Tianhua so quickly lose his temper?" Zhao Zheng glanced around before whispering, "Chen Gu, a professor in the history department at East Sea University, a renowned archaeologist." Chun Jing was taken aback, yet a hint of confusion lingered. East Sea University is a prestigious institution, and the weight of being both a history professor and an archaeologist is considerable. However, It hardly seemed sufficient to intimidate Chao Tianhua and Huang Jie to such a degree. Recognizing the expression on Chen Jing's face, Zhao Zheng lowered his voice further, saying, "The most critical aspect is his 3 children are exceptionally accomplished. His eldest son and youngest daughter are both in politics. The youngest daughter oversees cultural affairs, but the eldest son holds a position in our province." Upon hearing the title of Professor Chen's eldest son, Chen Jing felt a jolt of realization wash over him, his face reflecting newfound understanding. No wonder Chao Tianhua and Huang Jie appeared so apprehensive. Their eldest son occupies a position of extraordinary prominence. Zhao Zheng paused momentarily before continuing. Professor Chen's second son is also a distinguished figure, a well-known entrepreneur in our province, with a fortune exceeding 100 billion. Just think about it. Given Professor Chen's stature, how many people in Chongqing would dare to offend him? Chen Jing felt a wave of astonishment, secretly considering that he had indeed managed to leverage the influence of a remarkable individual in front of Huang Jie. As they conversed, they arrived at the banquet hall with Zhao Zheng still reflecting. In my view, Minister Shen likely has some background as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to invite Professor Chen to assist. Chen Jing shared this sentiment. Although Shen Jing seemed quite approachable, she hardly resembled a daughter of an affluent family. Just as Zhao Zheng was speaking, Shen Jing, her face beaming with delight, approached them. "Boss Zhao," she greeted Zhao Zheng before turning to Chen Jing. "Xiao Chen, let me introduce you to Professor Chen. We owe him our gratitude for his assistance earlier." Chen Jing's heart skipped a beat, and he straightened his demeanor, promptly responding, "Yes, I understand, Sister Shen." Zhao Zheng, taken aback by this exchange, glanced at Chen Jing with a hint of admiration. After Shen Jing escorted Chen Jing to meet Professor Chen, Zhao Zheng couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Xiao Chen is indeed fortunate, not only in stumbling upon opportunity but also in encountering so many benefactors." Without a doubt, Shen Jing could be considered a benefactor to Chen Jing. She not only secured the best resources for his promotion but also resolved the issues Huang Jie had caused today. And as if that weren't enough, Shen Jing even took him to meet Professor Chen, ostensibly to express gratitude, though in reality, Professor Chen had no need for Chen Jing's thanks. Shen Jing had deliberately brought him over for an introduction. Although it might merely be a matter of familiarizing oneself, such familiarity carries different levels of significance. For someone of Professor Chen's caliber, countless individuals seek the privilege of acquaintance yet find themselves lacking the qualifications. However, upon deeper reflection, it seemed that Kong Shui was truly Chen Jing's genuine benefactor, for without her, he would never have met Minister Shen, and the subsequent events would have been inconceivable. Zhao Zheng pondered this and couldn't help but chuckle softly. It appears that Kong Shui possesses a fortuitous destiny for fostering prosperous partnerships. No wonder Xiao Chen is so fond of her. Meanwhile, Shen Jing led Chen Jing directly to the table where Professor Chen was seated, in the most prestigious location of the banquet hall, where only the highest-ranking dignitaries and the chairman of the new century could claim a seat. "Xiao Chen, there is no need to feel anxious. It's merely a matter of thanking Professor Chen. His demeanor is quite amiable, and knowing that you are just in your early 20s, he is rather curious about you, especially considering your remarkable luck at such a young age." Shen Jing reassured him in a hushed tone, seemingly aware of his nervousness. Indeed, Chen Jing was apprehensive. Who wouldn't he be when meeting such a prominent figure? It was easy to forget that he had once been an ordinary impoverished student. "Professor Chen, this is Chen Jing," Shen Jing softly introduced as they approached the esteemed guest. Chen Jing gazed at Chen Gu, who appeared to be in his 70s, with his hair a distinguished shade of gray. He seemed remarkably spry, his complexion radiant, and adorned with vintage black-framed glasses. The aura he exuded was distinctly scholarly, reminiscent of a professor. "Oh," Professor Chen turned to glance at Chen Jing, then smiled, saying, "You are indeed quite youthful. This young man possesses remarkable acumen, effortlessly uncovering treasures at such a tender age. It seems your discerning eye is already quite refined." Chen Jing slightly bowed, responding humbly, "Professor Chen, you flatter me. It is merely fortune on my side. My skills in discernment are still lacking." Chapter 45. Aspirations to become a significant figure relying solely on luck to seize opportunities is insufficient. Without discernment, even genuine antiques placed before you will remain unattainable. Humility is commendable in the youth, yet one must not overdo it, Professor Chun remarked, continuing to praise Chen Jing. The latter, taken aback by the compliment, found himself at a loss for words and replied, "Thank you for your assistance earlier, Professor Chun. It was a trivial matter. Your inkstone is indeed a fine piece that should not have gone unsold," the professor said nonchalantly, regarding the incident as merely a small favor. At that moment, Shinjing interjected, "Indeed, had it not been for certain individuals attempting to make things difficult for Chan, I wouldn't have needed to trouble you. Jing, why are we being so formal? You must come to my home for dinner sometime." Professor Chun waved his hand dismissively. Chun Jing felt a stirring in his heart, realizing that Shinjing's family background was likely quite distinguished. This led him to ponder whether her close friend, Kong Shui, also hailed from a prominent family. If that were the case, Chen Jing would undoubtedly face even greater pressure. Beyond the age gap, there might also be a disparity in their family standings. Nevertheless, Chen Jing was resolute. From the moment he decided to pursue Kong Shui, retreat was not an option. He was not one to easily surrender. Subsequently, Professor Chan offered a few more words of encouragement before Shinjing, feeling it was sufficient, led him away. She had initially come to express her gratitude and to familiarize herself with the surroundings. "Shinjie, are you free this evening?" Shinjing inquired. Shinjing chuckled. "Are you hoping to treat me to dinner again?" "Yes, I truly wish to thank you for your help," Shinjing replied earnestly. Shinjing nodded and said, "Tonight one tea work. The auction just concluded, and I have plenty on my plate. Perhaps another day I could visit Kong Shui, and you could cook for me. That would suffice as a dinner invitation." Shinjing was taken aback and responded, "Thank you, Shinjie." It was evident that Shinjing was a dedicated matchmaker. Noting his gratitude, Shinjing smiled and asked, "By the way, how's your progress? I can't say for certain, but it seems to be going well?" Shinjing admitted, unsure of the specifics. He merely sensed that Kong Shui's attitude towards him was shifting positively, though he could not articulate it clearly. "That's good to hear," Shinjing replied, then recalled something. "I've been occupied with the auction and haven't been in touch with Kong Shui much. I'll inquire about her thoughts next time." With that, Shinjing had other social obligations and did not prolong the conversation. Chunjing soon found his way to Zhao Zheng's designated seating, where most attendees had already settled in. Zhao had saved a spot for him, as otherwise, given Chunjing's current standing, he would have been left to find a seat among the staff present. Come. Xiao Chun, allow me to introduce you," Zhao beckoned. Zhao Zhang gestured for Chunjing to take a seat, beginning to introduce him to the other attendees at the banquet. These individuals were all part of Zhao Zheng's network within the antique and collecting community. Chen Jing greeted each person warmly, adopting the demeanor of a respectful junior. The impression he left on the group was quite favorable. After all, his Qiang Stone inkstone had just fetched a hammer price of 1 million, an impressive feat for someone of his age. Although Chen Jing lacked extensive social experience, his earnest attitude and high emotional intelligence, coupled with Zhao Zheng's support, allowed him to quickly acclimate to the company, at least exchanging contact information with everyone. The atmosphere of the banquet was vibrant, with discussions about antique collections intermingling with business conversations. Glasses clinked as laughter filled the air, and the topics ranged from antiques valued at hundreds of thousands to business deals worth tens of millions. Chun Jing found himself astonished. Such social gatherings were scenes he had only witnessed in television dramas. At that moment, a man approached, holding a glass of wine and fixing his gaze on Chun Jing with a smile. "You must be Chun Jing, right? Let us get acquainted." Chun Jing was taken aback, for the man was none other than Chao Tianhua. Although they had no significant enmity, the earlier incident had caused Chao Tianhua to lose face. Yet here he was, approaching with a friendly demeanor, which left Chun Jing puzzled. However, one should not rebuff a friendly face. With Chao Tianhua being cordial, Chun Jing felt compelled to respond graciously, raising his glass and saying, "Hello, Mr. Chao." Chao Tianhua's smile widened at this, and he replied, "Hello. Huang Jie has already informed me about what happened earlier. It was his fault. He deceived me into believing that you had previously snatched an antique that he had discovered." After a brief pause, Chao Tianhua took the initiative to clink glasses with Chun Jing, continuing, "In any case, I hope you won't hold it against me. Consider this as me owing you a favor." If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out. I might not be able to help with major issues, but I will certainly do my best to assist with smaller ones. Chen Jing narrowed his eyes, sensing that Chao Tianhua's overly cordial demeanor was somewhat excessive. He either harbored ulterior motives or was genuinely seeking reconciliation. Chen Jing suspected the latter. The reasoning was clear. If Chao Tianhua truly intended to confront him, there would be no need for such amiability. Thus, it was highly likely that he had indeed come to mend fences. Mr. Chao, you are being too harsh on yourself. Since you were also deceived by Huang Jie, it's unfair to place the blame solely on you. Chen Jing responded with a smile. Chao Tianhua burst into laughter upon hearing this. You have a generous spirit, Chen Jing. Nonetheless, my words carry weight. I owe you a favor. After a moment, Chao Tianhua lowered his voice and said, I hope you can also clarify this matter with Professor Chen, to prevent any misunderstandings on his part. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing realized the truth of the situation. He suspected that Chao Tianhua's visit was motivated by a concern for Professor Chen, likely stemming from Huang Jie's fabricated narrative that suggested a familial connection between Chen Jing and the professor. Truly, this was the mark of a significant figure. Even a mere familial association was enough to instill fear in others. Chen Jing felt a profound sense of contemplation within himself, accompanied by an overwhelming yearning. He too aspired for a day when he could become a figure so formidable that merely uttering his name would instill fear in others. I understand. He nodded in agreement, though his words carried a hint of ambiguity. It is well known that acknowledging something does not equate to granting consent. Chen Jing merely indicated his awareness without committing to explaining the matter to Professor Chen. In truth, even if he wished to provide clarification, circumstances and opportunities were not in his favor. Thus, Chen Jing could only express himself in such a manner, navigating the delicate balance of borrowing someone else's influence, ensuring that all his statements remained ambiguous enough for others to interpret as they pleased. However, if Chen Jing were to articulate anything definitive, it would certainly complicate matters. Chapter 46. Kong Shui fell ill upon hearing Chen Jing's words. Chao Tianhua mistakenly believed he had received an affirmative response, and his expression visibly relaxed. After exchanging contact information with Chen Jing, he departed without further conversation. Chen Jing took a sip of the wine in his glass, contemplating silently. Relying solely on Professor Chen's influence is ultimately unwise. It would be best to forego any further favors from Chao Tianhua to avoid deeper misunderstandings. For now, resolving the subsequent troubles would suffice. The banquet was nearing its conclusion, and Zhao Zhang, already intoxicated, was wandering about, seeking companions for drinking games. Amused yet helpless, Chen Jing shook his head and prepared to ensure Zhao Zhang's safe return home once he had sufficiently indulged. However, as he surveyed the banquet hall, he spotted a portly middle-aged man who had previously taken a photograph of his Qiangstone inkstone. Seizing the opportunity to make an acquaintance, he approached the man. The middle-aged gentleman, Lu Hao, was a businessman in the entertainment industry and owned several bars, KTVs, and clubs in Chongqing. Typically, individuals in such trades had a background in society, and Lu Hao was no exception. Lacking formal education, he was somewhat brash in conversation, yet his demeanor was exceedingly generous. Upon Chen Jing's approach, Lu Hao welcomed him warmly, and after finishing a drink and exchanging a few pleasantries, they quickly became as close as brothers. My brother Chen, he exclaimed with a broad smile, I've made quite a bit of money and, being of a certain age, I've lost interest in women. Now I prefer to engage in cultural pursuits, especially collecting antiques related to culture. I am particularly fond of your inkstone. Should you come across any such antiques in the future, do not hesitate to call me. I want them all. Slightly inebriated, Lu Hao placed a hand on Chen Jing's shoulder, beaming as he spoke. Chen Jing felt a surge of happiness upon hearing Lu Hao's words, as this implied a new channel for selling antiques, even if the types were somewhat limited. Nevertheless, it was certainly a positive development. Lu Hao's penchant for collecting culturally significant antiques left Chen Jing pondering the wisdom of the old adage. The things one lacks are often the very things one desires. After engaging in light banter with Lu Hao, the banquet soon concluded. Chen Jing located the half-drunk Zhao Zhang and assisted him downstairs. As both had indulged in alcohol, they were unable to drive, prompting Chen Jing to hire a chauffeur. He initially intended to inquire about Zhao Zheng's home address but turned to find him fast asleep, leaving no choice but to escort him back to Nabeoju. Fortunately, Nabeoju had accommodations for rest. Once Zhao Zheng was settled and showed no signs of nausea, Chun Jing secured the door to Nabeoju and made his way to the antique street. Aside from the auction, Chun Jing had an equally significant task at hand. Today marked the 7th day since the emergence of his mysterious intuition. He intended to test the capabilities of this enigmatic sense. He found a bustling area on the antique street and began to clear his mind, allowing his instincts to guide him as he meandered about aimlessly. This time, Chun Jing keenly sensed the enigmatic intuition manifesting within him, guiding him as he searched for items of potential value. However, it was peculiar that his gaze did not align with the intuition to identify any objects. After 10 minutes, Chun Jing abruptly halted, as the elusive intuition vanished. What could this mean? A sense of puzzlement washed over him, prompting him to clear his mind once more. Yet this time, the mysterious intuition did not return. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, speculation arose within him. Could it be that there were no valuable items in proximity to discover? Perhaps the capacity of this enigmatic intuition could only endure for 10 minutes. If no items of worth were found within that time frame, would the intuition simply dissipate? The more he pondered, the more plausible this possibility seemed. He had specifically checked the time earlier, and it had indeed lasted precisely 10 minutes. This could not be mere coincidence. To ascertain the truth, he would need to conduct further experiments. Chun Jing shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. He had hoped to leverage this intuition for another fortunate find. Yet, it became evident that serendipity played a significant role in such endeavors. Subsequently, he wandered through areas he had not explored while under the influence of his intuition, utilizing his 3 appraisal opportunities for the day, but ultimately returned to the treasure house empty-handed. Upon evening, after Zhao Zheng had sobered up, he made his way back to the Tianshua mountain community, having requested a day off for the following day. Sunday was the day he had arranged with Kong Shui to ascend Jinfeng Mountain to witness the sunrise. Zhao Zheng, aware of this plan, cheerfully granted him leave. The next day, while the world remained shrouded in darkness, Chun Jing arose to meticulously wash and prepare himself, donning casual athletic attire before proceeding to knock on Kong Shui's door. He had anticipated that she would be ready, but to his surprise, there was no immediate response. Puzzled, he knocked a bit harder and called out, "Sister Shui, it's almost time, we should get going." Still, silence enveloped him. Just as he was about to knock more forcefully, he heard Kong Shui's weak voice from within. "Is that you, Xiao Chan?" Just a moment. After a brief wait, she finally opened the door. Chun Jing was momentarily taken aback. Kong Shui was clad in a thickened nightgown, her hair tousled, her complexion pale, leaning against the doorframe, seemingly lacking energy. "Xiao Chen, I may not be able to go today. I'm feeling a bit unwell," Kong Shui said feebly. Observing her condition, Chun Jing promptly reached out to touch her smooth forehead, immediately sensing warmth. "Sister Shui, it seems you have a fever," he exclaimed. Kong Shui blinked, touched her own forehead, and replied, "No, I don't feel hot." Perhaps due to her illness, her voice, though weak, carried a hint of delicacy, losing some of its usual poise and maturity, taking on a more youthful softness. Chun Jing chuckled helplessly. "Of course it doesn't feel hot to you. Shuijia, do you have a thermometer at home? Let us check your temperature. If it's quite high, I shall have to take you to the hospital," Chun Jing inquired. Kong Shui, seemingly a bit dazed from her fever, tilted her head adorably and pondered before responding. "I think we do, but I can't quite recall where I placed it," Chun Jing remarked. "This sickly version of Shuijia is rather endearing. You should lie down for now. I will go and search for it," he suggested hesitantly, reaching out to support Kong Shui. She did not refuse. Instead, she smiled happily and replied, "All right." Chapter 47. "Xiao Chun, you are truly so tender," she said, as Chun Jing supported Kong Shui into the bedroom and gently laid her down on the bed. After covering her with a blanket, he began to search around and soon found a thermometer in the bedside drawer. "Sister Shui, let's measure your temperature first," he said, approaching the bedside. Kong Shui had wrapped herself snugly in the covers, revealing only her beautiful eyes above the blanket. In a muffled voice, she responded, "Xiao Chun, I feel utterly weak. Could you help me sit up? Chen Jing was taken aback. Was Sister Shui being playful? Her current demeanor, reminiscent of a youthful girl, starkly contrasted with her usual poised and dignified self, creating a striking sense of dissonance. Yet, in Chen Jing's heart, he found Kong Shui to be inexplicably adorable at this moment. All right, he replied, gently supporting her shoulders and lifting her slightly. Kong Shui blinked her large eyes and said, Xiao Chun, raising my arm feels so arduous. Could you place the thermometer under my armpit? Of course. Chen Jing found himself charmed by her current state, his voice unconsciously softening. It was hard to resist the allure of this suddenly soft and endearing older sister. He lifted her arm. But due to the conservative design of her pajamas, which had a modest neckline, he couldn't simply reach in. He needed to undo the buttons on her sleepwear. This situation left him feeling somewhat hesitant. Are you going to unbutton it, Xiao Qin? Kong Shui inquired, noticing his hesitation. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he nodded in response. Then go ahead. I am wearing a bra, she said, her tone sweet and unperturbed. At this moment, she was very close to Chen Jing, and the warmth radiating from her added an unusual sensation to the atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jing understood that he needed to measure Kong Shui's temperature promptly, so he leaned down and carefully unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her pajamas, revealing glimpses of her undergarments. He tried not to look too much, swiftly placing the thermometer under her armpit with deliberate caution. However, despite his carefulness, the limited space meant that his arm inevitably brushed against certain areas due to her well-proportioned figure. In that instant, Chen Jing felt his heart race and his cheeks redden. Yet Kong Shui exhibited no signs of discomfort. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on him, unblinking. Ahem. It will be ready in 5 minutes, he coughed, straightening up. Kong Shui nodded adorably and said, Xiao Chun, I would like some water. I'll get it for you, Chen Jing replied, rising to fetch a cup of warm water from the living room. After mixing in some cool water to achieve a suitable temperature, he returned to her. Kong Shui accepted the cup with one hand, taking a sip. Upon realizing the water was just right for drinking, she discreetly glanced at Chen Jing, and in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of something sparkled in her eyes. Soon, the temperature of Kong Shui was measured, revealing a mild fever of 38 degrees 3, which relieved Chen Jing somewhat. However, this temperature could still rise, prompting Chen Jing to suggest, Shuijie, I think it's best to take you to the hospital. To his surprise, Kong Shui reacted strongly, pulling the blanket over her head and, with a muffled voice, protested, No, I don't want to go to the hospital. What if I have to get an injection? Chen Jing was taken aback and asked, Shuijie, are you really afraid of injections? Yes, I've been afraid since I was little. Xiao Chun, could you just buy me some fever-reducing medicine instead? Please, no hospital, Kong Shui replied, peeking out from the blanket with her beautifully large eyes, looking quite pitiful. Chen Jing chuckled, bemused by the contrast to her usual mature demeanor. However, he understood that being unwell could alter one's state. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, All right, Shuijie, I will go get you some fever medicine. If it works and your fever subsides, we need to go to the hospital. But if it doesn't, you must obediently go to the hospital. Is that okay? Kong Shui blinked earnestly and responded, It will definitely bring down the fever. This was still an attempt to avoid the hospital. Chen Jing couldn't help but smile. Good, then you should rest for a bit. I will go buy the medicine now. Xiao Chun, it's still early. The pharmacy might not be open yet, Kong Shui remarked, glancing at the dark sky outside. Chen Jing assured her, There should be a pharmacy open all night. I will find one. Kong Shui gazed at him thoughtfully before saying as he was about to leave, Xiao Chun, don't forget the keys. They're on the shoe cabinet. I'm worried I might fall asleep. Okay, Chen Jing replied. Once he heard the door close with a bang, Kong Shui emerged from her cocoon, delicately covering her face with her slender hands and murmuring to herself, Is my temperature rising? My face feels so hot, and my heart is racing. In a bustling city like Chongqing, there are indeed pharmacies that operate through the night, though they are primarily located near the city center and lively districts. After nearly an hour of searching, Chen Jing found a pharmacy and purchased fever reducers and anti-inflammatory medication. Upon returning to Kong Shui's home, he found she had already fallen asleep, wrapped snugly in her blankets. with only her slightly weary yet still exquisite face visible. Not wanting to wake her abruptly, Chun-Jing first prepared warm water and arranged the medication, then gently called her name a few times.
Kong sustired.
Her eyelids fluttering before slowly opening. She appeared a bit dazed, still in a slumberous state, but gradually became alert upon seeing Chen-Jing standing by her bed. A spontaneous smile lit up her face. "Xiao Chun, you're back." At that moment, her smile was instinctive, a pure expression of joy that was refreshingly natural and captivating. Chen-Jing was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Yes, quickly take your medicine." "All right, once I take the medicine, I will definitely feel better and won't need to go to the hospital," she assured him. Kong Shui, with an endearing nod, was surprisingly still contemplating avoiding the hospital. After taking her medication, she appeared quite feeble, continuing to recline in bed. She turned slightly to gaze at Chun-Jing, her extraordinarily beautiful eyes fixed on him without uttering a word. Chun-Jing, feeling somewhat bashful under her gaze, inquired, "Sister Shui, what is the matter?" With a playful smile, Kong Shui replied, "Oh, I just wanted to see you. Little Chen, you truly look rather youthful. If you dressed a bit younger, people might even believe you are a teenager." Chun-Jing responded, "Sister Shui, you are being too exaggerated." "Not at all," Kong Shui retorted, a sudden thought sparking her interest as she eagerly added, "Little Chun, could you possibly grant me a request?" Chapter 48. Indistinct and unclear, what is the request? Chun-Jing inquired with confusion. Kong Shui, her eyes curved in a delightful smile, replied, "Just promise me first, please, little Chun." In her ailing state, Kong Shui resembled a lively and playful young girl. "All right, I shall promise you." Chun-Jing found himself amused, his tone unconsciously tinged with affection. Kong Shui's joy intensified, and she extended a hand from beneath the covers, saying, "Little Chun, come closer. I wish to pinch your face." "Ah!" Chun-Jing could hardly anticipate that this was her request. "Hee, I've longed to do that." Kong Shui giggled, resembling a mischievous little fox. Having already acquiesced, there was no turning back. What more could Chun-Jing do but lean in closer? Kong Shui gently pinched his cheek, her touch tender and warm, evoking a delicate sensation. So soft, she playfully tugged before releasing her hold, bursting into laughter, radiating pure happiness. In that moment, Kong Shui truly resembled a cherished young girl basking in the affection of her boyfriend. "Now, rest well. A nap should help bring down your fever," Chun-Jing suggested, tucking the blanket around her. Kong Shui replied, Little Chun, you should rest too. It's still early." Chun-Jing nodded in response, saying nothing further. Given her frail condition and the fever-reducing medication, Kong Shui soon drifted back into a deep slumber. Chun-Jing sat quietly at the edge of the bed, watching her serene face as she slept. From any angle, Kong Shui was undeniably beautiful, her appearance rivaling that of the most celebrated actresses. Beyond her looks and figure, she possessed a mature wisdom, a deep understanding of others, culinary skills, and an endearing innocence. Her charm was truly captivating. After a while of quietly admiring her, Chun-Jing carefully rose and headed to the living room. He located her tea set and brewed a pot, then spent some time in the kitchen. When Kong Shui awoke again, it was past noon. "Ah, I feel so much better," she exhaled, her mind clearing as she sat up and touched her forehead, relieved to find the fever had indeed subsided. A sigh of relief washed over her. She wouldn't have to go to the hospital after all. She had harbored a deep-seated fear of needles since childhood, an apprehension that transcended age or maturity. Some individuals simply dread injections, regardless of how old they become. However, the thought of avoiding the hospital brought back vivid recollections of the morning. In an instant, Kong Shui's face flushed bright red, even her delicate earlobes taking on a rosy hue. Mortified, she murmured to herself, What did I say and do this morning?" Acting all coy with little Chun, pinching his face. The memories overwhelmed her with embarrassment, and she fumbled her long hair in a flustered manner, whispering, "Kong Shui, you ought to be ashamed. How could you have behaved that way?" At this moment, Kong Shui felt an overwhelming mix of embarrassment and awkwardness, with a hint of tears threatening to spill. As she recalled her playful demeanor from the morning after waking up from her fever, she was at a loss on how to face Chun-Jing. Perhaps it would be best to feign ignorance. After all, it was unlikely that he would bring it up himself. She pressed her lovely lips together, opting for a strategy akin to that of an ostrich. In such a situation, even a mature woman would find herself blushing profusely. After a while, Kong Shui rose to change her attire, as the fever had caused her to sweat considerably. Upon emerging from her bedroom, she discovered that Chen Jing had not returned to rest but was instead asleep on the sofa in the living room, a half-finished cup of tea resting on the coffee table. She halted abruptly, biting her lip, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she gazed at him. Chen Jing had risen early that day, traversing quite a distance to procure medicine for her fever, and likely, he had remained out of concern for her well-being, choosing to sleep on the sofa rather than retreating to his own rented space. After observing him for a few moments, Kong Shui quietly returned to her room, retrieving a spare blanket from the wardrobe and gently draping it over Chen Jing. Stealing a glance at the time, she then ventured into the kitchen. Having just recovered from her fever, she felt a bit weak and realized she ought to eat something to replenish her strength. However, upon entering the kitchen, she was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Chen Jing had anticipated her post-sleep hunger, as he had thoughtfully prepared some rice porridge, keeping it warm in the rice cooker. Looking at the carefully kept porridge, Kong Shui's lips parted slightly as she called out to Chen Jing, her beautiful eyes radiating warmth and an indescribable emotion. Soon after, she brought the porridge to the dining table and quickly sought a couple of simple dishes before approaching the sofa to rouse Chen Jing. Just as she was about to call his name, she paused, leaning in closer to him, her lovely face betraying a playful curiosity. It seemed she had not fully registered the morning's events. Should she pinch his cheek once more? This thought crossed her mind. Yet, almost immediately, another thought countered. Kong Shui, what are you doing? At your age, how can you still behave like a schoolgirl? After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately extended her fair, slender hand, cautiously pinching Chen Jing's cheek, her face breaking into a joyful smile. She could not quite fathom why she derived such delight from pinching his face. At that moment, Chen Jing stirred slightly, awakening due to Kong Shui's gentle touch. She quickly straightened, maintaining a casual demeanor as she spoke. Chen Jing, you're awake? Chen Jing blinked open his eyes, instinctively rubbing his face, feeling a bit ticklish, before asking, Shui Jie, how are you feeling? Has the fever subsided? Yes, I'm feeling better now, Kong Shui replied with a slight nod. Though her voice still carried a hint of weakness, it lacked the delicate softness of the morning. Indeed, in her normal state, Kong Shui remained the poised and graceful older sister. Thank you, Chen Jing, she said earnestly. Not at all, Shui Jie. We're good neighbors. After all, it's only right that we look out for one another, Chen Jing responded. Upon hearing those words, Kong Shui cast a cheerful glance at him without uttering a word. She merely suggested, let us first partake in some food. I have prepared a few simple vegetable dishes that pair perfectly with the congee you made. As they settled at the dining table, Chen Jing lowered his head to eat, occasionally stealing glances at Kong Shui. Memories of the morning's youthful and innocent demeanor of Sister Shui danced in his mind, stirring a peculiar sensation within him. Meanwhile, Kong Shui maintained an outwardly composed expression. However, as she sipped her congee, her lips frequently pursed, and she dared not meet Chen Jing's gaze. Chapter 49. One of the motivations for striving. Chen Jing and Kong Shui concluded their lunch in a somewhat silent atmosphere. Sister Shui, allow me to tidy up. You've just recovered from a fever and should rest more, Chen Jing offered as he stood up. Kong Shui hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly, saying, that would be a bother, Xiaoqin. Not at all, Chen Jing replied, and he proceeded to collect the dishes and wash them in the kitchen. Once he finished and returned to the living room, he noticed that Kong Shui had brewed a pot of hot tea. Chen Jing glanced over, bringing the medicine he had purchased earlier into the living room. After preparing it according to the doctor's instructions, he sat opposite Kong Shui and remarked, Sister Shui, you still need to take your medicine a few more times. Kong Shui paused, a smile gracing her delicate and beautiful face as she responded, Xiao Chun, why do I feel like you're treating me like a little girl? Upon hearing this, Chen Jing thought to himself, wasn't she indeed acting like a playful little girl earlier that morning? However, he refrained from voicing this thought, aware it would only make Kong Shui uncomfortable. Instead, he replied, I'm merely reminding you, Sister Shui. Kong Shui nodded gently, accepting the medicine, and after taking a few sips of tea, she continued, Xiao Chun, do you have some free time in a couple of days? As she spoke, she poured him a cup of black tea. What's on your mind, Sister Shui? Chun Jing asked, lifting the cup to take a sip. Kong Shui glanced at him and replied, I would like to invite you to dinner. After a brief pause, seemingly concerned that Chen Jing might misunderstand her intentions, she added, It's just a simple dinner invitation, with no ulterior motives. Upon uttering this, Kong Shui instinctively pressed her lips together. Chen Jing was taken aback. A simple dinner invitation with no ulterior motives? While her words sounded quite normal, upon closer reflection, they felt somewhat off. Logically, this dinner could be seen as Kong Shui's way of expressing gratitude for his care, so it would make sense to add that there were no other intentions. Yet she had not mentioned gratitude, which implied a fear that he might misconstrue her invitation as merely a gesture of thanks. This omission of gratitude suggested that for Chun Jing, it was a fortunate development. It indicated that in Kong Shui's heart, he was no longer just an ordinary friend. A sense of surprise and delight welled up within him, and he quickly responded, Great, where shall we dine? Kong Shui took a sip of her tea and casually suggested, Let us eat out this time. Afterward, we could stroll around. I've been quite busy with work these past few years and haven't had the chance to shop in ages. It's only because I've been so exhausted from work that I fell ill. Now I want to unwind a little. Upon hearing this, a cheerful smile instantly brightened Chun Jing's handsome face. Although Kong Shui's expression was rather subtle, he understood her meaning. This mature older sister was actively proposing a date with him. Going out together, dining and shopping was hardly anything but a date. At this moment, it seemed that Kong Shui had set aside most of her reservations, choosing to give herself and Chun Jing an opportunity for their relationship to blossom into a romance despite their 6-year age difference. What they needed next was merely a catalyst to seamlessly embark on this newfound journey together. I do relish a delightful shopping excursion. However, dear Shui, might we indulge in a film afterward? Chun Jing's heart stirred as he intentionally suggested this. The notion of single men and women attending a movie together undoubtedly imbued their outing with a deeper romantic significance. Kong Shui was well aware of this implication, and with a gentle laugh accompanied by a playful roll of her eyes, she gracefully nodded, responding, That sounds perfectly fine. Upon hearing her words, Chun Jing's smile widened with joy. Given that Kong Shui had recently recovered from her illness and still felt a bit fatigued, she retreated to her bedroom for some rest after taking her medicine. Knowing that her fever had subsided, Chun Jing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He returned to his rented apartment to take a shower and refresh himself. Although he had napped on the sofa for quite some time, the rest had not been particularly restorative, and he now felt a hint of drowsiness. Nevertheless, he was determined not to squander the 3 opportunities for assessment he had been granted that day, resolutely planning to venture out in the afternoon to seek his fortune. After realizing that he and Kong Shui might genuinely have a chance to be together, Chun Jing found himself increasingly eager to earn money and achieve success. He did not wish to waste any opportunity. There is an adage that rings true. Women are indeed one of the driving forces behind a man's endeavors. However, Chun Jing was still somewhat perplexed by the sudden shift in Shui's demeanor. Why had her attitude changed so swiftly? Just moments ago, she had been filled with reservations, yet now she was willing to go on a date with him and had even taken the initiative to suggest it. This transformation undoubtedly stemmed from the events of the morning when she had fallen ill, and Chun Jing recognized that her perspective had shifted as a result of that experience. What puzzled him was what he had done to inspire such a change in Kong Shui's thoughts. It seemed to him that he had done nothing extraordinary. After all, he had merely taken care of a sick Kong Shui. In his reflections, he had overlooked the advice that Chun Jing had previously imparted. As for Kong Shui, beneath her poised and graceful exterior, she harbored a fondness for romance. Not the ostentatious gestures of flowers and surprises, but rather the subtle romance found in the mundane. This was Chun Jing's precise sentiment, which Chun Jing had not fully comprehended at the time. Yet, this understanding was not of paramount importance. What mattered was that he himself possessed the innate ability to bring forth romance in the ordinary. What constitutes romance in the mundane? It is the act of serving you warm water, ensuring the temperature is just right for sipping, or preparing a light congee to keep warm when you are unwell. This is the essence of what Kong Shui, or many mature women, seek. Romance that is simple yet rich with the essence of life. After all, at a more mature age, what one truly desires is a warm, uncomplicated, and blissful existence. In contrast, younger girls may not place as much importance on such nuances, not out of indifference, but rather due to a lack of life experience and the attentiveness required to notice the romance woven into everyday moments. In summary, it is entirely reasonable that Chen Jing could not fathom the significance of the morning's events, for they were not actions that he had deliberately orchestrated. Perhaps it was precisely because his gestures were uncalculated that Kong Shui was able to set aside her various apprehensions. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jing changed his attire and ventured out, intending to stroll through the antique street and also to visit the New Century auction house to inquire about the arrival of his funds. Following the successful auction of the Chiang Stone Inkstone, it was evident that the money would not be credited immediately. Numerous procedural formalities remained to be completed, including the payment of requisite taxes. Paying taxes in accordance with the law is a fundamental responsibility and obligation of every citizen. Without tax revenue, how could the state possibly maintain the myriad rights of its citizens? The roads before our doors, the bridges by the riverside, and the sentinels guarding the gates at the borders are all funded by the collective contributions of countless taxpayers. It is truly disgraceful and ignoble for individuals to enjoy the protections afforded by the state while simultaneously evading their tax obligations. Chapter 50. Beautiful and dashing on that weekend, Chen Jing's luck did not yield any rewards. When he inquired at the New Century Auction Company about when the funds would be deposited, he did not encounter Shen Jing. However, the company did provide a clear timeline for the arrival of the money, asserting that it would not exceed 1 week. This revelation filled Chen Jing with anticipation, for as soon as the payment for the Chiang Stone Inkstone arrived, his fortune would officially surpass 1 million. He could then set his sights on the next goal. It is essential for individuals to establish their own aspirations and pursue them one after another. This not only fosters a sense of accomplishment but also ignites greater motivation and confidence. Such traits are indeed hallmarks of success. Time, ever the elusive sprite, slipped away once more, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, a smile rarely left Chen Jing's face, not due to unexpected fortune, but because of the blossoming relationship with Kong Shui. The two had taken to exchanging messages during their work breaks, discussing trivial matters such as what they had for lunch. Yet, it is precisely these mundane exchanges that signify their relationship inching toward romance. To share the minutiae of one's life and to be willing to listen to another's trivialities is a bond typically reserved for lovers, apart from family. Even Zhao Zheng, observant as ever, noticed the subtle changes and teased Chen Jing. "Little Chun, though I can't read fortunes, I can see the glow on your brow. It seems your red star of romance has been activated." Chen Jing chuckled in response, "I think so too. Ha ha ha." His words elicited a hearty laugh from Zhao Zheng, who continued, "It appears your progress is swift. I always suspected Kong Shui harbored feelings for you. Otherwise, how could things have advanced so quickly?" After a brief pause, Zhao Zheng added, "Once you confirm your relationship, let us all go out for a meal. I am genuinely curious about the kind of girl who has captured your heart so completely." Chen Jing replied, "Sounds good, but I'm uncertain when we will define our relationship." Indeed, he was unsure. He had no reluctance in expressing his feelings. It was merely that he had not found the right moment to do so. He thought it would hardly be appropriate to declare his feelings via text message. This was not an online romance, and it lacked a sense of formality. "I believe it's imminent," Zhao Zheng said cheerfully. He had observed Chen Jing's happiness and, drawing from experience, could intuit that the only barrier between Chen Jing and Kong Shui was a mere veil yet to be pierced. When the moment arrives, solidifying their relationship would be a natural progression. "Let us take Zhao Shu's words to heart," Chen Jing said, his handsome face alight with joy. Zhao Zheng nodded, refraining from further teasing, yet inwardly he sighed. With a 6-year age gap, this brother-sister romance will face numerous challenges ahead. Having experienced such a relationship himself, he understood that the beginning does not guarantee a smooth journey. They would encounter far more difficulties than ordinary couples. Overcoming these challenges could lead to a lifetime together, while failing to do so would also be a lifelong journey, albeit tinged with regret. Upon reflecting on this, Zhao Zheng lifted his teacup and took a sip, only to find the taste exceptionally bitter, lingering without any sign of sweetness. As evening approached, Chun Jing had just finished work and was preparing to wander about, hoping to utilize his 3 chances for appraisal today in pursuit of fortune, when he received a call from Kong Shui. "Xiao Chun, have you finished work?" Kong Shui's gentle and gracious voice emanated from his phone. Chun Jing responded, "I just got off, what's up? Shuijie, let us have dinner together tonight, and perhaps catch a movie as well. There's a film that has received quite favorable reviews premiering today," Kong Shui suggested naturally. Upon hearing this, Chun Jing felt a surge of joy. "Great, I'll head home to change my clothes." "Yes, I'm on my way too, almost at the community," she replied. After hanging up, Chun Jing couldn't help but pump his fist in excitement, exclaiming, "If a good opportunity arises tonight, I will confess my feelings." He yearned deeply for Kong Shui to become his girlfriend, and ultimately, he envisioned her as Mrs. Chun. Shortly thereafter, Chun Jing hailed a cab and returned to Tianshui Mountain Community. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered Kong Shui was already waiting for him. She had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance, donning a knee-length, coffee-colored striped trench coat over a fitted black top and snug black trousers, complemented by a pair of tall boots. Her long legs were strikingly attractive, and her hair was elegantly parted to reveal her exquisite, fair face adorned with light makeup, while a designer handbag hung gracefully from her shoulder. Chun Jing was momentarily entranced. This was the first time he had seen Kong Shui so meticulously dressed. She appeared radiant, almost as if she were glowing. Coupled with the unique charm of a mature older sister, one could say she was both stunning and captivating. "Are you back?" Upon noticing Chun Jing's dazed expression, Kong Shui's eyes sparkled with amusement as she gently spoke. Chun Jing snapped back to reality, feeling his heart race. He quickly replied affirmatively and added, Shuijie, please wait a moment. I need to take a shower and change." Given Kong Shui's thoughtful preparation, he felt it essential to present himself well. After all, one could consider this their first date. "All right," Kong Shui nodded slightly. As Chun Jing opened the door, he was surprised to see Kong Shui follow him inside. "Shuijie, are you waiting here?" he instinctively asked, having assumed she would return to her own residence. Kong Shui laughed lightly. "Why else would I have come out all dressed up?" Chun Jing felt a bit bashful. After all, he still needed to shower, but seeing the cheerful smile on Kong Shui's face bolstered his confidence. He nodded and stepped further into the room. "Shuijie, please make yourself comfortable. I'll be quick," he said, before retreating to his bedroom to select an outfit. However, his wardrobe was limited. He had not purchased many clothes in the past due to financial constraints, and even now he had not considered updating it. Fortunately, Chun Jing had a tall and handsome physique, and as long as the clothes fit well, he looked quite presentable. Yet, he still pondered the idea of acquiring a few nicer outfits in the future. Kong Shui sat quietly on the sofa, patiently awaiting Chun Jing's return from the bathroom where he was bathing. Once she heard the water running, she rose and began to move about the room, intending to tidy up a bit for him. However, she soon discovered that the space was impeccably clean, with everything neatly arranged. She refrained from entering the bedroom, but judging by the state of the rest of the house, it likely wasn't disarrayed either. This realization sparked a glimmer of admiration in Kong Shui's eyes, prompting her to softly remark, "Though he is clearly a young boy, both in age and appearance, he carries himself with a surprising maturity in his daily life." Chapter 51. The older sister is truly irresistible. As the household chores did not require her assistance, Kong Shui took the opportunity to reserve a restaurant for dinner and secure movie tickets on her phone while Chun Jing was in the shower. At that moment, a message from Xin Jing arrived. "Xiao Shui, have you finished work? Are you free today? Let us go watch a movie together." Before Kong Shui could respond, Xin Jing sent another message. "I heard there is a detective film recently released that has received quite favorable reviews. Let us watch that one." It seemed she presumed that Kong Shui would not decline, directly suggesting the film choice. This was quite normal, as the two single, mature sisters often went to the movies together. Kong Shui chuckled softly and replied, "I'm not free today." Xin Jing quickly responded, "Oh, all right then, let us go this weekend instead." I'll come over for dinner and we can invite Xiao Chen too. She still remembered to play matchmaker for Chen Jing. However, Xin Jing was evidently unaware of the current circumstances between Chen Jing and Kong Shui. Her matchmaking efforts were no longer necessary, as Xin Jing had been quite busy lately and was out of the loop. Upon hearing Xin Jing mention Chen Jing, Kong Shui hesitated briefly before replying, "Dinner is fine, but we want to be watching a movie together. I'm actually going to see one tonight." Xin Jing's response was a flurry of exclamation marks, followed by a shocked emoji. "Xiao Shui, what is going on? Are you abandoning our sisterly bond? You're actually going to the movies with someone else?" Kong Shui's refusal implied she would not be attending alone. Kong Shui bit her lip, feeling slightly bashful before her friend. After organizing her thoughts, she typed, "Who's abandoning our sisterhood? I had already made plans with Xiao Chen. We can go together to see another film next time." Xin Jing's reply was an even greater number of exclamation marks, accompanied by several shocked emojis. Then, Xin Jing sent a voice message, clearly feeling that text could not adequately convey her astonishment. Kong Shui glanced toward the bathroom to ensure Xin Jing had not yet emerged before lowering her phone's volume to listen. "Xiao Shui, you true believer in love. I remember someone once said that Xiao Chun and I have too great an age gap and that they wouldn't consider it. Who was that? Couldn't he have been you? Could it?" Kong Shui felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks from Xin Jing's comment and replied, "What's wrong with being a believer in love? You previously said Xiao Chun was quite a catch. Can't I give myself a chance?" Xin Jing's tone shifted to one of joy rather than teasing as she continued. All right, this is indeed a good thing, but how did you change your mind? Have you two defined your relationship yet?" As Kong Shui was about to share her contemplations on transformation with her close friend, Chen Jing emerged from the bathroom, freshly showered. She quickly typed, "Let us not discuss it now. We can talk when you come to my house this weekend. I have to leave now." In the office of the New Century Auction House, Xin Jing observed the message from Kong Shui on her phone and chuckled, remarking, "So, she won't say anything? It seems that having a boyfriend has made her forget her best friend." After a brief pause, Xin Jing couldn't help but laugh several times before continuing. "Though I always believed Xiao Chun had potential, I never expected him to act so swiftly. And Xiao Shui, how could she fall so quickly? She previously mentioned the age difference, but perhaps she's simply enchanted by the allure of youth. What a lack of ambition." This was, of course, Xin Jing's playful banter. In truth, she was genuinely pleased to see Chen Jing and Kong Shui together. Otherwise, what purpose would she serve as a matchmaker? Once Chen Jing had finished dressing, the two set off in Kong Shui's car. The restaurant and cinema she had reserved were located within a nearby commercial center, a place of considerable quality that thrived with activity, making it an excellent choice for dining and entertainment. However, upon learning that Kong Shui had already arranged the dinner and movie tickets, Chen Jing felt a twinge of nostalgia, realizing that this was indeed something a mature sister would take the initiative to do. Before long, they arrived at their destination and after parking, they found it was nearly dinner time. Kong Shui suggested, "Xiao Chun, let us have dinner first, then wander around for a bit before heading to the movie when it's about to start. What do you think?" This plan was perfectly laid out, and Chen Jing had no objections, smiling as he nodded in agreement. This was a novel experience for him, as he had never encountered such a relaxed atmosphere while dating a peer before, and he felt an immense sense of comfort in this moment with Kong Shui. In contrast, if he were on a date with a slightly more capricious young woman, merely choosing a restaurant could easily consume half an hour. One moment, she might declare a dish too spicy, and the next, another too bland. And if given the choice of where to eat, she might respond, "You choose. I'm fine with anything." Typically, modern couples place great emphasis on the ambience and prestige of their dining establishments, favoring Western restaurants or trendy spots. However, Kong Shui, embodying the essence of a mature sister, clearly did not prioritize such superficialities. The restaurant she had chosen was a Chinese establishment. Although it maintained a high standard and price point, the cuisine was exquisite, and the service was commendable. Good food and attentive service are, after all, the true criteria for selecting a restaurant. During their meal, they engaged in casual conversation, covering a wide array of topics. Chen Jing often initiated the discussion, with Kong Shui following his lead. Regardless of whether she found the topics interesting or appealing, she never interrupted him. At most, she might contribute a few words but always listened attentively to what he had to say. At the outset, Chen Jing had yet to discern this fact. However, upon realization, he could not help but exclaim with genuine admiration, "The older sister is truly delightful." It is no wonder that Zhao Jing, with his experience in romantic relationships with older women, would assert that engaging in a romance with an older sister is remarkably effortless. In that moment, Chen Jing began to grasp this extraordinarily relaxed and comforting sensation. After finishing their meal, Chen Jing intended to settle the bill, but Kong Shui shot him a glance and remarked, "We agreed that I would treat." Yet, upon uttering this, she seemed concerned that Chen Jing might be bothered by the arrangement. After all, many men possess a touch of traditional masculinity, believing that the male should pay when dining with a woman. Thus, she added, "Well, perhaps you can treat me next time." In truth, it hardly matters who pays, does it? What could Chen Jing possibly say in response? He could only inwardly marvel once more, exclaiming, "The older sister is truly delightful." Chapter 52. Maturity and vitality after their meal. Chen Jing and Kong Shui began to meander through the commercial center. After wandering for a while, Chen Jing recalled that during their earlier clothing selection, he had realized his wardrobe was lacking. With a flicker of inspiration, he turned to Kong Shui and said, "Sister Shui, I wish to purchase a couple of outfits. Perhaps you could lend me your discerning eye." Most men, like Chen Jing, are not particularly adept at selecting attire. His sole criterion for choosing clothing is that it fits well. Now, strolling alongside Kong Shui, he eagerly sought her assistance, for her sartorial choices clearly reflected her exquisite taste. "Very well, what style are you considering?" Kong Shui replied, glancing sideways at Chen Jing, who was walking a short distance away. It is noteworthy that they had yet to define their relationship. Although they walked side by side, there remained a slight physical gap between them. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Jing responded something more mature. His intention was clear. Kong Shui had previously expressed that he appeared rather youthful. Since he could not alter his age, he thought it prudent to dress in a more sophisticated manner. Kong Shui, perceptive as ever, detected the underlying sentiment in his words. A glimmer of amusement sparkled in her striking eyes as she replied, "Why aim for maturity? You are only in your early 20s. You should embrace a youthful and vibrant style." Her response left Chen Jing momentarily perplexed. Was Kong Shui truly unconcerned about their age difference? Upon reflection, this seemed plausible, given that she had taken the initiative to spend time with him. Thus, Chen Jing felt a surge of happiness, yet maintained his composure as he explained, "Primarily, I believe a more mature appearance is necessary for my profession. Being too youthful may lead others to underestimate my capabilities." This assertion held merit. In various fields, experience is highly regarded, and individuals tend to place greater trust in those who are older. Professions such as medicine and education exemplify this dynamic. An old saying goes, "No hair on the lips, no firm footing in tasks," indicating that while youth can be an advantage, it can also be a disadvantage. Kong Shui responded thoughtfully, "That is true. However, while a mature appearance may be fitting for work, there is no need for it in everyday life. Why not purchase a few sophisticated outfits and a few youthful ones? This seems like a reasonable compromise," Chen Jing agreed. With that, Kong Shui led Chen Jing toward the men's clothing section, conversing lightly as they walked. "Xiao Chun, the clothing here is rather expensive. I seldom shop in such large commercial centers." Her seemingly casual remark was, in fact, a subtle reminder to Chen Jing that she was uncertain of his financial situation. Although she had witnessed him acquiring the tourmaline bead, which was valued at several tens of thousands, it was merely an isolated instance. The clothing available in this upscale commercial center was predominantly high-end brands, and a few outfits could easily total nearly 10,000 yuan. Kong Shui expressed this concern, fearing that Chen Jing might find the prices burdensome. Yet, she also worried that he might misinterpret her words as condescension. Hence her addition that she rarely frequented such establishments herself. Upon hearing her, Chen Jing chuckled softly, casting a glance at the attire adorning Kong Shui. Although he claimed to have limited knowledge of women's fashion brands, he was still acquainted with some of the more renowned names. The trench coat worn by Kong Shui was unmistakably from Burberry, with a price tag of at least 10,000 yuan. While Chen Jing did not recognize the inner garments and trousers, he surmised they would not be lacking in quality. The notion of rarely shopping in such a large commercial center likely referred to his infrequent opportunities to purchase clothing. Nonetheless, Kong Shui's remarks truly showcased her thoughtfulness and understanding, as she considered both his financial situation and his pride. In response, Chun Jing felt a profound affection for Kong Shui and remarked, "It's all right, Sister Shui. I recently stumbled upon some antique treasures and made quite a bit of profit." Upon hearing this, Kong Shui nodded and gracefully shifted the conversation away from the subject. The two soon arrived at a mid-range men's clothing boutique, where a female sales associate promptly greeted them with warmth. The discerning eyes of these salespeople could easily assess a customer's purchasing power. While Chun Jing's situation was one thing, Kong Shui's attire and demeanor clearly marked her as a sophisticated woman of society. "Good afternoon, sir and madam," the sales associate greeted with a smile, before eagerly inquiring about their clothing preferences. Kong Shui articulated her requirements with elegance, and the sales associate, casting a glance at Chun Jing, guided them through the selection process. Before long, Kong Shui picked up a dark, short trench coat with a mature style and suggested, "Xiao Chun, why not try this one on?" Chun Jing had no objections, as he had entrusted Kong Shui with the task of choosing, merely assuming the role of a mannequin. It must be said that Kong Shui's taste and discernment were impeccable. The several mature outfits she selected for Chun Jing were not only aesthetically pleasing but also suited his physique and temperament perfectly. The adage "clothes make the man" rang true, as Chun Jing, donning the garments chosen by Kong Shui, appeared notably more handsome. The sales associate nearby could not help but exclaim, "Sir, you rival many male celebrities." Kong Shui, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of amusement in her striking eyes, subtly betraying a sense of pride. After selecting several mature outfits, she proceeded to choose a few vibrant ensembles that exuded youthful energy. Fortunately, this men's brand catered to a diverse clientele across various age groups. When Chun Jing donned the youthful attire, he caught a glimpse of himself in the fitting mirror, and his handsome features bore an unusual expression. The clothes Kong Shui had chosen were undeniably youthful, amplifying his already youthful appearance to an almost overwhelming degree. One might easily mistake him for a recent high school graduate or a college student of 18 or 19. The sales associate stood in stunned silence, her gaze flitting between Chun Jing and Kong Shui, internally exclaiming, "Goodness, what is this? Could it be that a wealthy woman is keeping a young stud?" She scrutinized Chun Jing once more, feeling a twinge of envy. "Oh, to have wealth is truly wonderful. I too wish for such a dashing young man." "Here," Chun Jingza remarked, "Shuijia, do you think these outfits might be a tad too youthful?" Kong Shui, gently tilting her head to regard him, replied with a glimmer of mirth in her eyes, "I find them quite delightful. Let us go with these few." She seemed rather fond of Chun Jing's vibrant and spirited attire. Chun Jing hesitated for a moment. In truth, aside from their youthful exuberance, the garments were undeniably appealing. Had he been the one to choose, he likely would not have curated such a splendid selection. Moreover, seeing Kong Shui's evident enjoyment, he acquiesced, saying, "Very well then." Chapter 53. The gilded copper statue of Guan Yu from the Ming Dynasty's Yongle era. After purchasing several outfits, the expense was indeed considerable, particularly from Chun Jing's perspective, which had yet to fully shift. The total amounted to 9,600 yuan, even with discounts applied. The saleswoman carefully packaged the garments, filling multiple bags. Observing this, Kong Shui reached out to assist Chun Jing by carrying a few bags, and together they exited the men's clothing store. The saleswoman, watching their retreating figures, muttered to herself in curiosity, "The man paid for himself. It doesn't seem like a sugar daddy situation. Could they be siblings?" She quickly shook her head, concluding, "No, they don't resemble siblings at all. Their dynamic is certainly not that of brother and sister." Meanwhile, after walking a few steps, Kong Shui chuckled lightly, "Xiao Chun, did you notice that saleswoman's peculiar gaze just now?" Chun Jing had indeed noticed and found it amusing, replying, "Yes, do you think she might assume I'm your young boyfriend? Ha ha ha, it does look somewhat like that." Hearing this, Kong Shui laughed joyfully. Chun Jing felt a surge of happiness at her reaction, realizing that she was truly unconcerned about their age difference. After their shopping excursion, the time was just right, and they continued their light-hearted banter as they headed to the cinema on the top floor of the large shopping center. They purchased popcorn and drinks, and the movie was about to begin. Kong Shui had reserved seats in the middle, perfectly situated. The evening screenings were predominantly filled with couples, sitting closely together, and the atmosphere was imbued with a sweet, romantic ambience. As Chen Jing glanced around, he noticed the other couples nestled together in bliss, stirring a sense of envy and longing within him. He discreetly admired Kong Shui's delicate, fair hand resting on her lap. Kong Shui appeared to be intently focused on the screen, though her beautiful lips were slightly pursed. Ultimately, Chen Jing hesitated to take her hand, feeling a twinge of nervousness and uncertainty. After all, he was a novice in matters of the heart. Given that this was their first date, he was wary of appearing overly forward. However, the film proved to be captivating. A detective story with a tightly woven plot that brimming with suspense. Soon, both Chen Jing and Kong Shui were utterly engrossed. Even the surrounding couples seemed to forget their tender interactions, absorbed in the film. Nearly 2 hours later, as they emerged from the cinema, they continued to discuss the plot. I can't believe the murderer turned out to be Lin Hui. The screenwriter is quite brilliant. The twist was expertly crafted, Kong Shui remarked in admiration. Chen Jing nodded in agreement. Indeed, and the actors delivered outstanding performances. It's no wonder the film has received such acclaim. I estimate that the intriguing case detective will gross at least 2.5 billion yuan. As they conversed about the movie's narrative, they were oblivious to the fact that the space between them had gradually diminished, and they were now akin to a couple themselves. It was already past 9 in the evening, not too late. After strolling through the night market and indulging in some snacks, Chen Jing and Kong Shui made their way back to the Tianshui mountain community. Their first date felt rather ordinary, lacking any extraordinary flair, resembling that of the most commonplace of couples. They dined together, shopped for clothes, watched a movie, wandered the streets, and engaged in light-hearted banter, discussing a myriad of topics. Yet, this very simplicity and mundanity was precisely the romance Kong Shui yearned for. As Kong Shui parked the car, they walked back to their rented apartment, continuing their casual conversation, seemingly with an endless array of subjects, even if some were rather trivial. But did that matter? Just as they reached the bottom of the stairs, a woman in her 40s descended, carrying a large cardboard box filled to the brim with various discarded items, presumably junk she intended to dispose of. Perhaps the box was too large, obstructing her view. In her haste, she accidentally bumped into Kong Shui. Oh! Kong Shui gasped, nearly losing her balance, saved just in time by Chen Jing's steady hand. The woman staggered as well, causing her box to topple, scattering its contents across the floor. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, she exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she rushed to apologize.
Kong Shui regained her composure.
Her elegant and beautiful face adorned with a gentle smile. It's all right, Auntie, she replied, bending down to help gather the fallen items. By the way, I haven't seen you before. Have you just moved in? Yes, I just moved in today, and I'm doing a thorough cleaning. These are all things left behind by the previous tenants. I thought they were of no use, so I'm getting rid of them, the woman explained, also bending to pick up the scattered items, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, dear. You have such a kind heart. Chen Jing, thinking to himself, couldn't he help but agree. If she weren't kind, would he have developed such fondness for Kong Shui? He too began to assist in collecting the discarded items, which were indeed of little value, old broken phones, cracked basins, and the like. Though initially indifferent, his attention was suddenly caught by an object that stood out amidst the debris. It was an antiquated piece, sizable enough that he required both hands to lift it. Immediately, he felt an unexpected weight as he grasped it. Upon closer inspection, the item displayed a mottled black and yellow hue, with a subtle golden sheen, and appeared quite ancient and rustic in design. Intrigued, Chen Jing's mind began to race. He had been diligently studying antique appraisal recently. While his expertise was still rudimentary, he possessed the fundamental ability to discern that this object bore no resemblance to modern craftsmanship. After all, he had yet to utilize his 3 appraisal opportunities for the day. He certainly wouldn't let them go to waste. With a burgeoning interest in the object, Chen Jing decided to employ his appraisal vision. In the next moment, a golden radiance emerged, swirling around the object several times before returning to Chen Jing's eyes, transforming into a series of identification inscriptions. This object is identified as a gilded bronze statue of Guan Yu from the Ming Dynasty, Yongle period. Its historical significance lies in the reverence Guan Yu has commanded since the Song and Yuan dynasties, esteemed by both the government and the populace, and worshipped in temples dedicated to him. His image has frequently been enshrined in temples or homes, receiving veneration and offerings from all social strata. The common people admire his loyalty, righteousness, and valor, hoping for his protection of the nation and its citizens. Indigenous Taoism venerates him as Yihan Tianzuan, while Buddhism regards him as the guardian deity Jialan. Confucianism elevates Guangong as the embodiment of the moral principles outlined in the Spring and Autumn Annals, sanctifying him in the process. Throughout the ages, various royal dynasties have conferred titles and honors upon him, elevating him to a position of nobility and even imperial status. As the imperial decrees increased, Guangong began to evolve into a universal deity that upheld the divine authority, moral order, and ethical principles of the state. Warriors revere him as the god of war, while merchants exalt him as the god of wealth. Even scholars celebrate his unparalleled loyalty and righteousness, rendering Guangong a deity of all-encompassing abilities and powers. This statue of Guan Yu, crafted from gilded bronze, depicts him clad in armor and standing upon a cloud, adorned with a dragon-patterned robe draped over his right shoulder. Seated upon a divine pedestal, he presents a regal demeanor, with a flowing beard and slightly closed eyes, exuding an aura of majestic wrath. The craftsmanship of the statue is exceptionally skilled, with intricate dragon engravings on the robe and floral patterns along the edges, showcasing the artistry of the Ming Dynasty. Its quality is truly outstanding, exemplifying the characteristic style of Ming-era sculpture. Chapter 54. Greatness and brilliance. Upon glimpsing the appraisal information before him, Chen Jing was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy shortly thereafter. Initially, he had merely noticed the antiquated appearance of the Guandi statue and, considering he had yet to utilize today's appraisal opportunity, decided to give it a try. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a genuine antique, dating back to the Ming Dynasty. Since embarking on this venture, this was the first time Chen Jing had stumbled upon a Ming Dynasty artifact. The other 3 instances had yielded 2 Qing Dynasty pieces. However, this was to be expected. As the more distant the dynasty, the more challenging it is to preserve its antiques. The Qing Dynasty, being the most recent feudal dynasty, naturally has the highest number of surviving relics. Xiaoqin, what's the matter? At that moment, Kong Shui noticed Chen Jing's unusual demeanor. Seeing him entranced by the Guandi statue, she inquired with concern. Unfazed, Chen Jing replied, "Oh, nothing much. I just find this statue quite appealing." He then turned to the elderly lady and asked, "Auntie, may I take this statue?" "What do you mean by take? These things are merely destined for disposal. If you like it, feel free to take it," the lady responded nonchalantly. The statue was not even hers. It had been left behind by a previous tenant. In modern times, aside from certain remote areas, very few households retain the custom of venerating deities at home, rendering the Guandi statue quite unnecessary. Chen Jing felt a surge of delight and nodded appreciatively while Kong Shui, standing beside him, blinked in realization, a subtle smile gracing her poised and lovely face. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jing and Kong Shui assisted the lady in repacking the scattered debris into cardboard boxes. "Thank you, dear couple. We all reside in the same building. Let us share a meal together sometime." The lady expressed her gratitude with polite words before she departed with the box in hand. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing and Kong Shui exchanged glances, each harboring a peculiar emotion in their eyes. The lady had assumed they were a couple, and her seemingly innocuous remark stirred a sense of confusion within the already somewhat ambiguous relationship between these 2 single individuals. Unsure of how to respond, Chen Jing remained silent, while Kong Shui bit her lip, instinctively tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. After a few moments, Kong Shui broke the silence. "Xiao Chun, if you obtain this statue, it surely must be an antique, right?" Chen Jing readily followed her lead, responding, "Indeed, it should be an antique. I never anticipated such good fortune." It was indeed quite fortuitous, as this discovery was not made through any mystical intuition. Is it truly an antique? While Kong Shui had harbored suspicions earlier, Hearing Chun Jing confirm it still left her somewhat surprised as she scrutinized the statue he cradled, asking, "Is this Guandi?" The figure of Guandi is distinctly recognizable, and how many among the populace could claim ignorance of it? Yes, this statue is indeed that of Guandi, Chun Jing confirmed, pausing momentarily before adding, "Sister Shui, shall we head upstairs? I wish to examine this Guandi statue closely." Subsequently, the two returned to their rented accommodation. However, Kong Shui trailed along to Chun Jing's side, seemingly intrigued by the statue of Guan Yu. Chun Jing carefully placed the statue on the coffee table in the living room, where, illuminated by the light, it emanated a faint golden glow, lending an almost divine aura to its presence. This clearly attested to the remarkable craftsmanship behind the statue. "Is it made of gold?" Kong Shui inquired, surprised by the golden hue. Chun Jing shook his head, examining the statue's condition with care, and replied, "No, it is made of bronze with a surface treatment of gold leaf." "What does gold leaf mean?" Kong Shui asked, somewhat perplexed, as she was unfamiliar with the terminology. Gold leaf refers to the technique of amalgamating gold with mercury, applying it to the surface of the bronze, and then heating it to evaporate the mercury, allowing the gold to adhere firmly to the surface, Chun Jing explained. While the knowledge of gold leaf is not the most fundamental in the realm of antique appraisal, it is certainly essential, and through diligent study, Chun Jing had acquired this understanding. Kong Shui nodded in realization, slightly awed. The ancients were indeed quite ingenious. They devised such methods to gild their artifacts even in ancient times. In terms of outcome, gold leafing and gilding are indeed quite similar. Chun Jing also expressed his admiration. Indeed, the earliest records regarding amalgamation can be traced back to the Eastern Han alchemist Wei Boyang's work, Zhou Yi Kentong Qi. As for the documentation of gold leafing techniques, the earliest references date back to the Northern and Southern dynasties, where the Compendium of Materia Medica cites Tao Hongjing's assertion that mercury can dissolve gold and silver into mud, which is how gilding is accomplished. Listening to Chun Jing articulate his thoughts, Kong Shui's eyes sparkled, and she remarked, "The Northern and Southern dynasties, that must be over 1500 years ago, right? It's impressive that people from 1500 years ago already knew about gold leafing." Indeed, the Northern and Southern dynasties followed the three kingdoms and date back approximately 1500 years. However, Chun Jing shook his head again, adding, "In fact, it dates even further back. According to certain archaeological findings, the earliest instances of gold leafing on bronze objects predate the Northern and Southern dynasties by about 8 centuries. Unfortunately, there are no earlier written records to accurately substantiate this. 8 centuries, that is to say 800 years. If we count back from the Northern and Southern dynasties, we reach the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods. This indicates that the technique of gold leafing had already emerged during that era, showcasing the remarkable intelligence of our ancestors and the brilliance of our civilization. Kong Shui expressed her astonishment and praised Chun Jing. "You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge, Xiaochen." "Fortunately, I have been reading extensively on this subject lately," Chun Jing humbly replied. Kong Shui recognized that he was new to the field, yet the depth of knowledge he could effortlessly share indicated his dedication and diligence in learning. His earnest and industrious approach to work demonstrated his ambition, which is indeed one of the criteria many women consider when choosing a partner. "Xiaochun, to which dynasty does this statue of Guan Yu belong, and what is its value?" Kong Shui inquired, redirecting her attention back to the statue with curiosity. Chun Jing replied, "Based on its craftsmanship, it should be from the Ming dynasty. As for its value, I am not entirely certain. I will need to consult my boss tomorrow. He is not particularly knowledgeable about market trends, and given that statues are somewhat niche collectibles, he is naturally unaware of their worth." Kong Shui nodded, smiling lightly. Being an antique from the Ming dynasty, its value must be substantial. "Xiaochun, you are indeed fortunate." Upon hearing this, Chun Jing suddenly realized something and turned to Kong Shui with a smile, saying, "Sister Shui, it seems that it is not merely my good fortune. Rather, I should say that my luck shines brighter when I am in your company." Kong Shui paused, blinking her strikingly beautiful eyes, her lovely face adorned with a hint of perplexity. Chapter 55. What brings fortune? Chun Jing gazed at Kong Shui, his face adorned with a smile that deepened with curiosity. "Sister Shui, have you forgotten? The last time I stumbled upon that exquisite imperial topaz, it was also when I was with you. And this time is no different. Kong Shui chuckled softly at his words. Indeed, you ought to express your gratitude properly. Whatever Sister Shui desires as a token of thanks is yours. Chun Jing replied, his eyes locking onto hers with a fervent gaze brimming with affection. Kong Shui returned his stare, her lips curving into a playful smile. I'm merely jesting. There's no such thing as luck. Without your discerning eye, no amount of fortune would allow you to uncover hidden treasures. Yet, possessing discernment alone without a sprinkle of luck is equally futile. Chun Jing countered with a teasing tone. I should make it a point to invite Sister Shui out more often. Who knows, I might discover treasures each time, and before long, I could amass a fortune. Do you take me for a good luck charm? Kong Shui shot him a mock glare, though her eyes sparkled with mirth. In response, Chun Jing blurted out without thinking, Sister Shui is certainly not a mere charm. She must be a bringer of. He abruptly halted, realizing his blunder, and coughed awkwardly. Although his sentence remained unfinished, the implication was unmistakable. Kong Shui, aware of his intended meaning, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She playfully inquired, what brings fortune? What else could it be but a prosperous husband? Chun Jing thought to himself. However, since their relationship had yet to be defined, he hesitated to voice his thoughts, merely scratching his head and offering an awkward smile. Upon witnessing his discomfort, Kong Shui burst into laughter, her joy akin to a garden in full bloom. This time, Chun Jing found himself captivated, his gaze fixed upon her in a daze. Such a silly expression, Kong Shui remarked, blinking playfully before shifting the topic to spare him further embarrassment. Chun, please let me know tomorrow once you ascertain the price of the Guandi statue. If it holds significant value, I can ask Xinjing if it might be suitable for auction. Antiques tend to fetch higher prices at such events. By the way, I hadn't mentioned before, but Xinjing works at an auction house and holds a respectable position. She could be of assistance to you. Previously, Kong Shui believed Chun Jing, being new to the antique realm, would not quickly engage with auction houses. The value of the imperial topaz did not warrant such action. Thus she refrained from mentioning it. However, circumstances had changed. She recognized that despite his recent entry into the field, Chun Jing's discerning abilities were commendable, and his luck was exceptional. It was likely he would frequently interact with auction houses in the future. Unbeknownst to her, Chun Jing had already established connections with an auction house, and her dear friend had discreetly taken on the role of a matchmaking informant. Upon hearing this, Chun Jing feigned surprise. Sister Shin works at an auction house? Before Xinjing had the chance to divulge this information to Kong Shui, he was careful to conceal his knowledge. Yes, I believe it's called New Century. It's quite reputable, Kong Shui replied, oblivious to any underlying implications, for it was not something that raised suspicion. How could she fathom that Xinjing and Xinjing fortuitously crossed paths? Xinjing nodded, acknowledging, yes, I understand. Thank you, Sister Shui. For what? Kong Shui replied casually, and noticing the time was getting late, she returned to her rented apartment. Just as she was about to leave, she turned back and said, by the way, Xinjing is coming over for dinner this weekend. Would you like to join us? Sure, Xinjing replied enthusiastically. The following day, Chunjing entered Nabeoju with a box, his demeanor radiating joy. Upon seeing the box, Zhao Zheng's lips twitched slightly. Before Chunjing could utter a word, Zhao Zhang interjected, Little Chun, please don't tell me you've stumbled upon yet another treasure. Chunjing chuckled, placing the box on the tea table in the shop, and remarked, Uncle Zhao, you are indeed an old hand at this, you guessed correctly. Wow! Zhao Zhang, typically composed, could not help but exclaim in surprise. Did you really need me to guess? With how often you find treasures, seeing you walk in with a box leaves little to the imagination. He continued, his face brimming with astonishment. It was no wonder Zhao Zhang reacted this way. Chunjing's knack for uncovering hidden gems was quite remarkable. Though it may not necessarily be genuine, Chunjing began to speak, but Zhao Zhang interrupted him, shaking his head with a bemused expression. All right, your luck is astonishing. No need to hedge your bets. I would wager it is indeed authentic. When luck is on your side, one cannot hold it back. With this affirmation, Chunjing had little to say, merely smiling as he carefully retrieved the Guandi statue from the box. Uncle Zhao, could you help me appraise it? Zhao Zheng glanced at the statue and was momentarily taken aback. Oh, a statue of Lord Guan? That is quite rare. He then produced a magnifying glass and began his meticulous examination. Chun Jing observed quietly, sipping tea as he awaited Zhao Zheng's assessment. After a while, Zhao Zheng remarked with a hint of awe, it truly is authentic. Based on its style, it appears to be from the Mid-Ming dynasty. What extraordinary luck you possess. However, the fact that you can discern the authenticity of this Guandi statue indicates that you possess a remarkable talent. Your appraisal skills are developing quite well. Beyond the mere notion of luck, Zhao Zheng's latter statement carried significant weight. Yet, he was not entirely surprised, for he had witnessed Chen Jing's diligent efforts firsthand. Uncle Zhao, you flatter me. I have only just begun, Chen Jing replied modestly, feeling somewhat bashful about receiving such praise. He then shifted the conversation directly to his most pressing question. Uncle Zhao, how much do you think this Guandi statue is worth? His face displayed a mix of joy and anticipation. Zhao Zheng pondered for a moment before responding. Antiques of this category are indeed niche and not widely collected. However, your Guandi statue is in excellent condition, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship and fine-quality bronze, coupled with its Mid-Ming era provenance, which adds to its value. After a brief pause, Zhao Zheng offered his estimation. I would surmise its worth to be between 350,000 to 450,000, assuming you can find the right avenue for sale, between 350,000 and 450,000. Upon hearing this valuation, Chun Jing's face lit up with excitement and exhilaration. This worth is certainly not insignificant. It is noteworthy that the previous Qiang stone inkstone was valued similarly. However, it was merely a fortuitous circumstance that led to multiple bidders, allowing it to reach a value of 1 million. What is most crucial is that the Qiang stone inkstone cost Chun Jing several tens of thousands, whereas this statue of Guandi was acquired without any expenditure at all. Chapter 56. Those who are interested. Excitement came swiftly for Chun Jing, yet he soon regained his composure. The statue of Guan Yu undoubtedly possessed significant value. However, as Zhao Zheng had just mentioned, the crucial factor lay in finding a viable avenue for its sale. As a rare collectible, the Guan Yu statue was certainly more challenging to market than an inkstone. Chun Jing felt a sense of helplessness regarding this, but it was not unusual to stumble upon obscure collectibles. Popular items thrived in a bustling market, and most antique dealers were well acquainted with them. Any rare finds were typically snatched up quickly. Uncle Zhao, how do you suggest I sell this Guan Yu statue? Chen Jing inquired. It's quite difficult to sell, to be honest. Generally, it's easier to part with at an auction. However, the autumn auctions in Chongqing have recently concluded. You can either wait a few months for the next auction preparations or reach out to some collectors, Zhao Zheng advised candidly. Chun Jing nodded, feeling a reluctance to wait too long. It would be best to realize its value as soon as possible, especially since antiques of the Guan Yu type were rather niche. Should it remain unsold at auction, he would be left holding on to it. Unless absolutely necessary, Chun Jing was not keen on bringing the statue to auction. I'll check in with the collectors and antique dealers I know, Chen Jing said. Zhao Zheng chuckled. Good. This is a perfect opportunity to reconnect with them. He did not offer to assist Chen Jing in selling the statue, as he had already introduced him to numerous collectors and antique dealers. While Zhao Zheng could facilitate connections, managing these relationships ultimately depended on Chun Jing himself. He could not assist further. Chun Jing understood this well, so he did not ask for Zhao Zheng's help. Instead, he picked up his phone and began photographing the Guan Yu statue from various angles, ensuring that the details were clear. He then posted the images to his social media and sent messages to the collectors and antique dealers he was familiar with, inquiring if they had any interest, assuring them that the price was negotiable. Within minutes, the first response arrived. Xiao Chun, I saw your post. Have you made another lucky find? It was from Xin Jing. Xin Jing replied, yes, just fortunate. You are quite impressive. Unfortunately, we at New Century don't have any auction plans in the near future. Otherwise, could have been showcased, she responded. Organizing an auction is no simple task. It requires a substantial number of items, alongside promotional and exhibition efforts. It's not easily accomplished. Chun Jing replied, thank you for your kind offer, Sister Shen. Why thank me? We're all in this together, Xin Jing teased in her message, shortly followed by another. Xiao Chen, you are indeed quick on your feet. Upon reading her message, Chen Jing realized that Xin Jing likely knew about the rapid development of his relationship with Kong Shui. He smiled, just as he was about to respond, when another message caught his eye. Brother Chen, your Guan Yu statue looks quite impressive. I'm interested. Upon receiving the message, Chen Jing was slightly taken aback to discover that it was from Lu Hao, the businessman from the entertainment industry who had previously acquired his Qiang Stone Inkstone. Chen Jing's astonishment stemmed from the fact that, although Lu Hao had a penchant for collecting antiques, his interests were predominantly within the realm of cultural artifacts. It struck Chen Jing as peculiar that Lu Hao would express interest in a statue of the god of war. Nevertheless, intrigued yet bemused, Chen Jing promptly replied, Mr. Lu, if you are interested, let me know when you are available, and I shall bring the statue for you to examine in person. A mere photograph cannot convey the true essence of such an item. Lu Hao responded affirmatively, stating, all right, Brother Chen, come over tomorrow, and I will send you the address then. Their exchange over the phone was limited to this, as a transaction of several $100,000 was not to be taken lightly. Nonetheless, the fact that someone was interested in the statue was indeed a fortuitous occurrence. As it stood, for Chen Jing, the notion of collecting antiques was impractical. He needed to liquidate them, for any item that could not be converted into cash held little value for him. Subsequently, he replied to Shen Jing's playful banter, Sister Shen, I owe you one. However, it seemed that Shen Jing was preoccupied and did not respond further. At that moment, Zhao Zhang, noticing the smile on Chen Jing's face, inquired, is someone interested? Chen Jing nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, yes, but the individual who is interested puzzles me. It is Mr. Lu Hao. Does he not exclusively collect cultural antiques? Upon hearing that Lu Hao wished to purchase the statue, Zhao Zhang appeared momentarily surprised before a realization dawned upon him, prompting a chuckle. Ah, now I understand. Chen Jing turned to Zhao Zhang, awaiting his explanation. Zhao Zhang elaborated. Lu Hao, in his earlier years, was somewhat of a social drifter. You've seen those Hong Kong triad films, haven't you? Individuals like him often had affiliations with various groups, and for people of his background, Guan Yu represents a spiritual totem. Their gatherings often involve paying homage to him. With this clarification, Chen Jing comprehended the connection. Chuckling, I see now. He could not help but marvel at how Guan Yu served as a universal deity, wielding influence across diverse strata of society. The following day, shortly after enjoying lunch with Zhao Zhang, Chen Jing received a message from Lu Hao, instructing him to bring the statue to a certain club. Chen Jing promptly requested a brief leave from Zhao Zhang, who readily acquiesced, noting that the Neboju was not particularly busy these days. It was indeed Chen Jing's first visit to such an entertainment establishment, and a flicker of curiosity danced within him. Such venues were widely recognized for their particular offerings, and in his past, he had a roommate who frequented such places, often regaling their dormitory with tales of his escapades. The specifics of these stories, however, were not suitable for discussion. Regardless, the tales invariably stirred excitement among the group of impassioned young men in the dormitory. Lu Hao's business is quite substantial, with his entertainment venues scattered throughout the entirety of Chongqing, encompassing both upscale and ordinary establishments. The club where he is scheduled to meet Chen Jing is called Xianglan Xian, a highly prestigious establishment renowned throughout Chongqing. To what extent is its reputation vast? Chen Jing hailed a taxi, and upon uttering the address, the driver's face illuminated with a knowing expression that only men would understand, accompanied by a chuckle. Youth is indeed a blessing. After a journey exceeding half an hour, Chen Jing finally arrived at Xianglan Xian. At this time, just past noon, the venue had yet to commence operations. As he entered, Chen Jing was momentarily halted by the security personnel outside, who only allowed him entry after he provided Lu Hao's name. Chapter 57. Xianglan Pavilion. As Chen Jing followed the security personnel into the Xianglan Pavilion, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed his surroundings. The interior of the pavilion was adorned in an intriguing manner, showcasing traditional Chinese architecture complete with exquisite pavilions and elegant water corridors, complemented by serene and beautiful pools. The roof even featured intricately carved dragons, their scales and claws poised in a dance, whiskers fluttering as if they were about to ascend to the skies. clearly the work of a master craftsman. Chun Jing could not help but marvel at the sophistication of the decor. It was evident that the Xianglan Pavilion was not a place for the average person. Despite Lu Hao's lack of formal education, the design of the Xianglan Pavilion was indeed commendable, though it may have been the result of hiring professionals. Regardless, the elegance and style of the establishment undoubtedly positioned the Xianglan Pavilion among the most prestigious clubs in Chongqing. The security led Chun Jing directly to Lu Hao's office, which was similarly designed in an ancient style. At that moment, Lu Hao was awaiting Chun Jing's arrival, accompanied by a man in his 50s. "Brother Chun has arrived. Please, take a seat," Lu Hao greeted warmly upon seeing Chun Jing. Chun Jing responded courteously, "Apologies for keeping you waiting, Brother Lu." After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Jing promptly retrieved the statue of Guandi from its box and carefully placed it on the table. Upon seeing the actual item, Lu Hao's eyes lit up with excitement. "Wow, this Guan Er Yi truly exudes majesty," he exclaimed, turning towards the older man beside him. "Master Wen, take a look at this." After a brief pause, Lu Hao introduced Chun Jing. "Brother Chun, this is Master Wen Yuan, who often assists me in appraising antiques. For collectors like Lu Hao, who possess a certain level of expertise, it is common to seek the help of appraisal experts to authenticate items acquired at auctions, much like how Chao Tianhua consults Huang Jie. Master Wen, this is Chun Jing, a rising star in the Chongqing antique scene," Lu Hao continued. Chun Jing and Wen Yuan exchanged handshakes, with Chun Jing offering a polite greeting. Although Wen Yuan wore a smile, his gaze toward Chun Jing was tinged with disdain and condescension. To him, Chun Jing appeared too youthful, and he doubted that such a young individual could possess any significant appraisal acumen. As for the title of rising star in the Chongqing antique scene, Wen Yuan scoffed at the notion, having never heard of Chun Jing's name before. This was understandable, as Chun Jing's reputation had yet to reach a point where he was widely recognized within the antique community. Perhaps when he stumbled upon a multimillion-dollar treasure or acquired an item worth tens of millions, his name would resonate throughout the antique world. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Chun seems quite young. I wonder if this statue he has brought is," Wen Yuan bluntly remarked, though he did not finish his sentence. The implication was clear to all present. He insinuated that the Guandi statue presented by Chun Jing was likely a counterfeit, a judgment he made before even examining the statue itself. This demonstrated the extent of Wen Yuan's prejudice against Chun Jing due to his youth. In response, Chun Jing appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and replied, "Mr. Wen, is it not somewhat unwise to jump to conclusions without first examining the item? Indeed, Master Wen, Brother Chun possesses a certain level of competence. I believe that if he lacked confidence, he would not have brought the statue of Guan Yu to meet me today." Lu Hao interjected on Chun Jing's behalf, demonstrating his understanding of the situation. The difference in their backgrounds is noteworthy. Lu Hao's origins are somewhat ambiguous in modern times, but in ancient contexts, he belongs to the so-called wanderers of the martial world. While the hierarchy exists in this realm, it is not uncommon for young prodigies to emerge. Lu Hao himself made a name for himself at the tender age of 17 or 18, which is why he stands where he is today. Conversely, Wen Yuan is a connoisseur in the antiques business, where discerning expertise is rarely found among the youth. Chun Jing is indeed an exception to this rule. Wen Yuan let out a cold chuckle and chose to remain silent, instead retrieving a magnifying glass to examine the statue of Guan Yu, preparing to unearth evidence that would prove it to be a counterfeit, relying on facts to speak for themselves. He was resolute in his disbelief that someone as young as Chun Jing could possess any genuine expertise in appraisal. Observing this, Chun Jing's lips curled into a subtle, playful smile, while Lu Hao, standing beside him, also wore a smile. Despite his earlier defense of Chun Jing, if the statue were indeed a forgery, he would undoubtedly turn against him without hesitation. As he had mentioned earlier, Chun Jing's audacity in presenting the statue suggested he must be confident in its authenticity. However, if it were to be revealed as a counterfeit, Lu Hao would have to question whether Chun Jing was attempting to deceive him. Ultimately, while Chun Jing and Lu Hao appeared to share a brotherly bond, their true relationship was rather superficial. Although when Yuan looked down upon Chun Jing, he approached the examination of the statue with utmost seriousness, meticulously scrutinizing every detail. As he did so, An unusual expression crossed his face, one of awkwardness and disbelief. Noticing this, Chen Jing deliberately inquired, "Mr. Wan, what do you think? Is my statue of Guan Yu a counterfeit?" When Yuan glanced up at him, and with a hint of embarrassment, admitted, "Mr. Chen, this statue of Guan Yu is not a counterfeit." Alongside his shame, a look of astonishment appeared on his face as he added, "Mr. Yang, from which dynasty do you believe this statue originates?" Chen Jing found the question amusing. It was clear that while Wen Yuan could ascertain the statue's authenticity, he remained skeptical of his expertise, deliberately probing for further validation. Based on the style of its craftsmanship, it should date back to the early to mid-Ming dynasty, likely from the Hanggu to Yongle periods, when statues were commonly cast in gilded bronze. Chen Jing replied with an air of nonchalance. At this point, Wen Yuan fell silent, merely turning to Lu Hao to state, "President Lu, this statue of Guan Yu is undoubtedly genuine, just as Mr. Chen described. It is indeed an antique from the early to mid-Ming dynasty and is well preserved, possessing considerable value." Lu Hao nodded in agreement, his face lighting up with a broad smile as he patted Chen Jing on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Ha! I knew Brother Chen would not bring a counterfeit to deceive me." Chen Jing responded with a smile, "Of course not. I wouldn't dream of deceiving anyone, especially not you, Brother Lu." Words may be beautifully articulated, yet the true sentiments held within are well understood by all. Such is the nature of adult social interactions, and Chen Jing is gradually becoming accustomed to it. Moreover, this pertains to a business transaction worth several $100,000. "Good brother," Lu Hao exclaimed, then candidly declared, "I shall acquire this statue of Guandi. I am on the verge of opening a new bar, and I intend to enshrine the venerable Guandi there." As previously mentioned, Guandi, revered by certain merchants as the god of wealth, indeed warrants such veneration in business endeavors. Upon realizing Lu Hao's determination to purchase, a joyful smile finally graced Chen Jing's face. "Master Wan, what is your appraisal?" Lu Hao inquired, not allowing Chen Jing to state a price, but instead turning to Wen Yuan, who appeared somewhat disheartened. At this moment, Wen Yuan's face bore the marks of disappointment, primarily because he compared his own capabilities at Chen Jing's age and recognized his inability to authenticate the statue of Guandi before him. Indeed, the most daunting aspect for a person is the act of comparison. Chapter 58. Composure and resilience. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Wen Yuan quickly composed himself and replied, "Mr. Lu, the value of this Guandi statue should be around 350,000 to 400,000. Lu Hao nodded and turned his gaze towards Chen Jing. Chen Jing slightly furrowed his brow. Wen Yuan's highest estimate was 5,000 lower than Zhao Zheng's. Although both estimates were given, Chen Jing undoubtedly placed greater trust in Zhao Zheng, especially considering that Wen Yuan was associated with Lu Hao. "Brother Chen, you heard the estimate. How much are you prepared to offer?" Lu Hao inquired with a cheerful smile. After previous negotiations, Chen Jing had grown bolder in discussing prices, stating candidly, "Brother Lu, is it possible that Master Wen's estimate is a bit low?" Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan immediately responded, "Mr. Chen, you are not uninformed. My estimate is quite reasonable." He acknowledged Chen Jing's knowledge of the field and no longer held a dismissive attitude. To earn respect from others, one truly must rely on their own capabilities. "Master Wen, you mentioned that there are no significant issues, but there are indeed minor ones," Chen Jing said with a smile, adding, "I have consulted several others for appraisals, and most suggested values between 400,000 and 500,000. He had directly inflated Zhao Zheng's estimate. In business negotiations, isn't it customary to raise the price? Before Wen Yuan could respond, Lu Hao shook his head and said, "Brother Chen, even if there are some discrepancies in Master Wen's estimate, your figure is not accurate either." At this moment, both parties seemed to be discussing the estimate, yet they were actually negotiating the final price. Understanding this, Chen Jing feigned hesitation and asked, "Then, Brother Lu, what price do you propose?" "Let us set it at 400,000, Lu Hao replied with a friendly glance at Chen Jing, initiating the offer. "Brother Lu, could you add a bit more? It hasn't been easy for me either. I spent quite a bit to acquire this Guandi statue." Chen Jing spoke without a hint of embarrassment. After all, making money is not disgraceful. "All right, Brother Chen, considering the trouble you've taken, I can add 30,000, but I can't go any higher." Lu Hao nodded, genuinely increasing his offer. Chen Jing hesitated for a moment before responding. Thank you, Brother Lu. The price of 430,000 was quite satisfactory, as his bottom line had been 350,000. After all, selling the Guandi statue was challenging, and he did not wish to be left holding it. Selling it to Lu Hao for 430,000 was indeed a pleasant surprise. Haha, Brother Chen, you're straightforward, Lu Hao said with delight, seemingly pleased with the price. If Chen Jing were to negotiate further, he might have gained a little more. However, the increase would likely only be 2,000 to 3,000. Thus, Chen Jing chose to accept the offer. After all, Lu Hao was likely the only viable buyer for the Guandi statue. Furthermore, Lu Hao was indeed a person with whom one could build connections, making this a valuable networking opportunity. Once the price was settled, the subsequent proceedings were straightforward. The two signed a simple sales contract, and Lu Hao promptly transferred the funds to Chen Jing. Chen Jing glanced at the account information, unable to suppress the joyful and excited expression on his face. With over 400,000 now deposited, and the funds from the New Century auction house yet to arrive, his wealth was approaching 2 million. For most, 2 million is not an insignificant sum. Beside him, Lu Hao noticed Chen Jing's demeanor and remarked, Brother Chen, you truly possess remarkable capabilities. When I was your age, I hadn't earned nearly as much. Chen Jing smiled at the compliment but did not elaborate further. Lu Hao glanced at the time and suddenly inquired, Brother Chen, why not come over to my place tonight? I'll cover all the expenses. After a brief pause, a knowing smile appeared on Lu Hao's face as he added, the ladies at Shanglan Pavilion are of exceptional quality. Many are university students working part-time. I assure you you'll have a delightful time. Chen Jing held no doubts about his words. Given the elegant decor of Shanglan Pavilion, the women working there were undoubtedly of high caliber, likely many being the most admired in their schools. Thank you, Brother Lu. Chen Jing expressed his gratitude, then continued, however, I have some matters to attend to this evening, so I must regretfully decline your generous invitation. I promise to take you up on it next time. Lu Hao, upon hearing this, said no more, merely nodding in acknowledgement. What a pity. But next time you must come enjoy yourself. With your youth and charm, I'm sure the ladies here will be vying for your attention. After concluding their business, Chen Jing did not linger and soon took his leave from Shanglan Pavilion. Once he departed, Lu Hao picked up the Guandi statue for a closer examination, remarking, this Guandi statue is indeed impressive. I wonder where Brother Chen acquired it. Beside him, when Yuan sighed, Mr. Chen appears to be quite capable. At such a young age, his discerning eye for appraisal is commendable, and he carries himself with a steadiness that belies his years, showing none of the naivety typical for someone his age. Indeed, Lu Hao concurred. How many men of his age can resist the allure of Shanglan Pavilion? With such composure at a young age, Chen Jing's future achievements will undoubtedly be significant. Both Lu Hao and Wen Yuan were seasoned veterans. They could easily discern that Chen Jing's claims of having matters to attend to that evening were mere polite evasions. Unbeknownst to Chen Jing, he was the subject of praise from Lu Hao and Wen Yuan. Even if he were aware, he would likely dismiss it with a smile. He never considered himself significantly superior to others. He was simply an ordinary person endowed with an extraordinary ability for appraisal. As for the commendations regarding his composure and maturity, such traits were shaped by his character and experiences. There is a saying that growth is a mandatory course, while maturity is an elective. Chen Jing merely chose to take the course of maturity ahead of time, compelled by his background, life circumstances, and encounters. After leaving Shanglan Pavilion, Chen Jing, his face alight with joy, hailed a taxi back to Nabeo residence. Zhao Zhang observed the joy radiating from Chen's countenance, and without needing further confirmation, he surmised that the Guandi statue had indeed been successfully sold. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, Little Chen, you must treat me to a drink tonight, including the one for the last sale of the Qiang Stone Inkstone. Chen Jing chuckled and replied, Of course, Uncle Zhao, you can have whatever drink you desire. This time, you must join me for an exuberant celebration. Zhao Zhang, beaming with delight, inquired further, So, what was the selling price? Chen Jing dutifully revealed the amount, and Zhao Zhang nodded in approval, stating, Indeed, 430,000 is approximately the maximum value for the Guandi statue. It couldn't have fetched much more. Chapter 59. A late-night knock on the door as Chun Jing prepared for an evening of drinking with Zhao Zheng. He took the opportunity to meander through the antique street early in the day, exhausting his 3 daily appraisal opportunities. Chun Jing had previously experimented and discovered that the daily chances to authenticate treasures did not accumulate. Thus, failing to utilize them on a given day was merely a waste. The afternoon was rather uneventful, and since Zhao Zheng was a notorious drinker, he decided to close shop early, eager to indulge in a night of revelry with Chun Jing. In truth, Zhao Zheng was rather indifferent to the business at Nabeoju. Being in the antique trade, he understood that a store could remain dormant for 3 years, only to thrive for the next 3. Moreover, after years of hard work, Zhao Zheng had reached a point of financial abundance. Or perhaps he had simply lost any greater ambition, having achieved his financial freedom, allowing him to live life on his own terms. Xiaochen, today I shall take you to a hidden gem of a tavern, known only to the locals of Chongqing. The food and wine there are truly exceptional, Zhao Zheng remarked as he drove towards their destination. Chun Jing smiled and replied, Uncle Zhao, with such praise from you, the tavern must indeed be remarkable. As a seasoned drinker, if Zhao Zheng extolled a place, it was bound to be extraordinary. The tavern Zhao Zheng mentioned had a rather unassuming name, Old Wang's Private Tavern. It was quite a distance from the antique street, requiring over an hour's drive, and was located in a secluded alley, with a modest interior that could accommodate only 6 or 7 tables. When they arrived, it was still before dinner time, yet the tavern was already bustling with patrons. Fortunately, Zhao Zheng's influence was substantial. He had called ahead to reserve a table for himself and Chun Jing. Upon entering the tavern, Chun Jing surveyed the surroundings and noted that, in terms of decor, it was rather unremarkable, resembling a simple street-side eatery, albeit meticulously clean. However, the clientele was markedly different from that of an ordinary tavern. Most were elegantly dressed and exuded an air of affluence. Chun Jing's curiosity was piqued, and he realized that Old Wang's Private Tavern was likely the fabled establishment known for meals costing no less than 10,000 yuan, with reservations required at least 2 weeks, if not a month, in advance. Such exclusive private dining experiences were indeed unique in the country and were favored by the wealthy, seemingly embodying a distinct sense of sophistication. In fact, this was indeed the case. After seating themselves, Zhao Zheng continued, this tavern typically requires at least a week's notice for reservations, and during busy times, could extend to a month. However, I am quite familiar with the owner. I have been dining and drinking here since he first opened, making me one of his earliest patrons. Therefore, I enjoy certain privileges, allowing me to come whenever I please, with prices remaining as they were in the past. Chun Jing nodded in understanding, realizing that it was not surprising. Uncle Zhao, being a connoisseur of fine wine and cuisine, had likely sought out this establishment in his youth. After a brief pause, Zhao Zheng added, however, I seldom come here. After all, it's not polite to disrupt someone's business with unexpected visits. This time, I thought it appropriate to bring you here to celebrate your good fortune. Chun Jing quickly replied, Thank you, Uncle Zhao. No need for that. Zhao Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Just as he was about to say more, a plump man in his 50s, wearing an apron, emerged with a smile, exclaiming, Brother Zhao, it has been ages since your last visit. I thought you had forgotten about me. Zhao Zheng chuckled in response. Old Wang, I could never forget you. Even if I did, I could never forget the delectable dishes you serve here. Ha ha! Naturally, the owner of the private tavern was named Wang. Old Wang laughed heartily and asked, The usual? Yes, and please add some extra drinks, Zhao Zheng replied. Old Wang nodded and hurried back into the kitchen, surprisingly without a helper, managing everything by himself. Chun Jing observed that the other patrons had to serve themselves rice from a nearby steamer. Is this the lifestyle of the affluent? Chun Jing pondered, somewhat perplexed, but he soon understood. The dishes were served shortly, showcasing the specialties of Chongqing. They were indeed a feast for the senses, with vibrant colors and enticing aromas that left one salivating. Give it a try, Zhao Zheng said, pouring 2 glasses of wine for himself. Chun Jing picked up his chopsticks and sampled each dish, his eyes widening with delight. The food was exceptionally delicious. He had never tasted anything quite like it before. Even Kong Shui's culinary skills paled in comparison to Old Wang's. This was to be expected. as a private tavern of such repute could not be matched by ordinary chefs. Isn't it remarkable? The first time I came here, I devoured 6 bowls of rice alongside the dishes. I nearly burst, Zhao Zheng remarked, noticing Chun Jing's astonishment and chuckling heartily. Chun Jing nodded. It truly is delicious. I've never had such exquisite cuisine. You see, Old Wang's ancestors were imperial chefs in the Qing dynasty, and his father was a chef for state banquets. If it weren't for his desire for a peaceful life, he wouldn't have opened a private tavern, Zhao Zheng explained, handing a full glass of wine to Chun Jing, clearly impressed. Chun Jing realized the depth of Old Wang's culinary heritage and nodded, contemplating bringing Kong Shui here next time to experience the delightful dishes. All right, stop focusing solely on the food. Come on, let's drink. Having promised to indulge Zhao Zheng in revelry, the two enjoyed their drinks for quite a long time, not concluding until nearly 10 o'clock that evening. Zhao Zheng was thoroughly intoxicated. His face flushed as he leaned on Chun Jing's shoulder, loudly proclaiming, "Little Chun, you have great potential. If you apply yourself diligently, you will surely become a leading figure in our Chongqing antique business, perhaps even in the national antique industry." Ugh! As he spoke, Zhao Zheng suddenly turned and violently retched. At this moment, Chun Jing was also quite inebriated, yet given his youth, he managed to retain some semblance of clarity, primarily due to the fact that he had already rushed to the restroom to vomit twice. He truly could not keep pace with Zhao Zheng, a seasoned drinker. "Uncle Zhao, it's about time. Let me call you a ride," Chun Jing said, patting Zhao Zheng on the back. After regaining his composure post-vomiting, Zhao Zheng, with reddened eyes, replied, "Yes, indeed it's about time." He recalled an unfinished thought and added, "Xiao Chun, you could even become a leading figure in the national antiques industry. I believe you possess that potential." Chun Jing, bemused, responded, "Uncle Zhao, your faith in me surpasses even my own." A few minutes later, after settling the bill, Chun Jing assisted Zhao Zheng out of the alley and, taking out his phone, arranged for a designated driver. He ensured Zhao Zheng was safely in the car before he called for his own ride back to the Tiangshuishan community. Though the journey was relatively smooth, the air in the car felt stifling, and upon returning to Tiangshuishan community, a gust of cold wind hit Chun Jing, leaving him feeling completely disoriented. In this hazy, drunken state, he suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to see Kong Shui, and so he acted upon that impulse. Standing before her door, Chun Jing did not enter his own but instead turned to knock on Kong Shui's door. Logically, it was nearing 11 o'clock. The sober version of Chun Jing would never have sought her out at this hour, but the influence of his intoxication rendered him oblivious to such considerations. Chapter 60. What kind of house do you prefer? Knock, knock, knock. Chun Jing rapped lightly yet insistently on Kong Shui's door. At this hour, it appeared that Kong Shui had already retired for the night, as there was a prolonged silence before she responded. However, Chun Jing, inebriated and somewhat disoriented, was undeterred. His mind was singularly focused on one desire. He wished to see Kong Shui. After a while of knocking, it seemed he had finally stirred her from her slumber, as footsteps echoed from within, followed by her gentle, soothing voice inquiring, "Xiao Chun, is that you?" Upon hearing Kong Shui's voice, Chun Jing's heart soared with joy, and he eagerly replied, "Sister Shui, it's me." Receiving confirmation, Kong Shui peered through the door, her gaze confirming Chun Jing's identity, and noticing his intoxicated state, she promptly opened the door. With her delicate brows slightly furrowed, she remarked, "How come you've drunk so much again?" Chun Jing gazed upon Kong Shui, who was clad in a modest nightgown, her long hair in slight disarray, suggesting she had just risen from bed. Her fair, porcelain-like complexion was tinged with a rosy hue, rendering her even more enchanting. "Sister Shui, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Please, continue your slumber," he stammered, suddenly aware of the possible disruption he may have caused. Kong Shui glanced at the time and replied, somewhat exasperated, "What do you think?" Chun Jing scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. "I'm sorry, Sister Shui. I just suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to see you." His boldness in expressing such sentiments was noteworthy. Kong Shui, upon hearing this, bit her lip, instinctively smoothing her tousled hair, then reached out to steady the swaying Chun Jing, playfully admonishing, I already told you last time, don't drink so much. Even socializing should be done in moderation. It's not really socializing. I was just celebrating with my boss, Chun Jing replied, leaning against Kong Shui, the subtle fragrance of her presence intoxicating in its own right. As she guided him into her room, she inquired, did you sell that Guandi statue? She had previously considered suggesting that Chun Jing take the statue to Xinjing for auction. However, Chun Jing had deemed the Guandi statue rather niche, and given that the major auction houses had already concluded their autumn sales, coupled with Lu Hao's interest, he had declined the suggestion. Kong Shui was aware of this. Yes, it sold for 430,000. Chun Jing proclaimed, a hint of pride and joy evident in his voice. It is often said that one's demeanor shifts under the influence of alcohol, and in this moment, Chun Jing revealed a glimpse of the youthful spirit that should characterize his age. Observing this, Kong Shui perceptively noted the shift, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amusement as she helped him settle onto the sofa. That's impressive, Xiao Chun. You truly are remarkable. Such is the nature of an elder sister. She never belittles a man in any regard and always offers recognition and praise when he succeeds. However, after a brief pause, Kong Shui gently added, Xiao Chen, you are still young. Now that you've earned some money, you must learn how to manage it wisely. Avoid spending extravagantly on trivial matters. Saving for a house or a car would be prudent. As Zhao Zheng aptly stated, an elder sister not only waits for you to grow but also walks alongside you on your journey of growth. Even in his inebriated state, Chun Jing nodded in acknowledgement of Kong Shui's words, affirming, yes, I understand, Sister Shui. I will listen to you. His gaze remained fixed upon her. After all, his intention in knocking on the door was simply to see Kong Shui. Feeling the warmth of his ardent affection, Kong Shui blushed slightly and said, I will prepare some tea for you. It will help alleviate your intoxication. Swiftly, she retrieved the tea set and selected a fine red tea, arranging it elegantly on the coffee table in the living room. Throughout this process, Chun Jing's eyes were glued to her. As night deepened, the steam from the hot water curled gracefully, creating an ethereal atmosphere under the warm glow of the lights, infused with the essence of life and a subtle warmth. Chun Jing found himself entranced, feeling an unexpected tranquility as he savored the moment. He even pondered that, if he were to marry Kong Shui someday, this could be their daily life, filled with simple yet profound happiness and warmth. How beautiful that would be. Kong Shui soon brewed the tea, placing the tray on the glass coffee table and offering Chun Jing a cup, saying, drink it while it's hot. It's good for your stomach. Chun Jing nodded, accepting the cup and sipping slowly, oblivious to any bitterness that might linger. His heart was sweet, akin to sipping honey. Sister Shui, you mentioned I should save money for a house and a car. What kind of house do you like? After a few sips, he recalled her earlier words and asked with a smile. This inquiry elicited a momentary surprise from Kong Shui, who shot him a playful glare before responding. I quite like flowers and dream of owning a house with a garden where I can plant some. A fondness for flowers indeed resonated, as her bedroom was often adorned with fresh blooms. However, to have a house with a garden would likely mean a townhouse at the very least. If a larger garden were desired, it would necessitate a standalone villa. In Chongqing, the price of such a villa would start in the tens of millions, excluding additional renovation costs. Upon hearing this, Chun Jing silently resolved to work harder. After all, the fact that Sister Shui had answered his question carried unspoken implications. Just as he felt a mix of pressure and motivation, Kong Shui blinked and added, actually, a house with a larger balcony would suffice. I could still cultivate flowers there. Chun Jing paused, realizing that Kong Shui was subtly indicating that her expectations could be flexible. Sister Shui, I will buy a house with a garden, he declared confidently. While her expectations could be lowered, his own aspirations remained steadfast. He believed he had the capability to afford a standalone villa. Moreover, pressure often serves as motivation. Everyone needs a driving force to create a brighter future for themselves or for those they cherish. Kong Shui's graceful and beautiful face broke into a gentle smile as she observed Chun Jing for a while before saying, then you must strive diligently. You are still young and should be ambitious. Chun Jing had ultimately succumbed to slumber, after sipping a few cups of hot tea. Although he harbored a desire to continue conversing with Kong Shui, he unwittingly dozed off on the sofa. Noticing his deep slumber, Kong Shui quietly rose and retrieved a blanket from the bedroom to cover him. A glance at the clock revealed that it was already the early hours of the morning. Having just been roused and having consumed several cups of tea, Kong Shui found it difficult to fall asleep again. Thus, she took out her phone and sent a message. Director Liang, I have some matters to attend to tomorrow. I would like to request a day off. After setting her phone aside, she turned her gaze towards the peacefully sleeping Chen Jing and, with a gentle sigh and a smile, mused to herself, "Ah, are you perhaps my little adversary?" Moments ago, it had been Chen Jing gazing intently at her. Now it was Kong Shui who found herself fixedly observing Chen Jing. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she blinked and leaned closer to his face. Chapter 61 Guests Chen Jing was in a deep slumber, his breath steady, and his handsome visage tinged with a hint of rosy warmth from the wine. Indeed, one could describe a man as handsome as well. Kong Shui gazed at his striking face, her own composed yet beautiful countenance revealing a spark of mischief, and she reached out to gently pinch his cheek. The touch was pleasantly warm, possessing a slight elasticity. In essence, Kong Shui found great delight in this act, her face aglow with a soft smile. She inexplicably enjoyed pinching Chen Jing's face. This time, as he slept soundly, she indulged herself without restraint, pinching both sides of his cheeks before finally using both hands together. However, she did not exert much force, and Chen Jing's cheeks merely flushed a deeper shade of red. After a while, Kong Shui straightened up and chuckled to herself, pondering, what peculiar hobby is this? I never had such thoughts before. Yet, she understood in her heart that some interests only emerge in relation to a particular individual. Subsequently, she crouched down to rest Chen Jing's legs upon the sofa, covering him more securely with a blanket to ensure his comfort before retreating to her own bedroom. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chen Jing awoke, sitting up from the sofa. He glanced around, inhaling the faint, pleasant fragrance lingering on the blanket draped over him. As memories began to crystallize in his mind, a hint of embarrassment washed over his face. What had I done last night? He had not anticipated that, after drinking, he would muster such boldness, driven by a singular desire to see Kong Shui, leading him to knock on her door in the dead of night. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Kong Shui did not display any negative demeanor. On the contrary, he seemed to have gained something from the encounter. After a night of revelry, his mouth felt parched, and Chen Jing reached for the remnants of tea on the coffee table, downing several cups until he felt somewhat refreshed. He glanced towards Kong Shui's bedroom, the door still closed, likely indicating that she had yet to awaken. After all, he had certainly exhausted her the previous night, and she probably did not fall asleep until the early hours. Checking the time, just past 7 in the morning, Chen Jing felt no urgency to rush off to work. He made his way to the kitchen and prepared some breakfast. Shortly thereafter, after enjoying his meal, he warmed a portion for Kong Shui in the rice cooker and sent her a text message before heading back to his rented room for a shower, then ventured out to work. The words Kong Shui had spoken the night before lingered in his mind. A standalone villa with a garden. This had become one of his aspirations and motivators for the future. To achieve this goal, Chen Jing knew he had to work harder and strive for progress. On his way to work, he contemplated setting more specific objectives for himself, thinking, a standalone villa may seem distant. I shall first aim to earn my first 5 million. While 5 million may not be sufficient to purchase a standalone villa in Chongqing, it would signify that he was one step closer to affording such a dream. Progress is made one bite at a time. Goals must be pursued step by step, for one must avoid the folly of aiming too high too soon. Kong Shui indeed fell asleep late last night, consequently rising later as well, getting out of bed just past 10. She made her way to the living room, only to find that Chen Jing had already left. The blanket was neatly folded, and the tea set she had neglected to tidy up the previous evening was all in order. A gentle smile graced Kong Shui's face, and as if struck by a thought, she entered the kitchen, directly opening the rice cooker to discover breakfast still warm within. The smile on her graceful and beautiful face blossomed further. Subsequently, she took out her phone to check for messages, finding only 2 unread notifications. Director Liang. All right, you've indeed been quite exhausted recently. Why not take a couple more days to rest? Xiao Chen. Sister Shui. I'm heading to work now. There's breakfast in the kitchen. Thank you. With a heart full of warmth, Kong Shui replied to Chen Jing. No need to thank me. Just be diligent in your work. Noticing Chen Jing had not responded, she then replied to Director Liang. Thank you, Director Liang. I shall rest today. The reason Chen Jing did not respond to Kong Shui's message was that guests had arrived at Nabeoju, not to make purchases, but to sell. At this moment, Zhao Zheng was also present. Originally, Chen Jing thought it would be more appropriate for him to handle this business, but having indulged in excessive drinking the previous night, and given his advancing age, he had yet to recover from his hangover, sitting by the tea table motionless, gesturing for Chen Jing to attend to the guests. Chen Jing had no choice but to approach. Good sir, what do you wish to sell? He inquired politely, a smile adorning his face. The visitor was a man in his late 30s, lean and sporting a buzz cut. Splendid items, the man replied, holding a small rectangular box, his face radiating confidence. Maintaining his composure, Chen Jing took a seat across from the man and asked, May I ask your surname? My surname is Sun, the man replied, placing the box on the table. After a brief pause, he continued, Young brother, this is a genuine antique. Can you truly appreciate its value at your age, or should I summon your boss? His gaze shifted towards Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng took a sip of tea and casually remarked, No worries. Do not be misled by his youth. His discerning eye is quite sharp. Let him take a look first, and if he cannot, I shall return. Chen Jing smiled at the man named Sun, knowing he had yet to utilize his appraisal skills today. With the discerning eye of a connoisseur, it was no exaggeration to assert that Zhao Zheng's judgment paled in comparison to Chen Jing's. Upon hearing this, the man hesitated slightly but nodded in agreement. Very well. He then opened the box, revealing its contents. Young brother, this is jade. I've inquired before coming here, and I know that jade is quite sought after in your antique shop. When you make an offer, do not attempt to deceive me. The man spoke with unwavering confidence in his jade. Chen Jing responded, Rest assured, brother Sun, we are men of integrity. As he spoke, he leaned closer to examine the jade within the box. The jade was uniquely shaped, narrow at the front and broad at the back, presenting a conical form, and was of a considerable size, requiring Chen Jing to hold it with one hand. It must be said that Chen Jing had never encountered such a form of jade artifact before. Typically, the antique jade pieces available in the market predominantly consist of jade pendants and jade blades. However, as Chen Jing delicately handled the piece, he could ascertain that it was indeed genuine jade, possessing a cool and soothing touch, though he remained uncertain if it was an antique. Unbeknownst to him, beside him, Zhao Zheng cast a glance at the jade artifact, nearly spitting out his tea, suppressing his laughter with great effort, as his seasoned experience had already revealed the true nature of the piece. Although Chen Jing did not observe Zhao Zheng's expression, he scrutinized the artifact closely, comparing it with the knowledge he had recently acquired about antiques, and a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. Could it possibly be that item? Chen Jing's lips twitched slightly, and his demeanor grew increasingly peculiar. Chapter 62. The nine-hole jade. Chen Jing was struck by a sense of speculation and hastily activated his discerning eye. In an instant, a golden radiance emerged, swirling around the jade artifact before returning to Chen Jing's gaze, transforming into a series of identifying inscriptions. This object is the Ming Dynasty Zhengde Jade Anus Plug. Its historical significance. The jade anus plug is a type of nine-hole jade used in ancient funerals. This so-called nine-hole jade consists of 9 pieces of jade that block or cover the 9 orifices of the deceased, specifically 2 for the eyes, 2 for the nose, 2 for the ears, 2 for the mouth, 2 for the anus, and 1 for an indescribable orifice. Only the elite class could afford to use nine-hole jade at funerals, making it unattainable for the common folk. This particular jade artifact is the anus plug, presenting a trapezoidal shape with varying thickness at both ends, exhibiting a slightly bluish-green hue and an average quality of jade, thus possessing little value as an item meant to obstruct unclean areas. Upon seeing the identifying inscriptions materialize before him, Chen Jing's mouth twitched, and his complexion drastically changed. He promptly placed the jade anus plug back onto the table and hurriedly rushed to the restroom to wash his hands repeatedly. Ha ha ha! Observing his reaction, Zhao Zheng could no longer suppress his laughter, bursting into a fit of giggles that even caused him to clutch his stomach in pain. As Chen Jing emerged from the restroom, a look of helplessness adorned his face as he addressed Zhao Zheng. Uncle Zhao, did you already discern what this jade artifact was? Zhao Zheng chuckled heartily. How could that be? I only just figured it out myself. Besides, experiencing it firsthand leaves a more profound impression. So you won't be caught off guard next time, haha. Chen Jing, shaking his head in resignation, recognized that Uncle Zhao was clearly teasing him. Of course, it was not a significant matter. The jade anus plug had undoubtedly been cleaned, and there could not possibly be any filth upon it. It was merely a psychological discomfort. Meanwhile, a man named Sun, witnessing their reactions, was utterly perplexed and inquired. Excuse me? What do you mean by this reaction? Is there a problem with my jade artifact? Chen Jing, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, Brother Sun, your jade artifact is perfectly fine. It is genuine jade and an authentic antique, quite possibly of considerable age. Sun was even more bewildered. Then why the reaction? He pondered whether Chen Jing and Zhao Zheng were merely putting on an act, feigning disdain in an attempt to negotiate a lower price. With that thought, Sun resolved that he could not allow them to pressure him into a lower bid. Should their offer be too low, he would simply turn and leave for another antique shop. Chen Jing, sensing his thoughts, smiled and said, Brother Sun, while your jade artifact has no issues, the crucial point is that it lacks value. Upon hearing this, Sun silently conceded the truth of the matter and then asked, If it's not valuable, how much do you wish to pay for it? Chen Jing and Zhao Zheng exchanged glances, and it was Zhao Zheng, the proprietor, who spoke. Brother Sun, we will not be purchasing this jade artifact. The man bearing the surname Sun was momentarily taken aback, initially believing that Chen Jing and Zhao Zheng were merely attempting to negotiate a lower price. To his astonishment, they indicated that they were not interested at all. Was this a novel tactic for bargaining? No, but why? Had they not asserted that his jade artifact was a genuine antique? Surely it must possess considerable value. The man could not fathom the situation. In response to his confusion, Chen Jing candidly elucidated, Brother Sun, this jade piece you possess is, in truth, of little worth. It is known as a jade anal plug, an item used by the ancients posthumously. This particular jade, if it had been from another part of the body, or of superior quality, or associated with a historical figure, might have held some value. However, the item in the possession of the man named Sun clearly did not fall into such categories. Furthermore, as this object was intended for the deceased, it was akin to an artifact found in ancient tombs, possessing a nature indistinguishable from burial goods. Thus, it is best not to engage in its trade openly. Upon hearing Chen Jing's explanation, the man named Sun was left in a state of bewilderment. Incredulity etched across his face. Is what you're saying truly accurate? Did the ancients really have such peculiar proclivities? His expression was decidedly strange, tinged with a hint of disgust. He had purchased this jade anal plug from a street vendor for several thousand, believing it to be of high value, and had treasured it immensely, often handling it with delight and even playfully kissing it on occasion. Xiaochen, perhaps you could enlighten him on why the ancients engaged in such practices, Zhao Zheng suggested, casting a glance at Chen Jing, his tone hinting at a pedagogical intent. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Jing began, Brother Sun, allow me to clarify. This is not merely an eccentricity of the ancients, but rather a manifestation of their profound superstition. They believed that jade possessed a spiritual essence, and by sealing the 9 orifices of the body with jade, one could ensure that the soul remained within the corpse, thereby preserving the physical form. This notion finds its roots in Guhong Espiopuzi from the Eastern Jin dynasty, which states, when gold and jade are present in the 9 voids, the deceased shall remain imperishable. The ancients harbored significant aspirations for bodily immortality, as evidenced by numerous references to golden-bodied arhats and the like. After absorbing Chen Jing's insights, the man named Sun appeared enlightened yet still perplexed, exclaiming, that vendor has duped me, claiming this was a favored jade ornament among the ancients, and exceedingly valuable. His ire escalated, and a torrent of expletives followed. Meanwhile, Zhao Zheng raised his thumb in approval towards Chen Jing, remarking, Xiao Chen, well done. It seems your studies have indeed been earnest. Chen Jing humbly smiled but refrained from further comment. Truth be told, Had he not been diligent in his studies, he would not have ascended from a remote mountainous region of Sichuan and Chongqing to earn admission to Chongqing University through academic excellence. His conscientiousness in both work and study, eschewing any semblance of negligence or laziness, stands as one of Chun Jing's greatest virtues. The man named Sun, still fuming, departed with the jade anal plug in hand, likely intent on confronting the vendor who had sold him this item. Nevertheless, in the realm of antiques, encountering such misfortunes often necessitates a humble acceptance of one's ill fate. After work, Chun Jing leisurely strolled through the antique street, hoping to strike fortune's favor. He utilized the remaining 2 opportunities for appraisal today, yet the outcome inevitably yielded no significant finds. Although Chun Jing harbored a desire to unearth hidden treasures for profit, he understood that such occurrences could not be rushed. Genuine antiques are serendipitous discoveries, particularly those that offer the prospect of a bargain. Fortunately, tomorrow marks Saturday, and with the passage of another week, he will be able to once again harness that enigmatic intuition. This extraordinary ability of his appraisal vision significantly enhances the likelihood of discovering hidden gems compared to aimlessly wandering in search of luck. As evening descended, Chun Jing purchased some groceries, and just as he returned to his rented accommodation, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a flicker of hesitation and uncertainty crossed his handsome face. Chapter 63. The phone call was not from anyone else but Chun Jing's father, Chun Jun. The reason for Chun Jing's hesitation and reluctance was quite simple. He found himself at a loss for words regarding how to communicate with his parents about many matters, and he was unsure how to face them. Chen's parents had sacrificed an immeasurable amount to support his education. In order to gather funds for his university tuition, they had even had to humbly approach numerous relatives for loans, which they had only managed to repay over the past 2 years. Their motivation stemmed from a desire for Chun Jing to have a prosperous future. Although Chun Jing had entered the antique business, which could be deemed a promising path, and had already earned a considerable sum, it was a different matter altogether. If given a choice, his parents would likely prefer that he complete his education, not merely as a matter of principle but as a culmination of their long-held aspirations, as well as Chun Jing's own enduring hopes. After years of arduous study, to have it all vanish in an instant was a bitter pill for Chun Jing to swallow, and he could only imagine how his parents felt. Thus, to this day, he had not informed them of his situation, as he truly did not know how to articulate it. However, when faced with Chun Jun's call, after a moment of contemplation, Chun Jing decided to answer. "Hello, Dad," he greeted, making an effort to keep his tone calm. "Why did it take you so long to answer?" Chun Jun queried, his voice filled with a mix of joy and curiosity. "Oh, I didn't hear it ring," Chun Jing replied casually before inquiring. "Is there something you need?" "Not much, just—" Chun Jun began, his words gradually faltering. At that moment, a somewhat spirited female voice interjected. "Let me speak with Xiao Jing." "Xiao Jing, how have you been lately? Are you studying diligently? Are you eating and sleeping well? Do you have enough money?" This lively voice belonged to Chun Jing's mother, Yuqing. Chun Jing tightened his grip on the phone and responded with a smile. "Don't worry, Mom. I'm doing well, and I have enough money." "That's good to hear. Just remember to take care of yourself while you're out there. If you ever run low on funds, don't hesitate to tell us. Your father and I are not so old that we can't earn a penny," Yuqing earnestly advised. It is worth mentioning that since starting university, Chun Jing had not asked his family for money. His living expenses were covered by part-time jobs he found at school or nearby restaurants. It was tough and exhausting, but he did not wish to burden his family further, which was also one reason why his spending habits were not easily altered. Having truly experienced the hardships of poverty, he understood the value of wealth. "Yes, I understand, Mom," Chun Jing replied, equally earnest. After a brief silence on the line, Chun Jing sensed that his parents had something important they wished to discuss, though it might be a topic they found difficult to broach. Ultimately, it was Yuqing who spoke up. "Xiao Jing, with the National Day holiday approaching, do you want to come home for a visit? If you're too busy, then it's perfectly fine." In truth, Yuqing epitomizes the quintessential woman from the Sichuan-Chongqing region, possessing a fiercely bold and spirited demeanor, characterized by her straightforward manner of speaking and acting. Yet, when she uttered those words, she appeared tentative, even cautious. Upon hearing her, Chun Jing felt a twinge of emotion at the tip of his nose, and his eyes began to well with tears. It has been over 2 years since Chun Jing last returned home, primarily due to the considerable distance from Chongqing to Sichuan Chongqing, where travel expenses are quite steep, often consuming 1 to 2 months of his living costs for a round trip. Additionally, during previous winter and summer breaks, he had to seize the opportunity to find seasonal work, allowing him to earn some extra money. Over these 2 years, his parents initially inquired frequently about his return, but as time passed, their questions diminished, only resurfacing during the Lunar New Year. Noticing Chun Jing's momentary silence, Lu Yuqing, perceiving his hesitation, shook her head at Chun Jun on the other end of the line, her face etched with disappointment. Chun Jun sighed, withdrawing a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. Xiao Jing, if you don't have the time, then don't worry about it. After all, the National Day holiday isn't very long, and the roads can be congested. However, this new year Lu Yuqing endeavored to keep her tone light, attempting to mask her disappointment with a smile. At this moment, Chun Jing regained his composure and hastily replied, "Mom, I will return for the National Day." Upon hearing this, both Chun father and mother were momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming sense of joy. "Really? That's wonderful. We'll have your father pick you up," Lu Yuqing exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with happiness, hurriedly expressing her sentiments as if fearing Chun Jing might reconsider. Chun Jing chuckled, "No need, it would be a hassle for Dad to make the trip. Their home is situated in a remote mountainous area, making the journey rather cumbersome." Chun Jun chimed in, "That's fine, but Xiao Jing, if you're coming back, make sure to return early. After all, it's only a 7-day holiday." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sound resonated, as though Lu Yuqing had playfully struck him, accompanied by a spirited reproach. "What do you mean it's fine? Your son is coming home, and you won't even go to pick him up? Is that how a father should act?" Amused, Chun Jing quickly responded, "Mom, I really don't need Dad to pick me up. I'm grown up now and won't get lost." After a brief pause, he swiftly redirected the conversation. "By the way, Mom, is there anything you and Dad would like me to bring back?" No, we don't lack for anything. Don't waste your money," Lu Yuqing repeatedly declined, adding, "Just being able to come back is enough." Chun Jing opened his mouth, eager to share that he was no longer in need of funds, having earned nearly 2 million, and that he now possesses a promising future in the antique business. Yet ultimately he held his tongue. After chatting for a while longer, Chun father and mother ended the call amidst their expectations and excitement. It had been over 2 years since they last saw their son, and their joy was palpable. The worries and longings of parents for their children are not easily conveyed in mere words. Gazing at his phone, Chun Jing sighed deeply, murmuring to himself, "This time, I will clarify everything with my parents." He understood well that the truth could not remain concealed indefinitely. Chun Jing had originally intended to wait until he earned more money before explaining things to his parents. However, he has now come to realize that there is little difference between speaking up early or late. The phone call from his parents left Chun Jing feeling somewhat disheartened. Glancing towards the door, or rather the space beyond it, he suddenly felt a desire to seek solace from Kong Shui, perhaps to confide in her or seek the comfort of an older sister. Yet, in the end, Chun Jing shook his head, retreating into the kitchen to prepare dinner for himself. As an adult, one must learn to quietly adjust their emotions, and primarily, Chun Jing did not wish for Kong Shui to witness his melancholic state. Chapter 64. A new attempt. Chun Jing's moment of despondency did not linger for long. After a night of reflection, he regained his composure. Compared to his peers, he possessed a maturity beyond his years and a remarkable capacity for adjustment. Furthermore, on that early Saturday morning, he received encouraging news. The auction proceeds from the Chiang Stone Inkstone had finally been settled by the new century, after deducting commissions and taxes. Although the amount that reached Chun Jing was less than 1 million, combined with his existing savings, his fortune now approached 2 million. This sum brought him closer to his newly established goal, marking a significant milestone in his journey. The famous line from Stephen Chow's film King of Comedy, "Strive and fight," perfectly encapsulated Chun Jing's current mood and state. Upon arriving at Nabeoju, it seemed Zhao Zhang was already aware of the auction funds. While enjoying morning tea with Chun Jing, he casually transferred 10,000 yuan to him via his phone. Here you go, Xiao Chen. Take the money, Zhao Zheng remarked nonchalantly. Chen Jing glanced at the transfer and recognized that this was the payment for the last by Xiangzuzu, which was part of the agreed 5 commission for Zhao Zheng from the Qiangstone inkstone sale. There was still a shortfall of 10,000. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Chen Jing replied, accepting the money without hesitation, as it was a matter previously agreed upon. Zhao Zheng had a straightforward character, embodying the essence of his name, a man of integrity. He was clear-cut in his dealings, adhering to principles and methods, yet he was not rigid. He understood the necessity of adaptability. If he were overly inflexible, he would not have risen to become a prominent figure in the antique trade. As Chen Jing sipped his tea, a hint of hesitation and embarrassment crossed his handsome face. Zhao Zheng, an experienced veteran, immediately sensed his discomfort and, with a knowing smile, prompted, Xiao Chen, if you have something to say, just speak up. No need to beat around the bush. Feeling cornered, Chen Jing confessed, Uncle Zhao, I was hoping to take some time off for National Day. He felt a genuine reluctance to request leave. The antique street would be bustling with visitors during the holiday, making it a prime time for business. Although the actual transactions might be few, the influx of customers would certainly increase, leading to a busy period. Thus, asking for leave during this time felt particularly awkward. After all, the antique trade was not like other industries that readily afforded holiday breaks. Upon hearing National Day, Zhao Zheng understood immediately and chuckled. You want to take a few days off? Are you hoping to win over that big sister of yours during the holiday? Chen Jing shook his head, replying earnestly, No, Uncle Zhao, I wish to return home for a visit. There are certain matters I feel I must share with my parents. At this, Zhao Zheng's smile faded slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, You should indeed inform your parents sooner rather than later. Such matters cannot remain hidden for long. After a brief pause, he added, Then let us make it a full holiday for you during National Day. Coincidentally, I was also thinking of taking my wife and child out for a little getaway. Zhao Zheng seldom speaks of his family, yet Chen Jing has a vague understanding of it. He is blessed with a son and a daughter, and his wife is truly virtuous, which renders his family enviably happy. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing was momentarily taken aback, intending to respond, but was interrupted by Zhao Zheng's wave of his hand. Do not overthink it, my dear lad. I do indeed harbor such thoughts. Historically, during the National Day celebrations, the number of guests visiting has been substantial, yet little business has materialized. Whether this statement bears truth or not, Chen Jing found himself at a loss for words, ultimately offering his heartfelt gratitude. The tranquility of Saturday unfolded without disruption. After work, Chen Jing did not return directly to the Tiangshuishan community. Instead, he strolled through the antique street, preparing to once more test his enigmatic intuition. This time, he selected an area abundant with antique stalls, glanced at the time, cleared his mind, and activated the mystical ability of his discerning eye for treasures. In an instant, the intriguing intuition surfaced within his mind, guiding him to seek out items of potential value. However, the outcome this time proved unsatisfactory. The mystical intuition, precise yet fleeting, lasted a mere 10 minutes before vanishing, and Chen Jing's gaze failed to alight upon anything noteworthy. In essence, within that 10-minute window of intuitive clarity, he encountered nothing of discernible value. As his thoughts returned to the present, he checked the time, confirming the duration of his intuition, and mused silently. Once again, I have failed to discover anything worthwhile. It seems this antique street holds no hidden treasures. It remains a truth. Genuine antiques worth uncovering are rare and fortuitous finds. Despite the lack of discoveries, Chen Jing remained undeterred. Above all, he could now ascertain with certainty that his intuitive ability could be summoned once every 7 days. Compared to his previous attempts, which felt akin to gambling with 3 daily chances of appraisal, the likelihood of uncovering a valuable item through this intuition was significantly greater. With an opportunity to seek hidden treasures every week, this was indeed a stroke of good fortune that would leave many in the antique trade envious. Nevertheless, he resolved to explore a different location for his next intuitive endeavor, contemplating that perhaps the antique street had truly exhausted its offerings. It is worth noting that the mystical intuition did not lead him solely to genuine antiques, but rather to anything possessing latent value. The essence of the search lay in the potential for discovery. Otherwise, even if authentic antiques were present, they would remain elusive. Subsequently, Chun Jing ventured to an area he had not previously explored, using his 3 appraisal opportunities in a gamble, reiterating to himself that it was not a waste if not genuine. The following day marked the weekend. Chun Jing had arranged to dine with Kong Shui in the evening, accompanied by Shen Jing, a plan that had been set previously. Notably, Chun Jing still owed Shen Jing a meal. She had suggested gathering at Kong Shui's home, where Chun Jing would take on the culinary duties. Chun Jing was quite looking forward to this meal. Firstly, because Kong Shui would be present, and secondly, he wished to express his gratitude to Sister Shen Jing, the matchmaker. He hoped to subtly extract some information regarding Kong Shui's feelings toward him. Although Chen Jing had already discerned that Kong Shui likely harbored affections for him, hearing it confirmed would be infinitely better. With such knowledge, he could then seek an opportunity to express his feelings and solidify their relationship. During their previous outing, which included dinner and a movie, Chen Jing had contemplated confessing his emotions. However, he never found the right moment, especially after unexpectedly acquiring the statue of Guandi, which naturally distracted him from his intentions. After all, matters of confession should not be approached lightly. While it need not be overly extravagant, the ambience must certainly be conducive. Chapter 65. I can do it all. As the weekend unfolded, Chun Jing received messages from both Kong Shui and Shen Jing right after finishing work. Kong Shui invited him directly to her home for dinner, while Shen Jing's message was rather intriguing. Little Chun, be sure to bring along some extra ingredients. I absolutely adore your Sichuan-style shredded pork. And she sent a flurry of dish names before adding, I'll be at Kong Shui's place shortly. I'll gather some intel for you, but whether I share it depends on your performance. Though Chun Jing understood Shen Jing was merely jesting, he responded in kind. Sister Shen, rest assured, I shall showcase 200 of my culinary skills today. Subsequently, after exhausting his 3 assessment opportunities with little success, he hurried back to the Tianshua mountain community, stopping by a nearby market to procure ingredients. Meanwhile, Shen Jing had already arrived at Kong Shui's abode. Upon seeing her, Shen Jing enveloped her in a hearty hug, exclaiming, Shui, it's been ages. I've missed you dearly. Her expression was exaggeratedly theatrical. Kong Shui chuckled in response. What do you mean ages? It's barely been 2 weeks. Shen Jing retorted playfully. What do you mean barely? 1 day apart feels like 3 autumns. Unimpressed, Shen Jing pouted and then mischievously remarked, Oh, I almost forgot. Someone has a boyfriend now, so she naturally doesn't need her best friend's company anymore. At this, Kong Shui lightly tapped her smooth forehead and replied, What nonsense. Chun and I haven't defined our relationship yet. Shen Jing seized on this, emphasizing the word yet with playful intent. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Kong Shui bit her lip and turned to the kitchen to begin dinner preparations. Shui, seriously, what has transpired between you and little Chun? You seem quite smitten. Do tell. Shen Jing sauntered into the kitchen, casually plucking a tomato and leaning against the doorframe, munching as she inquired. Her curiosity was genuine, and she was also assisting Chun Jing in gathering information. With her closest friend, Kong Shui had no reservations. A smile graced her elegant face as she replied, Actually, nothing particularly extraordinary happened. Last weekend, I was utterly exhausted from work, and then I suddenly fell ill. After that, she recounted the events of the previous weekend, intentionally omitting her vulnerable state while focusing on Chun Jing's attentive care. After that experience, I realized that although he is quite young, he possesses a maturity and thoughtfulness that is quite endearing. Moreover, Kong Shui hesitated momentarily. Shen Jing, intrigued, slurped the juice from her tomato and pressed, Moreover what? Kong Shui bit her lip and smiled candidly. Moreover, he happens to be my type, so I've decided to give myself a chance to pursue this, becoming an old cow grazing on tender grass. Upon hearing this, Shen Jing initially chuckled, then recalled something and exclaimed in surprise, When you say he is your type, what do you mean exactly? Is it his appearance? Kong Shui glanced back at Shen Jing and replied, It's not about looks. It's his character. He possesses a resilient spirit that allows him to rise from setbacks and seek hope. This quality, always harboring optimism, is something I truly admire. Shen Jing nodded in understanding, saying, Now I see. What you mean is that you've realized Xiaochun is not as uncaring as you feared, coupled with your inherent fondness for him, perhaps even affection, which is why you've decided to pursue a relationship with him. Kong Shui, while washing vegetables, nodded in agreement. Yes, that's about right. Shen Jing then asked, when do you plan to solidify your relationship? Kong Shui responded, I'm not sure. I believe in going with the flow. When the atmosphere feels right, whether I confess or he does, I'm open to either. In truth, Kong Shui wasn't overly concerned about this. Since this elder sister had resolved to give herself a chance, the act of confessing and defining their relationship was merely a procedural step for her. Conversely, Chun Jing, despite his emotional maturity, placed considerable importance on this process. It seems like it will be soon, Shen Jing mused, inwardly reflecting that this progression was far quicker than she had anticipated. Would they soon be celebrating their union? Just as Shen Jing was about to inquire further, a knock at the door interrupted. It was Chen Jing. With Kong Shui busy, Shen Jing stepped out to open the door, discovering him carrying an abundance of various ingredients. Well done, Shen Jing praised, patting Chen Jing's shoulder. You did great. Let me share some good news with you. Chen Jing, momentarily taken aback, was about to speak when Shen Jing lowered her voice and said, Xiao Chun, all you need to do now is find a suitable moment and atmosphere to confess. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing immediately grasped the situation, his handsome face lighting up with excitement. Thank you, Sister Shen, he said. No need for thanks. Seeing you two come together gives me immense satisfaction as a matchmaker, Shen Jing replied cheerfully. Subsequently, Chen Jing brought the ingredients into the kitchen, happily calling out, Sister Shui. Kong Shui turned to him, her poised and beautiful face breaking into a slight smile. She nodded, then glanced at the ingredients he had brought, playfully scolding. Why did you buy so much? We already have plenty at home. Chen Jing smiled and explained. Sister Shen mentioned wanting to eat Sichuan cuisine, so I bought it. Upon hearing this, Kong Shui looked towards Shen Jing at the kitchen entrance and retorted, Shen Jing, my cooking isn't insufficient for you, is it? Besides, even if you crave Sichuan cuisine, there was no need for Xiao Chun to buy so much. Isn't it exhausting to prepare? Shen Jing was momentarily taken aback by her words before teasing, Wow, Kong Shui, you are so real. Have you forgotten your friends now that you have a man? You're already so protective. How will it be in the future? Chen Jing's face radiated with joy as he remarked, Sister Shui, there is nothing to worry about. Though the ingredients may appear abundant, the preparation is quite swift. He chuckled heartily. Did you hear that, Xiao Shui? Even young Chen assures us all is well. Shen Jing beamed with delight. Kong Shui, with a hint of exasperation, cast a glance at Chen Jing before addressing Shen Jing. Enough with the laughter. Come over and lend a hand. With so many dishes to prepare, we cannot afford to simply wait to eat. Shen Jing shrugged and replied, I can assist, but I must confess I am no cook. I can only help with washing the vegetables. Chapter 66. Not tired during this weekend, which is close to the National Day holiday. The dinner at Kong Shui's home was exceptionally lavish. There was no helping it. Shen Jing had ordered an abundance of Sichuan and Chongqing dishes, resulting in a table brimming with food, enough to satisfy not just 3 people, but even 7 or 8. This prompted Kong Shui to chastise Shen Jing for quite some time, considering the immense waste if they could not finish the meal. After dinner, Kong Shui and Chen Jing washed the dishes together. Although their relationship had yet to be defined, there was an undeniable sense of familiarity between them, as if they had known each other for ages. Could this be what they referred to as a match made in heaven? Shen Jing pondered this while observing the two of them laughing and chatting in the kitchen. The sense of accomplishment she felt as a matchmaker suddenly waned, giving way to a tinge of envy. It is worth mentioning that Shen Jing is merely a few months younger than Kong Shui. She is not an advocate of singlehood, and deep down, she harbors a yearning for a sweet romance. However, having not encountered the right person and with Kong Shui, her dear friend, also being single, she had not felt any urgency before. But now, witnessing her best friend in such a blissful relationship naturally stirred feelings of envy within her. Soon after, Kong Shui brewed some tea, and the 3 of them sipped while engaging in light conversation. Hey, Kong Shui, do you have any plans for the National Day holiday? Shen Jing inquired after taking a sip of tea. Kong Shui blinked and replied, I haven't decided yet. What about you? I'm planning to travel. Well, there are too many people domestically, so I might venture to Europe instead. Xinjing shared her plans, then teasingly glanced at Qinjing and Kong Shui, saying, "Why don't you two join me for a little getaway?" As she spoke, she playfully winked at Qinjing, as if encouraging him to confess his feelings during the trip. Kong Shui pursed her lips and glanced at Qinjing without saying a word. Her silence seemed to imply a tacit agreement. Indeed, it was a splendid opportunity to travel together, with the picturesque scenery providing an ideal backdrop for a confession. However, Qinjing could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, saying, I promised my parents I would return home for the holiday. I haven't been back in over 2 years, so this time. Huh? Qinjing hesitated slightly, about to say something when Kong Shui interjected with a gentle laugh. Actually, I was also planning to go home. Upon hearing this, Qinjing could only shrug her shoulders and remarked, Well, that's truly a pity. Qinjing said nothing further, merely gazing at Kong Shui, his eyes brimming with uncontainable affection. It seemed Qinjing had wanted to persuade him about something, but Kong Shui, perceptively sensing this, had chosen to express her own intention to return home, clearly wishing to alleviate any discomfort for Qinjing. Such a considerate Kong Shui, so understanding and nurturing, how could Qinjing not be enamored by her? After the three of them tacitly sidestepped the topic, they engaged in casual conversation about other matters. Eventually, noticing the time, Qinjing took the initiative to bid farewell and return to his rented apartment. Qinjing planned to stay overnight, and it would not be appropriate for him to linger too long. Once Qinjing had departed, Qinjing expressed with a hint of sentimentality, Shui, I've realized something. What is it? Kong Shui asked while tidying up the tea set. Qinjing gazed at her for quite a while before speaking. You have truly succumbed? Haven't you? The way you feel about Xiao Chun is anything but ordinary. It seems you are determined to protect him at all costs. Qinjing was an astute individual, having discerned the nuances of recent events quite clearly. Is that so? Kong Shui instinctively pressed her lovely lips together. Qinjing nodded earnestly. Indeed, Xiao Shui, if this continues, once you two are together, you will undoubtedly take care of him in every conceivable way. Don't you find that rather exhausting? Xiao Chun can also care for others. I believe you should hold back a little. Her words were indeed offered from Kong Shui's perspective. Upon hearing this, Kong Shui paused momentarily, then suddenly broke into a warm smile, speaking gently and gracefully. In the past, I had never experienced love, so I imagined it would be quite burdensome. But now. She hesitated, and the light in her extraordinarily beautiful eyes softened as she continued. Now, I find it not exhausting at all. On the contrary, it brings me great joy. Qinjing was somewhat bewildered. Huh? Taking care of him, and you still find it enjoyable? Yes, Kong Shui replied with a delicate smile, choosing not to elaborate further on the subject. Although Qinjing felt puzzled, she refrained from probing deeper, silently pondering. Could love truly possess such enchanting power? This question lingered in Qinjing's mind for quite some time. After she and Kong Shui finished their evening rituals and lay in bed, she suddenly asked, Xiao Shui, when do you think I will find my true soulmate? Kong Shui reached out to gently stroke her hair, responding, Are you perhaps feeling a tinge of envy from my relationship with Xiao Chun? Qinjing did not deny it, saying, In the past, when we were both single, I thought love held little significance, especially since I could never find a man I was attracted to. But now, seeing you, I feel a mix of curiosity and confusion regarding love. Honestly, I can't quite articulate what this feeling is. All I know is that I think of Xiao Chun when he is absent, and I feel immensely happy when I see him. Kong Shui laughed in response. Is that so? Qinjing echoed, then sighed. When will I ever meet a man who captivates me? You could easily find a younger man. With your charm, it would be quite effortless, Kong Shui teased lightly. Not a chance. I want someone slightly older. After all, not every young man is like your Xiao Chun, possessing a youthful appearance but a mature heart. Qinjing remarked, suddenly recalling something and curiously inquired. By the way, you mentioned you admired Xiao Chen's hopeful demeanor despite facing setbacks. Has he ever encountered any challenges? Kong Shui hesitated briefly before replying. Well, he is only 22 this year, and should still be in university. It's just that he. She briefly recounted the situation to Xinjing. To her surprise, Xinjing's focus shifted to an unexpected detail. What? A campus beauty pursued him? Xinjing sat up abruptly in bed. Kong Shui, exasperated, pulled her back down. Lie down properly. The weather has turned a bit chilly lately. You don't want to catch a cold. No, Xiaoxue, when you learned about this, didn't you inquire about Xiao Chun and that campus beauty? Xinjing, having reclined once more, continued to express her astonishment. Kong Shui blinked and replied, what is there to ask? Xiao Chun does not have any feelings for her. Oh dear, Xiaoxue, are you being naive? The campus beauty of Chongqing University. I reckon her looks and figure cannot be significantly inferior to yours. She adores Xiao Chun. If you do not clarify this matter and allow Xiao Chun to handle it, you may regret it if something arises in the future, Xinjing urged with noticeable anxiety. Upon hearing this, Kong Shui chuckled softly and said, is it really as exaggerated as you claim? Xiao Chun has already rejected that campus beauty in the past, and he is even less likely to acquiesce to her now. I have faith in him. Past circumstances differ from the present. Previously, Xiao Chun was quite impoverished during his time at school. Perhaps that was why he declined her advances. However, he has since earned a considerable amount of money. Additionally, he and that campus beauty are of the same age. What if something transpires in the future? No matter how much you trust him, he must properly address this issue, such as blocking her contact information. Chapter 67. I was wrong in response to Xinjing's persuasion. Kong Shui merely smiled and replied, I trust that Xiao Chun will handle it well. This faith is indeed touching, though regrettably, Xinjing cannot hear it. Xinjing sighed, saying, if something truly happens, don't say I didn't warn you. It won't, Kong Shui replied, though it remained ambiguous whether she meant nothing would occur or that she would not regret it. Xinjing did not press further, silently contemplating. If you won't say it, I shall speak on your behalf another day. Her bond with Kong Shui was profound, and as the matchmaker for Xinjing and Kong Shui, she sincerely hoped for their smooth sailing, devoid of any complications. Naturally, Xinjing refrained from sharing this sentiment with Kong Shui, fully aware that should she voice it, Kong Shui would certainly dissuade her. The next day, shortly after Xinjing arrived at Nabeoju, he received a message from Xinjing. Xiao Chun, I heard there was a school beauty who pursued you in the past? Xinjing paused momentarily, neither denying nor confirming, and replied earnestly, yes, what's up, Sister Shun? Xiao Chun, I must tell you, Kong Shui has immense faith in you. However, she is also a person who cannot tolerate any grains of sand in her eyes. If anything truly happens, you can imagine the consequences. Upon reading this message, Xinjing understood Xinjing's intent and responded, Sister Shan, rest assured, I am not someone who flits from one to another. Mere words are insufficient. Have you severed ties with that school beauty? Yes, I cut off contact long ago. This was the truth. Ever since receiving a call from Xinxinyo, he had blocked her number, harboring some grievances within himself. Thus, Xinjing's concerns were unwarranted. Meanwhile, Xinjing felt a tad embarrassed upon reading his reply and remarked, Xiao Chun is indeed quite admirable. She then responded contentedly, that's good to hear. It's worth it for me to play matchmaker. After a while, Xinjing sent another message to Kong Shui, briefly summarizing the situation, concluding with Xiao Shui, it turns out your trust was indeed well placed. Xiao Chun said he has long severed contact with that school beauty. Kong Shui did not reply, likely busy with work and having not seen the message, but Xinjing paid it no mind. Unbeknownst to her, Kong Shui had actually seen the message. Sitting in her office, she suddenly smiled as if surrounded by blooming flowers, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tenderness and joy. Before long, the National Day holiday arrived. Anticipating the inevitable congestion starting from the 1st, Zhao Zhang had specially arranged for Xinjing to take leave beginning on the 30th, allowing him to return home earlier and travel more comfortably. On the 30th, with Kong Shui still at work, Xinjing felt it inappropriate to disturb her. He packed his belongings early in the morning, preparing to head back to Chuanyu. However, he was taken aback when he opened the door to find Kong Shui, elegantly attired, her beautiful face beaming with a smile as she gazed at him. Shui, Sister Shui. Xinjing was momentarily stunned. Kong Shui blinked and inquired, You're leaving today? Why didn't you tell me? Chun Jing hesitated, contemplating that Sister Shui still had work today. But upon gazing at the enchanting smile adorning Kong Shui's lovely face, he felt a stir in his heart and abruptly changed his words. Sister Shui, I was wrong. His tone carried a hint of mirth as well. Kong Shui shot him a teasing glance and replied, It's good that you recognize your mistake. Come on, I'll drive you to the airport. It's still early, and it would be quite troublesome if we can't catch a cab. All right? Chun Jing nodded, his fondness for her almost palpable. During their journey from the Tianxue mountain community to the airport, they shared laughter and conversation, discussing a myriad of topics. As always, Chun Jing sought to initiate dialogue while Kong Shui gracefully followed his lead. Just as Chun Jing was about to exit the vehicle, Kong Shui suddenly called out to him, Xiao Chen, wait a moment. Confused, Chun Jing turned back to see Kong Shui, handing him 2 exquisite gift bags from the back seat. Her voice soft as she said, These are for your parents. After a brief pause, she added, You must be an only child, as I've never heard you mention any siblings. If you had any, I would have to make up for it next time. At that moment, Chun Jing stood frozen, staring at Kong Shui in a daze. Take them, she urged, noticing his stunned expression and letting out a light laugh. Coming to his senses, he hesitated before saying, Sister Shui, this doesn't seem right. What's wrong? They are not for me. They are for your parents. Just take them. My arms are getting tired, she feigned annoyance, raising the gift bags. Reluctantly, Chun Jing accepted the gifts and remarked, Sister Shui, I haven't prepared anything for he wanted to express that he hadn't thought to bring gifts for Kong Shui's parents either, considering she was also returning home for the National Day holiday. Kong Shui understood his unspoken words and responded graciously, Well, we can always do it next time. There will be opportunities. Sensing that Chun Jing might feel awkward about the situation, she waved her hand and said, Xiao Chun, I need to get to work now. See you after the holiday. Thank you, Sister Shui. Chun Jing managed to express his gratitude. Kong Shui shot him a playful glare and retorted, this time, I'll pretend I didn't hear you say thank you. She didn't wish to hear him express his thanks again. Before long, Kong Shui drove away, and Chun Jing stood there until her car vanished from sight. He sighed deeply as he glanced at the 2 gift bags in his hands. Inside were some exquisite teas, nutritional supplements, skincare products, and 2 elegant scarves suitable for middle-aged individuals, all of considerable value. How could I have forgotten to buy gifts? Chun Jing murmured to himself, feeling a pang of guilt. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. Despite his mature demeanor, some matters were indeed difficult to conceive without the wisdom that comes with age and experience. Shaking his head, he made a mental note of this lesson and turned to enter the airport. Interestingly, this was Chun Jing's first flight. After all, tickets were expensive. When he first arrived in Chongqing, he had endured a grueling 30-plus-hour journey on a slow train. The aircraft was indeed different. After more than 2 hours, Chun Jing arrived at Qingcheng Jiangbei Airport. However, Qingcheng was still a considerable distance from his home. He spent a few hours in Qingcheng, first visiting a nearby shopping mall to purchase a variety of items for his parents, relatives, and neighbors. Having not returned home for over 2 years, it was only natural that he would not arrive empty-handed. Furthermore, the gifts he selected were of exceptional quality, as he wished to convey to his parents that he had earned a substantial income, thereby putting their minds at ease. Chapter 68. Conversations of a couple on the high-speed train. Chun Jing's home is situated in the remote mountainous region of Kushan, nestled within the rugged terrain that links 2 provinces. It is one of the few areas in the country that remains impoverished and underdeveloped. The primary reasons for this deprivation are the inadequate transportation facilities. Deep within the mountains, resources are scarce, making it exceedingly difficult for the inhabitants to discover industries that could uplift them from poverty. Departing from Qingcheng, Chun Jing boarded the high-speed train that would carry him home for nearly 4 hours, eventually reaching the county affiliated with his hometown. From there, he would need to transfer to a bus that would take him to his town, followed by a motorcycle ride to the foot of Kushan, necessitating the crossing of 2 mountains before he could arrive home. The journey was fraught with complications and hardships. As the train gradually pulled away and then accelerated swiftly along the tracks, Chun Jing found himself seated in a row designed for 3, occupying the window seat. Beside him sat a modestly dressed middle-aged couple, laden with various bags, presumably returning home after working in Qingcheng. Having risen early that morning, Chen Jing soon felt the weight of fatigue and closed his eyes to rest. Believing him to be asleep, the couple began to speak in hushed tones. "Dear, do you think the item we found is truly a treasure?" the woman asked, her voice tinged with apprehension and nervousness. The man replied confidently, "It must be a treasure. I believe it could be worth quite a sum. But what if it turns out to be a fake?" She expressed her concerns. "How could it possibly be a fake? It was unearthed from the ground. It cannot possibly be counterfeit," he reassured her, as if attempting to soothe his own doubts. "Even if it is genuine, does that necessarily mean it will be valuable?" she continued, her worries unabated. "This should indeed be worth a significant amount. I've heard that antiques are generally quite valuable," he stated. "But what if our item is not worth much at all?" she pressed on. "Oh, if you don't know how to speak, then perhaps you should refrain. I estimate it must be worth at least 10 to 20,000, right?" he said, somewhat exasperated. "Well, I'm just concerned. If it truly is worth 10 to 20,000, that would be wonderful," she replied. Although their voices were not particularly loud, the proximity of their conversation allowed Chen Jing to clearly hear their exchange. Intrigued, Chen Jing felt a spark of interest. It seemed that this couple had inadvertently stumbled upon some ancient artifact, one that had been excavated from the earth, raising the possibility of its authenticity. He wondered what manner of excavation had yielded this item, hopefully not from some ancient tomb. While Chen Jing's curiosity deepened, the couple continued their quiet discussion. "I believe it could indeed be worth 10 to 20,000. After all, it appears quite exquisite, adorned with inscriptions that cultured individuals would surely appreciate." The man spoke with a hint of conviction. The woman sighed, lamenting, "I hope so. We've risked our jobs for this item. If it turns out to be worthless, we would be at a significant loss." The man consoled her, saying that won't happen. "Besides, given our experience at the construction site, we need not worry about finding work." After the woman uttered a sound of acknowledgement, the middle-aged couple refrained from discussing the antique any further, opting instead to converse about other matters such as their family, including the elderly and children at home. Although Chen Jing was genuinely curious, he refrained from acting impulsively, as inquiring too boldly might arouse the couple's suspicion. After all, they appeared quite vigilant regarding the matter. He needed to wait for an opportune moment. Fortunately, that moment arrived swiftly. The high-speed train was scheduled to depart just before noon, and they would have to have lunch on board. As the couple seemed to sense the time was right, they retrieved 2 cups of instant noodles. Observing this, Chen Jing was inspired. Just then, a train attendant wheeled a food cart by, prompting him to order 3 meals. He then handed 2 servings to the couple, saying with a beaming smile, "Brother and sister, let us share a meal. Too much instant noodles is not good for you." The man promptly declined, "No thank you, young brother." After all, they were strangers, and he naturally felt some wariness towards Chen Jing. With a smile, Chen Jing continued, "Brother, I mean no offense. It's just that I understand traveling can be challenging, and I heard your accent, you're from Jiangxian, right? We are fellow townsfolk. It's only right to help each other out while away from home. Although the dialects of Sichuan and Chongqing are quite similar, there are indeed subtle differences. Chinese people, regardless of their location, often harbor a deep nostalgia for their hometowns. Encountering a fellow countryman brings a special sense of warmth." Upon realizing that Chen Jing was also from Jiangxian, the couple's guard noticeably lessened. "You shouldn't. The food on this high-speed train is quite expensive. We feel bad accepting it." The man waved his hand, speaking in the Jiangxian dialect. Chen Jing replied, "Brother, I've already purchased it. Let us not waste it." Upon hearing this, the couple finally felt unable to refuse any longer. Following this, Chen Jing, with a smile in his heart, began a casual conversation with them as they ate. During the meal, he learned more about the couple. They were locals from Jiangxian. The man's surname was Yang, and the woman's was Li. They both had little formal education and worked at a construction site. At that moment, Sister Li curiously inquired, "Brother Chen, you seem quite refined. Are you still in university or have you started working?" Chen Jing, sensing the long-awaited opportunity to address this topic, responded, "I am no longer in school. I have already started working at an antique shop." Hearing this, Both Yang and Li were momentarily taken aback. "You work at an antique shop?" Brother Yang asked, his expression shifting as if seeking confirmation. Chunjing nodded earnestly. "Yes, what about it, Brother Yang?" Upon confirming that Chunjing truly worked in an antique shop, a look of hesitation crossed Brother Yang's face, while Sister Li subtly tugged at his sleeve, exchanging glances with him. Chunjing noted their reactions with a mixture of amusement and anticipation. All his efforts were aimed at steering the conversation towards this very topic, hoping they would voluntarily reveal their antiques for him to examine. Only in this manner can the mutual defenses of the couple be diminished. If it is indeed a genuine antique of considerable value, then Chunjing would have a chance to acquire it. No one is a fool. Should Chunjing take the initiative to inquire and express his intent to purchase, the Yang couple would likely harbor significant doubts and would not part with it so readily. At this point, Brother Yang hesitated for a while before finally saying, "Brother Chun, it is quite a coincidence that we have something in our possession. I believe it to be an antique. Could you possibly assist us in examining it?" Chunjing felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a composed demeanor as he replied, "Oh, assisting is no trouble at all, Brother Yang. Please present it to me." "Very well." Brother Yang nodded and retrieved an object wrapped in black cloth from his inner pocket, extending it towards Chunjing while remarking, "Brother Chun, take a look at this. It is rather exquisite, and it even bears inscriptions." Chapter 69. The bloodstone seal of the Republic of China. Chunjing reached out to take the object without uttering a word, merely lifting the black cloth to reveal its contents. What lay before him was a rectangular blood-red stone, undeniably exquisite in appearance and remarkably well-crafted, with inscriptions etched upon its base. Without a moment's hesitation, Chunjing activated his appraising vision. In an instant, a golden light emerged, swirling around the bloodstone seal before returning to his eyes, transforming into lines of text. This item is the bloodstone seal of Wu Changshua from the Republic of China. Its historical significance. Wu Changshua, originally named June, also known by the courtesy name Changshua and other pseudonyms such as Tsangshi, Zhangshua, Laocong, and Shizuan, hailed from Anji in Huzhou, Zhejiang province. He was profoundly skilled in calligraphy, painting, and seal carving, and stood as one of the most influential painters of the late Qing dynasty's Shanghai school, also serving as the inaugural president of the Shilin Seal Society in Suzhou and Hangzhou. This bloodstone seal is rectangular, its form simple yet exuding an air of dignity. The surface is delicate and smooth, with vibrant hues of red swirling within the stone, appearing dreamlike and ethereal, its luster exceptionally beautiful. The seal's base features inscriptions in an archaic style, characterized by its rough and unrefined calligraphy, executed with sharp precision, a hallmark of the Shanghai school of calligraphy. Bloodstone, known for its vivid crimson hue reminiscent of chicken blood, is commonly referred to as such in folklore. It is believed that owning a bloodstone brings good fortune. For the common folk, it is thought to enhance prosperity and ward off evil. For emperors, it is believed to stabilize the nation. Gazing at the appraisal information before him, Chunjing felt a surge of excitement within, though he managed to maintain a semblance of composure on the outside. He discreetly examined the inscriptions at the base of the seal. Laocong, having never seen the mountains, the esteemed gentleman's elegant character, summer of the year of Yi Mao. Laocong is one of Wu Changshua's appellations, and the latter part indicates the year of the seal's creation. For antiques, aside from their age and artistic value, the significance of their association with historical figures is paramount. Any antique linked to a renowned individual is inherently valuable. When it concerns a figure of considerable renown, the value of related antiques can soar to extraordinary heights. While Wu Changshua may not be widely recognized among the general populace, he is undoubtedly a towering figure in the art world, a master of the highest caliber from the late Qing to the Republican era. To illustrate his prominence, one need only consider the 12-panel floral screen he created between 1915 and 1916, which fetched an astonishing $209 million at auction. The artistic caliber of a figure whose works command such astronomical prices is self-evident, and it is hardly an exaggeration to deem him a master of the arts, especially given his remarkable achievements in calligraphy and seal carving. Although the value of Wu Changshua's seals may not reach the heights of his paintings, as seals are largely used in modern personal contexts, primarily reserved for companies or institutions for signing documents. In ancient or modern times, seals served as a testament to one's identity. In simpler terms, ancient artists would often affix their signatures or names to their paintings and calligraphy with seals, serving to authenticate their works. Such identity-proving seals lack uniqueness, as many artists possessed numerous ones, and Mr. Wu Changshua, being skilled in seal carving himself, had several names. Consequently, his seals are relatively common. The saying, "what is scarce is precious," applies universally, including to antiques. Thus, it is asserted that the value of Wu Changshua's bloodstone seal is not particularly high, especially when compared to his paintings, which are worlds apart in worth. Recently, Chen Jing has perused numerous books on authentication and engaged in discussions with Zhao Zheng, during which they also touched upon Mr. Wu Changshua's seals. Approximately 2 years ago, an auction in Chongqing featured a Qingtian stone seal by Mr. Wu, which sold for over 300,000. In comparison, the value of this bloodstone seal is at least on par with that Qingtian stone seal. After all, both bloodstone and Qingtian stone are among the 4 national stones, the others being Shoshan stone and Bailing stone. The valuation of over 300,000 is quite appealing, and naturally, Chen Jing felt a temptation. If he could acquire this bloodstone seal and successfully sell it, his fortune could surpass 2 million, effectively achieving half of his 5 million target. While contemplating this, Chen Jing maintained a composed demeanor, revealing little joy or excitement, and turned to the Yang couple, stating, "Brother Yang, this indeed is an antique." The Yang couple, who had been anxiously waiting, could not contain their elation upon his confirmation of its antiquity. "Haha, I knew it. It must be an antique, as we obtained it from." Sister Li, overwhelmed with excitement, began to speak. Brother Yang quickly interrupted. "From where? Don't speak recklessly." Seeing this, Chen Jing found it amusing. Brother Yang was quite cautious, considering the item had been unearthed from the ground. However, the bloodstone seal posed no issues, as it was not a funerary object, surely not from a tomb, but likely lost and buried underground many years ago. In any case, it was definitely an antique suitable for legitimate trade. "Brother Chen, could you tell me what kind of antique this is? It looks somewhat like a stamp," Brother Yang inquired, curious and subtly shifting the topic. Chen Jing nodded in affirmation. "Yes, this is indeed a stamp seal, crafted from bloodstone, likely a relic from the Republic of China period. Those unfamiliar with antiques often assess their value primarily based on their age, and upon hearing that the bloodstone seal dated back to the Republic of China, Brother Yang frowned. Republic of China? That is not too long ago, is it? Chen Jing replied, approximately 100 years, give or take. Upon hearing this time frame, Brother Yang furrowed his brow even more, instinctively commenting, just over 100 years? Then this bloodstone seal probably isn't worth much. Upon hearing these words, his wife, Sister Li, immediately lamented, I told you not to rush into things. You insisted on resigning from your job, and now it's too late for regrets. We must also bear the cost of this trip home, and who knows if we will even recoup the expenses from this venture. How was I to know that this item only boasts a history of a mere century? At the time, you also remarked on its beauty, asserting it must be a treasure. Brother Yang appeared somewhat embarrassed but still attempted to counter her claims. Observing that the couple was on the verge of an argument, Chen Jing quickly interjected, Brother Yang, are you looking to sell this bloodstone seal? I find myself rather intrigued. May I inquire about your asking price? Chapter 70. In hand upon hearing Chen Jing express his desire to purchase the chicken bloodstone seal, both Yang and Li were momentarily taken aback. Brother Chen, are you truly interested in buying? Yang, uncertain, inquired. From his perspective, he had assumed that such a seal, merely a relic from the Republic of China era, held little value. A smile graced Chen Jing's handsome face as he replied, Indeed, although it is not an ancient artifact, it possesses a certain beauty and should have a market. Seizing the opportunity for profit, Chen Jing refrained from revealing his true intentions. Instead, he sought to offer Yang and Li a price that would satisfy them, prompting them to state their demands. Sister Li, hearing this, expressed her delight. Brother Chen, please propose a price. If it is reasonable, we shall sell it to you. She too perceived the seal as lacking significant worth and was simply eager to ascertain how much they could sell it for. Yang, sharing a similar sentiment, nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Chen, please provide your offer. Feeling somewhat bashful, Chun-Jing pondered momentarily before suggesting, "How about 15,000? He had overheard Yang and Li estimate the seal's value at around 20,000 and opted for a moderate figure. To be candid, 15,000 was a pittance compared to the true worth of the chicken bloodstone seal crafted by Mr. Wu Changshua. However, for Yang and Li, this price not only met their expectations but was also quite favorable, given their lack of expertise. Had they attempted to sell it at an antique shop, they might not have even received this amount. As the saying goes, the antique trade is fraught with pitfalls, and reputable dealers like Zhao Zhang are a rarity. When Yang and Li heard Chun-Jing's offer, disbelief washed over them. "Brother Chun, you cannot be joking. Are you truly willing to pay 15,000? Yang stammered, astonished. Sister Li also regarded Chun-Jing with wide-eyed surprise. Chun-Jing chuckled and nodded. "Yang, I assure you, I am not jesting. To be candid, as someone involved in the antique business, I can indeed turn a profit from this chicken bloodstone seal." And indeed, he could expect a substantial gain. Upon hearing this, Yang hesitated slightly before saying, "Well, if you can profit from it, then we shall sell you this chicken bloodstone seal." Despite his outward hesitation, he was inwardly eager to agree. After all, Yang's greatest wish was to sell it for 1 or 2,000. With Chun-Jing's offer of 15,000, he was elated, having previously thought it worthless. As for Chun-Jing's claims of significant profit, Yang was not overly concerned. He was not naive and understood the depths of various trades, especially one as specialized as antiques, where the uninformed are easily deceived. Seeing him acquiesce, Chun-Jing felt a surge of joy as he replied, "Very well, I shall transfer the money to you now." Without a moment's hesitation, he took out his phone and transferred 15,000 yuan to Yang. The transaction proceeded with remarkable efficiency. As the parties involved were aware that once the high-speed train departed, they might never cross paths again, rendering the signing of a contract unnecessary. Most importantly, Mr. and Mrs. Yang were both pleased with the price, which made the situation mutually gratifying. The high-speed train raced onward, finally arriving at Jiang County in the afternoon. As they disembarked, Chun-Jing cheerfully remarked to Mr. and Mrs. Yang, "Brother Yang, Sister Li, if you ever come across anything of value again, do not hesitate to reach out to me." With a broad smile, Brother Yang replied, "Of course, we will certainly find you." However, Chun-Jing's words were merely a casual expression. He had no intention of genuinely investing thought into such a prospect. With his keen eye for antiques and an uncanny intuition, the likelihood of encountering genuine artifacts was exceedingly rare, especially with the Yang couple. After parting ways at the train station, Chun-Jing hailed a taxi straight to the Jiang County Passenger Transport Station, where he boarded a bus heading to his hometown, Longqiao Town. This journey took slightly over 2 hours. The ride was bumpy, and as time passed, the scenery transformed into a more rustic and pastoral landscape, devoid of towering skyscrapers, replaced by modest bungalows, small buildings, and expansive farmlands, with undulating mountains in the distance. The mountainous terrain of Chuan and Yu, particularly renowned for its hilly cities, was a constant sight. Seated by the window, Chun-Jing listened to the familiar yet slightly foreign dialects spoken by fellow passengers. Through the window, he caught a glimpse of the mountains of his southern hometown, and an involuntary stillness enveloped him. Having not returned home for 2 years, the closer he drew to his destination, the more complex his emotions became. The deep-seated attachment to one's homeland is indescribable, a sentiment that has persisted throughout the ages. Before his departure, Chun-Jing had not fully grasped the intensity of this feeling. Yet now, as he approached home, he found himself reflecting on it more profoundly. It is no wonder that people often say one truly understands the significance of their homeland only after leaving it. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the bus arrived at Longqiao Town. Chun-Jing had attended middle school in this very town and often accompanied his parents to the market during his childhood, thus amassing a wealth of memories. Naturally, the most prominent recollections were those associated with school. The quality of education in such remote areas is generally mediocre. Although the teachers were earnest and dedicated, the disparity compared to urban institutions was undeniable. For instance, in Chun-Jing's cohort, only a handful managed to gain admission to high school, while most either dropped out to seek work or enrolled in vocational schools. Beyond the quality of education, The students' desire to learn and their level of diligence also played a significant role. The remoteness and poverty of the region limited many people's horizons, resulting in outdated beliefs. In many families near the mountains, there was a prevailing notion that a lack of education was virtuous for girls, leading to reluctance in allowing them to pursue their studies. Even for boys, the expectation was merely that they could read and write well enough to avoid being deceived when they sought employment. With parents holding such views, how could the children of this community come to understand that education is the key to altering their destinies? In essence, in the desolate mountains, few parents encourage their children to pursue technical education after completing junior high school. Most envision their offspring joining them in labor. However, within this prevailing atmosphere, the exceptional nature of Chun Jing's parents becomes increasingly apparent. Chun Jun and LV Yuqing were ardent supporters of Chun Jing's academic endeavors, among the rare individuals in Kushan who understood that education is the key to transforming one's destiny. Nevertheless, Chun Jing sighed, resolutely vowing to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. The aspirations of his parents over the years, coupled with his own relentless efforts, could not simply vanish. Shortly thereafter, Chun Jing boarded a motorcycle taxi, resuming his journey homeward. Chapter 71. Mom and Dad. I have returned. The mountain road was rugged, particularly the stretch leading to Chun Jing's home, which was notoriously difficult. Even a motorcycle could only traverse as far as the foot of the mountain. Little brother, I can only take you this far, the driver said, halting the vehicle at the base of the mountain. Chun Jing nodded, withdrew the cash he had set aside to pay for the fare, and began his ascent, burdened with bags and parcels. At this hour, dusk had settled in, painting the western sky with a stunning display of fiery clouds, broad swathes of orange radiance that were dazzling yet not harsh on the eyes. Chun Jing made his way along the earthen path, his steps alternating between firm and faltering. The arduousness of the terrain was unmistakable. The poverty and underdevelopment of Ku Mountain were largely attributed to the lack of accessible transportation. The adage to become prosperous, one must first build roads, held true in this impoverished region. As he trod upon the difficult path, a surge of determination welled up within him. Perhaps it had been there since the day he was accepted into Chongqing University. Someday, he vowed, he would return to improve the circumstances of his hometown, liberating it from its poverty and backwardness. Chun Jing firmly believed that the purpose of obtaining a higher education was to help his hometown escape its plight, rather than merely to elevate himself from it. Though currently, he lacked the wealth and social standing to contribute to his community. Despite being away for over 2 years, Chun Jing's pace was steady on the familiar mountain path, having traversed it for many years prior. He climbed over 2 modest hills, navigating through thorns, and finally returned home just as the sun dipped below the horizon, the night still shy of fully enveloping the land. The village was of moderate size, nestled among several peaks, with fields laid out in neat rows and traditional houses scattered about. At the entrance stood an ancient tree beside a babbling brook, and at this hour, wisps of smoke were rising from chimneys, heralding the evening meal, a picturesque scene of a primitive mountain village. This was the very village where Chun Jing had grown up, known as Chongqing Village. From a distance, it indeed embodied the essence of a rustic mountain hamlet. If one were to capture a few beautiful angles and share them online, it might even be hailed as a picturesque village by netizens. Yet, only those who have lived in such rural settings or understand rural life could grasp the poverty and underdevelopment that lay hidden beneath the seemingly beautiful veneer of nature. Gazing out, Chun Jing's eyes fell upon 2 adjacent bungalows at the eastern edge of the village. One of the homes had a wooden fence enclosing a small courtyard, where a few ducks waddled about and smoke curled up from the roof. That was his home. I'm home, Chun Jing mused, yet his steps grew hesitant. The feeling of trepidation upon nearing one's hometown, perhaps only those who have been away for an extended period can truly appreciate the meaning of this sentiment. At that moment, a middle-aged man with dark skin, wielding a hoe and seemingly finished with his farming duties, was making his way back to the village. Noticing the unfamiliar face of Chun Jing, he approached with a hint of curiosity. "Young lad, which family do you belong to?" the middle-aged man inquired. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chun Jing's face broke into a smile. "Third uncle, it's me, Xiao Jing." "Xiao Jing?" The man paused, momentarily bewildered, before suddenly recalling something. He gazed intently at Chun Jing for a while, and then exclaimed with surprise, "You are Jing War. Oh, it has been so long since you last returned. Have you finished your university studies?" In Chun Jing's hometown, it was customary to affectionately append War to the names of younger generations. The middle-aged man was Chun Jing's third cousin, Chun Dahua, who shared a close bond with him and was a kind-hearted individual. During Chun Jing's university years, he had contributed some financial assistance as well as a loan. "Not yet. I have returned for the holidays to visit," Chun Jing replied, feeling delighted to see a kind relative. Chun Dahua nodded, his face beaming with joy. "Excellent. It has been 2 or 3 years since you last visited. Your parents have been constantly talking about you. You must hurry back home. They will be overjoyed to see you." "All right, third uncle, I will come to visit you tomorrow," Chun Jing replied, knowing he had brought gifts for his uncle's family, though it was not convenient to present them just yet. Chun Dahua patted Chun Jing on the shoulder, repeatedly expressing his happiness. It was worth noting that Chun Jing's admission to Chongqing University was a source of pride for the entire Chen family, and indeed for the entire Chongqing village, as producing a university graduate from the mountainous region was no small feat, perhaps due to encountering his uncle. Chun Jing's initial anxiety about returning home transformed into a profound longing for his parents. He quickened his pace and soon arrived at the small courtyard of his home. At this hour, his mother, Yuqing, was likely busy in the kitchen preparing dinner, while his father, Chen Jun, sat under the eaves smoking a cigarette and weaving bamboo strips into baskets and winnowing fans to sell at the market, one of the family's sources of income. Seeing the figure of his father stirred a bittersweet feeling within Chen Jing, prompting him to push open the gate of the courtyard with a creak. Hearing the noise, Chen Jun instinctively looked up, only to be momentarily stunned, the cigarette he had been holding falling to the ground with a soft thud. "Xiao Jing?" he called out, his voice trembling with disbelief. Chun Jing had not informed his parents that he would be returning home on the 30th. They had assumed he would arrive the following day or the day after. Thus, the surprise was immense. Rushing forward, Chun Jing beheld his father, whom he had not seen for over 2 years. The man appeared somewhat older, though fortunately, he had not yet turned gray. You. Chun Jun set down the bamboo strips, standing up to face his son, who was now taller than him. He opened his mouth, at a loss for words, nervously rubbing his hands together. Chun Jing felt similarly tongue-tied. The bond between father and son often manifested with restraint and subtlety. Perhaps at this moment, Chen Jun wished to embrace his son, yet felt a touch of shyness. "Dad, I'm home." At last, Chun Jingshan took a deep breath and spoke with a smile. Chun Jun nodded, a multitude of emotions coalescing into a simple "Good. It's just wonderful that you're back. Chen Jun, who has returned? Is it Meisha?" At that moment, Yuqing's voice floated in from the kitchen, still tinged with her characteristic boldness and vivacity. Upon hearing this, Chun Jun called out to the kitchen, "No, you'll see for yourself if you come out. I'm cooking. What's there to see? Shouldn't you come and cook instead?" Yuqing retorted, yet her footsteps soon echoed as she made her way from the kitchen. Chun Jing turned his gaze towards the kitchen and soon spotted his mother, still wielding a spatula. "Who on earth has come that necessitates my stepping out? Really?" Yuqing continued to mutter as she approached, only to be greeted by the sight of Chun Jing standing at the door. With a clatter, the spatula fell to the floor. Chun Jing beamed at his mother. "Mom, I'm home." Chapter 72. What can be done, Mom? I'm back. Chun Jing's words jolted Yuqing, who had been momentarily frozen in place. Without uttering a single word, she hurried forward and embraced her son, whom she hadn't seen for over 2 years. "You mischievous boy," was the first thing Yuqing said upon seeing Chun Jing, her voice trembling slightly, tinged with emotion. Chun Jing set down the numerous bags he carried and embraced Yuqing in return, saying, "Mom, I missed you so much." If the bond between father and son is often unspoken, the connection between mother and child is vividly expressive. Beside them, Chun Jun lit a cigarette, his face beaming with joy as he organized the items Chun Jing had brought, watching his wife and son. The lines on his slightly aged face seemed to soften, illuminated by a smile of happiness. After a while, Yuqing's emotions settled, and she pulled Chun Jing up and down, examining him intently while saying, You've grown taller than your father now, but you've lost some weight. Haven't you been eating well or sleeping properly? When Chen Jing left home, he was still under 20, and indeed, over the past 2 years he had grown quite a bit. This was the time when boys typically reach their final growth spurts. Mom, I haven't lost weight. I weigh about the same as before, Chen Jing replied with a hint of amusement. Chen Jun interjected, Yuqing, our Jing has grown taller. He just appears slimmer. Lu Yuqing shot a disapproving glance at the two of them and said, being the same weight as before still means you're too thin. You need to gain some weight. Such is the nature of mothers. All right, I'll listen to you, Mom. Chen Jing nodded in agreement. In this household, his mother reigned supreme, and he had to acquiesce. After a brief conversation among the three, Lu Yuqing suddenly remembered the dishes still cooking on the stove and hurriedly exclaimed, Jing, I'll go serve the dishes. It's a shame you came back without a heads up. I didn't prepare anything special to eat today. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Besides, I'm not picky. Everything you cook is delicious, Chen Jing replied. Lu Yuqing chuckled. This mischievous boy has become quite the charmer after being away for over 2 years. She then proceeded to the kitchen to continue cooking. Although she and Chen Jun typically had simple meals, they had only prepared stir-fried greens and cured meat. However, now that their son had returned, she retrieved a few eggs from the cupboard and added them with some green peppers for a stir-fried egg dish. In the living room, Chen Jun cheerfully lit another cigarette, though he didn't usually smoke much. Today, however, was different. His son's return filled him with joy. Dad, you should cut back on smoking. Your health is important, Chen Jing suggested, noticing his father's habit. Despite his unremarkable appearance, Chen Jun stood tall at over 6 feet. At just shy of 50, he could not be considered in his prime, yet he was still capable of manual labor. For the residents of Kushan, working away from home often yielded greater earnings. However, Chen Jun was unable to seek work outside. Years ago, he had suffered from a serious illness. Although he had eventually recovered, the treatment had depleted the family's savings and left him with lingering health issues, preventing him from engaging in prolonged physical labor. In Chen Jing's childhood, his parents, Chen Jun and L Yuqing, followed the crowd to the bustling metropolis to seek employment. Both were astute individuals, thriving in their endeavors. Had it not been for that unfortunate illness, Chen Jing and L Yuqing would have likely relocated from Chongqing village long ago. Alas, fate unfolds as it does, and what can one do? No worries, my health is quite robust now. You need not fret, Chen Jun said, a smile gracing his face, reflecting both his current well-being and the joy derived from his son's concern. Chen Jing nodded, recalling something as he extracted several packs of Huayan cigarettes from the bags nearby. Dad, you should smoke these instead. They are certainly a better choice. He refrained from urging his father to quit smoking altogether, knowing that Chen Jun had been a smoker since his youth, and after all these years, it had become his solitary means of relaxation and stress relief. If he wished to smoke, so be it. Chen Jing could only hope to encourage him to indulge less and choose higher quality cigarettes. Upon seeing the packs, Chen Jun was momentarily taken aback, immediately inquiring, Xiao Jing, where did you acquire the funds to buy these cigarettes? His tone was laced with apprehension and unease, for the cost of Huayan cigarettes was not trivial. With a smile, Chen Jing reassured him, Dad, there's no need for concern. This is all my own hard-earned money, and it's entirely legitimate. He understood his father's sentiments well. Parents often react with worry rather than joy upon learning of their children's financial successes. Sensing his father's relief, Chen Jing felt a weight lift, yet his father's expression remained one of confusion. Xiao Jing, what exactly have you been doing to earn money, and how much have you made? The inevitable question had finally surfaced. Fortunately, Chen Jing was prepared for this moment. He sighed and replied, I've been dealing in antiques and, thus far, I've earned over 2 million. What? Chen Jun exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Dad, please try to remain calm. Chen Jing soothed him, continuing, I've been fortunate and have encountered several benefactors along the way, which is how I've managed to accumulate such wealth. For Chen Jun, the sum was indeed astounding. Then, can you elaborate on the specifics? He asked, taking a few deep breaths to compose himself. Nodding, Chen Jing recounted the entire saga, omitting the details regarding his extraordinary ability to discern treasures, instead attributing his success to luck and a natural talent for antique appraisal, which he had mastered swiftly. Once he finished, Chun Jun's reaction was as expected. His expression a complex mix of emotions. Xiao Jing, you really were expelled from school? Is there no way to rectify this? With a wry smile, Chun Jing shook his head. No, that individual has considerable influence. He paused momentarily, then resolutely added, but rest assured, Dad, I will reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. I refuse to let all those years of study go to waste. Struggling with his emotions, Chun Jun reached for his cigarettes, but Chun Jing hastily opened a pack of Huayan and handed one to him. Sighing deeply, General Chun expressed a hint of bitterness in his gaze before saying, Xiao Jing, do not dwell too much on these thoughts. Throughout one's lifetime, one may encounter various misfortunes. If we lack the strength to resist, we must simply endure. At least you are in good health, and you have earned a considerable fortune in the antique business. There is still a promising future ahead. Chun Jing understood that his father's words served to comfort him as well as to soothe his own troubled heart. Chapter 73. The arrangements begin as the father and son engaged in conversation. Lu Yuqing joyfully emerged with a platter of dishes, cheerfully calling out, Xiao Jing, come and eat. Tonight we shall keep it simple, but tomorrow I will prepare something delicious for you. Knowing of his return, your father specifically ventured into town to procure fresh meat, so I could prepare your favorite dish, Shishako. Shishako is a specialty from Chun Jing's hometown, created by slicing pork belly down the middle without severing it completely, stuffing it with sweet red bean paste, and then steaming it with glutinous rice. Not only is the name melodious, but it is also exceptionally delectable. Chun Jing indeed adores Shishako, though he seldom had the privilege of enjoying it during his childhood. At this moment, Chun Jing felt somewhat disheartened, yet he managed to smile and nod. Chun Jun, on the other hand, sat nearby smoking in silence. Lu Yuqing noticed something amiss and, with a furrowed brow, inquired, What is the matter? Xiao Jing he. Chun Jun murmured, shaking his head, Let us discuss it while we eat. His vague response startled Lu Yuqing, causing her complexion to pale as she pressed, No, what is wrong with Xiao Jing? Please, tell me. Xiao Jing, what troubles you? Is there an issue with your health? Lu Yuqing approached Chun Jing, her face etched with concern. Given Chun Jun's health struggles in earlier years, Lu Yuqing was particularly attentive to matters of well-being. Hurry, don't fret, Mom. I'm perfectly fine. It's about something else, and truly, it's not a grave issue. We can talk as we dine. Chun Jing hastily reassured her. Really? Lu Yuqing exhaled a sigh of relief, seeking confirmation. Chun Jing nodded earnestly. Indeed. You really should be more considerate. Speaking only part of the story, you nearly frightened me to death. After ensuring her son was in good health, Lu Yuqing shot a glare at Chun Jun, expressing her mild reproach. Soon after, the three of them gathered around the dining table, and as Chun Jing savored the familiar flavors of his mother's cooking, he casually began to share the situation with Lu Yuqing in a more relaxed tone. Throughout this exchange, Lu Yuqing's reactions mirrored those of Chun Jun, first expressing astonishment at the substantial sum of money her son had earned. However, upon learning of his expulsion from school, her immediate response was, Xiao Jing, can't anything be done to rectify this? Have a discussion with your school. Chun Jun sighed and shook his head. Mom, there's nothing that can be salvaged. At least for now, it's beyond remedy. Hearing this, Lu Yuqing fell silent, her appetite dwindling. Chun Jing, unsure of how to console her, found it challenging to formulate comforting words. He merely finished his meal in a few bites. Then, he brought forth the numerous gifts he had purchased for his parents. Mom, look at what I've bought for you. This clothing is lovely and warm, and there's this. Dad, this is your shirt, along with these. Chun Jing presented an array of splendid gifts, each of considerable value. As Lu Yuqing and Chun Jun beheld the carefully selected items, they gradually emerged from their earlier gloom, their expressions transforming into astonishment. Xiao Jing, why did you buy so many things? What a waste of money. As Lu Yuqing observed her surroundings, she began to speak. Chun Jing smiled and reassured. Mom, there's nothing to worry about. I'm not lacking in money anymore. I've earned over 2 million in the antique business, and I will earn even more in the future. He then recalled something and retrieved a bloodstone seal that he had kept close, saying, "Mom and Dad, look at this. I bought it on my way back. It's an antique and could be worth 300,000 to 400,000. The astonishment on Chen Jun and L Yuqing's faces deepened upon hearing this. "Xiao Jing, are you serious? Such a small stone can be worth so much?" L Yuqing asked incredulously as she picked up the bloodstone seal. "Mom, this is an antique. Many antiques hold significant value. Dad should understand, right?" Chen Jing replied. Chen Jun nodded. "Antiques are indeed valuable. I've seen many precious items on those treasure appraisal shows." "Really? That's wonderful," L Yuqing said, her spirits lifting as she carefully set the bloodstone seal down and looked at Chen Jing. "Xiao Jing, you must take good care of this. Don't lose it." Chen Jing nodded in agreement, feeling relieved at his parents' improved mood. His intention in sharing this was to assure them that he was thriving in the antique business and had a promising future, hoping to alleviate their concerns about his expulsion from school. So far, it seemed effective. Chen Jun sighed and remarked, "Xiao Jing, what's done is done. There's no point in dwelling on it. Just focus on your work at the antique shop. You've always been clever, so learn well from your boss and remember their kindness." To this, Chen Jing earnestly replied, "Dad, I will." L Yuqing added, "Speaking of which, Xiao Jing, you really have had some bad luck. That girl who liked you, why did she have to pursue you so relentlessly? Otherwise, none of this would have happened." While she was pleased that a girl liked her son, she couldn't help but feel some discontent over the outcome. Chen Jing smiled and remained silent. "Now that you've earned so much money, be careful not to spend it recklessly. Save it for buying a house and getting married in the future, all right? Don't feel the need to buy us so many things. We don't really need them," L Yuqing said, shifting away from the topic of her son's expulsion. Chen Jing cheerfully replied, "Yes, I understand, Mom. Oh, by the way," at that moment, L Yuqing suddenly remembered something and said, "Xiao Jing, since you're not in school anymore, hurry up and find a daughter-in-law for me, so you can have children while I'm still young enough to help take care of them." Chen Jing was taken aback. His mother's thoughts were indeed quite unexpected. Chen Jun silently expressed his agreement from the side. At this moment, Chen Jing had yet to express any opinions when Lu Yuqing suddenly exclaimed, "By the way, it seems that old Su's daughter is about your age. Why not take advantage of your return to meet her? Is this truly the onset of an arranged meeting? Old Su's daughter is quite admirable, honest, kind-hearted, and she is also rather pleasant in appearance." Chen Jun nodded in agreement once more. Observing his parents grow increasingly silent, Chen Jing feared they might genuinely arrange for him to meet old Su's daughter the very next day. He hastily interjected, "Mom and Dad, actually, I already have someone I care for. She reciprocates my feelings. I even brought back a gift for you from her." He had initially intended to share the details of his relationship with Sister Shui with his parents, and now seemed the perfect opportunity. However, he was uncertain whether old Chen and Lu Taiho would accept that Sister Shui was 6 years his senior. This concern weighed heavily on Chen Jing's mind. Chapter 74. Embracing 2 gold bars upon hearing Chen Jing mention that he had someone he cherished, and that the feeling was mutual, both Chen Jun and LV Yuqing were momentarily taken aback. "Really? What does she do? Where is she from?" LV Yuqing inquired with evident delight, bombarding him with a series of questions. This reaction was quite typical. When parents learn that their children are in a relationship, they tend to ask these fundamental questions. With a smile, Chen Jing began to unpack the gifts Kong Shui had bought, responding, "She is a lawyer from Hunan, not too far from our Sichuan Chongqing region. It must be said that Kong Shui is indeed a quintessential social elite. She works at a prestigious law firm in Chongqing and is one of its founding members. This explains her enviable financial situation." Chen Jing had only recently discovered that Kong Shui was a lawyer, and he had been quite astonished, considering that being a lawyer is a commendable profession. "Mom, this is a gift she got for you. This scarf suits you perfectly. Dad, this one is for you. You have a scarf as well." Listening to their son's introduction, both LV Yuqing and Chen Jun felt a surge of happiness, the former even trying on the scarf. Kong Shui had chosen a long, cream-colored scarf for LV Yuqing, which indeed looked splendid on her and complemented her well. It must be noted that LV Yuqing was remarkably beautiful in her youth, with fair skin that remained largely unblemished by the sun, even while living in a mountainous village. Now, in her 40s, her youthful beauty still shines through. If Chun Jing's height is a legacy of his father, then his handsome features are undoubtedly inherited from his mother. Mom, do you like it? Chun Jing asked cheerfully. LV Yuqing nodded, smiling as she replied, I do. This girl has good taste. It could very well be a gift from a future daughter-in-law. How could she not appreciate it? After a brief pause, a thought crossed LV Yuqing's mind, prompting her to pose a pivotal question. Oh, Xiao Jing, how old is she? Since she is already working, she must be a bit older than you, right? Chun Jing's heart sank slightly as he softly replied, Yes, she is indeed a bit older. LV Yuqing, having anticipated this, still radiated joy as she remarked, A couple of years older is nothing. They say a woman 3 years older is a treasure. Chun Jun concurred, adding, Indeed, being older is advantageous. She can take care of you. Clearing his throat, Chun Jing hesitated before cautiously asking, Mom, what if she is not just a gold bar? This question was directed towards his mother's opinion, for in their household, Chun Jun's views held less weight. It was LV Yuqing who had the final say. What do you mean? LV Yuqing paused her manipulation of the scarf, asking, Is she more than 3 years older? How much older? 5 years? 2 gold bars. Chun Jing gestured with 2 fingers, whispering. Upon hearing this, LV Yuqing's expression shifted, her voice turning serious. 6 years older?
Tian Yun remained silent, observing LV Yuqing.
Xiao Jing, isn't 6 years a bit too much? She will be nearing 30. A woman of 30 is not young anymore, and in terms of childbirth, she would be considered of advanced maternal age. Lu Yuqing hesitated for a moment before speaking. Her demeanor suggested a reluctance to engage. Observing this, Chun Jing sighed inwardly, realizing that Uncle Zhao's words held true. The challenges of a romance spanning an age gap were indeed significant, particularly when it came to parental approval. It was hardly surprising that Lu Yuqing felt this way. How many mothers would willingly consent to their sons marrying a woman 6 years their senior? Perhaps a few would, but the majority would certainly harbor reservations. The age difference of 3 years often serves as a pivotal threshold, with disparities exceeding 5 years raising even greater concerns among parents. Mother, you mustn't think like that. Modern medicine has advanced significantly. As long as proper checks and precautions are taken during pregnancy, there should be no issues, Chun Jing asserted, pinpointing his mother's primary concern. However, he felt a twinge of awkwardness as he spoke, for technically, he and Sister Xue had yet to define their relationship, and here he was discussing matters of pregnancy and childbirth. True, but even so, she is nearing 30. When seen together, others may assume you are siblings. Furthermore, women tend to age more rapidly than men. In time, you may appear youthful while she seems older, which could undermine the stability of your marriage. While Lu Yuqing did not explicitly voice her dissent, the implication was clear. Chun Jun, seated nearby, remained silent. However, Chun Jing understood that his father's silence signified disapproval. He could empathize with this perspective, as traditional views among many in their culture dictate that men should be older than women. Though Chun Jun and Lu Yuqing were relatively progressive and knowledgeable for their generation, they still clung to many outdated beliefs. Mother, why not take a look at her photograph? Chun Jing suggested, choosing not to contest his mother's words, but instead seeking a different approach. When the issue of age could not be resolved, he thought it wise to utilize other attributes to bolster his case. After all, how many mothers-in-law disfavor a beautiful daughter-in-law? With Sister Xue's striking figure and appearance, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant advantage. Very well, I suppose seeing it would be beneficial, Lu Yuqing nodded, her expression remaining unchanged. She had anticipated her son's intentions but pondered internally, considering that being 6 years older, no matter how attractive, how much could it really compensate? Subsequently, Chun Jing retrieved his phone and opened Kong Xue's social media profile. Kong Xue was not particularly fond of photography and seldom shared selfies. However, Chun Jing had previously glimpsed her profile and recalled a photograph from a gathering at the office, featuring her alongside colleagues. The image had been captured in a hotel private room, showcasing 6 women, with Kong Xue being the youngest and most striking. Adorned in a formal women's suit, her long hair styled into a ponytail, her exquisitely beautiful face radiated confidence and grace, presenting an image of elegance and charm. Mother, this is it. Take a look, Chun Jing said, presenting his phone to Lu Yuqing, pointing out Kong Shui. Lu Yuqing initially appeared quite casual, but after a brief glance, her expression became significantly more serious as she picked up her phone to examine it closely. Upon noticing this, Chun Jing's face broke into a smile. Is it a joke to comment on Shui Jie's physique, beauty, and elegance? After a considerable moment of observation, Lu Yuqing finally spoke. This girl is indeed quite attractive. Just quite attractive? Chun Jing asked playfully. Lu Yuqing shot him a glare before responding. She's very beautiful. Is that satisfactory? Your taste is surprisingly commendable. Of course, my discerning eye is inherited from my father. Chun Jing replied with a cheeky grin, while also flattering Lu Taiho. Chapter 75. Love is the answer to everything. The mischievous Lu Yuqing chuckled and scolded Chun Jing for his flattery. Yet her expression clearly revealed her delight. At that moment, Chun Jun leaned over to glance at his phone, nodding in acknowledgement, though he offered no further commentary. Observing his silence, Chun Jing mused to himself about the stubbornness of old Chun. What do you think? He asked. However, old Chen's opinion seemed inconsequential, so he turned his attention back to the matriarch, subtly seeking her agreement. Lu Yuqing paused before responding. She is indeed quite beautiful, more so than many stars on television. Does that mean you agree? Chun Jing inquired, a hint of joy in his voice. I have yet to finish my thoughts, you impudent boy. Beauty is one thing, but marriage, my dear Xiaojing, is not solely based on looks. It is a lifelong commitment that requires careful consideration from all angles. You are 6 years apart. By the time you reach 30, she will be nearing 40. Men at 30 still appear youthful. How will others perceive you two together? To be blunt, as time passes and you witness her aging while you remain young, can you truly assure me that you wouldn't entertain wandering thoughts? Such a scenario is detrimental to the very foundation of marriage. Chun Jing felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement at her words. Mom, do you truly see me as a man capable of infidelity? Lu Yuqing clarified, that is not my intent. I merely suggest the possibility. After all, how many men are entirely faithful? Your father has been honest for most of his life. She cast an approving glance at old Chun at this juncture. After a brief pause, she continued, but you, my son, are different. You resemble me, you are handsome, and possess a charming personality. It is conceivable that many young women will be drawn to you. When faced with a wife nearing 40 and peers who are equally youthful, can you genuinely guarantee that your heart will remain steadfast? One must commend Lu Yuqing's forthrightness. Such topics were expressed candidly, grounded in reality. Especially when addressing her son, there was little that was off-limits. Chun Jing found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, for the future is inherently unpredictable. Mom, I cannot foresee what lies ahead, but I genuinely like her, and I desire to marry her and share my life with her, he stated, the earnestness in his handsome features now evident. Even if you disapprove, I will still be with her, he asserted decisively after a moment's hesitation. His intent was not to provoke but rather to convey his unwavering determination. Lu Yuqing understood his sentiment, and as she gazed at her son, she felt a poignant realization that he had truly grown up. Xiaojing, how do you communicate with your mother? We have not expressed disapproval, Chun Jun interjected, offering a supportive word to his son. Chun Jing smiled at his father, indicating that he harbored no ulterior motives. At this moment, Lu Yuqing finally spoke again, saying, Xiaojing, your father is right. We have not expressed any disapproval. I merely hope you can contemplate this matter thoroughly. You are still young, and your thoughts may evolve in ways you cannot yet foresee. I do not wish for you to hinder yourself, nor to impede the young lady's future. Do you understand? This reflects Lu Yuqing's educational approach toward Chun Jing. She does not shy away from being stern about minor issues, reprimanding when necessary. However, when it comes to significant matters, she engages in thoughtful discussions with him. Although Lu Yuqing may not have extensive formal education, her family lineage boasts a history of affluence in the Sichuan-Chongqing region prior to the founding of the nation. Chun Jing's maternal grandparents were esteemed figures in that era, receiving a commendable education, albeit with some outdated and feudal perspectives. Nonetheless, the essence of her educational approach is commendable. Lu Yuqing has lived by these principles since childhood and now applies them to Chun Jing. Of course, the social elite of that time were eventually disbanded, and Yuqing's family bore the stigma of undesirable status, leading to their social disdain and scorn during that era. Yet, without such circumstances, how could Qinjun have possibly married the remarkably beautiful Yuqing? Upon hearing her words, Chunjing fell into contemplation for a moment before responding earnestly and resolutely, "Mom, I truly like her. Love at times serves as the ultimate answer. As the saying goes, if one does not genuinely like someone, who would willingly play the role of a sycophant?" Many individuals, driven by affection, abandon their dignity to pursue someone they adore. Chunjing believed he could remain steadfastly devoted to Xuejie. Yuqing grasped the implication of her son's words and sighed, "Then give it a try. Although I am not wholly supportive, I also do not oppose it. However, you will face numerous challenges. Prepare yourself mentally." She still harbored some reservations.
Tianyun, sitting nearby,
Lit a cigarette, his brow slightly furrowed, and remarked, "I share your mother's perspective." "Yes, I understand, Mom," Chunjing replied, feeling a mix of emotions. In the end, he had not entirely swayed Taiho, yet her neutral stance was an improvement. Primarily, Chunjing had faith in himself and in Kong Shui. He believed that once his mother met her and spent more time with her, she would undoubtedly come to adore this potential daughter-in-law, thus offering her support. As Chunjing pondered this, his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was a call from Kong Shui. They had exchanged a few messages during his journey, primarily her inquiries about his travel conditions and estimated arrival time. After noticing that Chunjing had not replied, she had decided to call. Chunjing hesitated briefly but chose not to step away, instead answering the call in front of his parents. "Hello, Xuejie. Why haven't you been responding to my messages?" Kong Shui's gentle voice emanated from the phone. The living room was quite tranquil. Although Chunjing had not activated the speakerphone, his parents could still hear the conversation. "I was just having dinner with my parents, so I didn't see them. Oh, I'm glad you arrived home safely." Kong Shui responded with a sentence and then said, "Don't forget to send my regards to uncle and aunt." "I certainly won't forget. Sister Shui, I have already given them the gifts you bought." Chunjing replied with a hint of laughter in his voice. He glanced at the scarf in Yuqing's hand and added, "They all loved it, especially my mother, who immediately put on the scarf and hasn't taken it off since." Upon hearing this, Yuqing shot him an amused and exasperated glance. "Is that so? I'm glad uncle and aunt liked it." Kong Shui's voice also carried a note of happiness. "Yes, my mother even said she would like me to bring you home sometime. She has a particularly favorable impression of you," Chunjing continued, deliberately mentioning this. The reason was simple. He wanted to show his mother Kong Shui's attitude towards him. Chapter 76. Suggestions. During this period, Kong Shui's attitude towards Chunjing had become quite evident. What remained was merely a suitable opportunity and atmosphere. Kong Shui's response further corroborated this notion. "All right, I shall visit uncle and aunt during the next holiday," she said, her voice exuding confidence, though one could only wonder if she subconsciously bit her lip and flushed at that moment. After all, her words essentially implied that visiting each other's parents was no different than a familial introduction. Chunjing felt a surge of happiness upon hearing this, even winking at his mother, Taiho, who maintained a neutral expression. After all, this merely indicated that Kong Shui harbored feelings for her son. "Yes, my home is in a remote mountainous area, quite impoverished and underdeveloped, and the transportation is rather inconvenient. It can be quite troublesome on the road," Chunjing continued, his gaze still fixed on Taiho. Upon hearing this topic, Yuqing's expression subtly shifted, as she began to listen more intently, clearly eager to discern Kong Shui's response. Even Chunjun, who stood beside them, appeared more serious. This subject was, of course, intentionally broached by Chunjing to showcase the admirable qualities of Kong Shui to his parents. "I am well aware. I am not afraid of inconveniences. Besides, you will be there to guide me, won't you?" "Surely. I cannot get lost," Kong Shui replied, her tone unwavering, laced with a hint of amusement. Chunjing internally applauded her, affirming, "Indeed, we shall not lose our way." He simultaneously observed the expressions of his parents, and as he anticipated, both Lao Chun and Taiho displayed signs of satisfaction. Which elder would not favor a girl who did not disdain the less fortunate? Chunjing felt a buoyant joy in his heart and tactfully shifted the subject. Well then, it is settled. Sister Shui, are you still in Chongqing? Indeed, I am. I have a flight scheduled for tomorrow morning. After a casual exchange of words, they concluded the call. Chun Jing, with a beaming smile, inquired of Lu Tai-ho. Mother, Sister Shui is quite wonderful, isn't she? Lu Yuqing did not directly answer his question. Instead, she began to tidy up the clutter on the table, moving towards the bedroom. Upon reaching the doorway, she remarked, "She is indeed nice. It would be even better if she were just 2 or 3 years older than you." The age difference remains a concern. Chun Jing felt a profound helplessness, but for now, it had to suffice. In any case, his mother's impression of Sister Shui seemed favorable, albeit with lingering worries about their age gap. However, the only way Chun Jing could enhance Kong Shui's likability was through time, leaving the rest to her to cultivate those sentiments when they eventually met. In this regard, Chun Jing was filled with confidence in Kong Shui. As night enveloped the world, Chun Jing lay on his familiar bed, gazing up at the aged ceiling, finding himself momentarily sleepless. With Kong Shui needing to catch a flight in the morning, he refrained from disturbing her, instead contemplating various thoughts, wavering on whether to act upon them. Tossing and turning in his restless state, Chun Jing decided to take out his phone and casually browse. He came across a photo posted by Zhao Zhang, taken at the entrance of a hotel in a tourist area, depicting a family of 4 radiating happiness and contentment. "Uncle Zhao, your pursuits are truly enviable." Out of boredom, Chun Jing sent a message to Zhao Zhang. Zhao Zhang promptly replied, "Haha, you haven't gone to sleep yet." "Huh? Well, after being away from home for so long, I find it hard to rest. By the way, if I recall correctly, your home is in a remote mountainous area, isn't it? Kushan, perhaps?" "Yes, that's right, Uncle Zhao. If memory serves, Kushan is rather underdeveloped and has limited external communication. If you have the chance, you should explore the homes in your village and inquire if they possess any antiquities. With a stroke of luck, you might discover a piece or two of genuine heritage. In my earlier years, I often ventured to such remote places with friends to collect items, and the results were quite rewarding." Upon receiving Zhao Zheng's message, Chun Jing paused momentarily before the realization struck him. Indeed, how had he not considered this? With a sudden surge of energy, he sprang up from his bed. He was well aware of the backwardness of Chongqing village, where some elders still utilized items manufactured in the previous century. In such circumstances, the likelihood of unearthing antiques seemed plausible. Moreover, he mused, one should seize the daily opportunity for appraisal. He decided to inquire when he visited the village the following day to present gifts. A sense of excitement and anticipation welled up within him. After expressing his gratitude to Zhao Zhang for the reminder, he refrained from further intruding upon the man's cherished moments with his family. Having slept quite late and not having returned home in a long while, Chun Jing enjoyed a deep slumber, only awakening past 10 the next morning. Uncle Chun and Aunt Lu, understanding his fatigue from the previous day's journey, refrained from rousing him until guests arrived. "Xiao Jing, Aunt Xia and Jinjin are here. Hurry up and get up," Aunt Lu called from outside the room. Slowly regaining consciousness, Chun Jing responded, "Oh, okay, I'll be right out." Once dressed, he emerged to find 2 individuals seated in the living room. A woman of similar age to Aunt Lu, dressed modestly and wearing a warm smile, and a shy young girl around 16 or 17, with her head bowed, rendering her features obscured. These were Yumeisha and her daughter Yi Zhenjin, neighbors who resided adjacent to Chun Jing's family. Although there was no blood relation, the 2 families shared a profound bond. During the lifetime of Yi Zhenjin's father, he and Chenjun were close friends. In Chenjun and Lu Yuqing's earlier years of labor away from home, Yumeisha had often cared for Chun Jing, treating him almost like her own son. Over the years, the truth of the saying distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors had become evident between their families. "Aunt Xia," Chun Jing exclaimed joyfully as he approached Yumeisha, his face beaming with a smile. Upon seeing Chun Jing, Yumeisha promptly stood, her eyes filled with joy as she took a moment to assess him before saying, "You've grown taller but seem to have lost some weight." Her observation echoed the words spoken by Lu Yuqing when she had seen Chun Jing the day before. "You've been away at university for over 2 years, and I've missed you dearly. You hardly ever call." While speaking, Yumeisha gently embraced Chun Jing, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She has watched Chun Jing grow up and, having no son of her own, has truly regarded him as her own child. When Chen Jing was accepted into university, Yumeisha took out a substantial portion of her savings to support him. Chen Jing remembers this kindness and embraced Yumeisha, replying, "Aunt Xia, I acknowledge my mistakes and will make sure to call you frequently from now on." "You rascal, admitting your faults so swiftly. I recall how you often made Jinjin cry when you were little. Each time I caught you, you would immediately apologize, leaving me almost too embarrassed to reprimand you," Yumeisha said with a beaming smile. "Ha ha." Chen Jing felt a bit awkward, as he had indeed been somewhat mischievous in his childhood, often facing reprimands from the formidable Lady Lu. "Jinjin, why are you silent? Aren't you always chattering about your older brother Jing?" At this moment, Yumeisha turned her gaze toward Yi Jinjin, inquiring curiously. Upon hearing this, Yi Jinjin finally stood up, still with her head lowered, and softly called out, "Brother Jing." Chapter 77 Similarity. Chen Jing observed the bashful Yi Jinjin and found nothing peculiar about her demeanor. It was entirely normal for a young girl, upon reaching a certain age, to become more introverted and shy. He inquired gently, "Jinjin, how has your studying been recently?" Yi Jinjin nodded slightly, her voice barely above a whisper as she replied, It's all right." Beside them, Yumeisha added, "Although Jinjin's grades may not compare to yours, Xiao Jing, she should still have no trouble getting into a decent university." Perhaps influenced by Qin Jun and Lu Yuqing, as well as Chen Jing's exemplary conduct, Yumeisha did not share the sentiments common among many parents in Kushan who deemed education a waste of money. Instead, she wholeheartedly supported Yi Jinjin's academic pursuits. Yi Jinjin, in turn, was quite diligent and her grades were commendable. "That's good to hear. I remember you're about to enter your senior year, right?" Chen Jing pondered briefly before asking. "Yes, I'll be in my senior year soon," Yumeisha responded, tenderly smoothing her daughter's slightly disheveled hair. "The pressure from her studies has been quite substantial these past 2 years. She just needs to persevere." Chen Jing, observing Yi Jinjin's lowered gaze, smiled and said, "It's all about getting through it." In truth, his own high school experience had been arduous, and transitioning to university had not alleviated the struggle. Everything depended on one's own efforts. However, Yi Jinjin was different. Though Chen Jing was several years her senior, he regarded her as a younger sister, and he would undoubtedly provide her with various forms of support in the future. As he spoke, Chen Jing instructed his mother to present the gifts he had purchased for Yumeisha and Yi Jinjin. There were numerous items, all of considerable worth, only a notch below what he had given to Old Chen and Lu Taiho, yet still of substantial quality. "Where did you acquire such wealth, Xiao Jing?" Yumeisha's reaction to the array of gifts was not one of surprise or joy, but rather a hint of concern. "This rascal earned it himself. He has been quite lucky and has made some money," Lu Yuqing chimed in with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yumeisha felt reassured. As she gazed at the various gifts, a smile finally graced her face, albeit accompanied by a hint of maternal worry as she cautioned, "Xiao Jing, you're still young, and you will need money for many things in the future. Please don't spend so extravagantly." Chen Jing smiled and nodded but remained silent. He then retrieved a mobile phone from the collection of gifts and handed it to Yi Jinjin, who stood beside Yumeisha, still looking down. "Jinjin, this is for you." Yi Jinjin was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lifting her head. Her petite face bore a youthful innocence. While she was not yet strikingly beautiful, there was a refreshing charm about her, hinting at potential. "Xiao Jing, this is too much." "It's too expensive," Yumeisha interjected, glancing at the brand on the phone box, her tone immediately shifting to disapproval. Yi Jinjin and Chen Jing exchanged a glance, both blushing and lowering their heads once more, though her gaze lingered on the phone box for a while. "Aunt Xia, it's not expensive, and it's a gift for Jinjin. You shouldn't voice your objections." Chen Jing spoke, yet he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia within. At that moment, gazing at Yi Jinjin, he saw a reflection of his younger self. Their educational journeys and growth trajectories bore striking similarities. He too had often envied other students due to the limitations of his family circumstances. He envied their fashionable new clothes and the array of trendy items they possessed. However, the reason Chen Jing could remark on his own good character was that he only entertained envy, never lamenting his familial situation. He regarded Yi Jinjin as a younger sister, and now that he had some financial means, He wished to spare her from the feelings of longing that he had once experienced, especially considering that Yi Zhenjin was a girl. Zhenjin, this contains a SIM card, but you must promise me to use it only during your leisure time. You must remain focused on your studies at all other times. Understood? Chun Jing placed the phone in her hands and spoke earnestly. He was somewhat familiar with Yi Zhenjin's character. The young girl was remarkably disciplined. Given that he could afford to buy her a phone, he had no worries about her neglecting her studies due to it. Nevertheless, it was important to offer a gentle reminder. Yi Zhenjin, holding the phone, discreetly glanced up at Chen Jing and then at Yumeisha, still seeking her mother's approval. Yumeisha shot a disapproving look at Chen Jing but could see the yearning in her daughter's eyes. Ultimately, she nodded and said, "Since it is a gift from your older brother Jing, you may keep it. But remember what he said. Only use it during your relaxation time, understood?" Upon hearing this, Yi Zhenjin nodded eagerly, her face alight with joy, and whispered to Chen Jing, "Thank you, brother Jing. What are you thanking me for? You are my sister." Chen Jing replied with a smile, then produced the clothes and other gifts he had bought for Yi Zhenjin and Yumeisha for them to admire. Not long after, Yumeisha and Yi Zhenjin returned home. Their visit was solely to see Chen Jing. Originally, Lu Yuqing had invited them to stay for lunch, but Yumeisha felt it would be inappropriate. Zhenjin is growing up now. I remember when you were still at home. She loved coming over to our house. Wherever you went, she followed, even though you often made her cry. Yet she still enjoyed playing with you. Now, she is too shy to speak with you, Lu Yuqing remarked with a wistful smile. Chen Jing responded, "Girls change as they grow, and it's natural for their personalities to evolve." He was not surprised by this. After all, Yi Zhenjin had matured significantly, and it had indeed been over 2 years since they last met, so a sense of unfamiliarity and distance was to be expected. Subsequently, Chen Jing asked his mother to help tidy up the other gifts in preparation for visiting each household in the village to distribute the presents he had brought back. The people of Chongqing village were genuinely kind and united. When he had been accepted into university, nearly every household had either lent or gifted him a considerable sum of money. He held these acts of kindness close to his heart, for one must never forget their roots. "How long will you be gone? I need to plan for lunch," Lu Yuqing inquired as they were leaving. Chen Jing pondered for a moment and replied, "I am not entirely certain, but I estimate I shall return by lunchtime. I also intend to inquire with the villagers if they possess any antiquities. One never knows, they could be valuable relics." With that, Chen Jing grasped a bundle of items and swiftly exited the door. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuqing stood momentarily in a daze before exclaiming, "Antiquities?" She furrowed her brow slightly, as if a thought had struck her, and hurriedly dashed into the bedroom, rummaging through drawers in search of something. Chapter 78. Civilian implements. Chongqing village is not particularly large, and its current population is sparse, with most of the younger residents having ventured out for work, leaving behind primarily the elderly and children. Chen Jing first visited each of his relatives, bestowing gifts upon them, and even offering some monetary assistance to the older members of the Chen family. This was one of the reasons he had returned with a substantial amount of cash. Simultaneously, Chen Jing inquired whether they possessed any antiquities, hoping to unearth some treasures. Renowned as a well-behaved youth in Chongqing village, the locals were eager to assist him. Lacking a clear understanding of what constituted an antique, they presented him with various aged household items, including pots and pans. Unfortunately, Chen Jing did not discover any genuine antiques. Many items were evidently not worthy of his discerning eye. Some did indeed possess a certain age and could technically be classified as antiques, yet they were merely rustic civilian implements, lacking significant value. What are civilian implements? They refer to the everyday tools of the common folk in ancient times. For instance, a hoe used for digging soil, regardless of its age, remains just a hoe, common and devoid of artistic merit. Hence, it is of little worth. However, it is worth noting that not all civilian implements are devoid of value. Those from several millennia ago may still hold some significance, albeit they are exceedingly rare. Most of the civilian implements Chen Jing encountered in the homes of his fellow villagers dated back to the late Qing dynasty and the Republic of China period. After traversing much of the village, Chen Jing found himself somewhat disheartened by the lack of valuables. He had only employed one of his 3 opportunities for appraisal that day. Nevertheless, He persisted in visiting each household, continuing to offer gifts and inquire about old artifacts. As the saying goes, antiques are serendipitous finds. The potential to discover them remains uncertain, yet Chun Jing resolved to exert his utmost effort. In Hunan, Yishur, while Chun Jing was engaging with his fellow villagers, Kong Shui had already returned home. Unlike Chun Jing, who had been away for over 2 years, Kong Shui's family resided in the city, making visits to relatives a cumbersome affair. After having lunch, she retreated to her room for some rest. At that moment, Kong Shui was conversing with Xin Jing, who had indeed traveled to Europe and was sharing various photographs with her. A knock sounded at the door, and Kong Shui looked up, saying, "Come in, Shui. I've cut some fruit for you. Have a bite." Her mother, Zhou Huimei, entered with a plate of fruit. Seeing this, Kong Shui replied, "Mom, I just had a hearty meal. Even so, you should have some. Eating fruit after a meal is beneficial for your health. You're not a child anymore. Soon you'll be 30. Isn't it time to start considering self-care?" Zhou Huimei placed the fruit on the bedside table and sat down, showing no intention of leaving. Kong Shui, displaying a resigned smile on her beautiful face, recognized that the conversation was about to take its familiar turn. "Shui, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but have you truly given any thought to marriage now that you're nearly 30? Despite a woman's beauty and excellence, as she ages, her prospects for marriage may diminish." Kong Shui sighed, opting for silence, and replied to Xin Jing on her phone, "My mother has started again. Ha ha ha." Xin Jing sent a flurry of laughter and continued, "So, do you understand why I travel? But now you have Xiao Chun, why not discuss it with your mother? I'm still contemplating how to approach her, given that Xiao Chun is somewhat younger. I worry that she and my father may not accept it. In relationships with significant age gaps, not only are the male's parents often hard to convince, but the female's parents harbor even more concerns. It's better to address it sooner rather than later. First, gauge Auntie's attitude." Upon reading Xin Jing's message, Kong Shui blinked, a thoughtful glimmer appearing in her autumn-like eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou Huimei continued her discourse. "Shui, if you reach 30 without marrying, you might find yourself becoming a stepmother one day. Is that an easy role? Do you remember Lu Auntie's daughter? She is only 2 years older than you and is already a stepmother. Her life is quite..." As her mother became increasingly animated, Kong Shui hastily interjected, "Mom, actually, I have someone I fancy." Zhou Huimei was momentarily taken aback. Then her face lit up with surprise and joy as she eagerly inquired, "Really? Where is he from? Is he a colleague? How old is he?" Observing her mother's excited demeanor, Kong Shui internally sighed. It had been manageable in previous years, but her parents had genuinely fretted over her marriage in recent times. "Not a colleague. The firm I work at consists entirely of female lawyers, and you know that, Mom. He.S. from Sichuan, specifically from Tangqing." Kong Shui replied to Zhou Huimei's questions without revealing his age. Jiang County is under Tangqing's jurisdiction, and last time Xin Jing took the high-speed train to Qingqing, he directly arrived at Jiang County without stopping in Tangqing. Zhou Huimei, noticing that her daughter was indeed speaking about someone from that region, wore a pleased smile, indicating that her daughter was not misleading her. She pressed further, "What is his name, and what does he do? Also, how old is he?" She once again inquired about his age. Kong Shui bit her lip, responding, "His name is Chun Jing, and he works in an antique shop which aligns with your interests, Mom." Zhou Huimei has always had a penchant for antiques and has a collection of her own, though she often gets deceived due to her lack of expertise. "An antique shop?" Zhou Huimei frowned slightly upon hearing this, saying, "People in the antique trade are typically not young. Shui, you still haven't mentioned his age. Is he significantly older than you? Are you preparing to become a stepmother?" Kong Shui, amused yet exasperated, replied, "Mom, I didn't say he was much older. On the contrary, he is actually a bit younger than me." "Younger than you?" Zhou Huimei sighed in relief, her smile returning. "A year or 2 younger is no issue. Do you have a picture? Let me see." I'll see if I can find one." Kong Shui's phone indeed contains photographs of Chun Jing, captured during their casual conversations a while back. She had requested Xin Jing to send her pictures showcasing the youthful and vibrant outfits she had chosen for him. Yet now, a twinge of regret surfaced within Kong Shui. Had she known, She would have preferred to have him model those more mature ensembles. Nevertheless, she opened her phone and located a particular image. In the photograph, Chun-Jing stands beside the antique shelf at Nabeoju, clearly not accustomed to being photographed. He stands stiffly, exuding an endearing awkwardness. Adorned in his lively attire, he radiates a youthful charm that is truly captivating. As Kong Shui gazed at the picture, a gentle warmth flickered in her eyes. "Mom, please take a look," she said nervously, handing her phone over, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over her regarding Zhou Huimei's forthcoming reaction. Upon receiving the phone and glancing at the photograph, Zhou Huimei's first words left Kong Shui momentarily speechless. Chapter 79. Grandmother's dowry, who is this? Is this the brother of the man you fancy? Shui, you must have picked the wrong photo. These were the first words spoken by Zhou Huimei upon seeing the picture. Kong Shui was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Noticing her stunned silence, Zhou Huimei's brow furrowed into a tight frown, and with a hint of disbelief, she asked, "Shui, please do not tell me this is the man you admire?" "No, boy." Kong Shui pressed her lips together, her voice unconsciously dropping. "Yes, he is Chun-Jing." Before she could finish, Zhou Huimei abruptly stood up, her anger evident as she gasped for breath. "Kong Shui, what on earth do you intend to do? If you do not wish to marry, there is no need to brush me off like this." Kong Shui was taken aback by her mother's intense reaction and quickly replied, "Mom, I'm not brushing you off. I truly like him." She spoke with utmost sincerity. Seeing that her daughter was not jesting, Zhou Huimei's frown deepened. "Kong Shui, have you lost your mind? How old is this Chun-Jing? Is he even 20? It seems you are not looking for a husband, but rather a younger brother." Kong Shui helplessly covered her forehead and replied, "Mom, he is 22. He just looks a bit youthful. The outfit in the photo is quite vibrant. If he dressed more maturely, he wouldn't appear so young. 22 is considered mature? When you walk together, who would believe you are a couple or married?" Zhou Huimei's tone remained laden with anger, and she even called out to the hallway, "Kong Wenli, come in. Your daughter has given us quite a surprise." Kong Shui sighed deeply, feeling drained of words. Meanwhile, her phone buzzed with messages from Xinjing, inquiring, "So, what's your mother's attitude?" Kong Shui replied, "Not optimistic. I guessed as much. Do your best," came the response from Xinjing. Kong Shui chose not to reply further, raising her gaze to meet the puzzled expression of her father entering the room, alongside her mother, who was furiously showing him the photo of Chun. A flicker of determination flashed in her beautiful eyes. No matter the circumstances, she was resolute in persuading her parents. She had anticipated this moment ever since she decided to give herself a chance. Meanwhile, Chun-Jing was unaware that his beloved Xuejie was facing a dilemma akin to his from the previous night, perhaps even more challenging. At this moment, Chun-Jing had completed his search throughout the village, his hands empty, having found not a single antique. Feeling a mix of helplessness and regret, he returned home. Upon his arrival, Lu Yuqing promptly remarked, "Xiao Jing, didn't you mention wanting to look for old items and possibly antiques?" Chun-Jing paused, instinctively responding, "Yes, Mom. Why do you ask?" Just then, Qin-Jun, who had been out early doing farm work, returned and said, "Your mother has an item, an old piece. She wants you to see." Chun-Jing was taken aback. "Oh, Mom, you have an old item?" As Lu Yuqing walked into the bedroom to retrieve something, she replied, "It's something your grandmother left for me, said to be her dowry from years ago. I've kept it all this time." "Dowry?" Upon hearing Chun-Jing's words, a flicker of intrigue ignited within him. His grandmother's family was once affluent, and her dowry might indeed comprise valuables of significant worth. "Here, take a look and see if it is an antique, and whether it holds any value," Lu Yuqing said, handing over the object she held. Chun-Jing accepted it and examined it closely. It was a palm-sized, diamond-shaped covered box, resplendent in a festive red hue. The lid was intricately carved with 4 vividly animated magpies, depicted in flight, surrounding a character signifying joy. After scrutinizing it carefully, Chun-Jing instinctively sensed that this covered box possessed a certain charm. He promptly employed his discernment abilities. A golden luminescence enveloped the box, swirling around it several times before returning to Chun-Jing's eyes, transforming into a series of appraisals. This item was identified as a Ming Dynasty Jiajing carved red lacquer box adorned with magpie and floral motifs. Its historical significance is noteworthy. After the establishment of the Ming Dynasty, red lacquerware gained immense favor within the imperial court and was frequently used as gifts, leading to its vigorous development. Historical records indicate that the royal lacquer workshops during the early Ming period were situated in the capital's orchard factory, and subsequent generations have come to refer to the Ming court lacquerware as factory products. Following the Xuande period, the production of red lacquerware experienced a decline, only to flourish once more during the Jiajing era. The craftsmanship of red lacquer pieces from this period, compared to those from the early Ming, exhibited a boldness and a flair for the dramatic. This covered box, with its diamond shape, is entirely adorned in carved red, green, and yellow hues, and the lid features magpies in flight, encircling the joy character, while auspicious lingji flowers and leaves surround it. The outer side of the lid and the lower abdomen of the box near the feet feature 8 openings, embellished with floral and fruit patterns, vibrant with red flowers and green leaves, indicative of a woman's dowry. The box's lively and auspicious decorations, rendered in the carved red technique, provide a multicolored relief effect, which is a hallmark of Jiajing period lacquer carving. The quality of its lacquer, craftsmanship, and ornamentation exemplifies the zenith of lacquer-making techniques of the time, making its preservation until today exceedingly rare. Upon finishing the appraisal, a look of astonishment illuminated Chen Jing's face. His grandmother's dowry was indeed an antique, and the evaluation indicated a considerable worth. Although he had yet to delve deeply into the realm of lacquerware, the appraisal's affirmation suggested it was of notable quality. Furthermore, being an antique from the Ming Dynasty's Jiajing period, it undoubtedly harbored significant artistic value, ruling out any possibility of it being a trivial item. Xiao Jing, what do you think? Is it an antique? L. Yuqing inquired, noticing the surprise etched on Chen Jing's face. Chen Jing nodded, yes, it is an antique, specifically from the Ming Dynasty, and it should be quite valuable. Is that so? L. Yuqing expressed incredulity at Chen Jing's affirmation. Although the box appeared quite exquisite, she had never considered it an antique or something of substantial worth. After all, it was merely a small wooden box, and had it not been a relic from Chen Jing's grandmother's dowry, she likely would not have treasured it as she had until now. Chen Jun, somewhat astonished, inquired, Xiao Jing, what sort of antique is this box? What purpose does it serve? It is rather small and hardly capable of holding anything substantial. Chen Jing chuckled softly, lifting the lid of the red box, revealing its interior, and replied, Father, this is a box used by ancient people to store rouge. He was indeed aware of this fact. This particular piece was likely crafted specifically as part of a dowry, probably passed down through generations from my maternal grandmother's lineage. As he spoke, Chen Jing meticulously admired the box in his hands. Chapter 80, the highest value it should be. I recall when your grandmother gifted me this. She mentioned that if I were to have a daughter in the future, I should pass this box on to her when she gets married. This is an heirloom in our family, transmitted from daughter to daughter, not to sons. Unfortunately, I do not have a daughter. I had hoped to give it to Jinjin when she marries. L. Yuqing nodded, seemingly reminded of something, and spoke. However, your grandmother said there were many such items, not just this box, including exquisite jade pendants and gold and silver ornaments, which held far greater value. Regrettably, they were all lost during that tumultuous decade.
L. Yuqing sighed,
expressing her lament. As for that decade, it is best not to dwell on it. Suffice it to say, it was an era of great upheaval. Chen Jing, upon hearing this, did not ponder further. The Ming Dynasty Jiajing era carved lacquer box before him was already a considerable find, and overthinking was of little consequence. Xiao Jing, how much do you think this box is worth? Chen Jun inquired, intrigued as he lit a cigarette. Chen Jing replied, I'm not entirely sure, but it should be quite valuable. I'll have to consult my boss. Hearing this, L. Yuqing laughed. If it's worth a few thousand, that would be quite good. She still perceived it merely as a small wooden box and thought that even as an antique, its value shouldn't be too high. Chen Jing smiled but remained silent. He understood well that its worth was certainly beyond a few thousand. During lunch, Chen Jing took several photographs of the carved lacquer box and sent them to Zhao Zheng, knowing it was mealtime and unlikely to disturb Zhao Zheng's leisure. A few minutes later, Zhao Zhang replied, Xiao Chun, have you truly found something remarkable in your hometown? Though it was just text, Zhao Zhang's astonishment was palpable. Not found. This is part of my grandmother's dowry, or rather, my mother's dowry. Ah, it seems your grandmother's family must have been quite affluent. Though I haven't seen the actual item, I can tell this is carved lacquerware, and the craftsmanship is commendable, resembling pieces from the Ming Dynasty Jia Jing period. Upon reading this, Chun Jing's face lit up with admiration. Zhao Zhang, a well-known figure in the antique scene of Chongqing, certainly possessed an impressive eye for appraisal. While not quite at the level of Master Li Sun, he was undoubtedly close. To discern so much merely from a few photographs was truly commendable. At that moment, Zhao Zhang sent another message. However, without seeing the actual item, it's hard to definitively ascertain its authenticity. When I return after National Day, I'll take a closer look for you. Chun Jing pondered for a moment and replied, Uncle Zhao, if it turns out to be genuine, could you assist me in estimating its value? After sending this message, Zhao Zhang took a few minutes to respond. If it is indeed a genuine piece, the carved lacquerware from the Ming Dynasty Jia Jing period, or more specifically, the carved red lacquerware, coupled with superior craftsmanship and in excellent condition, should be valued between 700,000 to 900,000. Upon reading this appraisal, a broad smile spread across Chun Jing's face. Judging solely by this estimate, this carved lacquer box represented the most valuable antique he had acquired since entering the antiquities trade. The valuation of the Chiang Stone inkstone is not nearly as high. Mother and father, do you have any idea of the worth of grandmother's dowry? Chun Jing set down his phone and looked up at Old Chun and Empress Dowager L. Yuqing inquired, how much? Could it possibly be worth 30,000? Mother, you may venture a bolder guess. Chun Jing replied with a chuckle. Then 50,000? Yuqing pondered for a moment before proposing a figure. Chun Jing shook his head. Incorrect, guess again. However, Yuqing grew impatient and playfully slapped him. Hurry and tell us. Are you trying to keep us in suspense? At this, Chun Jing became earnest, responding with a smile. I just asked my boss, and he appraised it between 700,000 and 900,000. Grandmother's dowry holds significant value. What? Impossible. Both Yuqing and Chen Jun exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing the valuation, their faces reflecting astonishment. Indeed, my boss has been in the antique business for many years. He would not be mistaken, Chun Jing affirmed with a serious nod. Upon realizing that their son was not jesting, Yuqing and Chen Jun's expressions shifted to a complex mix of emotions, some joy intertwined with bitterness. Chun Jing recognized the cause behind their demeanor. This exquisite polychrome-covered box from the Ming Dynasty had been in Empress Dowager L's possession for many years. Had they known sooner that it was an antique worth such a sum, the treatment for old Chen's illness would not have been so arduous, and their family would not have faced such hardships. It was akin to a family during a famine selling their last surviving ox, only to later discover that they had been sitting on a fortune. Such circumstances evoke the most intricate of human emotions. Father and mother, do not dwell on it too much. Even if we had known that grandmother's dowry was an antique, it likely would not have fetched much. We were unaware and would have been taken advantage of. Chen Jing attempted to console them. However, his words had little effect. Old Chun lost his appetite and lit a cigarette, while Empress Dowager L sighed. Ah, what was that saying? Being in a treasure mountain yet unaware of it? That seems to describe us perfectly. Hearing this, Chun Jing felt compelled to reassure her. Mother, please do not dwell on the past. What is done is done. At the very least, grandmother's dowry can bring some prosperity to our family now. After a brief pause, he added, once I return to Chongqing and sell this covered box, the proceeds will be used to purchase a house for you and father in Tangqing. You both deserve some comfort. If you feel reluctant, mother, you need not sell it. I can earn enough to buy a house for you. Chun Jing continued, realizing that this was a cherished heirloom passed down through generations, and his mother might be hesitant to part with it. Unexpectedly, Yuqing waved her hand dismissively. What is there to be reluctant about? Grandmother had so much dowry, and the truly valuable pieces are long gone. This one remaining piece holds little significance for future generations. Besides, she would surely wish for us to live better. Chen Jun remained silent on the matter. After all, it was the dowry of Chun Jing's grandmother, and one could also say it belonged to Yuqing. He felt it inappropriate to voice any objections. At that moment, Liu Yuqing continued, however, regarding the purchase of a house. Your father and I have resided in Chongqing village for most of our lives and have grown accustomed to it. Little Jing, you should save your money for the future and consider buying a house in Chongqing or Qingcheng. As a young person, it is essential for you to live in a big city, as it will provide a better environment for your future children's growth. Chapter 81. Facing together. Upon hearing his mother's words, Chunjing smiled and replied, Mom, you mentioned wanting to help me with the children in the future. How can you do that if you live in the village? His parents had grown accustomed to their life in Chongqing village, and Chunjing understood this sentiment. After spending decades in one place, even the most unfavorable conditions foster a sense of attachment. However, Chongqing village, in the end, presented certain inconveniences and backwardness. Although Chunjing found it difficult to voice certain concerns, they were nonetheless pressing realities. Setting aside other considerations, his parents were aging, and in the event of illness, the medical facilities in a large city would undoubtedly be superior. Moreover, the conveniences brought about by technological advancements in urban areas were undeniable. Yet, Chunjing hesitated to use these reasons to persuade his mother, opting instead for a different approach. Upon hearing his words, Liu Yuqing hesitated momentarily before pondering aloud. Well, when you have children, I will help you take care of them, and once they start school, I'll return. Chunjing chuckled. By then, will you really be able to part with your grandson or granddaughter? This comment left Liu Yuqing momentarily speechless. It is often said that grandparents have a special bond with their grandchildren. If she were to care for them for several years, returning would be a challenge indeed. Mom, please listen to me. Besides, purchasing a home in Qingqing would make it more convenient for me to visit in the future, wouldn't it? Chunjing quickly added. Despite Liu Yuqing's usual stern demeanor towards him, her love for her son was profound. His reasoning struck a chord within her, prompting her to turn to Chenjun. What do you think? Having been married to Liu Yuqing for many years, Chenjun understood her well. When asked for his opinion, he had already internally agreed. Responding with a smile, I think it's a good idea. Xiao Jing is still young and has a talent for antique appraisal. He is bound to earn more in the future. There is no need for us to hold him back. Besides, it is only right for our son to show us filial piety. Liu Yuqing shot him an exasperated glare and retorted, What kind of talk is that? Turning back to Chenjing, she added, You may go ahead and buy, but don't spend too much. Your father and I don't have many demands. Liu Yuqing's words indicated her agreement. A smile spread across Chunjing's handsome face as he nodded eagerly in response. Upon returning home, after visiting relatives and villagers and finding no antiques in the village, Chunjing found himself at leisure. Initially, he had intended to assist his parents with some farm work, a task he was familiar with since childhood. However, his parents, Old Chun and Lu Taiho, forbade him from doing so. They cited the recent lack of farm chores and encouraged him to rest properly. In truth, Chunjing did not feel the need for rest. Instead, he decided to visit Longqiao town, where he purchased some gifts and paid a visit to his former middle school teachers. As for his high school teachers, he refrained from visiting them at this time, as his high school was in Tangqing, a bit distant. He planned to visit them upon returning to Chongqing. The teachers he encountered during his middle and high school years were all remarkable individuals, regardless of their teaching prowess. However, they are all kind-hearted individuals, and upon learning about his family circumstances, they have shown him considerable care. Chunjing is a person who values gratitude. Even the smallest gestures of kindness from others, such as those from his teachers, are etched in his memory. He may not express his thanks verbally, but he undoubtedly feels compelled to return with gifts to show his appreciation. As time swiftly passes, 4 days have elapsed, leaving only 3 days of the National Day holiday. Chunjing plans to depart for Chongqing on the 6th, as the 7th is sure to be congested. Yet, he harbors a lingering uncertainty in his heart. Just after breakfast, he receives a message from Xinjing. Xiao Chun, what are you up to? Chunjing replies, I just finished breakfast. What's up, Sister Xin? I need to discuss something with you regarding Kong Shui. Taken aback by the mention of Kong Shui, Chunjing wonders what might be amiss. He has been conversing with Kong Shui frequently over the past few days, sharing pictures of the unspoiled beauty of his hometown, to which she responds with images of delectable dishes. Throughout their exchanges, he has not detected any signs of distress from her, perhaps because she has concealed her feelings too well. I knew she hadn't told you, Xinjing remarks with a hint of exasperation before sending a rather lengthy voice message. Adjusting the volume, Chunjing listens intently as Xinjing's voice, tinged with concern, fills the air. Here's the situation. She confided in her parents about your relationship, and they are adamantly opposed to it. They believe you are too young and that it is unsuitable, fearing instability in the future. However, Kong Shui has firmly committed to you, standing her ground. Frustrated by her resolve, her mother has begun arranging blind dates for her, with the first one scheduled for tomorrow. If Kong Shui is not interested, they will continue to set up meetings until she finds someone suitable. After absorbing the message, Chunjing furrows his brow and sighs. He had indeed anticipated that Kong Shui's parents would disapprove of their age gap romance, but he did not expect their resistance to be even more resolute than that of El Taiho and Old Chin. This response is, of course, understandable. In a relationship where there is a 6-year age difference, any parents with a modicum of insight would see the potential challenges and complications that could arise from such a union. Nonetheless, the steadfastness of Kong Shui's feelings brings Chunjing a sense of relief. To gain the approval of both families, their unwavering commitment is the only path forward. Xinjing sends another voice message. Xiao Chun, I share this with you in hopes that you will approach Kong Shui, demonstrating your worthiness to her parents. While they may not grant their full approval, perhaps they will at least soften their opposition. If you both wish to forge a future together, you will inevitably face numerous challenges, and I believe you should confront them as a united front. As a man, you should not only stand in front of her but also beside her. What are your thoughts on this? Hearing this, Chunjing's eyes reflect a newfound determination. In fact, the very uncertainty that has plagued him for days revolves around whether he should travel to Hunan to seek out Kong Shui. Initially, his intention was simply to pay a visit to her parents. After all, Xuejie had purchased gifts for both Old Chun and Lady Lu, and Chunjing had been contemplating the necessity of presenting gifts to Xuejie's parents as well. However, he hesitated, fearing that a sudden visit might appear rather abrupt. Yet, upon learning about Kong Shui's circumstances from Xinjing, Chunjing realized that a journey to Hunan was imperative. Xinjing had aptly remarked that if he wished to forge a bond with Xuejie, he must confront numerous challenges. He could not allow Kong Shui to face them alone. At the very least, he ought to stand by her side and confront them together. Chapter 82. The Resignation of Adulthood. Sister Shun, do you have the specific address of Sister Shui's home? Chunjing inquired with determination, knowing that only Xinjing could provide the information. He understood that Kong Shui would likely oppose his trip to Hunan, not for any particular reason but perhaps because she wished to persuade her parents on her own, not wanting Chunjing to share the burden of pressure. This was evident from her choice to withhold her situation from him. It was a gesture of care and, one could argue, protection from an older sister. However, Chunjing did not wish for Kong Shui to confront her troubles alone. He wanted to support her and demonstrate that he too could be her pillar of strength. Love, after all, is mutual, a reciprocal journey, and only through shared efforts can it truly endure. Although Chunjing had never been in a romantic relationship, he comprehended this truth. Xinjing responded, it appears you possess a sense of responsibility. Kong Shui's judgment is indeed sound. She complimented him before promptly sending the detailed address of Kong Shui's residence. As a good friend, she naturally had this information. Following that, she texted again, you should aim to arrive by tomorrow morning. Kong Shui's mother has arranged a blind date for her in the afternoon. I'm certain you wouldn't want your sister Shui to be on a date with someone else. Chunjing chuckled, for he certainly had no desire for such a scenario. No man would remain indifferent to such matters, even if Kong Shui were coerced. I understand, Sister Shui. Thank you very much for this. His gratitude was sincere. Xinjing replied, no need to thank me. I am looking forward to being Kong Shui's bridesmaid and the godmother of your future children. You can do this. Not long after, Chunjing found his mother, Lu Yuqing, seated outside under the eaves, sewing something with needle and thread. Mom, I'm heading to Chongqing tomorrow morning. He hesitated before speaking. Lu Yuqing paused momentarily, her hands stilling, and responded, so soon? Why not have lunch first? Her words appeared casual, yet the reluctance was unmistakable. Chunjing sat beside her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, and said earnestly, "Mom, I will come back often." He recognized his mother as sorrow but felt at a loss for how to comfort her. After all, no amount of reassurances could change the fact that he would depart again the next morning. Having been away for over 2 years, returning home for just a few days, he knew his parents were undoubtedly feeling a sense of loss. Yet, Chen Jing found himself in a bind. Even if he were to forego going to Hunan, he would still have to leave tomorrow. This sentiment extended beyond his own predicament. It encapsulated the plight of countless adults. The ancients proclaimed that one should not travel far from their parents. Yet in the modern world, how could one remain close to family while pursuing a livelihood and future? One finds work far from home yet lacks a true sense of belonging. The familiar abode offers comfort but no employment. In foreign lands, one's spirit feels unanchored, while home fails to provide sustenance. A place called home is devoid of opportunities to make a living, and where one finds means to survive, a home remains elusive. Thus, the journey of drifting begins, the longing for distant places ensues, and the heart aches with nostalgia. This, indeed, is the bittersweet reality faced by many adults. In comparison, Chen Jing considered himself fortunate, for he possessed the capability and hoped to establish a home where he desired. "Remember to return home often, you rascal. This time, you must keep your promise." Yuqing set down her needlework and sighed deeply. Chen Jing, not wishing to see the usually forthright Empress in sorrow, swiftly changed the subject, saying, "Mother, how about I bring Xuejia to meet you next time?" Upon hearing this, Yuqing playfully struck him. "Do you realize the implications of bringing her home? All our relatives will come to visit, and what that signifies, do you understand?" "Mother, I do," Chen Jing nodded, his gaze brimming with determination. Yuqing sighed again. "I am still somewhat opposed. My son is so young, handsome, and exceptional, yet that girl is 6 years older than you. It feels like you would be at a disadvantage. A mother naturally tends to favor her own son in such matters. How about this, then? Next time I will quietly bring Xuejia back, and you two can spend a few days together. Once you approve, I will introduce her to our relatives and friends," Chen Jing proposed, contemplating a compromise. In his hometown, bringing a girl home to meet one's parents and relatives essentially equates to an engagement, and Yuqing was not yet fully on board with Chen Jing's relationship with Kong Shui. Yuqing chuckled with a hint of exasperation. "Our village is so small. Even a girl from another village would be noticed, let alone you bringing a living person back secretly." Chen Jing replied cheerfully, "It's fine. As long as I don't formally introduce Xuejia to them, it should be okay. I'm too weary to argue with you." Yuqing shook her head, seemingly disinclined to pursue the topic further, and shifted the conversation. "Didn't you say you would cover Jinjin's tuition? You should hurry. It'll be too late by tomorrow." Chen Jing nodded, refraining from further discussion, aware that his mother still harbored some reservations about his relationship with Xuejia, though thankfully her resistance was not as intense as that of Xuejia's parents. Subsequently, Chen Jing took some cash and headed directly to the home of Yumeisha, which was just next door. In Yumeisha's household, it was just her and her daughter Yi Jinjin. Her husband had tragically passed away in an accident a few years prior, leaving behind a small compensation that had almost been exhausted over the years due to living expenses and Jinjin's upkeep. Despite this situation, when Chen Jing had enrolled in university, she had generously contributed a significant amount. "Anxia," Chen Jing called as he entered the house. Yumeisha was engaged in embroidery, her source of income, while Yi Jinjin sat nearby, diligently reading. "Xiao Jing, you've come. Please, have a seat," Yumeisha exclaimed with delight, her face radiating warmth as she stood to greet him, heading into the kitchen to fetch water. Jinjin, though still shy around Chen Jing, had grown more comfortable since he had been visiting occasionally to assist her with her studies, and she softly greeted him, "Xiao Jing Gij." As Yumeisha was busy pouring water, Chen Jing seized the opportunity to take out a bag containing 50,000 yuan in cash and placed it on Jinjin's small desk. "Jinjin, this money is for you to give to Anxia shortly. A portion is for your university tuition, and the remainder is for Anxia to use for living necessities." Jinjin froze momentarily, looking up at Chen Jing with her bright, expressive eyes filled with bewilderment. Chen Jing added, "Furthermore, once you enter university, refrain from asking Anxia for living expenses. and do not seek part-time work. I shall provide for you each month, understood? As a girl, engaging in part-time work often leads to various troubles, and given that Yi Zhenjin is quite beautiful, she will undoubtedly encounter even more challenges. Yi Zhenjin stared blankly at Chun Jing, rendered speechless. Chapter 83. Leaving home after imparting a few words to Yi Zhenjin, Chun Jing hurriedly departed upon hearing footsteps as Yumeisha emerged from the kitchen. Yumeisha treated him as if he were her own son, and he, in turn, regarded her as family, considering Yi Zhenjin akin to a sister. If Chun Jing lacked the means, it would be understandable. However, he was now capable and no longer financially constrained. Thus, providing assistance was not only appropriate but imperative. Where is Xiao Jing? Yumeisha inquired instinctively, noticing Chun Jing's absence as she brought out a glass of water. At this moment, Yi Zhenjin regained her composure and, feeling somewhat flustered, stammered, "Mom, look at this." She pointed to the 50,000 yuan on the small desk. Upon seeing the money, Yumeisha was taken aback, her immediate reaction being to return it to Chun Jing. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, she asked, "Zhenjin, did your Xiao Jing brother say anything?" Biting her lip, Yi Zhenjin quietly recounted the conversation she had just had with Chun Jing. Upon hearing this, Yumeisha's tears began to flow as she embraced Yi Zhenjin and wept softly. "Mom, please don't cry," Yi Zhenjin whispered, her youthful and beautiful face reflecting a complex array of emotions. "Zhenjin, remember the kindness your Xiao Jing brother has shown us. Treat him as your own elder brother, understood? And also regard Aunt LV and Uncle Chun as family, and be filial to them," Yumeisha said, tenderly stroking her daughter's hair, her eyes red and earnest. Yi Zhenjin nodded, glancing again at the money on the desk, and asked, "Mom, are we not returning this money to Xiao Jing brother?" Yumeisha sighed. "Your Xiao Jing brother didn't even dare to give it to me directly. He simply left it behind. He is resolute in his intention to give it to us, and it cannot be returned." After a brief pause, she added, "Zhenjin, you must study diligently. Once you can earn your own living in the future, you can repay your Xiao Jing brother for his kindness." Yi Zhenjin softly replied with an affirming hum, her voice faint, yet the determination within it was unmistakable. That evening, Yumeisha took Yi Zhenjin to Chun Jing's home, not to return the money, but to engage in a lengthy conversation with him, refraining from uttering any words of gratitude, merely expressing her reluctance as he prepared to leave, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing this, LV Yuqing couldn't help but remark, "Meisha, why not let this rascal be your son?" She felt that the emotional farewell between her friend and her son was more poignant than her own. Of course, it made little difference. It was merely a reflection of the differing natures of LV Yuqing and Yumeisha. Yumeisha smiled bashfully at the comment, while LV Yuqing, lost in thought, jokingly suggested, "Perhaps he could be a son-in-law. After all, a son-in-law is still half a son." Upon hearing this, Chen Jun, who had been smoking nearby, interjected, "What nonsense are you spouting? Zhenjin is still so young." LV Yuqing shot him a glare. "I never mentioned Zhenjin. I lament that Meisha has no daughter close in age to Xiao Jing." Chun Jing listened with a sense of helplessness, fully aware of the underlying meaning behind his mother's words. She was subtly nudging him, suggesting that he should consider a daughter of similar age to Xiao Jing, emphasizing the phrase similar age. Indeed, it was a pity. Upon hearing LV Yuqing's remarks, Yumeisha chuckled in agreement. The others present regarded her words as mere jest. Oblivious to the bashful Yi Zhenjin, who sat quietly beside them, her delicate face flushed crimson. After conversing with Chun Jing, Yumeisha recalled something as she prepared to leave. "Xiao Jing? Coincidentally, Zhenjin is returning to school tomorrow. Could you possibly take her along? It would be nice to have someone to look out for her on the journey." Naturally, Chun Jing nodded in agreement, as Yi Zhenjin was attending high school in Tang City, which happened to be on his route as well. The following day, as dawn broke with a gentle light, LV Yuqing rose early to prepare breakfast for Chun Jing. By the time he had gathered his belongings, she had already cooked a large bowl of noodles. "Eat plenty. Once you're in Chang City, you won't have the luxury of enjoying my noodles," she said with a smile. Chun Jing chuckled in response. "Indeed, the thing I miss most in Chang City is your noodles, Mom." Old Chen, though he had woken up at some point, remained silent, puffing on a cigarette while assisting Chen Jing in ensuring he had everything packed. He also repackaged the fresh eggs sent by relatives to prevent them from breaking. Knowing that Chen Jing was heading to Chang City, many relatives from the village had sent various items, mostly fresh eggs, but he could only take a portion with him. After finishing his noodles, LV Yuqing produced a fragrant sachet from her pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Keep this with you. The last one I gave you was lost, so don't misplace this one. It's for your safety." This was a customary practice in Chen Jing's hometown. Relatives would sew a sachet filled with herbal ingredients that promote restful sleep and tranquility for those embarking on long journeys, hoping to bless them with safety and auspiciousness. Chen Jing accepted the sachet without a word, nodding appreciatively as he carefully tucked it away. Subsequently, he gathered his luggage and prepared to head next door to fetch Yi Jinjin before setting off. Chen Jun lit another cigarette, standing at the door, watching his son. LV Yuqing's eyes glistened with tears as she stood before her significantly taller son, smoothing out his collar and softly advising, "While you're away, make sure to eat well and rest enough. Don't overexert yourself. Yes. Remember to call your father and me often. Yes." Moreover, LV Yuqing continued to express numerous trivial concerns, ultimately conveying a single message: to take good care of himself while away and to visit home frequently. "All right, enough of this. We'll miss the bus if we linger any longer," Chen Jun finally spoke, glancing at the time. LV Yuqing turned to glare at him. "Who asked for your input?" Then, the matriarch of the Chen family turned back to her son, hesitating briefly before earnestly stating, "You little rascal, think carefully about your situation with Kong Shui. Regardless of what happens, I hope for your future to be filled with happiness and fulfillment." Chen Jingshin took a deep breath and embraced his mother, expressing his gratitude with a heartfelt "Thank you, Mom." He then turned, grasping his luggage, and glanced at his silent father with a smile, saying, "Dad, I'm leaving. Please take care of your health and smoke less." Chen Jun nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jing arrived at Yumeisha's home to pick up Yi Zhenjin, departing from Chongqing village. In the Chen family's courtyard, L Yuqing and Chen Jun gazed at the two distant figures gradually fading away, enveloped in silence. L Yuqing feigned nonchalance as she rubbed her eyes, while the cigarette in Chen Jun's hand had long since burned out, yet he still clutched it between his fingers. Chapter 84. Surpassing the spring scenery of the mortal realm after traversing two mountains and reaching a road barely passable by vehicles, Chen Jing hailed a motorcycle, transporting Yi Jinjin to Longqiao town. Following this, they boarded a long-distance bus destined for Jiang County, with plans to transfer to a high-speed train to Tangqing. Although the hour was still early, the bus was populated with numerous passengers, primarily villagers from nearby areas, each laden with various local specialties intended for sale in Jiang County. Fortunately, Chen Jing and Yi Jinjin had boarded the bus early, securing seats by the window in the rear. As Chen Jing gazed out at the familiar landscapes of his hometown, his mind wandered to the upcoming visit at Sister Shui's home, contemplating what actions might earn the approval of her parents. This was no trivial endeavor, as the principal reason for Kong Shui's parents' disapproval was his youth, an immutable factor that Chen Jing had no power to alter. Beside him, Yi Zhenjin sat with her head bowed, a habit born from her somewhat introverted and self-effacing nature, likely a result of familial circumstances. Chen Jing could empathize deeply, as he had once been similarly inclined. Typically, students from less affluent backgrounds exhibit two extremes. Either they excel academically, as it may be their sole avenue for distinction, or they succumb to despair, relinquishing their studies altogether. Both Chen Jing and Yi Jinjin belonged to the former category, though the latter often prevailed in greater numbers. "Zhenjin, have you decided which university you wish to attend?" After a while, Chen Jing initiated a conversation. Without looking up, Yi Jinjin fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, softly replying, "I want to go to Chongqing University." "Chongqing University?" The answer took Chen Jing by surprise, prompting a bemused response, "Are you hoping to become my junior?" However, the admission score for Chongqing University is quite formidable. You must strive even harder. Yi Jinjin's academic performance was somewhat inferior to Chen Jing's previous results, yet there remained a chance for her to gain admission to Chongqing University if she performed well. Nevertheless, the unpredictable nature of the college entrance examination could pose a challenge. In other words, Yi Jinjin's aspiration to enroll in Chongqing University was far from guaranteed. She nodded thoughtfully, suddenly meeting Chun Jing's gaze before hesitantly adding, "If I cannot gain admission to Chongqing University, I will consider other universities in Chongqing." Indeed, there were several universities in Chongqing. "That sounds reasonable. It would also allow me to take care of you more easily," Chun Jing responded, nodding in agreement. He held no objections to Yi Jinjin's desire to study in Chongqing and could understand her inclination, given her perception of him as an elder brother. After all, attending a university closer to her brother could only be advantageous. Engaging in light conversation, the two continued their journey to Jiang County. Subsequently, they boarded the high-speed train to Tangqing, which significantly shortened their travel time to just over half an hour. However, having stayed up late the previous night contemplating how to conduct himself upon arriving at Kong Shue's home, and having risen early that day, Chun Jing soon succumbed to drowsiness on the train. He was unperturbed by the prospect of oversleeping, reassured by the presence of Yi Jinjin beside him. Unbeknownst to Chun Jing, after he succumbed to slumber, Yi Jinjin, who had been gazing downwards, cautiously lifted her head to look at him. The young girl's lively eyes were filled with his reflection, and she stared at him without blinking, her expression a tapestry of intricate emotions. After watching him quietly for a while, a faint blush blossomed on her delicate face, and she gently tilted her head to rest on his shoulder, her movements subtle enough to not disturb his rest. Once nestled against Chun Jing, Yi Jinjin blinked, her small face illuminated by a blend of joy and secret delight, though a greater portion of her demeanor was marked by shyness. The rosy hue that graced the cheeks of the budding young woman was indeed more enchanting than the beauty of spring itself. When they arrived at their destination, Chun Jing awoke, finding Yi Jinjin still demurely seated beside him, her head slightly bowed, appearing perfectly ordinary. "Let us go, Jinjin. I'll escort you to school," he said, feeling a sense of reassurance. Yi Jinjin nodded silently. After departing from the high-speed train station, Chun Jing hailed a taxi to take her to the entrance of her school. As she prepared to exit the vehicle, he called out to her, producing a 1,000 yuan note from his belongings and handing it to her. "Keep this for yourself. Buy whatever you fancy. While you strive in your studies, do not place undue pressure upon yourself," he said with a smile gracing his handsome features. Yi Jinjin bit her lip, looking up at Chun Jing, somewhat at a loss. He firmly placed the money in her hand and urged, "All right, hurry along to school. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me." Subsequently, he instructed the driver to return to the high-speed train station. Yi Jinjin stood rooted in place, watching the taxi disappear from view, her slender fingers clutching the money tightly. Upon returning to the high-speed train station, Chun Jing visited a specialty shop to purchase the renowned century eggs and tea from Tangcheng, then boarded the train bound for Yicheng, Hunan. The distance between Sichuan Chongqing and Hunan is not considerable, and Tangcheng conveniently offers a direct train to Yicheng, where Kong Shui resides, with the journey lasting less than 4 hours. Shortly after 1 in the afternoon, Chun Jing arrived in Yicheng. He took a taxi directly to the vicinity of Kong Shue's home but did not approach immediately. Instead, he checked into a nearby hotel to drop off his luggage, freshen up with a shower, and meticulously arrange his attire, opting for a more mature look. After all, he was about to meet Kong Shue's parents, and it was imperative to present himself well. Kong Shue's residence is located in the Glen community, one of the finest neighborhoods in Yicheng, indicating that her family's circumstances are quite favorable, though perhaps not as illustrious as Chun Jing had initially envisioned. Kong Shui and Shen Jing met during their university years, not due to familial connections but through their own paths. Armed with the precise address and a carefully chosen gift, he approached Kong Shue's home, taking a deep breath at the entrance and clenching his fist. "You've got this, Chun Jing." He then pressed the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. The bell chimed twice, followed by the sound of footsteps and a voice filled with curiosity. "Xiaoxue, did you order takeout?" As she spoke, the door swung open. The door was opened by a middle-aged woman, dressed quite formally, exuding a certain grace that clearly stemmed from a life of comfort. Who are you looking for?" This woman, naturally, was Zhou Huimei. Upon seeing Chun Jing, she appeared puzzled, internally questioning, "Isn't there supposed to be a blind date arranged for today? Moreover, he seems rather youthful." The thought of his youth immediately made her recognize Chun Jing. She had previously seen his photograph, and although she had not recognized him at first glance, upon closer inspection, she certainly did. You are Qinjing? While she acknowledged him, Zhou Huimei found it hard to believe, her voice wavering with uncertainty. Just as she finished her question and before Qinjing could respond, the sound of a porcelain cup shattering on the floor echoed from the living room, followed by hurried footsteps approaching the door. Chapter 85. A visit today. Kong Shui found herself in a rather despondent mood. It was one thing for her parents to disapprove of her relationship with Xiao Chun, but they had gone so far as to force an arranged marriage upon her, clearly indicating that unless she found a suitable partner, she was not to return to Chongqing. This left Kong Shui feeling quite resistant. However, her mother, Zhou Huamei, exhibited a relentless firmness that made her feel helpless. As a person of strong opinions, she was not one to be easily swayed by her mother's obstinacy. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in her mother's dual approach, soft yet unyielding, pulling at her hand and shedding tears in silence. No matter how fiercely Kong Shui rejected the arrangement, Zhou Huamei still summoned the suitor to their home. Though feeling helpless, Kong Shui maintained a resolute demeanor. Without any makeup or adornment, she deliberately wore a cold expression upon the arrival of her prospective match, hoping he would take the hint and withdraw. Unfortunately, she underestimated her own allure. Even without the embellishments of cosmetics and dressed in the simplest attire, she exuded an undeniable charm. Moreover, the suitor had previously seen her photographs, and he was already quite taken with her. Upon arriving, he had brought along an antique to win over Zhou Huamei's favor. Zhou Huamei, having chosen this man for Kong Shui, was already content with his qualifications, and her fondness for antiques only served to brighten her demeanor, as she eagerly began to facilitate their encounter. Kong Shui found herself weary from the charade and contemplated making an excuse to slip back to Chongqing. Just then, the doorbell rang. Zhou Huamei, closer to the door, stood up to answer it. Kong Shui, initially oblivious, picked up a teacup to sip and alleviate her inner turmoil. That was when she heard Zhou Huamei exclaim, You are Qinjing? At the sound of that name, Kong Shui's movements froze, and the teacup slipped from her grasp, shattering upon the floor with a resounding crash. Instinctively, she sprang up and rushed to the door, squinting to see who stood before her. The tall young man at the entrance was none other than her Xiao Chun. Upon seeing Kong Shui, Chun Jing's handsome face immediately broke into a smile. Yet, he first respectfully bowed to Zhou Huamei, greeting her with, Auntie, I am Qinjing. Hello. Then, turning to Kong Shui, he beamed at her and said, Sister Shui. With a playful wink, he seemed to convey, surprised, aren't you? Even with Kong Shui's maturity, she found herself momentarily bewildered by Chun Jing's presence. It felt surreal, accompanied by a striking sense of disconnection. After all, Xiao Chun was supposed to be in his hometown, deep in the mountains. How could he suddenly appear at her doorstep? However, as the initial shock faded, a wave of joy surged within her. Xiao Chun, what brings you here? She asked, moving closer to him, instinctively biting her lip and smoothing her long hair, before reaching out to help him with his belongings. With a smile, Qinjing replied, I came to visit your uncle and aunt. In front of Zhou Huamei, he refrained from divulging the full story behind his visit. Kong Shui is quite intelligent. In truth, the fact that Chun could find her home address indicated to her that she had already surmised something. She nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries, and simply said, Please come in. Zhou Huimei, observing from the side, was somewhat bewildered. She still had not fully grasped the situation. The young man her daughter fancied had suddenly arrived at their doorstep? Huimei, let him in, came the voice of Kong Shui's father, Kong Wenli, from the living room. Zhou Huimei regained her composure, her expression slightly displeased as she responded affirmatively. She held a strong disapproval of the relationship between Qinjing and Kong Shui, naturally leading to a less favorable impression of Qinjing. Nevertheless, Zhou Huimei understood her role as an elder and, possessing great poise, could not bring herself to treat Qinjing with overt disdain. At most, her demeanor would be a tad frosty. Qinjing followed Kong Shui into her home, discreetly scanning the room. On the sofa sat two men. One in his 50s with graying hair and glasses, exuding an air of sophistication. The other, around 30, of ordinary appearance yet dressed in a manner suggesting considerable wealth. It was evident that the former was Kong Shue's father, while the latter was the suitor Zhou Huimei had summoned. Upon seeing Chen Jing, Kong Wenli rose from the sofa and scrutinized him for a moment without speaking. Kong Shui assisted Chen Jing in placing the gifts he had brought onto the sofa and stood beside him, softly introducing, "Xiao Chun, this is my father. Dad, this is Chen Jing." To be honest, Chen Jing had felt a bit anxious earlier, but now that he was in the arena, he found himself less tense. He respectfully greeted, "Hello, uncle. I apologize for my sudden visit. I hope you and auntie won't take offense." The smile on Kong Wenli's face remained as he replied, "You are Schwer's friend. It is a good thing for you to come to our home. We would never take offense." With that statement and the smile on his face, it seemed there was no issue. However, he quickly added, "But there's no need for gifts. You may take them back later, Xiaoqin." At this moment, Zhou Huimei, who had just entered, chimed in, "Yes, do take the things back later, Xiaochun." The couple, in perfect harmony, framed Chen Jing's visit as merely that of a common friend to Kong Shui, devoid of any deeper implications. Of course, this characterization was accurate, as Chen Jing and Kong Shui had yet to verbally confirm their relationship. However, both were tacitly aware that such verbal confirmation was not of paramount importance. In any case, upon hearing her parents' words, Kong Shui immediately furrowed her beautiful brows in displeasure and interjected, "Mom and Dad, Xiao Chun brought gifts for you. It is his heartfelt gesture." Zhou Huimei replied, "I understand and we appreciate the sentiment, but there is no need for the gifts." This remark undeniably displeased Kong Shui, who felt her mother's words were somewhat excessive. Concerned for Xiao Chen's feelings, she was about to express her thoughts when Chen Jing unexpectedly smiled and picked up the gifts once more. Kong Shui, taken aback by this turn of events, gazed at him in confusion, her heart tightening slightly. Instinctively, she sensed that Xiao Chun might be feeling upset and was contemplating leaving. Kong Wenli and Zhou Huimei exchanged glances, their expressions remaining relatively unchanged. However, both were inwardly contemplating that it was only natural for a young man of 22 to find such indignities intolerable. His desire to leave was entirely understandable. Yet, this also indicated that he and Schwer were indeed mismatched, and their opposition to the relationship was not unfounded. Chapter 86. I cannot bear to see my man suffer. Upon witnessing Chen Jing once again lift the gifts, Kong Shui felt a twinge of concern. Zhou Huimei and Kong Wenli harbored the belief that he could not withstand such humiliation and were prepared to depart. However, Chen Jing's subsequent reaction greatly surprised them. "Auntie, these are the local specialties from my hometown, Tangqing, century eggs, and fragrant tea. You and uncle should give them a try," he announced, cheerfully extracting each item from the gift bag with a radiant smile, presenting them to Zhou Huimei and Kong Wenli with utmost respect. Observing this, Kong Shui's composed and beautiful visage revealed a mix of emotions, both happiness and a touch of sorrow for Chen Jing. It was evident that Zhou Huimei and Kong Wenli were not particularly welcoming towards him. Had he possessed a more fiery temperament, he might have chosen to leave. Yet, Chen Jing stood his ground, even insisting on sharing the gifts with Zhou Huimei and Kong Wenli, who were reluctant to accept them. Kong Shui was pleased by this determination, but also pained, as she did not wish to see Chen Jing suffer because of her, especially at the hands of her own parents. After Chen Jing concluded his presentation of the gifts, both Zhou Huimei and Kong Wenli were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. They had not anticipated such a display from him. Kong Wenli gazed intently at Chen Jing, feeling a sense of appreciation. After all, this display of composure in the face of adversity was commendable. For a father, the desire to see his daughter wed to a man worthy of her trust and affection is paramount. If only this young man were a few years older, Kong Wenli mused, as the 6-year age gap weighed heavily on his mind. In that moment, Kong Shui approached Chen Jing, suddenly linking her arm with his. Chen Jing was taken aback, pleasantly surprised, as this was the first time she had shown such affection. Kong Shui smiled gently at him and declared, "Mom, Dad, if you truly do not wish to accept these gifts, I will take them back to Chongqing with Chen Jing." She was resolute in not allowing Chen Jing to endure further humiliation and felt compelled to stand by his side. Zhou Huimei, upon hearing this, immediately reacted with irritation. "Kong Shui, what do you mean? Are you prepared to turn against us for this boy? Kong Shue's tone was calm, yet the implication was clear. She was nearly stating that if they refused to accept the gifts, she would leave with Chen Jing. Mom, may I ask you a question? She inquired, her lovely face adorned with a smile, ignoring Zhou Huimei's words. Zhou Huimei paused, instinctively responding, what question? Do you ever see my father suffer? Kong Shui asked pointedly. Zhou Huimei retorted, what do you think? Exactly, Kong Shui concluded. Kong Shui blinked and cast a serious glance at Chen Jing, earnestly declaring, you cannot bear to see your man wronged, and I, like you, cannot tolerate my man being treated unjustly. I cannot endure my man's suffering indignities. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Huimei and Kong Wenli were momentarily taken aback, and even the suitor sitting nearby could no longer remain composed, having initially been entertained by the unfolding drama. Although he had sensed that the relationship between Chen Jing and Kong Shui was not straightforward, he had dismissed Chen Jing upon noticing that Kong Shui's parents were evidently unwelcoming towards him. However, at this moment he was clearly flustered, as he held a considerable interest in Kong Shui, appreciating her successful career and, most importantly, her beauty. As for Chen Jing, the man referenced by Kong Shui, he found himself enveloped in an indescribable mix of excitement and elation, speechless and with his mouth agape. Was this, indeed, a confession from Sister Shui? It certainly seemed to be. Before he had a chance to express his own feelings, she had boldly proclaimed before her parents that he was her man. In that instant, Chen Jing felt as though his heart was brimming with an overwhelming emotion, leaving no room for anything else. Kong Shui, are you attempting a revolt? Zhou Huimei snapped back to reality, her anger causing her to slam her hand against the coffee table as she shouted. Kong Shui remained unfazed, still smiling as she linked her arm with Chen Jing's and responded, Mom, why must you interfere with my choice of a future partner? I recall that when you were with Dad, Grandma and Grandpa were quite opposed to it as well, yet you ultimately married him, didn't you? You must have been resolute back then, feeling frustrated by your parents' disapproval. Why must you now follow in their footsteps? These words seemed to deflate Zhou Huimei's anger, leaving her with a hint of embarrassment. My situation was different back then. In truth, this is how people often become. They may end up resembling the very traits they once despised. However, it cannot be said that Zhou Huimei and Kong Wenli's opposition was erroneous. There is no absolute right or wrong in such matters, merely differing perspectives. Just as old Chen and Appraisal were not particularly in favor of the relationship between Chen Jing and Kong Shui. As parents, their intentions are fundamentally sound, as they act in the best interests of their children. At this juncture, Kong Wenli interjected, Shuer, how can you speak to your mother like that? His tone carried a degree of seriousness. Yet, after a brief pause, his demeanor softened. All right, let's set this aside for now. Chen, please take a seat. You've been standing for quite some time since entering, and it is we who have not properly entertained you. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing promptly replied with respect. It's quite all right, uncle. Please sit down and have some tea. Kong Wenli nodded, once again gesturing for Chen Jing to take a seat. Thus, Chen Jing settled onto the sofa, with Kong Shui nestled closely beside him. However, once seated, the atmosphere in the living room grew awkward and heavy, as Zhou Huimei felt stifled by her daughter's words and chose to remain silent, while Kong Wenli deliberately refrained from speaking, casting his gaze between Chen Jing and the suitor who had come for an introduction. As a father, he undoubtedly wishes to entrust his daughter to a man of merit. Now, both of these suitors are vying for his daughter's affection, and he is eager to observe the interaction between Chen Jing and the suitor opposite him, so that he may assess their respective qualities in his mind. At this moment, Chen Jing's gaze naturally falls upon the man seated across from him. His appearance is merely passable. However, his attire suggests he is indeed a man of wealth, and his age is not significantly different from Kong Shui's, which explains why Zhou Huimei appears somewhat satisfied. The suitor, in turn, scrutinizes Chen Jing with a discerning eye, his expression briefly betraying a hint of disdain and contempt, as he secretly muses that a mere young lad dares to compete with him. What a foolish daydream. Chapter 87. Then I must take a good look. Mr. Chen, is it? My name is Li Jin, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The suitor spoke with an air of disdain in his eyes, yet his demeanor was laced with polite smiles. Chun Jing responded in kind, offering a courteous smile. Hello, Mr. Li. Although he was young, his temperament was inherently composed, and having gained considerable experience alongside Zhao Zhang, he masked his true feelings behind a facade of politeness. Li Jin mused to himself that this young man was not entirely foolish. He had initially expected Chun Jing to wear his displeasure openly on his face. Had Chun Jing displayed such sentiments, it would have been difficult for Kong Shui to gain the approval of Zhou Huimei and Kong Wenli, despite her affection for him. For a woman of Kong Shui's age, if her parents were resolute in their disapproval of her relationship with Chun Jing, Li Jin believed he still held significant chances. Approaching 30, a woman tends to be more rational, unlike younger girls who might forsake everything for love, even clashing with their parents. At least this was his belief. Mr. Chen, where do you hold your esteemed position? Li Jin inquired, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Kong Shui, seated beside Chun Jing, slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. Chun Jing replied, I work in the antique business. Surely, Mr. Li, your career is quite successful? He recognized Li Jin's intent behind the question and even provided him with a conversational opening. Li Jin's face displayed a touch of pride, yet he feigned modesty as he responded, I wouldn't say it's particularly successful. I merely run a company that earns around 10 million a year, which is fairly average. 10 million a year is no small feat. You are being overly modest, Li Shui. You and Mr. Li appear to be quite compatible, Zhou Huimei interjected with a smile. Her words made her stance unmistakably clear. She was firmly in support of Li Jin. Kong Shui, upon hearing this, felt a wave of displeasure wash over her, her elegant visage cooling slightly as she stated, I believe Mr. Li and I are not suited at all. Miss Kong, sometimes one cannot hastily conclude the compatibility of two individuals. Humans are creatures of emotion, after all. I think we should give it a try. Perhaps you will discover that we are indeed well-matched. Li Jin suggested, casting a glance at Chun Jing. He continued, Mr. Chun is still quite young, in his early 20s. Life stretches ahead of him, and his career is surely just beginning. A man without a career cannot provide happiness for his beloved. Miss Kong, do you wish to wait many years to be with him? Li Jin continued unabated. In contrast, I possess all the qualities necessary to ensure your happiness. Miss Kong, both materially and spiritually, I am capable of supporting my family, and as for my relatives, I can provide for them as well. I understand your aunt has a fondness for collecting antiques. I could frequently present her with exquisite pieces. It must be said that for Zhou Huimei to select Li Jin, a 30-year-old man with a company earning 10 million annually, he was indeed no ordinary individual. His words were nearly flawless in their delivery. Perhaps it may appear somewhat pragmatic, yet this world is inherently grounded in reality. Chun Jing felt a modicum of pressure, though it is not entirely his fault. As the saying goes, youth is his greatest asset, yet at times it also serves as a disadvantage. Chun Jing is exceedingly youthful. Despite possessing the discerning eye for treasures, he has only recently embarked on his journey, accumulating a modest fortune without establishing his own enterprise. To put it plainly, Li Jin has keenly recognized this aspect and deliberately leveraged his strengths to highlight Chun Jing's weaknesses. However, from the perspective of the elders, it is quite likely that they would favor someone like Li Jin. Zhou Huimei, listening intently, chimed in with a beaming smile. Indeed, Shui, young Li speaks with great wisdom. You are no longer a child. When it comes to romance, one must consider marriage, which entails numerous factors beyond mere affection. As she spoke, Zhou Huimei produced a jade pendant from her belongings, exclaiming with delight, Li Jin is truly remarkable. Look at this jade pendant. It is an antique from the Ming dynasty, valued at several tens of thousands. He is generous enough to gift it to me, and surely, he will treat you even better in the future. Upon hearing such praise, Li Jin's pride swelled, and he cast a subtle glance at Chun Jing, as if to say, Boy, do you think you can compete with me? Yet outwardly he responded, Auntie, I merely prepared this in haste. Otherwise, I would have selected an even finer antique for you. At that moment, Chun Jing turned his attention to the jade pendant Zhou Huimei had unveiled, and at first glance, he discerned something peculiar. Auntie, may I examine the pendant? Chun Jing suddenly inquired. Zhou Huimei regarded him for a moment and replied, Your work in the antique shop certainly allows you to appreciate fine antiques, though you must handle them with care to avoid damage. She did not refuse him, though her words carried an underlying implication. Li Jin, ever cheerful, interjected. Indeed, Mr. Chun, working in the antique business, how come you didn't bring Auntie a piece of antique? Were you unaware of her fondness for collectibles? As Chun Jing took the pendant from Zhou Huimei, a subtle thrill coursed through him, and with an enigmatic smile directed at Li Jin, he replied, I am indeed aware. However, I currently lack a suitable antique to present to Auntie. I plan to rectify that next time, for genuine antiques are not easily acquired. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Li? He had indeed contemplated gifting Zhou Huimei an antique, but none were appropriate. The two pieces in his possession were of considerable value, far beyond what he could present, as she would likely refuse anything valued at tens of thousands. Li Jin was momentarily taken aback by Chun Jing's words, noticing his peculiar smile, which stirred something within him, though his expression remained impassive as he retorted. With earnest effort, how could one not find something suitable? Indeed, I came in a rush today. I shall procure a genuine antique for Auntie shortly. Chun Jing's smile grew more pronounced, emphasizing the words genuine antique. This caused Li Jin to feel a twinge of anxiety. Yet he continued, Mr. Chun, you must have only recently joined the antique industry. Purchasing antiques may lead you to make misjudgments. This piece was sourced from an old friend in the antique business. Chun nodded and remarked, I must take a good look at Mr. Li's antique jade pendant. As he spoke, he scrutinized the jade piece in his hand, noting its pleasing color and the exquisite dragon carvings adorning it. However, to confirm his judgment, Chun discreetly activated his discerning eye for antiques. A golden radiance materialized, swirling around the jade pendant before returning to his eyes, transforming into a series of evaluative inscriptions. Upon glancing at them, a genuine smile spread across Chen's face. He had initially contemplated how to respond to Mr. Li's eloquent remarks, intending to discuss potential and other aspects. Yet now, such thoughts were entirely unnecessary. Chapter 88. Glass imitation jade. This item is a replica of a Ming Dynasty dragon pattern jade ornament. Its historical value is non-existent, as it is a counterfeit crafted from glass through high-pressure molding. Upon closer inspection, one can observe distinct air bubbles on its surface. Furthermore, its tactile warmth starkly contrasts with the cool touch of genuine jade. Additionally, it is considerably lighter than authentic jade. This information serves as an appraisal of the dragon pattern jade ornament. Chun Jing struggled to suppress a laugh, finding Li Jin rather amusing. Despite Li Jin's eloquent words, the jade ornament presented to Zhou Huimei was not merely a counterfeit but rather a mere imitation, scarcely qualifying as a replica, akin to the trinkets found in a Tuyuan store. If this glass imitation was indeed procured from an antique dealer friend of Li Jin's, he must have been aware that it was not an antique, deliberately passing off subpar goods as genuine. A true antique dealer would never sell such a low-quality item, even to Li Jin. Mr. Chen, what do you think of the jade ornament I gifted Auntie? Li Jin inquired, a hint of pride evident on his face. Although Chun Jing's previous remarks had unsettled him momentarily, Li Jin ultimately believed that someone of Chun Jing's age would be unlikely to discern any issues. Chun Jing smiled and replied, Mr. Li, let me put it this way. He then placed the glass imitation jade on the coffee table and continued, as a piece of glass, it is indeed commendable. However, as a jade ornament, it is far from authentic. The words left the room in a state of stunned silence. Li Jin's expression of pride faltered momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. Mr. Chun, what do you mean by that? Kong Shui blinked, suddenly understanding, and a gentle smile graced her elegant face. Zhou Huimei furrowed her brow. Chun Jing, are you suggesting that the jade ornament Xiao Li gave me is not an antique? Can you truly discern such matters? Kong Wenli remained silent, his gaze fixated on the jade ornament on the coffee table. Auntie, I must admit my appraisal skills are not extraordinary. However, Mr. Li's item is blatantly counterfeit, Chun Jing humbly remarked. At this, Li Jin could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, You insolent brat! One can indulge in meals haphazardly, but one must not speak recklessly. Just because you failed to present Auntie with a gift she adores does not give you the right to slander my offering as fake. The previously polite and composed Li Jin now showed signs of agitation, having shifted from addressing Chun Jing respectfully to calling him a brat. Chun Jing noted the shift in Li Jin's demeanor, recognizing that he was clearly aware of the ornament's fraudulent nature. Such a revelation cast doubt on Li Jin's character. Zhou Huimei, still favoring Li Jin, chimed in, "Indeed, Chun Jing, since your appraisal skills are not particularly remarkable, perhaps you should refrain from making unfounded statements." Kong Wenli furrowed his brow slightly as he cast a glance at Li Jin, seemingly discerning something from the abrupt shift in Li Jin's demeanor. Chun Jing then addressed the aunt. "Auntie, I am a person of integrity and would never speak frivolously." After uttering this, Chun Jing cast a half-smile at Li Jin, causing the latter's heart to race slightly. Subsequently, Chun Jing raised his hand and pointed to the jade pendant on the tea table, earnestly stating, "Auntie, take a closer look. Can you not see the remarkably conspicuous bubbles on its surface?" Zhou Huimei, observing Chun Jing's seriousness, approached with a hint of skepticism to examine it closely, only to exclaim in astonishment, "Indeed, there are bubbles. How could that be?" Sitting beside Chun Jing, Kong Shui chuckled lightly. "Mom, I recall you possess a Hetian jade bracelet. That one surely has no bubbles, does it?" Zhou Huimei nodded, "Of course not. How could this have bubbles?" Meanwhile, Li Jin appeared increasingly restless, his mouth opening as if to speak, yet words eluded him. Chun Jing continued, "Auntie, genuine jade and gemstones like jadeite should never contain bubbles within. The presence of bubbles merely indicates that this is an artificial glass product. Furthermore, when you hold this jade pendant, does it not feel warm? True jade offers a sensation that is cool yet not icy." At this juncture, Chun Jing paused, but his words were sufficient for everyone present to grasp the implication. The so-called Ming Dynasty antique jade pendant was nothing more than a piece of glass masquerading as jade. Upon hearing Chun Jing's remarks, Zhou Huimei silently rose and retreated to her bedroom, emerging with a Hetian jade bracelet. She meticulously compared it to the jade pendant, holding them in her hands to feel their differences. After the comparison, Zhou Huimei's expression darkened considerably as she turned to Li Jin. "Young Li, what on earth is going on with this jade pendant?" Li Jin, now flustered and at a loss, stammered, "Auntie, I don't know. It was sold to me by a friend, and I had no idea it was fake." Chun Jing found this response amusing and had anticipated such an explanation. He inquired, "Mr. Li, did you not just mention that your friend is in the antique business?" Yes, indeed. What of it?" Li Jin was unsure of Chun Jing's intention, hesitating before responding. Chun Jing's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Mr. Li, I too am involved in the antique trade, and from what I know, even street vendors would not resort to using such shoddy glass imitations to deceive others. This is simply too subpar. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge about jade could discern the issue. Such glass imitations are typically wholesale items costing only a few dozen yuan. Either your friend is not truly in the antique business, or he has taken you for a fool." While the latter part of Chun Jing's statement offered Li Jin a semblance of an excuse, it effectively stifled any further retort. Li Jin stood there, mouth agape, ultimately failing to articulate a single word, his gaze towards Chun Jing rife with resentment and astonishment. He had to admit that Chun Jing had indeed exceeded his expectations. His demeanor and conduct were hardly reminiscent of a youth in his early 20s. "Mother, you are far too trusting of others. Over the years, you must have acquired quite a number of antiques. How many of them are genuine?" Kong Shui aptly interjected. At this moment, Zhou Huimei was visibly incensed and coldly remarked to Li Lin, "Young Li, we have matters to attend to, so we cannot keep you for dinner." This was a clear dismissal. Kong Wenli also chimed in, "Young Li, my apologies. Please take your gifts with you, as we cannot accept them." In a fleeting moment, the tide had turned completely. The individual who once believed himself to be in a position of advantage, Li Lin, was now faced with the prospect of leaving with his gifts in hand. Feeling utterly embarrassed, he flushed and gathered the presents he had brought, while Zhou Huimei handed him the piece of glass faux jade, adding, "Don't forget this glass as well." Li Jin left in a dejected manner. Witnessing this, Kong Shui's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she leaned over to whisper in Chen Jing's ear, "Little Chun, you are truly remarkable." Chapter 89. Let us give it a try. As Kong Shui spoke, her breath brushed against Chun Jing's ear, warm and slightly ticklish. Chun Jing felt a flicker of something unusual in his heart, but in the presence of Zhou Huimei and Kong Wenli, he naturally maintained his composure, humbly replying, "It's nothing remarkable. It's merely that the item he brought is quite counterfeit." The truth remained, however, that as long as the antique gifted to Zhou Huimei by Li Jin was not genuine, no matter how skillfully it was replicated, Chen Jing would be able to discern its authenticity. Zhou Huimei remained agitated, exclaiming, "That Li Jin is truly outrageous. To present me with such a poor imitation. He might as well not have bothered at all." Kong Wenli comforted her, saying, all right, recognizing his true character is a good thing. If he were to be with Shui, that would indeed be a grave misfortune. As he spoke, Kong Wenli turned to Chen Jing, smiling, "Thanks to young Chen here. I hadn't anticipated that your discerning eye for antiques would be so keen at such a young age." Hearing this, Chen Jing hurriedly expressed his modesty, uttering phrases of humility. After all, it was always wise to be humble in front of elders. Zhou Huimei interjected, "That jade pendant was indeed too fake. I reckon anyone with even a slight understanding could spot the flaws." Her words clearly indicated that she had yet to fully acknowledge Chen Jing despite the situation. Naturally, Kong Shui felt a twinge of displeasure and remarked, "Mom, Xiao Chen's skills in antique appraisal are quite impressive. Though he is new to the field, he has already made several fortunate finds." The last time he and Kong Shui proceeded to recount their previous fortunate discoveries, her elegant and beautiful face radiating pride and satisfaction. Chen Jing smiled but refrained from speaking. These accomplishments were indeed to his credit, but to boast about them himself would seem somewhat ostentatious. Kong Shui, the mature older sister, clearly understood this, having long wished to speak up for him, and now seized the opportunity arising from Zhou Huimei's comments. "Oh, it appears young Chen possesses a remarkable talent for antique appraisal. Quite commendable," Kong Wenli praised with a smile after listening. Zhou Huimei was also somewhat taken aback. She had a keen interest in antique collecting and often admired those fortunate enough to find hidden treasures. Chen Jing's ability to do so impressed her. However, being impressive was one matter, while aspiring to be her son-in-law was quite another. To have such a talent at such a young age is indeed remarkable. Typically, I have not heard of young individuals making fortunate finds in the antique trade unless purely by chance. Zhou Huimei continued her praise. Chen Jing and Kong Shui exchanged glances, both feeling a surge of happiness. Yet Zhou Huimei quickly shifted her tone, adding, "But regardless of talent, if you wish to make a mark in the antique business, it still requires time. Shui is approaching 30. She cannot afford to wait." With these words, Zhou Huimei laid her concerns bare. "Chen, I do not mean to express disdain or dislike towards you. I acknowledge that you are quite exceptional, and your demeanor is admirable," she said, looking at Chen Jing with an unusually warm smile. It has been previously mentioned that Chen Jing possesses a strikingly handsome appearance, which naturally endears him to the elder generation, a statement that Zhou Huimei cannot refute. "However, your youthfulness is indeed a concern. If Shui were merely 2 or 3 years your senior, I would wholeheartedly support your union. Yet, she is 6 years older than you. Such a disparity in age could lead to numerous complications in your future lives together. I shall refrain from elaborating further, but as Shui matures, her allure may diminish, while you remain in the bloom of youth, potentially giving rise to various issues. I wish to shield my daughter from any emotional harm in matters such as this. My own parents opposed my relationship with your uncle for similar reasons, albeit their objections stemmed from their disapproval of his family's modest circumstances. Financial conditions can be altered, but the age gap is immutable." Zhou Huimei articulated her thoughts candidly, maintaining her disapproval of Chen Jing's relationship with Kong Shui, echoing concerns similar to those voiced by the Empress Dowager L, worries regarding the complications that may arise from their age difference. This time, Zhou Huimei's demeanor was notably calm, and her words measured, rendering Kong Shui unable to counter her arguments, instinctively biting her lip in silence while tightening her grip on Chen Jing's hand. Sensing Kong Shui's silent resolve, Chen Jing, with a serious expression adorning his handsome features, declared, "Aunt, I genuinely care for Sister Shui. She will always hold the utmost appeal in my heart." Yet, he understood that no one can guarantee the future, and such assurances might come across as frivolous in the presence of elders like Kong Wenli and Zhou Huimei. All he could convey was his sincere feelings for Kong Shui. Aware that his words alone might not suffice, he added, "Aunt, I am uncertain how to assure you of my intentions. I merely ask for an opportunity to prove that I will never allow Sister Shui to endure any suffering in the future." From Zhou Huimei's demeanor, Chun Jing discerned that gaining her and Kong Wenli's complete approval at this moment would be a formidable challenge. Thus, he resolved to seek a more attainable goal, at the very least to secure a neutral stance from Zhou Huimei and Kong Wenli, akin to that of Old Chun and the Empress Dowager L. Kong Shui timely interjected, "Mom, I truly like Xiao Chun and believe he can bring me happiness." Upon hearing this, Zhou Huimei glanced between her daughter and Chun Jing, momentarily at a loss for words, having already expressed her concerns. Ultimately, she turned to her husband and inquired, "Old Kong, what is your opinion?" It was evident that the dynamics within the Kong and Chen families differed slightly. While Kong Wenli spoke sparingly, it was clear that the final word rested with him. "Let us give it a try," he responded simply yet definitively, signaling his agreement. At this, Chun Jing and Kong Shui exchanged a knowing smile, simultaneously expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Uncle." Witnessing the remarkable rapport between the two, Kong Wenli couldn't help but smile. Although Zhou Huimei's expression remained somewhat complex, she ultimately refrained from voicing any further comments. "Xiaocheng, allow me to show you around," Kong Shui suddenly interjected. Chun Jing was acutely aware that she likely had much to discuss with him, and he too harbored similar sentiments. Nevertheless, he first sought the approval of Kong Wenli and Zhou Huimei with a glance. Kong Wenli waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead. Xiaocheng is probably visiting Yicheng for the first time. A little exploration would do him good." Kong Shui beamed with delight, taking Chun Jing by the hand as they made their way outside. Just before exiting, she called back to Zhou Huimei, "Mom, please add some Sichuan peppercorns to the dishes tonight. Xiaocheng and his friends enjoy spicy food." As the two departed, Zhou Huimei fell into a contemplative silence, eventually sighing, "Old Kong Shui truly has a fondness for Chun Jing. She has never before made such requests regarding meals." She continued, "Shui has always been mature for her age. Surely she understands the complexities of a May-December romance. Yet, despite this, her determination to be with Xiaocheng is evident. Her affection for him is unmistakable." Kong Wenli responded with a knowing nod, not surprised by her observations. Zhou Huimei shook her head and chose not to elaborate further. Chapter 90. Their first kiss. Kong Shui pulled Chun Jing out of the door. As they stepped out of the elevator, she could not contain her curiosity and asked, "Little Chun, what brought you to my home so suddenly?" Chun Jing beamed with joy as he replied, "Sister Shen informed me." He briefly recounted what Chun Jing had shared. "I believe Sister Shen is right. I should face all challenges and obstacles alongside you, Shuijie."
Kong Xus Miled.
Her lips curving gracefully. "Indeed, you are not just facing them with me. You are standing right in front of me. Your performance earlier was impeccable." "Not quite perfect." Chun Jing shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Auntie still hasn't fully accepted me." Kong Shui tightened her grip on his arm and reassured him, "You've done wonderfully. In time, my mother will surely come to recognize you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Their conversation flowed easily, and Kong Shui did not drag him too far, choosing instead to meander leisurely within the community. For them at that moment, the destination was insignificant. What mattered most was the presence of one another. "Little Chen, when did you start to like me?" They arrived at a wooden bench by the artificial lake within the community, and Kong Shui turned to Chun Jing, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chun Jing instinctively scratched his head, replying, "I can't pinpoint it exactly. Perhaps it was when I first met you." "Shuijie? Nonsense." Kong Shui replied, playfully blinking her eyes as she extended a slender, delicate finger to tap his forehead. "You may have felt a hint of affection upon our first encounter, but to say you liked me then? I can't believe that." In response, Chun Jing asked, "What about you, Shuijie? Did you feel any affection when you first met me?" Kong Shui's eyes glimmered like autumn waters, filled with a spring-like laughter. "Oh yes, I thought you were such a cute and thoughtful little brother. Don't change the subject. Tell me when you started to like me." Chun Jing's eyes darted around, still evading the question, and he continued, "Shuijie, why not take a guess? I believe you can figure it out." He was not jesting. With her maturity, It was entirely plausible that she had noticed when he began to harbor feelings for her, perhaps even before he himself had realized. Kong Shui pondered for a moment before her crimson lips parted. It must have been that time you got drunk at my doorstep, and I took care of you for quite a while, right? I remember when I went to fetch my phone. You seemed like you wanted to confess your feelings to me. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing, a grown man, felt his face flush with warmth. So, Shui Jie had indeed been aware at that time. Seeing Chen Jing blush, Kong Shui's eyes sparkled with delight, finding her big boy utterly adorable. Then, Shui Jie, what about you? When did you start to like me? Chen Jing, feeling shy under her gaze, bravely posed the question. Now it was Kong Shui's turn to feel bashful. She instinctively pressed her soft, rosy lips together, lowering her gaze to her shoelaces in silence. Chen Jing, chuckling, asked, Shui Jie, was it when you were sick that time? I remember you seemed just like a little girl then, and you even teased me. Ah, no, you mustn't say that. Kong Shui had always found the situation to be particularly embarrassing, instinctively turning away and raising her hand to cover Chen Jing's mouth. This reflexive action revealed her subconscious desire for intimacy with him at that moment. Both of them were momentarily taken aback. In their shared gaze, a flower named Love bloomed at the intersection of the big sister and the young man's eyes, flourishing from the buds that had long since emerged. In such moments, men often possess an innate understanding. Chen Jing gently brushed aside Kong Shui's hand from his mouth, his head slowly lowering with anticipation. Although Kong Shui felt a tinge of nervousness in her eyes, she did not shy away. The sun today was warm, casting shimmering reflections on the artificial lake, illuminating the two figures gradually drawing closer under its gentle rays. As their soft lips met, a sweet nectar seemed to flow from their hearts, and an electric current surged between them, rendering both Chen Jing and Kong Shui pleasantly tingling. After a few seconds, Chen Jing straightened up, while Kong Shui's fair cheeks blushed a deep crimson, as if they might bleed. Though it was merely the simplest of touches, the sensation of their hearts racing like startled fawns left them both in a state of exhilaration. Chen Jing felt compelled to say something as a man, so he awkwardly remarked, Sister Shui, this is my first kiss. It was indeed the truth. To his surprise, Kong Shui replied, Who isn't? Taken aback by her response, Chen Jing gazed at her in astonishment, never having considered that this might also be Sister Shui's first kiss. After all, by all accounts, given her age, she should have had romantic experiences, although Chen Jing had never inquired before. Seeing his astonished expression, Kong Shui explained, During my university years, I was very dedicated to my studies, even though many men pursued me. However, I never accepted any of their advances. Then I started working, which kept me busy, and I never met anyone I felt a connection with, so I remained single. She smiled as she continued, Looking back, perhaps fate was just waiting for you, Sister Shui. Chen Jing felt a mix of joy and excitement, while he didn't usually concern himself with such matters. Knowing that Sister Shui was also experiencing her first love made it impossible for him to hide his happiness. Kong Shui leaned her head against Chen Jing's shoulder, speaking softly, In addition to what I just mentioned, I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. When I was in middle school, I read Alexander Dumas La Dame Ux Cam Lias, and I was deeply moved by the tragic love within. It made me aspire to embody a truly perfect and flawless Marguerite, both in body and spirit, hoping that my future partner would be the same. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing inwardly marveled at the reason behind Sister Shui's typically conservative attire and demeanor. As she spoke, Kong Shui gazed lovingly at Chen Jing's profile and smiled. This kind of sentiment is usually associated with men, but I share it too. Do you find that strange, Xiao Chen? Chen Jing certainly did not find it strange, and with a smile he responded, So, if I had dated someone before, you wouldn't have liked me, Sister Shui? Kong Shui blinked. It is indeed a possibility. However, it is merely a possibility, not a firm denial, for Kong Shui herself is uncertain whether her convictions will withstand the presence of Chen Jing. Every belief varies from person to person. I am truly grateful that I have never been in love before. Otherwise, I would have missed out on my dear Shui Jie. With a playful expression, Kong Shui shot him a glance, intertwined her fingers with Chen Jing's, and raised their hands towards the beautifully illuminated artificial lake under the sun, taking a photograph with her phone. Chen Jing, puzzled, inquired, Shui Jie, what are you doing? Kong Shui replied gently, I am making an announcement so that my classmates and friends 1T incessantly attempt to introduce suitors to me. This also served to extinguish the ambitions of those who pursued her, as she silently declared her claim with the assistance of her little Chun. Though unspoken, Chun Jing felt the weight of her words in his heart.